One fateful day, Lin Tian found himself transported back to the year 2015, becoming an ordinary player for the South Bay Lakers. Coincidentally, due to a spate of injuries plaguing the main roster, Lin Tian was signed on a 10-day contract. Kobe, then the team's leader, as per his usual practice after a loss, sought out the rookies for additional training, only to encounter unexpected resistance. On December 23, 2015, precisely at 11 p.m., in the Los Angeles Staples Center's locker room, Kobe surveyed his teammates with ire. "You played like cowards tonight. Why was there no sense of aggression?" He berated, casting a fierce glance around the room. The younger players, including Russell and Randall, lowered their heads in silence, well accustomed to Kobe's temperament. Just half an hour prior, they had suffered a humiliating defeat at home, vanquished by Durant and Westbrook's Thunder with a staggering score of 120-85, a brutal 35-point loss. Kobe's own performance had been lackluster, hitting only 7 of 22 attempts, a reflection of his age and injuries. That it was widely believed that this season would mark the end of his illustrious career. In a secluded corner of the locker room, Lin Tian sat pensively, contemplating his newfound existence. He had been in this world for a mere 2 hours. Just moments ago, he was an ordinary programmer, and now he found himself a substitute player for the prestigious Lakers. Through the memories of this body, he learned that he was once part of the South Bay Lakers. The season had barely commenced when forward Brandon Bass suffered a torn ACL, sidelining him for the remainder of the year. Thus, the Lakers were forced to recall Lin Tian from the affiliate team and sign him to a 10-day contract. In today's game, during the final moments of garbage time, Lin Tian was granted his first opportunity to play. However, having just transitioned into this reality, the overwhelming atmosphere of over 10,000 spectators rendered him anxious. Consequently, he faltered with 2 consecutive turnovers and, within less than a minute on the court, was replaced by head coach Byron Scott amid the crowd's jeers. His inaugural NBA game concluded with dismal statistics: 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, and 2 turnovers. Logically, his physical attributes were commendable, standing at 2.05 meters tall, with a wingspan of 2.15 meters and weighing 100 kilograms. Aside from being slightly lean, he bore no significant flaws. The root of his troubles lay solely in his inability to acclimate to his new physique. With a sigh, Lin Tian sensed an unusual tension in the locker room. As he raised his gaze, he found himself locked in the penetrating stare of Kobe, whose eagle-like eyes were fixed upon him. Facing this global icon, revered by millions, Lin Tian felt the weight of immense pressure. "Hey, rookie, did you not sleep last night? How could you allow the ball to be stolen from you twice within a minute? Awaken. This is not the development league. The team signed you not to let you be a mere source of points for the opposition." Kobe rose, commanding, "Come, join me for some extra practice." As a rookie, one standing within the team is typically modest. Even the top draft pick often finds themselves tasked with fetching bags or buying snacks for the veterans. Lin Tian glanced at the head coach Byron Scott, who nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Randall and Russell cast sympathetic glances in Lin Tian's direction. Although both were deemed foundational for the team's future, they frequently found themselves on the receiving end of Kobe's admonishments. Thankfully, the arrival of a newcomer might render their days somewhat easier. As for veterans like Hibbert, they merely chuckled in silence. Upon arriving at the training facility with Kobe, Lin Tian felt an awakening within him as he touched the ball-playing basketball, felt like an innate talent that resided within. This body, the expansive training hall, was filled with the other Lakers players and Scott. With the team's star voluntarily extending practice, none dared to clock out early. The gym housed 4 basketball hoops, with Kobe monopolizing one, assisted by a ball boy who diligently retrieved the balls for him. After sinking 2 three-pointers, Kobe turned to Lin Tian and declared, "Rookie, cool mate, let me teach you how to play in the NBA." He was actually challenging Lin Tian to a unknown match. Facing the amused gazes of his teammates, Lin Tian approached Kobe. Nick Young sauntered to the sidelines and remarked to Russell beside him, "I bet Kobe will take him down 3-1. Russell grinned, "You're overestimating that rookie." Kobe always seeks to vent his frustrations on someone after a loss. This rookie is in for a rough time. Nick furrowed his brow. "Buddy, aren't you a rookie too?" Their camaraderie remained amiable at that moment. Meanwhile, Kobe passed the ball to Lin Tian. "You initiate." As Lin Tian received the basketball, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully bound to the ultimate mimicry system, by imitating any player's basketball moves, celebrations, or quotes. The host can obtain all abilities of that player at their peak. Currently unlocked players: Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, Tony Allen. Indeed, where there's a crossover, there exists a system. Before he could revel in the discovery, Lin Tian began to dribble the ball. Kobe clapped his hands against the wooden floor, his expression turning serious, intended to channel the anger from today's defeat onto this young man. Though Kobe had surpassed 37, his defensive prowess remained formidable. Lin Tian dribbled back a step before beginning his moves. Iverson was renowned for his crossover, and although Lin Tian's body had seldom employed it, he was familiar, albeit not entirely natural or refined. He executed a series of crossovers, dribbling between his legs with considerable flair. As he continued, the system's voice chimed, "Ding." Iverson imitation successful. The host gains all abilities of peak Iverson. In the next instant, Lin Tian felt his body surge with an invigorating energy. Every maneuver that Allen Iverson excelled at, down to the minutest details, was deeply ingrained in his mind, as if it were an innate ability. Kobe noticed that Lin Tian was momentarily lost in thought. His expression turned icy as he suddenly reached out with his long arms to intercept the ball. Just as the basketball seemed destined to be snatched by Kobe, Lin Tian snapped back to reality, executing a deft crossover dribble to evade the impending steal. With a swift pivot, he maneuvered past Kobe, charging toward the basket, leaping high with the ball in hand. Bang! The basketball was forcefully thrust into the hoop by Lin Tian's two hands, leaving Kobe momentarily stunned in place. The other Lakers players who had been spectating quickly converged around the scene. Head coach Byron Scott stroked his beard, glancing at Lin Tian with a look of astonishment. Although Kobe's defensive prowess had waned with time, he was still a 9-time member of the all-defensive first team, possessing invaluable defensive experience. Last season, he averaged 1.3 steals per game. His defense was not to be underestimated. Yet this rookie had effortlessly maneuvered past him. Nick Young exclaimed in disbelief, "This rookie is incredibly nimble. That drive just now, I could almost see Iverson's shadow." No one responded, for at that moment, Kobe had taken possession of the ball and initiated his own offensive play. Having just been outmaneuvered by a rookie, Kobe was fuming with frustration. He began to change direction with the ball, but quickly realized that Lin Tian's gaze was fixed intently on the basketball in his hands. "Kid, are you unaware that fixating on the ball is a grave mistake on the court?" Kobe charged right, but Lin Tian not only matched his pace, but also obstructed his path. Left with no other option, Kobe attempted a behind-the-back dribble to penetrate from the left. Everything seemed to unfold as he had anticipated, but as the ball bounced off the floor, Lin Tian accurately predicted its trajectory, swiftly reaching out to snatch it away. Kobe's hand missed the ball, leaving him momentarily stunned as if struck by lightning. He had been stripped of possession. Lin Tian dribbled beyond the three-point line, a confident smile gracing his face. The capabilities of peak Iverson extended beyond mere crossovers. They encompassed steals as well. Iverson was a 3-time steals champion. Having mirrored Iverson's peak abilities, Lin Tian felt a profound transformation within himself. Not even the aging Kobe, let alone his prime self, could rival him. At a towering height of 2.05 meters, Lin Tian was a formidable opponent. Kobe's expression darkened considerably. With possession returned to Lin Tian, he dribbled a couple of times before launching a shot directly at Kobe. Swish! The basketball produced a melodious sound as it swished through the net. As the saying goes, once one thing goes smoothly, everything else follows suit. This basket effectively sealed the game. In unknown play, the victor is typically the first to reach 3 points. Lin Tian had scored 2 baskets, with 2-pointers counting as 1 point and 3-pointers as 2 points. Thus, he triumphed over Kobe with a score of 30. Scott and the others were left in utter shock. They had all, without exception, been schooled by Kobe in the past. Yet today, a rookie had bested him. Kobe has never been one to concede defeat. Grumbling, he picked up the ball, ready to continue playing. Coach Scott swiftly approached him, saying, "All right, Bryant, save some energy for the Christmas showdown against number 25. That's the main event." Though somewhat reluctant, Kobe refrained from further provoking Lin Tian and instead remarked, "Rookie, next time I'll beat you 10-0. Lin Tian smiled and nodded, responding, "You're always welcome to challenge me, Kobe." After Kobe departed, Nick Young gave Lin Tian a thumbs up. Hey, buddy, that was simply awesome. If I had filmed that moment, trust me, you would be a sensation across the entire nation. Russell chimed in. Then our leader would surely have your head for that. The following day, Lin Tian immersed himself in team training, determined to earn a chance to play in the Christmas game. Coach Scott observed all of this. Time flew by. At 8 o'clock on December 25th, the Staples Center was packed to the brim. The arena, capable of accommodating 19,000 spectators, was completely sold out. The average ticket price for this match had skyrocketed to 1,000, 5 times the usual rate. The steep prices were due to the Christmas showdown, which, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would likely be Kobe's last. For many of his devoted fans, merely catching a glimpse of Kobe at Staples was already a source of immense satisfaction. Across the ocean in a streaming studio, Wang Xing and Yang Yi were tasked with commenting on the match. Wang Xing addressed the camera first. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting lineups for both teams have been announced. The home team, the Lakers, will start with Kobe, Clarkson, Hibbert, Lou Williams, and Young. Their opponents, the Clippers, will feature Chris Paul, Redick, Griffin, DeAndre Jordan, and Bahamut. This season, the Lakers have played 30 games, winning just 5, currently sitting at the bottom of the Western Conference. However, their goal is clear. This is Kobe's final season, and they aim to let him play freely. Notably, our player Lin Tian struggled in the last game, receiving just 1 minute of playtime. It remains to be seen whether Coach Scott will grant him another opportunity tonight. Yang Yi added, after all, it's his first NBA game, nerves are to be expected. Regardless, I hope that last game hasn't shaken this young man's confidence. The game at the Staples Center officially commenced. Sitting on the bench, Lin Tian felt as though he were on pins and needles. From the outset, the Clippers swiftly exploited their physical advantage to dominate the paint. The combination of Griffin and Paul left the Lakers with no recourse. Young as he was, the Lakers' Young struggled to defend the interior, allowing Griffin to score repeatedly. With 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Clippers led the Lakers 25-15, a scenario that fell well within everyone's expectations. After a foul committed by Kobe, Scott, who had been pacing on the bench, tapped Lin Tian on the shoulder and said, "Lin, you're replacing Kobe." The sudden happiness took Lin Tian by surprise, causing him to inhale sharply. It seemed that his victory over Kobe in their previous unknown had earned him Scott's trust. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Tian swiftly removed his practice attire and jogged onto the court. In the live broadcast room, Wang Xing noticed Lin Tian's impending entrance and raised his voice. Number 23 from the Celestial Empire is taking the court. Yang Yi displayed a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "I can't believe Lin Tian has been called upon in a critical moment to play in the first quarter. He is replacing none other than Kobe." It appears that his poor performance in the last game has not shaken Scott's confidence in Lin Tian. This is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I hope Lin Tian can seize it. Lin Tian could hardly fathom that his entrance would be met with boos from numerous spectators. Fortunately, he had already adjusted to the situation. After completing an inbounds pass, he swiftly positioned himself in the corner of the front court. The ball was in Russell's hands. Russell dribbled towards the paint, while the Clippers' Paul maintained his defensive position. Realizing he had no chance to shoot as he entered the paint, Russell passed the ball to Lin Tian, who was stationed at the right corner. Playing as a small forward, Lin Tian was being guarded by the formidable Prince Batum, a man who would have to return to his chiefdom if he failed to perform well. Seeing Lin Tian receive the ball ready to shoot a three-pointer, Batum leapt into action. However, Lin Tian merely faked a shot, causing Batum to leap past him, and then he drove towards the basket. His speed was remarkable as he charged into the paint. DeAndre Jordan, stationed there, extended his long arms to block him. Lin Tian leapt directly, pausing momentarily in the air as Jordan also ascended to contest his shot. Only after Jordan landed did Lin Tian release the ball towards the hoop. Swish. The basketball effortlessly found its way through the net. Indeed, Iverson's ability to hang in the air was nothing short of astounding. The Lakers DJ, tasked with energizing the crowd, elongated his voice. 2 points for the layup, Lin. DeAndre Jordan, who had just been outmaneuvered, was left in bewilderment. This guy's ability to suspend in the air was utterly extraordinary. After scoring 2 points, Lin Tian quickly retreated to the backcourt to defend. His defensive pressure was relatively light, as Batum, his opponent, was not a prolific scorer, averaging fewer than 10 points per game throughout his career. However, the defensive pressure on his teammates was immense. The Clippers boasted Paul orchestrating the team and Griffin, the White Beast. Their rookie second overall pick was unable to contain Paul, and Nance was equally ineffective against Griffin. As Paul drove to the basket, he suddenly stopped abruptly midway and released a mid-range jumper. Russell struggled to keep pace with Paul's rhythm, only raising his hand in a token gesture after Paul had already released the ball. The basketball found its mark, hitting the net with precision. As the Lakers inbound the ball, Russell brought it up court and passed it to Lin Tian on the wing. This time, the tenacious defender Batum was closely shadowing Lin Tian. Not far away, Russell extended his hand, eager for the ball, while Clarkson remained poised to receive a pass from Lin Tian. After Kobe exited the game, these players exhibited a remarkable degree of independence. Lin Tian, possessing the prowess of a prime Allen Iverson, was unmatched. No one could surpass him in solitary brilliance. Disregarding Russell's desire for the ball, Lin Tian commenced dribbling between his legs. The breadth of his arms widened, and suddenly he accelerated sharply to the right. Bam hurried to keep pace. Yet as he caught up, Lin Tian deftly transferred the ball from his right hand to his left, surging into the lane. This sudden change of direction left Bam off balance, nearly causing him to stumble. Helplessly, he could only watch as Lin Tian penetrated the interior. Griffin had already been drawn away by the smaller Nance, leaving only Hibbert and Jordan to defend the paint. Hibbert, seasoned and wise, noticed how effortlessly Lin Tian had evaded Bam and quickly stepped aside to grant Lin Tian passage. Meanwhile, Jordan, undeterred by Hibbert's gesture, glared intensely at Lin Tian, preparing to leap. The previous season, Jordan had earned a spot on the all-defensive first team. He would not allow this rookie to best him again after being overpowered in the last exchange. As Jordan engaged Hibbert defensively, Lin Tian could have passed the ball to Hibbert, but chose not to. The moment his right foot touched the paint, he sprang upward with explosive force, akin to a bamboo shoot thrusting through the earth, slamming the ball toward the basket with his right hand. Jordan, with his notorious temper, leapt simultaneously, muscles coiling, his arm reaching skyward as if to grasp the apex of the backboard. Facing the towering 2.11-meter Jordan, Lin Tian's basketball soared over his head, bypassing his fingertips, and forcefully descended into the net. Boom! Jordan was knocked to the floor by Lin Tian's momentum. A whistle blew, piercing through the arena. At that moment, Staples Center erupted with deafening cheers. Many spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, clutching their heads in astonishment. Even a normally stoic Kobe stood from the bench, waving a towel in excitement. The referee signaled a defensive foul, indicating that Jordan had transgressed. 21. That's a 21. Nance and Hibbert rushed over to Lin Tian, their excitement palpable as they exchanged high fives. Meanwhile, the fallen Jordan looked up at the referee, exasperation etched on his face, arms outstretched in dismay. Lin Tian approached the free throw line, ready to take a shot. Meanwhile, across the ocean in a live streaming room, the commentators exclaimed, "My goodness! Lin Tian just dunked over two-time rebounding champion Jordan. He even sent Jordan sprawling to the ground. This dunk is absolutely phenomenal. I never anticipated Lin Tian's athleticism to be this explosive. He plays with such tenacity. I've always said this young man has limitless potential." Apart from the two commentators, the live chat was inundated with messages. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, his spectacular dunk had already sparked a trending topic online. Standing at the free throw line, he received the ball from the referee, dribbled it twice, and effortlessly shot, the ball swishing through the net. The Clippers prepared to inbound the ball. Lin Tian continued to fixate on Batum, while Russell maintained a close guard. As Paul approached the free throw line, he found himself unable to take a shot that he caught a glimpse of Batum on the wing, passing the ball, when suddenly a figure darted in, snatching the ball with astonishing speed. Lin Tian successfully intercepted, and the Clippers were caught off guard. All eyes were glued to him as he surged down the court, executing a thunderous tomahawk dunk. Beep! The Clippers' head coach, Rivers, could no longer bear to watch, urgently calling for a timeout as the first quarter was nearing its conclusion. The score stood at 27-22, with the Clippers leading by 5 points. However, within a mere minute of play, Lin Tian had amassed 7 points and 1 steal. As he exited the court, the arena erupted in cheers and applause. Wealthy spectators and notable figures in the front row eagerly raised their phones, capturing his every move. Lin Tian noticed a starlet gazing intently at him from the corner of his eye, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Returning to the bench, he exchanged applause with his teammates and coaches. "Scott," brimming with excitement, exclaimed Lin. "That was magnificent." The team leader, Kobe, rarely showing such emotion, smiled broadly. "Rookie, that dunk you just made reminded me of my younger days, the passage of time." Scott gathered the players around with a tactical board. "Listen up. You all need to stay active today. When you have possession, I do not want to see any dead balls. Furthermore, Lin's performance has been commendable." Beep. The lengthy 100-second timeout swiftly concluded, and the referee's whistle pierced the air. Lin Tian and the others returned to the court, while the Clippers starters took a temporary respite, with Pierce and Jamal Crawford stepping in. This presented a prime opportunity for the Lakers to close the gap. Lin Tian's defensive assignment shifted to Pierce, who faced him and took a shot in the final 2 seconds. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, but Lin Tian secured the rebound that he quickly advanced, driving into the paint before the Clippers could establish their positions, executing a swift layup that brought the score to a mere 1-point deficit. When the ball returned to the Clippers, Pierce hurriedly attempted a shot as the clock wound down, this time succeeding. Buzz. The first quarter concluded with an audible signal resonating throughout the arena. In just 2 minutes on the court, Lin Tian had achieved an impressive tally of 9 points, 1 rebound, and 1 steal. The online chat and the streaming platform had erupted in fervor. "Wow, is this really the physical prowess of a player from our nation? Absolutely astonishing. Scoring 9 points in the first quarter with such brevity. Lin Tian's performance reminds me of that legendary 13 points in 35 seconds. So impressive." Before Lin Tian took to the court, no one believed a player on a 10-day contract could make such a significant impact. Yet, in just 2 minutes, he had utterly captivated the audience. Now, there remained 130 seconds of intermission. Scott pointed at Lin Tian with a pen, instructing, in the next segment, let the lineup remain unchanged. "The rest of you, do not crowd the paint, create space for Lin." Lin Tian's performance earlier warranted him several more unknown opportunities. Moreover, Scott had observed that Lin excelled at penetrating defenses. All 9 points he scored in the previous quarter were achieved within the restricted area. The second overall pick, Russell, looked astonished as a prominent figure. He had never experienced such treatment since joining the Lakers. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed the start of the second quarter. Lin Tian once again utilized his swift directional changes to drive into the paint, securing another 2 points. Standing at 2.05 meters, his speed was astonishingly rapid, leaving his defender utterly unable to keep pace. As Lin penetrated the lane, his gentle touch allowed him to score with remarkable ease. "Oh my God, this player from the Celestial Empire has single-handedly leveled the score. How on earth did he manage that? Could this young man have inherited Kobe's true legacy?" Yet his style is entirely distinct from Kobe's. It instead bears a striking resemblance to Allen Iverson. His crossover is indeed reminiscent of Iverson's. I must delve deeper into his statistics. It appears he is a 6'9" version of Iverson. The ESPN commentators could hardly contain their excitement. Following his basket, Lin Tian immediately returned to defense. After several exchanges, Lin attempted 2 three-pointers, successfully landing one. While he possessed the abilities of a peak Iverson, he also showcased the unique capabilities of his own physique. During his time with the South Bay Lakers, he maintained a three-point shooting percentage of 37%, which was quite respectable. With the score tied, Clippers head coach Rivers grew restless. Paul and the others had barely rested for 4 minutes before he summoned them back into the game. The Lakers and Clippers commenced a tug-of-war. Lin Tian found himself receiving the ball less frequently. The Lakers were not short of players adept at isolating and scoring. Nick Young, Lou Williams, Russell, and Clarkson, whenever they received the ball, had no intention of passing it back. Due to his outstanding performance in the first quarter, Lin Tian was allowed to play the entirety of the second quarter. Even when Kobe entered the game, it was Young who was substituted out, marking the first instance of Lin sharing the court with Kobe. By the twilight of his career, Kobe had significantly reduced his isolation plays, often taking fewer shots than both Russell and Lou Williams. In the second quarter, Kobe even passed the ball to Lin several times. As the second quarter drew to a close, the score stood at 60-55, with the Lakers trailing by 5 points. However, Lin Tian had amassed a game high of 18 points. He was also the sole player on the Lakers with a positive efficiency rating. Unfortunately, the Lakers' defense was appallingly inadequate. Each player was a master of isolation, with little inclination towards defensive responsibilities. This was especially true for Russell and Lou Williams, who were akin to sieves. Whenever Paul sought to score, he would invariably target them. Lin Tian, despite his commendable defense and occasional help, could not always execute his rotations flawlessly, resulting in 2 personal fouls. Moreover, Lin Tian could perceive the almost lethal glare emanating from Little Jordan. Ever since he executed a thunderous dunk over Jordan in the dying moments of the first quarter, Jordan had been brooding. Following the halftime intermission, the second half of the match commenced. Typically, the third quarter begins with the starting players taking to the court. Upon returning from the locker room, Lin Tian was poised to take his place on the bench to observe the game, but Scott had other plans. He directed the team's shooting guard, Clarkson, to take a seat on the bench. Clarkson, take a breather while Lin steps in at the small forward position, allowing Kobe to return to the shooting guard role. Clarkson complied and settled down on the bench. This season, due to the abundance of talent in the Lakers' backcourt, Kobe had often found himself playing the small forward position. Lin Tian's extraordinary performance today had earned him the opportunity to start in the second half, thereby allowing Kobe to return to the comfort of a shooting guard position. This adjustment did not go unnoticed by the 2 commentators from ESPN. Lin is starting the third quarter. It seems Scott holds him in high regard. If he can maintain his performance from the first half, I wouldn't be surprised if he were to start in the next game. Who would have imagined? The top scorer of the first half is merely a rookie who has played just 1 game. Let's hope the Lakers can elevate their performance. They must stay close on the scoreboard, or tonight's game will be rather dull. As the third quarter commenced, both teams displayed remarkable shooting accuracy, and the defensive intensity waned. Kobe appeared to hold Lin Tian in high esteem, occasionally passing him the ball and even calling out for him to take the initiative on offense. Lin Tian did not betray Kobe's trust, exhibiting a commendable shooting percentage. While it seemed that neither team could effectively defend against the other, the Clippers still maintained a substantial advantage. Before the third quarter concluded, Kobe was substituted for a rest, his stamina having dwindled. With Kobe out, the burden on Lin Tian's shoulders increased significantly. He was tasked with both offensive and defensive responsibilities, yet the gap in score continued to widen in favor of the Clippers. When Lou Williams and Nick Young found their rhythm, the situation was manageable. However, during their off moments, the defensive effort waned. Lin Tian's energy was rapidly depleting. Although he possessed the prowess reminiscent of peak Iverson, each foray into the paint drained considerable stamina. After completing the third quarter, Lin Tian was benched with 7 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. The score stood at 188, with the Lakers trailing by 12 points. As he hydrated, Lin Tian observed his teammates racing across the court. His absence further exacerbated the Lakers' defensive frailties. The white beast, Griffin, was able to exploit the paint at will, whether against young Nance or Hibbert, leaving the options reduced to either conceding dunks or sending Griffin to the free throw line. In that moment, Lin Tian could almost feel the helplessness akin to that experienced by Iverson during his MVP season. Fortunately, in a pivotal moment, Kobe found a shooting touch, preventing the score from becoming too lopsided. With 5 minutes remaining in the game, the Clippers called a timeout and were the first to introduce their closing lineup. Lin Tian looked on with anticipation at Scott. Noticing Lin Tian's gaze, Scott addressed him in front of all the players, saying, "Lin, once you enter the game, don't hesitate to drive." Lin Tian solemnly nodded in response. Beep! As the timeout concluded, Lin Tian, along with Kobe, Nance Jr., Randall, and Lou Williams, took to the court, forming the Lakers' final lineup. Though he had only rested for a few minutes, Lin Tian swiftly penetrated the paint upon his return, successfully scoring, bringing his tally to 28 points. Upon resuming play, Lin Tian instructed Lou Williams to guard Batum while he personally confronted Paul, determined to take on the challenge himself. Chapter 5: The Man Who Set Screens for Kobe. Paul serves as the cerebral core of the Clippers. Even before the game has concluded, he has already amassed a commendable 20 points, epitomizing a classic double-double. The synergy between him and Griffin is indeed perplexing. Notably, Paul maintains an impressively low turnover rate, making it exceedingly challenging for him to err. Lin Tian, determined to guard Paul, evokes a sardonic smile from the veteran. "Rookie, are you certain you can keep pace with my rhythm?" The disparity in their heights is striking. Lin Tian stands at 2.05 meters, while Paul is a mere 183 meters, rendering the defense of a smaller player against a larger one quite arduous. With a grin that reveals his pristine white teeth, Lin Tian retorts, "How will I know unless I give it a try?" Paul falls silent, dribbling the ball with his left hand while gesturing to his teammates with his right, clearly intent on a one-on-one showdown. The rookie had just executed a thunderous dunk over his young prodigy, DeAndre Jordan, and Paul was determined to retaliate. However, just as Paul gestured for his move, Lin Tian, swift as lightning, extended his long arm and snatched the ball from Paul's grasp. The sequence transpired with such rapidity that even Paul was momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his composure to pursue Lin Tian, the latter had already traversed half the court. With a resounding thud, amid the rapturous cheers of the crowd, Lin Tian surged to the basket and executed a powerful dunk. The atmosphere in the arena was entirely electrified by Lin Tian's performance. The two commentators from ESPN were in fits of laughter. "Huh? Can you believe CP was just robbed right under his nose?" Ladies and gentlemen, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you can expect to witness that moment on the highlight reels tomorrow. The Lakers rookie, wearing number 23, possesses astonishing speed. It's hard to fathom that he stands at 2.05 meters. Can his knees withstand such exertion? Smith. I initially believed tonight's spotlight would shine on Kobe or Griffin. Who could have anticipated it would be this young upstart? Perhaps this is the allure of basketball. Lin Tian's fast break was executed with such velocity that his teammates need not rush. They merely stood poised, awaiting the Clippers' inbound pass. As they transitioned back on defense, with Paul still in possession of the ball, Kobe took the initiative to high-five Lin Tian. "Hey, I appreciated your earlier display." Lin Tian did not respond, instead maintaining his focus on Paul. The smile had vanished from Paul's face, replaced by a serious demeanor. As a seasoned player, having the ball effortlessly stripped by a rookie was a significant blow to his pride. This time, he refrained from directing his teammates. Aware of Paul's thoughts, his longtime teammate Griffin instructed DeAndre Jordan, "Spread out." They drew the Lakers' Larry Nance and Roy Hibbert away, granting Paul a chance for isolation. Paul fixated on Lin Tian, initiating a series of dribbles between his legs. 2 seconds later, he accelerated, attempting to bypass Lin Tian. Yet, Lin Tian had already anticipated Paul's movement, retreating while simultaneously obstructing Paul's path. Despite Paul's commendable speed, he found it impossible to shake off Lin Tian. He could only pause and make a drastic change in direction. This is a commonly employed tactic in exploiting mismatches, using significant shifts in movement to compel larger defenders to sway with his rhythm, thereby causing the defender to lose balance and ultimately shake them off. Paul often utilizes this maneuver when facing taller opponents, and it has proven effective time and again. However, this time, he miscalculated. As he once again shifted to drive towards the basket, Lin Tian kept pace with Paul and maintained his position. His large hands resembled a vast net, firmly obstructing Paul's path forward. Once more, Paul felt the pressure emanating from this player from the Middle Kingdom. As he approached the paint, he glanced at the clock. There were fewer than 6 seconds remaining on the shot clock. He intended to pass the ball. Yet the Lakers' defense was formidable this round, denying him any opportunity to distribute. With no other option, Paul hastily leaped for a fadeaway jumper. Lin Tian also jumped, raising his right hand high. He did not block Paul's shot but successfully interfered with it. The ball veered off course, failing to even graze the rim, merely brushing against the backboard before being seized by the small but tenacious Nance stationed in the corner. A successful display of defense. Lin had disrupted Paul's shot. His defensive prowess should not be underestimated. The possession shifted to the Lakers, where Kobe took the ball and charged forward. Suddenly, he launched a jump shot. A three-pointer. It went in. The score tightened further. Beep. The Clippers called for a timeout. The young player from the East and Kobe had stalled the Clippers. "Damn it," Paul exclaimed, shaking his fist in frustration as he exited for the timeout. It had been a long time since he felt this vexed. Griffin approached and patted Paul on the shoulder. "CP, stay calm. We're still in the lead. I'll help you teach that rookie a lesson." Paul shook his head. "I'm not worried. They are destined to lose tonight." After the 102nd timeout, the Lakers fielded the same players. Upon receiving the ball, Paul found Lin Tian still defending him. This time, Paul refrained from forcing a drive, opting instead to dribble a bit longer before passing to Griffin. Griffin, leveraging his exceptional personal skill, scored against Randall's defense. Lou Williams brought the ball up the court, then, following the prearranged strategy, passed it to Lin Tian. He was once again confronted by Batum. Previously, whether it was Pierce or Griffin, their efforts to defend Lin Tian had not been particularly effective. Only Batum occasionally succeeded in pushing Lin Tian into attempting a three-pointer or a mid-range shot. For the majority of the game, Lin Tian had been able to find the basket with ease. At that moment, Kobe suddenly dashed to Lin Tian's side, drawing Paul into his orbit. Kobe proactively set a screen for Lin Tian, which was not part of the coach's scheme. Lin Tian, not overthinking it, swiftly dribbled to the wing, where Paul became his defender. With a clear height advantage, he positioned himself inside, rendering Paul completely unable to defend. As he reached the vicinity of the paint, Lin Tian soared into the air, releasing the ball. This was an even better position than the free throw line. Although Paul leaped, he was nowhere near reaching it, helplessly watching as the basketball swished through the net. The two commentators from ESPN chuckled as they conversed. The young player from the Lakers is certainly enjoying favorable treatment. He even had Kobe set a screen for him. Fortunately, he made the shot. Smith, do you recall the last player who received a screen from Kobe? I believe his surname was also Lin. As time ticked away and the game approached its climax, the intensity of the players escalated, with whistles sounding intermittently. Under the leadership of Lin Tian and Kobe, the Lakers gradually closed the scoring gap. With merely 1 minute remaining in the game, the score stood at 115. The Clippers held possession. As the 24-second shot clock neared its expiration, Paul utilized a screen to create a shooting opportunity. He launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc swish. The ball swished through the net, bringing the score to 115 with only 35 seconds left. Following the basket, Paul shot a fierce glare at Lin Tian, clearly venting his frustration. Chapter 6. In the final seconds, trailing in score, Scott hastily called for a timeout, marking their last opportunity to regroup this evening. As Lin Tian exited the court, he cast a glance at the scoreboard suspended above, noting he had amassed 36 points, alongside various statistics, save for assists, which remained at 0. A loss tonight would render his efforts futile. Scott, filled with urgency, began devising a strategy. His intent was clear. Upon resuming play, they would execute a fast break, taking any opportunity to shoot, whether from beyond the arc or within, without allowing precious time to slip away. The timeout was brief. Before Scott could finish his instructions, the referee's whistle pierced the air. At that moment, Kobe approached Lin Tian and said, "In a moment, set a screen for me. Then follow my lead. I will deliver the ball to you." Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Once the players returned to the court, Lou Williams inbounded the ball to Kobe, who began orchestrating his teammates' movements. The Clippers players were resolute, determined to thwart this pivotal play. The hearts of over 10,000 spectators raced in anticipation. The Clippers anticipated that Kobe would be the one to take the shot, prompting them to remain vigilant against his every move. Suddenly, from the corner, Lin Tian dashed towards Kobe, crossing his arms to execute a clean screen. Kobe maneuvered past him, Lin Tian's body effectively obstructing his defender, allowing Kobe to momentarily shake off Redick. With a sudden burst of speed, Kobe charged toward the basket. Although age and a ruptured Achilles tendon had diminished his pace, he still managed to evade both Paul and Redick. As Kobe neared the paint, Griffin and DeAndre Jordan instinctively abandoned their assigned opponents to protect the rim. Renowned for his penchant for isolation plays, Kobe rarely passed the ball once he penetrated the lane, even when teammates were wide open. However, over the past few seasons, this tendency had evolved as Kobe recognized he was no longer the airborne virtuoso he once was. Faced with the imposing presence of Jordan and Griffin, Kobe smiled, catching a glimpse of Lin Tian from the corner of his eye, and directly passed the ball to him. Both Jordan and Griffin, their attention captivated by Kobe, failed to notice Lin Tian sprinting in from behind. By the time they reacted to defend, Lin Tian had already leapt, poised to lay the ball in. In that fleeting moment, it was too late. In a fit of rage, Jordan, previously humiliated by Lin Tian's dunk, reached out and forcefully yanked him down midair. Fortunately, Lin Tian had already released the ball. However, he found himself crashing to the floor as Jordan pulled him down. Beep. As the ball swished through the net, the referee's whistle echoed, signaling a successful three-point play. Kobe rushed over, not to assist the fallen Lin Tian, but to shove Jordan, exclaiming, "Hey, do you want to ruin him?" Other Lakers players quickly gathered around. The Clippers hastily rallied around DeAndre Jordan, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The two commentators from ESPN chuckled, "Ha ha ha. Something's brewing. Are they about to fight? Rest assured, it won't escalate." While NBA players may not fear suspension, hefty fines will surely temper their fervor. DeAndre is feeling quite frustrated today. Indeed, If a young player dunked over me, I too would feel vexed. Yet I would never intentionally harm him. The crowd, numbering in the thousands, erupted in cheers. Fortunately, the referees managed to maintain control and promptly averted a potential conflict. Lin Tian was pulled aside by Kobe and Julius Randle. Seizing the moment while the referees reviewed the footage, they had the opportunity to discuss strategies with their coach. The ruling was swiftly announced. Both DeAndre Jordan and Kobe received technical fouls. This outcome had long been anticipated, so it came as no surprise. Lin Tian attentively reviewed the replay, feeling a sense of admiration for Kobe's actions. Returning to the court, Lin Tian positioned himself at the free throw line, afforded a singular opportunity to score. As the referee passed him the ball, he dribbled twice, collected it, and rhythmically spun it in his hands before releasing it. Swish. The free throw found its mark, elevating Lin Tian's personal scoring record to 39 points. Only 29 seconds remained. The score was tied. The Clippers opted not to call a timeout. DeAndre passed the ball to Chris Paul, who began to control the tempo. Lin Tian was tasked with defending him, the only player capable of keeping pace with Paul's rapid dribbling. Lin Tian focused intently on Paul, understanding that if he could successfully defend this play, they at least stood a chance of extending the game into overtime. With just 6 seconds left on the shot clock, the Clippers players frantically moved to create shooting opportunities. Paul faked a pass, then suddenly drove toward the basket. Every movement was under Lin Tian's watchful eye. As Paul surged forward, Lin Tian positioned himself to obstruct his path. Midway through his drive, Paul executed a sharp stop. This abrupt halt could easily disorient a defender. However, Lin Tian, though briefly thrown off balance, adjusted with remarkable speed, exceeding Paul's expectations. Should Paul attempt to shoot from this position, even if not blocked, his shot would undoubtedly face considerable disruption. Ultimately, Paul had no choice but to pass to Griffin, who received the ball and, despite Randle's defense, forcefully made his way to the basket. Once the shot was successful, Griffin gestured to the referee, indicating that it was a three-point play, though the official remained unresponsive. With Griffin's basket, the score shifted to 120-118. Kobe's face expressed an indescribable disappointment. While the young players displayed commendable offensive skills, their defense left much to be desired. However, expecting them to contain Griffin was indeed asking too much. Despite his seemingly short reach, Griffin's explosive power was formidable. Today, although Lin Tian significantly restricted Paul, Griffin played with remarkable ease. Only 5 seconds remained in the game, and the Lakers had no timeouts left. A mere 5 seconds was insufficient. Traversing from the backcourt to the frontcourt would consume nearly all that time, leaving them with no retreat. Many spectators in the arena had risen to their feet in excitement, and the commentary had intensified. Young Nance intended to pass the ball to Kobe from the backcourt, but unexpectedly, the Clippers initiated a defensive strategy against the inbound pass. Kobe and Lin Tian were encircled, denying Nance the opportunity to deliver the ball into their hands. The two hurriedly executed cross runs, and after much effort, they finally created a brief opening, allowing Nance to inbound the ball. The ball landed in Lin Tian's hands, and he swiftly advanced as he surged into the frontcourt. Only a second remained. Shoot. Shoot quickly. Kobe's urgent voice resonated in his ears. Chapter 7. A stunning victory over the Clippers. Without needing a reminder from Kobe, Lin Tian understood that at this moment, passing the ball was no longer an option. His defender was still the formidable Batum. Facing Batum's long arms, he pivoted towards the basket, leaping high while slightly leaning back. The basketball soared from his fingertips, sailing over Batum's head. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, every gaze followed the trajectory of the ball. Time seemed to stand still for Lin Tian, his hands maintaining the shooting posture. After tracing a graceful arc in the air, the ball swished through the net. It was in. My goodness. A game-winning three-pointer. 120-121. The Lakers triumphed by a single point. The 23rd son of the Middle Kingdom was the star of the Christmas showdown. After a brief silence, the arena erupted in a thunderous cheer. Lin Tian clenched his fists in exhilaration. In the next moment, the usually composed Kobe rushed towards him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Other Lakers players, including those on the bench and several coaches, stormed onto the court. Countless streamers cascaded from the ceiling, celebrating this rare victory. After all, they had defeated the third-ranked Clippers in the West. The players from the Clippers, the unfortunate losers of this Los Angeles derby, wore expressions of dismay. They had surprisingly lost to the Lakers, who were ranked last in the standings. This Christmas, it seemed they would struggle to find joy. Despite their disappointment, Paul remained quite a gentleman, shaking hands with the Lakers players before quietly departing the court. Across the ocean, in the Penguin live streaming room, commentators Wang Xing and Yang Yi could hardly contain their excitement. Goodness! Lin Tian's game-winning shot against the Clippers. Kobe was the first to rush over and celebrate with him. With this clutch shot, Lin Tian scored a total of 42 points in the game. The last Chinese player to surpass 40 points in a single NBA game was Yao Ming, over a decade ago. Who would have thought Lin Tian would perform so brilliantly today? His performance overshadowed that of Paul, Griffin, and even Kobe. The popularity of the Penguin live stream reached its peak, with comments flooding in. Lin Tian is incredible. No way. Another Lin frenzy. Coming off the bench. Scoring the highest of 42 points. Lin Tian declares, who else? I used to be a Rockets fan. Now I'm a diehard Lakers supporter. Lakers management, hurry and trade Russell and Clarkson. You should know who Kobe's successor is by now. What Lin Tian did not anticipate was that upon returning to the locker room after the celebration, Kobe poured a bucket of warm water over his head. He then presented Lin Tian with the game ball from tonight's match. It was indeed a night to remember. Lin Tian led the Lakers to end their losing streak, a gesture that can be considered the finest Christmas gift for everyone. After completing his interview, Lin returned to the apartment he rented. Previously, he was a member of the South Bay Lakers, earning a modest salary and residing in a slightly out-of-the-way apartment. His current 10-day contract with the Los Angeles Lakers is worth less than $50,000 and has not yet been fully dispersed. However, following the thrilling Christmas showdown tonight, he anticipates that the short-term contract will evolve into a long-term one. He firmly believes that Lakers general manager, Kupchak, will extend a contract offer to him. Alone in his apartment, Lin's emotions had yet to settle. He had seemingly replicated the peak abilities of Allen Iverson, and it felt as though he had also absorbed the latter's composure on the court. When he released that decisive shot, he experienced a sense of calm that surpassed his current state. Taking a deep breath, Lin attempted to engage with the system, but received no response. He then checked his phone and discovered numerous congratulatory messages from friends. Among them were several players from the homeland, as well as Lin Crazy, who currently plays for the Hornets. Lin shared a good rapport with Lin Crazy, having trained together frequently. Last season, Lin Crazy was still a member of the Lakers before transferring to the Hornets this summer. After replying to the messages, Lin felt fatigued, likely due to the day's exertions, and quickly drifted into sleep. He awoke the next day at 10 o'clock. Having just completed the Christmas game, the entire team had a day of rest. After finishing breakfast, Lin habitually opened his phone to check the news. The internet was inundated with articles about last night's Christmas clash. The renowned Sports Illustrated featured the headline, L.A. Derby, Lakers triumph over Clippers. The young prodigy from the homeland shines bright. Besides Sports Illustrated, various media outlets also published articles. Lakers end 8-game losing streak. Rookie No. 23 secures victory over Clippers. The foundation of a superstar, standing at 2.05 meters with Iverson speed. Rare sight. DeAndre Jordan shockingly dunked on by rookie. Lakers conclude 8-game losing streak. The future looks promising for the young prodigy from the homeland. Lin chuckled softly. These headlines served as his greatest encouragement. Yet they also instilled a sense of pressure. He then browsed through domestic sports forums. Undoubtedly, Lin's name was trending across various platforms, with some even dubbing him the light of the homeland players. Just as he was about to continue reading, his phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a familiar voice resonated. Hey, Lin, aren't you coming to the gym for practice today? It was Kobe's voice. Lin was taken aback. Kobe? How did you get my number? After all, he was merely a short-term contract player and was unaware of the contact details of other Lakers players. Oh, that is simple. I asked Kupchak for it. I see. If you're free, come to the gym for practice. Absolutely. Lin thought to himself that staying at home was not particularly productive, so he might as well go for training. The Lakers' training facility is not located within the Staples Center. Rather, the Staples Center serves merely as a multifunctional sports arena rented by the Lakers, not owned by the Buss family. Nevertheless, the training facility is in close proximity to the Staples Center. Upon Lin Tian's arrival at the training center, he encountered Kobe and his agent, Rob Pelinka, alongside a trainer. Kobe was meticulously practicing his shots, exemplifying his unwavering dedication as one of the most obsessive players in the league. His passion for basketball is truly admirable. Even on his days off, he is committed to training. Greatness is never merely spoken of. It is demonstrated through action. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Kobe uttered no words, simply tossing a ball his way. With minimal conversation, Lin Tian too commenced his training. The expansive gym resonated only with the sound of the basketball bouncing against the polished floor. Chapter 8 Buddy. Are you out of your mind? The playoffs? Lin Tian had trained for a solid hour and a half before finally sitting down on the bench beside Kobe. Kobe took a vigorous swig of his energy drink and then stretched his neck. In the past, I could spend an entire day in the gym without feeling fatigued. But now, that is no longer the case. You know how it is. I'm getting older, and injuries have taken their toll on me. Lin Tian wholeheartedly believed Kobe's words. He was undoubtedly one of the most dedicated players in NBA history. Rumor had it that he held his teammates to exceedingly high standards, often instilling fear in the younger players whenever he was around. You are one of the greatest of all time, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. But one must accept the passage of time, Kobe replied with a wry smile. This season is my final one in the league. At this, Kobe lowered his head. Earlier in March, he had publicly announced his intention to retire. This meant he had just 4 months left to play. In the last game, I saw the indomitable spirit in you, and I believe you will grow into a superstar in the future. Unfortunately, I want to have the chance to play another playoff game. After I retire, I hope you can lead everyone back into the playoffs. Lin Tian was puzzled. Why wait until after your retirement to make the playoffs? We still have a chance this season. Kobe looked at Lin Tian with an incredulous expression. Buddy, are you insane? The playoffs? While we all have dreams, it's better to stay grounded. We've played 31 games this season and have only won 6, losing 25. Do you realize that teams with such a record at this point in the season have never made it to the playoffs? Bus has already spoken to me about this. This season, we need to focus on developing new talent. Our goal is the top draft pick. While that may be hard to accept, often, one must confront reality. Kobe spread his hands in exasperation. Do you think I want to pass the ball to those rookies who play like they're in a circus? No. I want to kick their butts and tell them, youngsters, this is not how the game is played. Upon hearing this, both men couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, this was the Kobe Lin Tian knew. His ability to speak candidly to Lin Tian demonstrated a profound trust. Kobe then inquired, did Kupchak call you yesterday? Lin Tian shook his head. No, but he did send me a text late at night when I was already asleep. I was exhausted yesterday. Suddenly, Kobe's agent, Pelinka, interjected. If I'm not mistaken, Kupchak is already negotiating a new contract with you, right? Pelinka, a professional agent, had a close relationship with Kobe. Lin Tian recalled vividly that in his previous life, following Kobe's departure, the Lakers underwent a significant management overhaul, with Pelinka ascending to the position of general manager and later becoming the vice president of basketball operations. His rise was significantly tied to Kobe. Lin Tian nodded in affirmation. In his second NBA game of life, he scored an impressive 42 points and delivered a game-winning shot against the Clippers. Even a fool like Lakers general manager Kupchak would undoubtedly offer him a long-term contract. Kobe inquired, what are your thoughts? How substantial is the offer he presented you? Have you agreed? I replied via text, expressing my desire to focus on performing well in the next game before discussing contracts, which could be set aside for the time being. After a moment of surprise, Kobe's expression transformed into one of admiration. You have such a remarkable long-term contract opportunity before you, yet you wish to contemplate? I believe I might perform even better in the next game, Lin Tian smiled. At this moment, he embodied Allen Iverson at 2.05 meters tall, stronger than Iverson in his prime. If he hastily signed a long-term contract with the Lakers after just one game, the contract's value would undoubtedly be less than favorable. Excellent. Wonderful, Kobe exclaimed, patting Lin Tian on the shoulder. I hope you can become a cornerstone for the Lakers. Lin Tian replied earnestly, Kobe, I think we can still strive for the playoffs this season. That's impossible. Our defense is atrocious. Our offense is also unstable, allowing any team to score at will against us. Now that I'm here, the situation has changed. If we maintain a winning streak and acquire some immediate impact players before the trade deadline, reaching the playoffs isn't out of the question. A season consists of 82 games, and to qualify for the playoffs, one must win at least 42. We have already lost 25. Do you understand what that implies? There are 51 games remaining this season, and we can only afford to lose about 10, which is nearly impossible. Nothing is impossible. All right, but before that, focus on securing your contract first. I will speak positively about you during media interviews, yet ultimately, your performance in the next game is paramount. It is indeed a gamble. Kobe's intent was unmistakable. He would do his utmost to support Lin Tian. As their conversation concluded, Lin Tian prepared to leave but suddenly turned back and asked, Hey, Bryant, Are you still up for a one-on-one today? Kobe hesitated for a moment, then chuckled. Forget it. If my Achilles had not ruptured, I would have made you a rookie. Weep. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Tian arrived at the airport with a backpack. Tomorrow night, they would be facing the Charlotte Hornets on their home turf. Los Angeles is quite distant from Charlotte, nearly spanning the entirety of the United States, necessitating an early arrival. Upon boarding the team's private aircraft, he found Russell, Nick Young, Clarkson, and others already seated, laughing and playing cards. They greeted Lin Tian with smiles and extended an invitation to join their game, which he politely declined. He settled into a corner seat, marking his first experience aboard the Lakers' exclusive charter. He had to admit, the seats were exceptionally soft and comfortable. Approximately 10 minutes had passed when Kobe boarded the plane, and the cacophony of the players' chatter immediately diminished significantly to the point that even the game of poker ceased. After several hours of flight, they finally touched down in Charlotte. Tonight, they would spend the night at a luxurious 5-star hotel near the Time Warner Arena. A night of silence ensued. The following morning, Lin Tian rose early. After sharing a meal together, they proceeded directly to the Time Warner Arena to train with the Hornets. During away games, they typically utilized the home team's facility for practice. After half an hour of training, Scott and the other players arrived at the arena, and they commenced their morning practice. At noon, having finished their meal, Lin Tian and his companions returned to the hotel, when suddenly, Kupchak, who had traveled with the team to Charlotte, sought out Lin Tian. Chapter 9. This is akin to a 2.5-meter-tall Iverson. Hey, Lin. Have you truly contemplated this decision? A 2-year contract worth $16 million is already a commendable middle-class contract. It could elevate you to millionaire status, and the team would consequently incur substantial luxury taxes. The venerable Kupchak personally poured Lin a cup of coffee and earnestly remarked that you salvaged the team in the last match. It was merely one exceptional performance. Can you assure me that you can score 40 points in every game? Last night's Christmas showdown saw Kupchak and Lakers owner Jim Buss in attendance, witnessing Lin's extraordinary display and recognizing the promising future of this young talent. Following Lin's furious 42-point outburst, other teams were already eyeing him with keen interest. What troubled Kupchak and Buss was the plethora of reports in major sports publications indicating numerous teams were eager to sign Lin, including the Cavaliers, who were intent on contending for the championship this season. Last night, Kupchak's text to Lin bore little fruit, prompting him to personally accompany the team to Charlotte at Jim Buss's behest. His purpose for today was to finalize the contract swiftly and keep a close watch on Lin. After all, even if Lin's performance faltered tonight, many teams in the league would still extend offers based on his previous game. I'm not inclined to ponder other matters right now. Let us discuss after tonight's game, Lin smiled. After this evening's match, his 10-day short contract would expire. Kupchak inquired, Are you certain? Although Lin had only been with the Lakers for less than 10 days, he had already played in 2 games. According to league regulations, a player signed to a 10-day contract has its validity limited to either 10 days or a maximum of 3 games. Once either condition is met, the contract automatically becomes void, rendering Lin a free agent. Tonight's game against the Hornets would mark the 3rd match. Afterward, a decision must be made regarding his future. Lin remained unfazed. The beauty of a 10-day contract lies in the freedom it grants to the player. He took a sip of coffee, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it on Kupchak. Indeed, I am certain. Kupchak could only nod, momentarily wishing that Lin's performance would be slightly subpar tonight. In such a case, the balance of power in negotiations would tilt marginally in the team's favor. Unaware of Kupchak's inner thoughts, Lin finished his coffee, bid farewell to Kupchak, and departed. At precisely 7 o'clock in the evening, the Time Warner Arena stood ready. Nestled in the heart of Charlotte's commercial district, the arena boasted a commendable attendance, perhaps due to the recent Christmas celebrations. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the starting players from both teams shed their warm-up attire and stepped onto the court. Earlier that day, Lin had been informed by Scott that he would be taking to the starting lineup. This was entirely within everyone's expectations. His performance in the last match undoubtedly warranted a starting position. Furthermore, throughout this season, Scott's starting lineup has frequently shifted, with only Kobe's position remaining steadfast. The Lakers' starting lineup consists of Lou Williams, Kobe, Lin Tian, Larry Nance Jr., and Hibbert. The Hornets' starting 5 includes Kemba Walker, Nicholas Batum, Hairston, Marvin Williams, and Cody Zeller. As of now, the Hornets rank 5th in the Eastern Conference. When the game commenced, ESPN commentators were engaged in lively discussion. The Lakers player Lin Tian was elevated to the starting lineup tonight. This marks the final game of his 10-day contract, regardless of Lin's performance this evening. The Lakers have struck gold with this lottery ticket. It is almost certain that Lin will continue his journey in the NBA, though his next destination may not be with the Lakers. Indeed, viewers, tonight the Hornets owner, Michael Jordan, is personally overseeing the game. One wonders whether the team's star player, Kemba Walker, will dominate against the Lakers. Oh, the Lakers secured the first possession. Lin, with his signature drive, swiftly scored the first 2 points. On the court, with 2 points easily in the bag, Lin Tian quickly transitioned back on defense. The Hornets' defense pales in comparison to that of the Clippers. Tonight, he must score high to secure his next contract. Kemba Walker, after dribbling for several seconds, launched a three-pointer over Lou Williams' defense. Following the Lakers' inbound, Lou advanced the ball and passed it to Lin Tian. Lin shot immediately, but alas, the ball clanged off the rim. Indeed, his luck was not consistently favorable. Zeller secured the rebound. As Lin transitioned back, Kobe approached him and exclaimed, "Lin, tonight, shoot freely." He understood that Lin needed to score significantly, as this was a crucial proving ground. Perhaps over 20 other teams are closely watching Lin's performance. Kobe's words startled the other Lakers players. He had never spoken to any player in such a manner before. Meanwhile, Kemba Walker drove towards the free throw line and passed to Zeller in the paint. Zeller, facing Hibbert's defense, executed a bank shot, putting the Hornets temporarily ahead at 5-2. The Lakers inbound, and once again, Lou passed the ball to Lin Tian. This time, Lin did not recklessly attempt a three-pointer. Instead, he showcased his signature move, a wide-ranging dribble. As he dribbled with great flair, he bore a striking resemblance to Durant. After a series of crossovers, Lin executed a swift spin to effortlessly bypass the defender Batum, driving into the paint to score. The Hornets regained possession, but Kemba Walker made a costly error while passing, allowing Kobe to intercept the ball. In that instant of contact, Lin Tian dashed forward, his speed surpassing even that of Kemba Walker. Others were entirely unable to keep pace with him. Kobe executed a long pass from the backcourt to the frontcourt. Walker attempted to leap and intercept the ball, but at his height of 185 meters, he fell short. Lin Tian soared into the air to catch the ball, charging into the paint for a powerful dunk. Oh my goodness! Lin's speed is astonishing. Is this truly the pace one would expect from a player over 2 meters tall? Barkley, with his characteristic humor, remarked, "If this weren't on the court, I would assume he was a sprinter." In the ensuing minutes, Lin Tian repeatedly penetrated the interior. More often than not, he scored, and even when he missed, he drew fouls. After the Hornets called a timeout, they assigned Marvin Williams to defend Lin Tian. The two were of similar height, yet their speeds were worlds apart. Williams' defensive efforts paled in comparison to those of Batum. As the first quarter drew to a close, the Lakers held a lead of 30-26, with Lin Tian having already amassed 16 points. The ESPN commentator exclaimed in disbelief, "My heavens. He is nothing short of a 2.5-meter-tall Iverson." Lin's drives are strikingly reminiscent of Allen Iverson. Chapter 10. The Speed of the Celestial Empire. The finals' popularity may not be much higher than this in the first quarter. Lin Tian scored an impressive 16 points, but as the second quarter commenced, Coach Scott decided it was time for him to take a breather. The Lakers lineup turned into a group of substitutes aimlessly playing on the court. Notably, the Hornets' backup guard, Lin Kwang, entered the game in the second quarter. Lin Tian and Lin Kwang had exchanged pleasantries before the game, but once on the court, they were adversaries. Watching intently from a distance was Kupchak, anxiously engaged on his phone. Lin Tian's performance in the first quarter was enough to prompt any team to offer him a lucrative contract. Kupchak was undoubtedly discussing Lin Tian's contract renewal with team owner Jim Buss. If necessary, they might have to grit their teeth and sign him at a hefty price. With 8 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Lin Tian returned to the court, replacing Nick Young. Scott had come to understand Lin Tian's playing style. He favored ball handling. Thus, it was impractical to have too many isolation-oriented guards on the floor. Unfortunately, the Lakers lacked quality 3 and D players, which could have allowed Lin Tian to perform more comfortably. Upon entering the game, Lin Tian exchanged knowing smiles with Lin Kwang, requiring no further words between them. At this juncture, the Hornets had taken the lead. The Lakers' Russell had an affinity for reckless shooting, and once Lin Tian left the court, his teammates were eager to score. Coincidentally, it was Russell defending the Hornets' star player, Kemba Walker. His defense resembled that of paper. In just 2 minutes, Walker had already scored 6 points. If Lin Tian did not return to the game, the Lakers risked falling further behind. As soon as he re-entered, Lin Tian, while handling the ball, faced off against Batum and launched an aggressive attack, penetrating the paint with ferocity. His impeccable crossover left the Hornets forwards and interior players struggling. A moment of hesitation allowed Lin Tian to slice through the defense. Chuck Barkley, observing as Lin Tian stood at the free throw line, remarked with a grin, "The Hornets' interior players must be bewildered that a rookie from the D-League can dominate them like this." Smith noted the sidelines, where Hornets owner Michael Jordan seemed increasingly restless. Despite being the owner, Michael rarely attended home games. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied his mind upon witnessing the performance of this young player from the Lakers. With a chuckle, Michael picked up his phone, seemingly preparing to make a call. Could he be considering urging the Hornets general manager to sign Lin? It was indeed a possibility. Today marked the expiration of Lin's 10-day contract, and given the Lakers' salary situation, retaining him was far from guaranteed. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, commentators Wang Ming and Yang Yi were covering the Lakers game. Since Lin Tian's heroic performance in the Christmas showdown, a wave of basketball fervor had swept through the country. Few could have anticipated that in the post-Yao Ming era, such an extraordinarily talented player would emerge. Overnight, nearly all media outlets had reported on this phenomenon. Even individuals in the Celestial Empire who have never before encountered the sport of basketball are now familiar with a player named Lin Tian from across the ocean. This phenomenon surpasses the fervor surrounding Lin madness of yesteryears by leaps and bounds. The Los Angeles Lakers have always enjoyed immense popularity in the Celestial Empire, and with Lin Tian's emergence, their acclaim has reached unprecedented heights. The viewership for today's seemingly ordinary regular season game has eclipsed even that of the previous Christmas showdown, boasting more than double the audience. The streaming platform experienced occasional buffering due to the overwhelming number of viewers, leaving even the executives at Penguin Sports astounded. One can only imagine the level of enthusiasm during the annual finals would pale in comparison. Veteran commentators Wang Ming and Yang Yi felt the mounting pressure as they passionately recounted the events of the second quarter. Lin Tian delivered on expectations, scoring an impressive 25 points with remarkable efficiency. Wang Ming summarized the first half's developments, glancing at the player's statistics on his tablet, and proclaimed, "Currently, our own Lin Tian has scored 25 points, the highest in the game." Yang Yi quickly concurred. Indeed, he has maintained the momentum from the last game, showcasing what the Celestial Empire's speed truly means to fans across America. Wang, as I understand it, this marks Lin Tian's final game under his 10-day short contract. Fans are eagerly speculating whether he will remain with the Lakers after tonight, Wang Ming posited, voicing the query most frequently posed by viewers in the chat. Although the commentators couldn't see the real-time comments, the production crew was attentive to the audience's inquiries and relayed them accordingly. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, remarking, "That's quite difficult to ascertain. We all know the salary cap this year is set at $70 million, and the Lakers have already triggered the luxury tax. The financial implications of securing a long-term contract with Lin Tian are staggering, contingent upon the willingness of the Buss family to invest. To my knowledge, over 20 teams in the league have expressed interest in signing Lin Tian. Nevertheless, the Lakers still hold a significant chance of retaining him, given the lucrative market in Los Angeles and the inherent draw of the franchise. Let us not forget that Kobe also plays for the Lakers. He has been vocal in his praise for Lin Tian prior to the game, seemingly attempting to bolster his standing," Wang Ming added. Indeed, should Lin Tian remain with the Lakers, he stands to learn a great deal from Kobe. Unbeknownst to them, millions of viewers in the streaming room were voicing their frustrations. This is just a convoluted stream of nonsense. Who doesn't know other teams are interested in Lin Tian? Is this the level of commentary we can expect? I could do better. I am a diehard Lakers fan. I genuinely hope Lin Tian stays with the Lakers. I am a fan of Kobe. I am also a fan of Lin Tian. Whichever team he signs with, I will support them. Lin Tian is remarkable. Celestial Empire speed." As the halftime concluded, the third quarter commenced. During this period, the majority of the ball possession remained firmly in Lin Tian's hands. He relentlessly assaulted the Hornets' interior with dazzling maneuvers and terrifying speed. Time and again, the Hornets' forwards and big men had scarcely faced such a challenge this season. The defender, Batum, was left questioning his very existence, having accrued 4 fouls. Lin Tian completely transformed his perception of players from the Celestial Empire. Wasn't he commonly believed that players from this region lacked physical prowess? Yet, the player he encountered today possessed a physique akin to that of a monster. Not only was he fast, but his agility in changing direction was remarkable. During one of his penetrations, Batum nearly found himself outmaneuvered by Lin Tian. Furthermore, Lin Tian's defensive prowess was equally impressive. Prior to this match, Batum had been averaging over 15 points per game. However, in this contest, he had managed to sink only a single three-pointer thus far. As the third quarter came to a close, Lin Tian enjoyed a brief respite. Sitting on the bench, he wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced up at the scoreboard, which displayed his statistics: 30 points, 6 rebounds, 3 steals, 0 blocks, and 1 assist. Chapter 11. I must admit, I am not well versed in the intricacies of offense. However, neither should you presume to comprehend them. Aside from Lin Tian, the remaining players on the Lakers are experiencing a lackluster performance, including Kobe Bryant. The current score stands at 75-76, with the Hornets maintaining a slender lead of 1 point. Had it not been for Lin Tian's remarkable contributions in the first 3 quarters, the game would have already been decisively claimed by the Hornets. Scott has strategically arranged the lineup for the final quarter while outlining the tactics for this segment. He refrains from assigning specific strategies to Lin Tian, recognizing that the latter has expended considerable energy and requires a respite. As the fourth quarter commences, the Lakers entrust the ball to Kobe for organization. Both teams begin the quarter with a noticeable chill in their shooting touch. After missing his first 2 attempts, Kobe finally finds his rhythm, sinking a three-pointer. Kemba Walker and Lin Tian have both exhibited commendable performances today, with Walker particularly thriving in his gameplay. As the game dwindles to 4 minutes remaining, the substitutes are withdrawn, and the starters take the floor. Scott has decided to allow Lin Tian to play the entirety of the fourth quarter. Compared to the earlier segments, Lin Tian's performance in the first half of this quarter has been underwhelming, managing only 2 open three-point attempts, both of which result in misses. Consequently, he remains scoreless thus far in the fourth quarter. Fortunately, Kobe has made several baskets and Russell has managed to contribute a few points, keeping the score closely contested. As the game approaches its climax, without the need for Lin Tian to utter a word, Kobe brings the ball up the court and passes it to him. Upon receiving the ball, Batum quickly retreats a couple of steps, attempting to guard against a drive but leaving Lin Tian unchallenged for a shot. With several feet of space, Lin Tian stands poised to shoot a three-pointer without the threat of a block. Furthermore, Marvin Williams, the Hornets' power forward, abandons his assigned opponent and charges toward Lin Tian. This unexpected double-team leaves Charles Barkley in the studio astounded. What? The Hornets are opting to double-team Lin? Surely, this treatment is reserved for superstars. Smith nods in agreement. A rookie on a 10-day contract warrants such defensive attention? One might think they were guarding LeBron. Initially taken aback by the sudden double-team, Lin Tian quickly regains his composure. After all, it is merely a double team. With remarkable agility, he passes the ball to Kobe stationed on the wing and then sprints toward the paint. Kobe, intending to shoot a three-pointer, finds Marvin Williams' speed overwhelming, forcing him to redirect the pass back toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian glances at the arc of the ball, which appears slightly elevated, resembling a shot yet akin to a pass, with the Hornets center, Zeller, poised beneath. Zeller leaps, ready to intercept the pass. Lin Tian inhales deeply. The pass is indeed too high, yet he has no alternative. As the ball nears Zeller's grasp, Lin Tian grits his teeth and summons all his strength for a desperate leap. In this moment, his legs unleash astonishing power. Rising into the air, his head towers over Zeller's by a significant margin, despite both players being in a jumping stance. Lin Tian intercepted the ball passed by Kobe just before Zeller could reach it, with the hoop perfectly positioned before him. With a resounding thud, he forcefully slammed the ball through the basket, causing the entire rim to tremble slightly. The connection between Kobe and Lin was remarkable. What an astonishing leap. Charles, did you witness that? This rookie from the Lakers jumped higher than Zeller by a head. Indeed, I saw it. This guy's jumping ability is truly terrifying. He reminds me of LeBron. If all goes well, this play is destined to be one of today's top 10 highlights. The Lakers have truly struck gold this time. It remains to be seen if they can retain this young talent. With this dunk, Lin Tian's score reached 32 points. Ordinarily, such an electrifying dunk would warrant a celebration with Kobe, but with an urgent need to return on defense, the two merely exchanged a quick high-five. The crowd at the Hornets' home court grew noticeably quieter. As the Hornets prepared to inbound the ball, Kemba Walker held possession. At that moment, Lou Williams was defending Walker, having replaced Russell on the court. In the closing stages, Scott placed greater trust in the seasoned Williams, whose experience surpassed that of Russell. While Kemba Walker was still stalling, Lin Tian swiftly approached him and said to Luis, let me take on the challenge. Williams, already struggling to defend Walker, felt relieved at Lin's words and shifted his focus to Lin's aggressive defense. Lin Tian spread his arms wide, ready to guard Walker. Although Walker's height was comparable to that of Chris Paul, standing before Lin, he appeared diminutive, yet his explosiveness was formidable. Seeing Lin take the initiative to defend him, a smile reminiscent of Paul's surfaced on Walker's face. He suddenly launched himself, sprinting powerfully towards the paint, his explosiveness being his greatest asset. Lin Tian kept his eyes fixed on Walker, and as the latter initiated his move, he took a calculated risk, reaching out a hand to swipe the ball. If he succeeded, he could steal it. If he failed, he would merely watch Walker drive into the lane. Fortunately, Lin's gamble paid off. He managed to knock the ball away from Walker, sending it tumbling to Kobe's feet not far away. Seizing the opportunity, Kobe raced forward with the ball, easily scoring against Batum. The score shifted to 90-88, with the Lakers now leading by 2 points. Upon seeing Kobe score, Lin Tian shrugged towards Kemba Walker, saying, "I may not be well versed in offense, but you shouldn't expect to understand it either." Just as he uttered those words, a familiar sound echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has successfully imitated Tony Allen. The host will acquire all abilities of peak Tony Allen. The familiar surge of unknown energy flooded into Lin's body, invigorating him. He noticed a Hornets player preparing to shoot from the corner and felt an overwhelming desire to rush over and defend. This yearning to defend seemed deeply ingrained in his very being. It was only then that he recalled the phrase he had casually uttered after stopping Kemba Walker, which was a classic quote from the defensive expert Tony Allen. He astonishingly replicated every ability of the peak Tony Allen. Who is Tony Allen, you may ask? He is a defensive maestro, a player whom even Kobe Bryant had to admire. It could even be asserted that he is the finest one-on-one defender in the annals of NBA history. Both current stars, Durant and Kobe, have faced considerable challenges against him. With the mastery of Tony Allen-esque defensive prowess, Lin Tian has now become a fusion of Allen Iverson and Tony Allen. Moreover, his current defensive capabilities are likely to surpass those of the peak Tony Allen, as he possesses Iverson's speed and LeBron's height. He has successfully evolved into a formidable force on both ends of the court. Just then, Kemba Walker approached, dribbling the ball. Fueled by an insatiable desire for defense, Lin Tian charged forward. His gaze transformed, and upon noticing the intensity in Lin Tian's eyes, Kemba Walker felt a surge of alarm. Yet, gritting his teeth, he opted to drive forward. However, barely a few steps into his dribble, Lin Tian had already anticipated the ball's trajectory, reaching out to swipe it away. Chapter 12. The Base family is prepared to spend a truckload of money to secure his contract renewal. After seizing the racket, Lin Tian retrieved the ball himself, charging towards the front court like a ferocious beast. Kemba Walker, pressured by Lin Tian's relentless pursuit, attempted to reach out and grasp him, willing to incur a foul rather than allow Lin Tian an easy score. Yet, the opportunity slipped away in the blink of an eye. His reaction was a beat too slow, and before he could reach Lin Tian, the latter had already stormed into the Lakers' front court and scored. With these 2 points, Lin Tian had amassed a total of 34 points, bringing the score to 92-88, with the Lakers leading by 4. Lin Tian had yet to break a sweat, prompting the Hornets to hastily call a timeout. As Kemba Walker trudged toward the bench, his face was etched with frustration. As the leader of the team, being successfully pressured twice by a towering opponent was simply unacceptable. On the other hand, the Lakers had fully regained their momentum, with Kobe celebrating alongside Lin Tian with a shoulder bump. Aside from the previous game's buzzer beater, Kobe had not felt this exhilarated in quite some time. He excitedly exclaimed to Lin Tian, "Buddy, I love those 2 steals you just made. You completely bewildered Kemba Walker, haha." Lin Tian responded with a smile, astonished by his own 2 steals. After replicating the peak abilities of Tony Allen, he discovered a fervent desire for defense within himself. Whenever Kemba Walker had possession of the ball, Lin Tian couldn't help but adhere closely to him, ready to disrupt. Moreover, his lateral quickness and anticipation seemed to have significantly improved. In that recent steal, he had accurately predicted where Kemba Walker intended to dribble the ball. Tony Allen possessed exceptional stealing prowess, while Allen Iverson had been the steals leader for 3 consecutive seasons in his career. Lin Tian had emulated both their abilities. How could he not be formidable? As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, Lin Tian stepped onto the court and fixed a determined gaze upon Kemba Walker. The typically composed Kemba now furrowed his brow. What nonsense had this fellow just spouted? What did he mean by not comprehending offensive capabilities? Today, this young man from the Celestial Empire had scored 34 points. Was that not an understanding of offense? There was no need to flaunt such bravado. Little did he know, Lin Tian had merely recited a classic quote from Tony Allen. Zeller passed the ball to Kemba Walker, who brought it up court. As he dribbled past half court, Lin Tian had already enveloped him with outstretched arms. Kemba hastily passed the ball to Batum, then maneuvered to momentarily shake off Lin Tian. Batum subsequently tossed the ball back to Kemba Walker, but Lin Tian shadowed him closely, a specter looming before him. His towering height of over 2 meters exerted considerable pressure on Kemba Walker. However, Kemba was accustomed to facing such tall defenders, often able to bypass them with a quick first step. His explosive acceleration at the moment of takeoff was unmatched in the league, with few able to keep pace with him. With Lin Tian at his back, Kemba turned his head, searching for his teammates on the court. Observing his demeanor, it appeared that he was poised to distribute the ball at any moment. The players from the Hornets frantically maneuvered on the court, seeking opportunities to receive the pass. Just as most of the audience diverted their attention elsewhere, Kemba Walker unexpectedly sprang into action. This was indeed Kemba Walker's signature skill. After 2 previous turnovers that left him visibly disheartened, he felt compelled to redeem himself. He chose to break through on Lin Tian's left side. Defenders often find it challenging to keep pace with their attacking counterparts. Yet, Lin Tian's physical prowess had already surpassed that of the average individual. Anticipating Kemba Walker's decision to drive, he not only kept stride with him, but also effectively sealed off his path of attack. When his arms spread wide, they resembled an immense net, while his body stood firm like an imposing wall. Kemba Walker believed that this time, no one could match his burst of speed. Yet he underestimated the giant before him. In a moment of distraction, Lin Tian inexplicably extended his right hand and forcibly seized the ball from Kemba Walker's grasp. In a panic, Kemba rushed forward and embraced Lin Tian in an attempt to prevent another fast break, committing a foul in the process. In the ESPN studio, Barkley was left agape. "Oh my God, look at how this kid has rendered Kemba Walker ineffective. Why does his defensive technique resemble that of Tony Allen?" Smith, seated beside him, remarked, "Kemba Walker's hallmark is his explosive power. Once that young player from the Celestial Empire grasps this, Kemba's situation will become exceedingly precarious." In the final minutes of the fourth quarter, as the star player, Kemba Walker made 3 consecutive blunders. It was hardly a performance that would please their owner, Michael. Laughingly, it seemed as though Michael in the audience was shaking his head. "Charles, although the game is not yet concluded, what kind of contract do you believe this young talent from the Celestial Empire deserves?" Barkley stroked his chin and replied, "Based on his performance today and in the previous game, I think the Base family will need to shell out a truckload of money to secure his extension." Laughter filled the studio, while the Time Warner Arena echoed with the discontented boos of numerous spectators. The home team's display was not only disappointing for Michael Jordan, but also for the Hornets fans present. After all, their opponents were the bottom-dwelling Lakers of the West. Yet, amidst the cacophony of boos, there were also cheers emanating from the Lakers supporters. More precisely, they were all fans of Kobe. The external narrative branded Kobe's final season as a farewell tour, and with the media's amplification, Lakers fans now constituted a significant portion of any game, whether home or away. Kemba Walker's 3 turnovers had cornered the Hornets, yet they exhilarated the Lakers fans. They came to watch the game with little hope of a Lakers victory. Merely witnessing Kobe on the court was a reward in itself. Yet now, astonishingly, the team was in the lead. Victory is tantalizingly close, rendering the situation even more delightful. With merely 2 minutes remaining in the contest, the Lakers maintain a slender lead of 4 points, and possession of the ball rests firmly with them. As the players re-enter the court, the Lakers execute an inbounds play, the basketball resting in Kobe's hands. However, Kobe deftly passes the ball to Lin Tian, simultaneously lowering one hand across his chest in a subtle signal to manage the clock. Lin Tian, fully aware of the strategy, anticipates the moment when only 6 seconds remain on the shot clock, at which point Kobe charges forward to set a screen. Navigating past Kobe, the defender is momentarily delayed, allowing Lin Tian to surge into the paint without a hint of pressure, soaring to dunk triumphantly against Zeller's defense. His score continues to rise, now reaching an impressive 36 points. With no timeouts left to call, the Hornets can only hastily inbound the ball and launch a fast break, attempting a 3-pointer that ultimately fails to find its mark. Young Nance secures the rebound. At this juncture, the Hornets face an uphill battle to claim victory. Chapter 13 Kobe. Lin, you need not answer this question. With the clock winding down, Kobe held the ball, and Kemba Walker charged at him, committing a foul. As Kobe stepped to the free throw line, the audience erupted in applause. His career free throw percentage was commendable. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Kobe coolly sank both shots. extending the Lakers' lead to 8 points with just over 40 seconds remaining in the game. Kemba, bringing the ball up the court, launched a three-pointer from 2 meters beyond the arc, yet the shot failed to find the net. He shook his head in frustration, his face a canvas of disappointment. This was undeniably his poorest performance in a month. As the players regrouped on the Lakers' side, they once again played the clock, culminating in Kobe making a 2-point shot that solidified a 10-point lead. Following the Hornets' inbound pass, they ceased their offensive efforts, merely biding their time. The final buzzer resonated throughout the Warner Brothers Arena, sealing the game with a score of 98-88 in favor of the Lakers, who triumphed by a margin of 10 points. With the referee's whistle marking the conclusion of the match, the highest scorer was none other than the Lakers' number 23, Lin Tian, who recorded an impressive 36 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 6 steals, 0 blocks, and 0 turnovers. His stellar performance captivated the entire audience. Kobe Bryant contributed 24 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists to the Lakers' victory. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and his teammates embraced in celebration. At that moment, the exuberant Lin Crazy approached Lin Tian, exclaiming, "Dude, oh my goodness, this is insane. You scored 36 points, congratulations." "Thank you," Lin Tian replied with a smile. "You've changed so much since we last met." Lin Crazy marveled. "I can't believe Kobe actually set screens for you." Lin Tian countered. "Didn't Kobe set screens for you too?" "Haha, our situations are completely different. The last time Kobe set a screen for me. You have no idea how reluctant he was," Lin Crazy chuckled, reminiscing about their time together on the Lakers last season, where his rapport with Kobe was not particularly strong. Nevertheless, he had moved on, as he was now following in Kobe's footsteps. "I want to keep you. I'm off to exchange jerseys with Kobe." Lin Tian chuckled helplessly, aware that wherever Kobe played, home or away, there were always players eager to swap jerseys with him, given that this was Kobe's final season. This necessitated the Lakers' equipment manager to prepare several extra jerseys for him. After the celebration, Lin Tian returned to the locker room, where he first enjoyed a refreshing shower before being notified by team staff about a post-game interview. Typically, the team's stars, along with the head coach, would be scheduled for interviews after a game. However, exceptions occasionally arose. Should a player exhibit extraordinary performance, they might also garner media attention. Clearly, today, Lin Tian was such an exception. Lin Tian, Kobe, and Scott entered the media room together. Scott was the first to be interviewed, uttering a series of insipid remarks. Yet he did commend Lin Tian's performance. Following him was Kobe, who incessantly praised Lin Tian, leaving the journalists in attendance astonished. They were well aware of Kobe's character. In previous interviews, he seldom lauded his teammates' performances for fear of fostering complacency. Next, it was Lin Tian's turn for the interview. Although the attention in Charlotte paled in comparison to that of the Lakers, numerous cameras were nonetheless trained on Lin Tian and his companions. Undeterred by the spectacle, Lin Tian remained composed. A multitude of journalists clamored for his attention, raising their hands, microphones, or notepads in hopes of being acknowledged by him. Lin Tian casually selected a female journalist, who promptly posed her question. "Hey, Lin, you delivered an outstanding performance tonight, scoring a remarkable 36 points, leading the team to victory. This marks the Lakers' only consecutive wins of the season. What do you have to say about it?" "Well, all of our players put in tremendous effort today, and everyone was in good form. It was a fantastic victory," Lin Tian replied, offering a very official response. He had been trained on how to address media inquiries, rendering this no challenge for him. Another journalist then asked a second question. "Lin, your defense against Kemba Walker in the final minutes of the fourth quarter was quite effective. Was this a directive from the coach, or was it a spur-of-the-moment decision on your part?" This question was somewhat tricky, as Scott had not instructed Lin Tian to guard Walker. Lin Tian's decision was entirely his own. Revealing this could diminish Scott's standing within the team, as ignoring a coach's directive could have serious repercussions. Although Scott was not particularly distinguished as a coach, Lin Tian saw no reason to offend him. He took a sip of water and responded, "The coach suggested I try guarding Kemba Walker because he knew I had success defending Chris Paul in the previous game. When faced with inquiries, sometimes one must exhibit a degree of cunning. One must never allow oneself to be cornered." Despite the attractive appearance of the journalist, one could easily fall into her trap. These reporters were eager to uncover any scandal. Scott, seated beside Lin Tian, displayed a moment of surprise, but his expression quickly returned to normal. The third journalist began to inquire, "This is your third game since signing a 10-day contract with the Lakers. According to league regulations, you are now a free agent. Have you discussed a new contract with the Lakers? Have other teams reached out to you? Lin Tian was contemplating how to respond when Kobe suddenly interjected, looking at Lin Tian. Lin, you don't have to answer that question. Discussions regarding trades or contract renewals were exceedingly sensitive at this juncture, and Kobe was evidently aware of this. Lin Tian chose to respect the media, casting a reassuring glance towards Kobe. To be honest, I am not entirely certain about my own future, but who wouldn't want to play alongside Kobe? He is undoubtedly one of the greatest players in NBA history. At that moment, the Lakers' public relations staff announced that the interview had concluded. Upon returning to the locker room, Lin Tian tidied up his personal belongings while his jersey and shoes had already been collected by the equipment department. The Lakers had another back-to-back game scheduled for tomorrow night, necessitating an immediate flight back to Los Angeles. Although Lin Tian had regained his freedom, he still opted to travel with the team back to L.A. On the plane, they finally had several hours to rest. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, during this time, news about him had erupted throughout the American sports scene. Countless general managers were eager to personally call Lin Tian's agent, and some team owners even took matters into their own hands. However, these teams encountered a significant issue. Lin Tian, the player from the Middle Kingdom, had no agent whatsoever, having played only 3 NBA games. He had previously spent his time with the South Bay Lakers, competing in the G League. The salaries of G League players are drastically lower compared to those in the NBA. It is no surprise that many players cannot even afford to sustain themselves, let alone hire an agent. Only a select few young players with promising draft prospects might consider hiring an agent, as their salaries tend to be somewhat higher. Without an agent, the general managers of these teams were left to devise ways to extract information from the Lakers. Typically, due to the frequent trades among teams, player information is not heavily guarded. Yet this time, all the general managers seeking information about Lin Tian from the Lakers were met with a firm refusal. Chapter 14. Kobe shreds Lin Tian's contract. After all, Lin Tian's performance in the past 2 games was enough to make any team covetous. Upon their return to Los Angeles, Lin Tian and his companions disembarked from the plane. To everyone's astonishment, Lakers owner Jim Buss was there awaiting their arrival. More specifically, he was there to meet Lin Tian. It is exceedingly rare for a team owner to personally greet players at the airport, especially for the young athletes who have never received such treatment before. However, they all possess the self-awareness to understand that Jim Buss's presence was solely for the purpose of discussing Lin Tian's contract. Consequently, they might have to worry about their own futures, as the Lakers' payroll had already triggered the luxury tax. If Buss intended to invest heavily to retain Lin Tian, some of the current players might find themselves traded. Russell, Randall, and Nick Young merely exchanged pleasantries with Buss before departing. Just as Kobe was about to leave, Buss caught him. "Hey, Bryant, aren't you going to help me keep this exceptional young talent?" With that prompt, Kobe paused. In his younger days, he would have pressured the team to make enhancements, but in recent seasons, he had become indifferent to such matters. Now that the Lakers had finally struck gold, he too wished to retain Lin Tian. The group climbed into Buss's extended Maybach. It was Lin Tian's first experience in such a luxurious vehicle. As the door closed, the world outside seemed to hush. The car began its journey to Lin Tian's residence, with Buss intent on having him sign the contract before they reached his apartment. Buss subtly gestured to Kupchak, who promptly understood and retrieved a stack of contracts from his briefcase. Lin Tian was not surprised. He accepted the contract and began to read it meticulously. "Lin, this is the best offer we can make at present. The team will incur a substantial luxury tax for this. I hope you will give it serious consideration," Buss stated. Lin Tian quickly found the salary in the contract. 2 years for $16 million, fully guaranteed. Upon seeing that figure, he nearly instructed the driver to stop the car immediately. It was widely said that after the passing of old Buss, his son had taken over the Lakers, becoming miserly and reluctant to invest in strengthening the team, leading to the current disarray. This was indeed true. Having performed so admirably in the last 2 games, Lin Tian thought, how could they think to dismiss him with merely $8 million a year? That was no more than Lou Williams' salary. Was Williams' defense comparable to his own? Buss was being excessively stingy. Lin Tian struggled to contain his frustration, but Kobe could not hold back. Noticing the expression on Lin Tian's face, he took the contract from Lin Tian's hands. Upon reading the salary, Kobe's expression turned frigid. "A contract slightly above the minimum? You insult him. Is his defense worth so little?" With that, Kobe furiously tore the contract into shreds before Buss. Both Buss and Kupchak appeared troubled. Their intention in inviting Kobe into the vehicle had been to enlist his help in persuading Lin Tian. However, Kobe's reaction caught them off guard, and it proved to be rather counterproductive. Little Bus, being quite astute, hastily interjected, "Lin, I acknowledge your exceptional performances in the previous 2 games. And there are teams willing to offer contracts exceeding this one. Yet, you are aware of our team's financial constraints. For every additional dollar allocated to you, we face exorbitant luxury tax liabilities that the team can scarcely bear. Should you sign this contract, the exposure you gain in Los Angeles over the next 2 years could lead to numerous endorsement opportunities, potentially surpassing your on-court earnings. Are you aware that some teams are prepared to extend a maximum salary contract of $15 million per year to you?" Before Lin could respond, Kobe spoke up, clarifying that according to league regulations, players who have been in the league since 2006 are eligible for a maximum starting salary of $15 million. Therefore, the highest salary Lin could command in his first year would be just above that amount, which is even higher than this year's top draft pick. The team's second overall pick, Russell, is earning $5 million this year. At this moment, Lin interjected, "I do not believe my worth is merely $8 million per year. If you are not willing to demonstrate sincerity, I would not hesitate to engage in discussions with other teams. His defensive prowess alone is worth more than $5 million. Little Bus felt a surge of urgency. He was acutely aware of Lin's current market value. If they let him go, other teams would eagerly pursue him. Moreover, numerous teams could afford to offer over $15 million. Acquiring a prodigious 19-year-old talent is undoubtedly a gamble worth taking. Yet, Little Bus found himself in a quandary. The team's objective was quite clear: to intentionally lose games for a shot at next year's top draft pick, which they were determined to secure, namely the highly coveted Ben Simmons. Thus, while Lin's leadership had brought the team 2 victories, it was a source of both joy and discomfort. The circumstances have shifted. If they were to commit substantial luxury tax payments to sign Lin, the team would be obligated to develop him, a player who has only participated in 3 games, albeit with outstanding performance, would find it challenging to warrant a maximum salary contract. There are numerous cautionary tales of players whose performance dramatically declined after signing such contracts. After a moment's hesitation, Little Bus gritted his teeth. 2 years for $20 million. That is my final offer. Given the brevity of time, the team could not maneuver or make trades effectively. Noticing Little Bus had relented, Kobe recognized that there was still room for negotiation. "Do you know what the Cavaliers' total payroll is this season? It exceeds $100 million. The combined salaries of the Cavaliers' Big Three approach $60 million this season, making them the team facing the steepest luxury tax in the league." Little Bus chuckled wryly. "Bryant, you cannot compare us to the Cavaliers. They are a championship-caliber team this season. As long as you acquire some defensive players via trade mid-season, the Lakers might also prove to be a championship-caliber team," Lin remarked. Certainly, Xiaoba and Kupchak regarded Lin Tian's words as mere jest. They were overjoyed at the prospect of making it to the playoffs, and the thought of contending for a championship was beyond their wildest imaginations. Setting aside the Cavaliers, bolstered by LeBron James and the formidable Warriors in the West, whose total payroll exceeded $90 million and incurred substantial luxury taxes, it is noteworthy that they had already played over 30 games, losing only a single match. Media outlets even speculated that the Warriors might very well shatter the long-standing regular season record of 72 wins. Kobe himself did not initially believe that the team could reach the playoffs, yet in an effort to bolster Lin Tian's bargaining power, he nodded in agreement. "We cannot resign ourselves to mediocrity." At that moment, the vehicle had arrived at the entrance of Lin Tian's apartment. He continued, "I hope to receive a contract that commands respect. If you do not regard me with respect, I am confident that other teams will." Subsequently, the driver halted the car, and Lin Tian opened the door, departing without a backward glance. Chapter 15. Finalizing the contract, maximum salary signing. As Lin Tian's silhouette gradually faded from view, Kobe turned to Jim Buss and solemnly remarked, "I hope you all can respect this young man." Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Tian discovered that several familiar sports journalists had sent him messages. One reporter informed him that various general managers from different teams wished to engage in a dialogue with him. However, Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised that these journalist friends had not divulged his contact number. As a player, maintaining good relations with the media is beneficial, bringing nothing but advantages. After all, the majority of fans can only learn about a player through live broadcasts or media reports. After responding to these media acquaintances, Lin Tian opened a sports website. As he anticipated, news about him inundated the internet, with a flurry of trade rumors circulating. For instance, one headline read, according to renowned reporter Shams, "The Knicks are interested in re-signing Lin Tian." This was considered a credible report, while others claimed that the Cleveland Cavaliers were keenly interested in him. Some journalists even stated that the Warriors also wished to sign him. According to these reporters, every team in the league seemed to harbor an interest in him. No one could have predicted that, in the midst of the season, a player of Lin Tian's immense value would emerge. After browsing through the news for a while, fatigue overcame Lin Tian, and he succumbed to sleep. He had already slept for 5 hours on the return flight, so upon arriving at his apartment, he only managed to rest for 2 hours before waking up. There were less than 5 hours remaining until the Lakers would face the Celtics at home. Within that time frame, the window for him to negotiate a contract extension with the Lakers was rapidly closing. Deep down, Lin Tian fervently hoped to re-sign with the Lakers. This was the Lakers, the basketball team with the largest fan base in America and indeed the world. The exposure and fervor here were incomparable to any other team. Not even the Knicks. Most importantly, Kobe was here. Lin Tian would not forget the moment when Kobe tore up the contract for him. Perhaps this was Kobe's final season, and Lin Tian was eager to leverage his extraordinary physique and talent to lead Kobe into the playoffs. If not for his desire to remain with the Lakers, Lin Tian could have easily reached out to the owners of other teams through a media friend. He was waiting, anticipating that the Lakers would genuinely demonstrate their commitment. Lin Tian understood his own value better than anyone else. He had now integrated the abilities of both Allen Iverson and Tony Allen. Not only did he possess exceptional scoring prowess, but he could also defend positions 1 through 3 and even attempt to guard the 4. Such value could not be adequately compensated with a mere $8 million per year. As time ticked away, Lin Tian's phone remained silent. He had already resolved in his heart that if the Lakers did not reach out by tonight, he would be moving on. Besides the Lakers, he had numerous alternatives, such as the Spurs or the Thunder. In essence, he could join any team with championship potential with just a phone call. Today, these teams have expressed considerable interest in him through the media. If the Lakers are unwilling to offer a contract exceeding $10 million per year to their own player, then there is little reason for him to remain. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, Jim Buss and Kupchak, upon returning to the arena, are currently facing significant headaches. They initially intended to clear some player contracts and trade a few individuals to create cap space, thereby minimizing their luxury tax obligations. However, the reality is that they are pressed for time, and other teams are well aware of their intentions, refusing to engage in trades. If they were to forcibly sign Lin Tian to a maximum contract, the luxury tax they would incur would be exorbitant. Generally, teams that pay such high luxury taxes are championship contenders, like the Cavaliers and the Warriors. Yet, the Lakers find themselves at the bottom of the Western Conference, which creates an awkward situation. Kobe's pressure today has also added considerable strain on Jim Buss. Logically, both Kobe and Lin Tian prefer having the ball in their hands, making their playing styles somewhat incompatible. Nevertheless, this marks the first time in many years that Kobe has earnestly hoped for the Lakers to re-sign a player, which has taken them aback. Given the intense desire from other teams for Lin Tian, Jim Buss gritted his teeth and made the call without further hesitation. "Hello, Lin Tian. We have reached a decision. The team is willing to offer you a maximum contract. The duration will be 2 years." On the other end of the line, Lin Tian was not particularly surprised by Jim Buss's words. All right. For him, the length of the contract was not of paramount importance, as he was a rookie in the league, and a maximum contract would be significantly lower than that of veteran players. "Please come to the arena so we can finalize the contract as soon as possible." Upon arriving at Jim Buss's office in the arena with his attorney, Lin Tian found that Jim Buss had already prepared a new contract. The figures on this contract had changed. The first year amounted to $15 million, and the second year to $18 million. This is the highest salary Lin Tian could currently secure. It is worth noting that the Lakers' second overall pick, Russell, signed a 4-year, $23 million contract this year. Lin Tian's 2-year contract totals $33 million. Jim Buss, observing Lin Tian reviewing the contract, remarked with a smile, "Once you sign this contract, your salary will surpass that of this year's #1 pick, Towns." Lin Tian, who had participated in the draft this year as an undrafted player, chuckled at Jim Buss's comment. This illustrates the advantage of undrafted and second-round players. As long as they perform well, the speed at which they secure maximum contracts is certainly faster than that of first-round picks. Draymond Green of the Warriors serves as a vivid example. Having entered the league in 2012 as a second-round pick, he only signed a 3-year non-guaranteed contract with his team. Yet upon the expiration of that contract this year, he secured a 5-year, $82 million deal. Such instances, however, are exceedingly rare. Lacking an agent, Lin Tian brought along a lawyer who meticulously examined the contract he handed over. After confirming that the contract held no hidden pitfalls, he prepared to inscribe his name upon it. Kupchak retrieved his phone to capture the moment Lin Tian signed, and shortly thereafter, the video of Lin Tian's signature would be unveiled on the official social media accounts of the Lakers. With the contract finalized, Lin Tian eagerly rushed to the locker room to share his elation with Kobe. Upon hearing that Lin Tian had secured a maximum contract extension with the team, Kobe expressed his happiness. "Congratulations, Lin Tian. You truly deserve this." The two embraced, but Kobe sighed, adding, "However, you will be seated on the bench tonight." "Why?" Lin Tian inquired, puzzled. "The roster for tonight's game has already been announced, and the delay in your signing has caused some complications," Kobe explained, throwing up his hands. "Blame that miserly little bus. If you weren't so stingy, you wouldn't have to miss tonight's game." In front of all their teammates in the locker room, Kobe boldly criticized the team owner. Among the entire Lakers, he was the only one daring enough to do so. Chapter 16. Bro, we need you. At this moment, the sports arena across the United States is abuzz with news regarding Lin Tian's maximum salary renewal with the Lakers, a story that has been disseminated by numerous media outlets. Headlines designed to capture attention read, Lakers renewed Chinese player Lin Tian with a 2-year maximum salary contract, setting an NBA historical record. The first player in NBA history to secure a maximum salary contract after just 3 games. Chinese player Lin Tian renews with the Lakers. Lakers luxury tax rivals the Warriors. As these sensational headlines circulate widely, Lin Tian, along with his teammates, has arrived at the Staples Center. In stark contrast to his fellow Lakers, who were clad in jerseys, Lin Tian is dressed in a formal suit. This is in adherence to league regulations, which stipulate that players not on the active roster must appear in formal attire at the venue. Seated on the bench, he observes the proceedings, yearning to contribute yet bound by the rules. Watching Coach Scott outline strategies, he feels an undeniable itch to participate. After a brief wait, the game commences. The Lakers' starting lineup includes Jordan Clarkson, Lewis Williams, Kobe Bryant, Larry Nance Jr., and Roy Hibbert. The Celtics counter with Isaiah Thomas, Jay Crowder, Avery Bradley, Jared Sullinger, and Amir Johnson. Currently, the Lakers hold a dismal record of 7 wins and 25 losses, languishing at the bottom of the Western Conference, while the Celtics boast a respectable record of 20 wins and 12 losses, sitting 4th in the Eastern Conference, an impressive feat, especially considering their star player stands at merely 1.75 meters tall. Notably, the Celtics shooting guard, Bradley, is only 1.88 meters tall as well. Yet, his tenacious defense, akin to a piece of chewing gum, has earned him a spot on the NBA's all-defensive second team. His support in defense alleviates some of the defensive pressure on the diminutive Thomas. As the first quarter unfolds, both teams exchange momentum. Kobe exhibits exceptional shooting prowess today, with high accuracy in both his jump shots and drives. Meanwhile, Thomas leverages his speed to score 10 points in the first quarter. However, as the second quarter begins and both teams rotate in their bench players, the Lakers struggle to contain the Celtics' offensive onslaught. Smart's defense proves particularly formidable, successfully neutralizing Russell on 2 occasions. With both Russell and Williams on the court, the Lakers' offensive coordination falters, and their defensive shortcomings become glaringly evident, leaving Lin Tian on the bench feeling anxious. At the conclusion of the second quarter, the Lakers trail the Celtics by 10 points, with Russell's shooting performance hitting only 2 of 8 attempts, leaving much to be desired. During halftime, Coach Stuck revisits the strategies for the second half. Yet, as the third quarter commences, the Lakers continue to be dominated by the Celtics. Although Clarkson is known as a bench scorer, his prolonged ball handling and obsession with isolation plays hinder the team's flow. Nick Young and D'Angelo Russell exhibit a similar tendency. Once the ball is in their possession, it becomes increasingly difficult to distribute it effectively, a fact well recognized by the Celtics. The Lakers' interior players, Larry Nance Jr. and Roy Hibbert, are left to endure the pressure alone. As the third quarter concluded, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 15 points. In the early stages of the fourth quarter, the Lakers indeed made an effort to close the gap. However, Isaiah Thomas showcased extraordinary prowess, repeatedly penetrating the paint to score or drawing fouls, thus causing significant distress for the Lakers. Russell clearly struggled to contain Thomas, and with Kobe Bryant's Achilles injury, he could no longer keep pace with the younger athletes. Their only recourse was to prevent the Celtics from extending their lead further, as they were bereft of any viable strategy. With less than a minute remaining in the game, the Lakers were still down by 10 points. Following a dead ball, Kobe was substituted out by Nick Young, his countenance darkened, having amassed 25 points in a losing effort. After a reluctant high-five with Kobe, Lin Tian sighed in resignation. Had he been on the court today, he would have certainly prevented Thomas from scoring 30 points, considering Thomas stands at merely 1.75 meters tall. Each game is crucial for the Lakers at this juncture. A loss today would push their record to 7 wins and 26 losses, further distancing them from playoff contention. Moreover, their upcoming schedule is far from forgiving. The broadcast camera focused on Lin Tian, prompting the commentator to jest, "Smith, did you catch that expression on Lin's face? He is eager to don a jersey and join the fray." Indeed, the young man yearns to assist his team, yet the Lakers' performance this season has been dismal. I believe if Lin can maintain his previous level of play in the upcoming games, the Lakers should contemplate elevating him as a cornerstone of the franchise. It is true that the Lakers are abundant in young talent, yet with only one basketball to share, they must deliberate carefully. This young player from China remains an enigma. I even suspect he may have deliberately concealed his abilities while in the D-League. But why would he do that? If he had not hidden his talents, how could he have become the fastest player to secure a max contract this season? Just look at this year's #1 draft pick, Karl-Anthony Towns. He is still earning merely a few million. Have you ever encountered tales of martial arts from China? Some masters prefer to conceal their true capabilities, only to reveal their prowess unexpectedly. Are you referring to those skilled in martial arts? It indeed seems plausible. Meanwhile, in the studio, Charles Barkley and Smith continued their banter, while at the Staples Center, the game had concluded. Ultimately, the Celtics triumphed with a score of 112-98, leaving the Lakers to grapple with yet another defeat. Upon returning to the locker room, each Lakers player wore a solemn expression, refraining from conversation. Lin approached Kobe to offer comfort, saying, "Hey, this is merely a commonplace loss. We will have our chance for revenge soon." Clarkson, Russell, and Nance turned their attention to Lin, surprised by his words. They began to mourn for Lin Tian, for it was evident that, given Kobe's character, he would have unleashed a torrent of scolding upon him. In the past, young players from other teams had faced similar reprimands. However, the scene they had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, Kobe nodded at Lin Tian and extended his hand for a high five, exclaiming, "Buddy, we need you." After finishing his shower, Kobe went on to participate in the customary post-game media interview. Although Lin Tian did not play today, he was present and responded to a few inconsequential questions. Upon returning to his apartment in the evening, Lin Tian switched on the television, just in time to catch the live broadcast of the Warriors versus the Rockets. Although the game was nearing its conclusion, remarkably, the Rockets had not allowed the Warriors to widen the score gap. However, when the Warriors deployed their death lineup in the final moments, it decisively sealed the fate of the match, leading to a defeat for the Rockets, captained by Harden. Thus far in the season, the Warriors had only suffered a single loss, boasting a record that was nothing short of historic. Chapter 17. The charismatic Nick Young. The starting five of the Warriors is indeed formidable. Thus far in the season, the leading scorer is their star player, Stephen Curry, who averages an impressive 31 points per game. The Warriors rank among the top 3 in the league for both offensive and defensive efficiency. After watching the match between the Warriors and the Rockets, Lin Tian eagerly anticipated the upcoming competition against the Warriors. However, their next adversary is the Suns. Following a grueling back-to-back game, the players have the rare luxury of 3 days to rest. Nevertheless, the Lakers' day off also involves training. The next day, Lin Tian did not rise late. Upon arriving at the Lakers' practice facility, he found Kobe already engaged in a workout with the trainer. Recently, Kobe had been experiencing discomfort in his shoulder, necessitating thick ice packs for recovery after each game. He also had a personal physiotherapist present today. Despite having played over 30 games this season, Kobe had only missed 5. However, his performance statistics had visibly declined compared to last season, with a shooting percentage barely reaching 40%, largely due to the shoulder injury. Lin Tian and Kobe exchanged a knowing nod before commencing their training for the day. Soon, the other team members trickled into the gym, and the coach began organizing practice drills. During training, Kobe seldom spoke, his demeanor suggesting a certain aloofness. In contrast, Nick Young was quite vivacious, enjoying a lively rapport with the second overall pick, Russell. In front of the team, he regaled them with tales of his escapades in nightclubs, which had become his boastful currency. Lin Tian was diligently practicing when Nick Young approached him, playfully patting his shoulder. "Hey, Lin, you're quite the remarkable player. Thanks for the compliment. I'm doing all right," Lin Tian replied with a grin. Did you know your salary ranks third on our team? Nick Young continued, giving Lin Tian another friendly tap. Your earnings this year surpass mine by a whopping 3 times. Is that so? So, you're making $5 million a year? Lin Tian inquired. Indeed, but even that isn't enough for me to purchase a villa. Nick Young winked. Considering you signed such a lucrative contract, shouldn't you treat the guys to a meal? If the opportunity arises, Lin Tian chuckled. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? Not at the moment. Haha, that's fantastic. Shall I introduce you to a few? What type do you fancy? You know, I have some lovely ladies who expressed interest in meeting you. Russell, ever the instigator, chimed in. How can such a handsome guy like you be single? Nick Young retrieved his phone from the sidelines, intending to share photos of the women in his gallery with Lin Tian. Suddenly, Kobe interjected, Hey, Young, I advise you to keep your distance from Lin. He is not like you. Nick Young sheepishly tucked away his phone. Curiosity piqued, Lin Tian asked, Young, don't you already have a girlfriend? Yet. You have pictures of other women? Nick Young displayed an exaggerated expression, exclaiming, Goodness. Are you planning to hang yourself on a single tree for the rest of your life? His words elicited a bitter smile from Lin Tian, who replied, I advise you to be a bit more cautious. Lin Tian, having traversed time, recalled that, according to the normal course of history, the infamous Videogate incident between Nick Young and Russell was imminent. In his previous life, this incident significantly influenced the futures of both Nick Young and Russell. Nick Young was left by his singer fiancée, while Russell was traded to the Nets in 2017. However, given Nick Young's indiscreet nature, Lin Tian doubted whether his warnings would be of any value. Although Nick Young dismissed Lin Tian's concerns, he refrained from further comment. In the following 2 days, Lin Tian spent most of his time in the gym, even dedicating the entire New Year's Day to practice. The relentless training became rather tedious, but Nick Young's exuberant personality occasionally enlivened the atmosphere. During their downtime, he often regaled Lin Tian with tales from the nightclub scene, leaving Lin Tian somewhat bewildered. Moreover, Nick Young covertly provided Lin Tian with the contact information of a young lady, unbeknownst to Kobe, though Lin Tian promptly discarded the note into the trash, feeling no inclination towards such distractions. As January 3rd arrived, Lin Tian and his teammates arrived at the arena around 7 in the evening for warm-ups. Kobe had informed the team of his severe shoulder discomfort, making it difficult for him to lift his arm, leading to his exclusion from the roster. Lin Tian was set to start in his place. As the Lakers faced the Suns at their home court, the Staples Center was filled to capacity, with tickets for the season long sold out. The home fans had only learned a few hours prior that Kobe would not be playing, leading to considerable discontent. However, they could only make do with the game at hand. During warm-ups, Nick Young suddenly approached Lin Tian and exclaimed, Lin, Jack Nicholson is here tonight. Lin Tian, well aware of the Hollywood star known for his role in the bucket list, felt little connection to this news. The Staples Center frequently hosted numerous celebrities. Noticing Lin Tian's lack of enthusiasm, Nick Young jested, I know. You must be upset because no starlets are attending tonight. Lin Tian chose to ignore him, focusing intently on perfecting his shooting. At present, he still faced weaknesses, particularly in his mid-range and three-point shooting accuracy. Should opponents cluster in the paint, his penetration would be significantly hindered. Regrettably, no matter how he emulated Anthony's movements, he could not replicate the prowess of peak Anthony. Perhaps his imitation was simply lacking. As warm-ups concluded, the referee's whistle signaled the entrance of the starting players for both the Lakers and the Suns. Although Kobe was not participating, he donned a suit and cheered for his team from the sidelines, accompanied by his younger daughter, Gianna Bryant, who was less than 10 years old and clapped excitedly. The starting lineup for the Los Angeles Lakers consists of Lou Williams, Jordan Clarkson, Lin Tian, Larry Nance Jr., and Roy Hibbert. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Suns field a starting 5 of Brandon Knight, Devin Booker, P.J. Tucker, John Leuer, and Tyson Chandler. It is noteworthy that Devin Booker is also a rookie this year, having been selected by the Suns as the 13th overall pick. As the season progresses, Devin Booker's performance has been commendable. After all, while the Lakers' second overall pick remains a bench player, Devin Booker has firmly established himself as a starter for the Suns. The records of both teams are rather unimpressive, with one positioned at the bottom of the Western Conference and the other just above it. Chapter 18. I swear. This is the most brutal block I have ever witnessed. The Phoenix Suns appeared to be the weakest team Lin Tian had encountered since joining the Lakers. At this moment in the studio, commentator Barkley chuckled and addressed Smith. Do you think this young player from the Lakers will suffer from the big contract syndrome? The so-called big contract syndrome refers to a dramatic decline in performance following the acquisition of a lucrative contract, leaving the team feeling betrayed by their investment. Smith shook his head. I doubt it. This guy is a prodigy of Kobe. Since Kobe publicly endorsed Lin Tian, the latter has gained numerous titles, such as Kobe's disciple and the heir of Mamba. It seems that since Devin Booker, Kobe has acquired yet another prodigy. Although Kobe couldn't participate in today's game, he was present on the sidelines, hoping this young talent wouldn't disappoint him. At Staples Center, the match had officially commenced. During the jump ball at center court, Hibbert tapped the ball to Lin Tian. Taking possession, Lin Tian advanced into the front court, facing the defensive P.J. Tucker, and opted for a powerful drive. As he approached the free throw line, he executed a small forward leap, effortlessly finishing with a layup. At this stage, while P.J. Tucker demonstrated commendable defensive skills, he was evidently unable to contain Lin Tian. Following the Suns' inbound pass, the ball found its way into the hands of Brandon Knight. This season, the Suns had a clear objective: rebuilding. Consequently, the young players enjoyed considerable shooting privileges, with team leader Eric Bledsoe sidelined for the season after undergoing surgery last month. Knight's ball-handling responsibilities had significantly increased. Faced with Lou Williams' defense, Knight chose to drive and successfully scored. It was evident that Lou was putting forth his best effort, but his physical attributes and defensive awareness were lacking. The ball returned to the Lakers, and this time Lin Tian refrained from driving, opting instead to pass to Clarkson. Clarkson did not disappoint, executing a beautiful drive to secure 2 points. The Suns launched yet another counterattack, with Lin Tian continuing to guard P.J. Tucker. His mission was to prevent Tucker from receiving the ball and shooting with ease. Since the Warriors ushered in the era of three-point shooting, exceptional 3D players have become a staple for championship teams. The Warriors' Klay Thompson and the Cavaliers' Iman Shumpert and J.R. Smith could all be categorized as 3D players. Among them, P.J. Tucker of the Suns was the epitome of a pure 3D player, with his three-point attempts nearly rivaling those of his two-point shots this season. Thus, defending such players often required merely preventing them from launching three-point shots, a relatively undemanding task. Knight passed the ball to Devin Booker, who, against Clarkson's defense, successfully sank a three-pointer. After the Lakers inbound the ball, they adhered to their usual practice of passing it to Lin Tian. Currently, Lin Tian primarily operated as a point forward, hardly resembling a facilitating forward, as he seldom passed the ball once he initiated the dribble. Regardless of how many players were in the paint, P.J. Tucker glared fiercely at Lin Tian. Hey, rookie, don't think you can get past me this time. He relishes physical confrontation and is renowned for his tenacious defense. In 2014, he secured a 3-year contract worth $16.5 million with the Suns, primarily due to his defensive prowess. Lin Tian smiled and remarked, "Your words hold no weight." No sooner had he spoken than he darted past Tucker with remarkable speed. Despite Tucker's desperate attempt to accelerate, he was unable to catch up with Lin Tian. Guarding the paint for the Suns was Tyson Chandler, a former Defensive Player of the Year, but due to the ravages of injury and the passage of time, he could no longer match his former glory. Unable to impede Lin Tian's advance into the lane, merely watching as the ball swished through the net. Within just a minute of play, Lin Tian had already scored 4 points. Kobe, observing from the sidelines, clapped in approval at Lin Tian's swift start. P.J. Tucker gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering, "Damn it. How can this kid be faster than a guard?" After seizing possession, the Suns finally attempted their first shot of the game, which clanged off the rim and rebounded directly to the vicinity of Tucker and Lin Tian. Tucker leapt to secure the rebound, but Lin Tian had already soared above him, snatching the ball with ease. Upon landing, he charged forward like a beast, leaving the Suns guards, Booker and Knight, in his wake. Lin Tian once again sent the basketball through the hoop. "Lin, another basket." The DJ's exultant voice rang out. The crowd erupted in cheers, their earlier discontent over Kobe's absence somewhat alleviated. Lin Tian sprinted back on defense, taunting Tucker with a provocative remark, "You're too slow. Get someone else to guard me." This infuriated Tucker, who was regarded as the team's most formidable defender. He thrived on guarding star players, often tasked with neutralizing the opposing team's main offensive threats. Yet now, a mere rookie dared to speak to him in such a manner. Angered, Tucker's eyes widened like a bull's, just as Knight passed him the ball. Without a second thought, Tucker resolved to sink a three-pointer. He leapt from his spot for a clean shot. However, he seemed to have forgotten that standing in front of him was Lin Tian, a towering 2.05 meters tall, who was perfectly positioned. Lin Tian was equally taken aback by Tucker's decision to shoot without a feint. Who did he think he was underestimating? With his legs slightly bent, Lin Tian sprang into action, elevating himself to a height that nearly aligned with Tucker's knees upon takeoff. Tucker's gaze had been fixed on the basket, but Lin Tian's leap obscured everything in his line of sight. By the time the basketball left Tucker's fingertips, it was too late for regrets. Having emulated the peak abilities of Allen Iverson, Lin Tian had also inherited his remarkable vertical leap, soaring to a height of 110 centimeters, an achievement that ranks among the top 5 in NBA history. Moreover, his height is not 183 meters, but an impressive 205 meters. In front of an audience of nearly 20,000, Lin Tian did not merely send the ball out of bounds. Instead, he caught it with both hands as effortlessly as one would grasp an ordinary rebound. Oh my goodness, what have I just witnessed? The DJ on site has already erupted in a frenzy, and I swear this is the most ferocious block I have ever seen. Wow. Many spectators stood in stunned silence, their astonishment igniting the atmosphere entirely. Even Kobe, seated courtside, covered his eyes and leaned back, displaying an exaggerated expression of disbelief. After delivering a thunderous rejection to Tucker, Lou Williams from their side dashed to the front court and successfully passed the ball, securing an additional 2 points. Chapter 19. Assault on the Kaleidoscope. At this moment, the loquacious Barkley, responsible for the commentary in the studio, stood up from his seat, covering his bald head in disbelief. Oh, my God. Beside him, Smith could not restrain his astonishment. I have often said that the sky is the limit for many young players, but this child's talent is undeniably extraordinary. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room of Penguin, host Wang Xing exclaimed, "Who says our compatriots lack athletic prowess? Lin Tian has left them bruised." The barrage of comments in the Penguin live stream surged incessantly, rendering the screen nearly unreadable. 6,666. Lin Tian is incredible. I shall dub this block the death block. PJ Tucker must be suffering from psychological trauma. This is hardly a block. It's clearly a steal. What terrifying vertical leap. That ball could have been swatted down even if it were 20 centimeters higher. Did everyone see the stunned expression on the players' faces? They were utterly shocked. At the Staples Center, the Suns called their first timeout of the match. Tucker sat silently in the corner of the bench, the previous play having indeed cast a shadow over his psyche. He had never encountered an athlete capable of such heights. A few veteran players approached to offer him some words of comfort, though beyond that, they were at a loss for what else to say. As the timeout concluded, neither team made any substitutions. Tucker, brimming with frustration, engaged in the game, while Lin Tian continued to play with effortless grace. When Lou Williams passed the ball to Lin Tian once more, Tucker charged towards him with fierce determination. This time, he closed the distance, actively seeking a more vigorous physical confrontation. Lin Tian had never been one to shy away from such contact. As he dribbled, intending to step back, Tucker relentlessly pursued him, his large hands outstretched in an attempt to obstruct him. Suddenly, Lin Tian darted sharply to the left, prompting Tucker to hastily shift his weight in that direction while still keeping his hands wide open. He barely managed to keep pace with Lin Tian. In a swift moment, Lin Tian dribbled the ball behind his back, changing direction to surge into the paint from the right. This rapid sequence of left-right movements tested Tucker's agility, forcing him to abruptly halt and alter his course, straining his ankle in the process. In an instant, Lin Tian had successfully maneuvered past Tucker, who could only watch in dismay. Chandler, the Suns' last line of defense, leaped early in an attempt to block the shot, but Lin Tian deftly executed a floater, adding another 2 points to his tally. He raised his right hand, pointing 3 fingers towards his temple, a signature celebration move of Carmelo Anthony, known as the 3-finger salute. Lin Tian's divine mimicry system had currently unlocked the abilities of 3 players, Allen Iverson, Tony Allen, and Anthony. He had successfully replicated the peak capabilities of the first 2. Now, only Anthony remained. After completing the celebratory gesture, Lin Tian was poised to return to defense when a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Successfully mimicked Carmelo Anthony. The host has acquired all the abilities of peak Anthony. In the next moment, a familiar energy surged into Lin Tian's body. Initially, he felt as if he had been electrocuted, but he quickly returned to normal. Carmelo Anthony, a representative figure of the 2003 Platinum generation, is famously known as the offensive kaleidoscope and is regarded as one of the strongest scorers currently in the league. Whether it be driving, layups, floaters, or pull-up jump shots, Anthony ranks among the elite in the league. Furthermore, his playing style is incredibly natural and fluid, with a solid foundation, combining Iverson's explosiveness with Anthony's offensive prowess. Lin Tian believed there could be no stronger scorer in the league than himself. "Hey, Lin, what are you dawdling for? Get back on defense." Suddenly, Nick Young from the bench shouted at him. It was then that Lin Tian realized the Suns were launching a fast break. Devin Booker seized the opportunity to score. Before Lin Tian emerged onto the scene, everyone watching the game believed it was a showdown between the second overall pick, Russell, and Booker. Yet, the highest scorer on the court was Lin Tian. After Lou Williams passed the ball to Lin Tian, Tucker approached him once more. Having been treated like an ATM by Lin Tian, he was still unwilling to concede. However, another Sun player, John Lure, was also eyeing Lin Tian intently. They understood that it would be challenging for one person to contain Lin Tian, so in such situations, they needed to devise a plan for double teaming. With the ball in hand, Lin Tian extended his left foot forward for a probing step, deceiving Tucker before suddenly accelerating and breaking toward another direction. Tucker, having fallen for Lin Tian's feint, was too late to defend against him. At that moment, Chandler and Lure were stationed in the paint and learning from past experiences. They opted to wait for Lin Tian inside. As Lin Tian approached the paint area, he suddenly halted for a jump shot, a position even closer than the free throw line, making it nearly impossible to miss. Swish. The basketball swished through the net, and Lin Tian flashed a grin at the camera on the sidelines. The probing step and sudden jump shot he had just executed were both signature moves of Anthony, although Lin Tian was slightly taller and leaner than Anthony. The execution of these two moves appeared seamless and elegant. In the studio, Barkley was astonished. "Hey, isn't this guy supposed to favor driving? Why is he pulling up for a jump shot now?" His probing step is quite deceptive too. He even fooled the defensive stalwart Tucker. "Charles, did you notice? I think I saw the shadow of another forward in the league in his series of movements just now. I know who you're referring to. Carmelo, right? That young man just imitated Carmelo's signature moves. His offensive repertoire can't be as extensive as KD's, can it? I'm genuinely impressed by him." With 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter and having already scored 12 points, Lin Tian was substituted out for a breather. Replacing him on the court was Nick Young, who, before stepping in, playfully touched Lin Tian's hand. "Lin, share a bit of your shooting touch with me." Lin Tian, with a wry smile, returned to the bench, where Kobe was seated beside him. They exchanged a celebratory high five. "Lin, I never anticipated you would effortlessly bypass Tucker. That guy can be quite bothersome. I've had the ball stolen from me by him on several occasions. Although Tucker's defense is commendable, it does harbor flaws. His height is too diminutive, and his speed is rather sluggish." Kobe was momentarily speechless. It was the first time he had ever heard someone describe Tucker as slow. However, judging by Lin Tian's performance in the first quarter, he was indeed warranted in his assertion. Only he possessed the credibility to make such a claim. Chapter 20. Let him witness your damn defense upon Nick Young's entrance. He commenced to display his flamboyant skills once more. Fortunately, his shooting percentage was commendable today as he successfully netted 2 consecutive baskets. The substitution patterns of the Suns differed from those of the Lakers, with their starters remaining on the court. In the absence of Lin Tian's defense, Tucker finally managed to sink a 3-point shot. At the moment the basketball swished through the net, he emphatically pumped his fist, clearly releasing the frustration he had experienced earlier. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers held a 6-point advantage. Scott called the players together to strategize for the second quarter. The NBA's competition rules are exceedingly rigorous. After 130 seconds, with the referee's whistle, both teams returned to the floor. The Lakers maintained the same lineup that had finished the first quarter, while the Suns had already substituted in their reserves. For reasons unknown, both teams struggled significantly at the start of the second quarter, failing to score even a single point in the first 2 minutes. On the bench, Lin Tian and Kobe could only watch anxiously. Following a dead ball, Lin Tian was brought onto the court prematurely, replacing the rather inconspicuous Anthony Brown. On the court were Nick Young, Russell, and Randall, meaning Lin Tian was tasked with leading a group of substitutes. In fact, the Lakers' bench players were not significantly inferior to the starters at times. The reserves even performed better due to their youth. Moreover, both Randall and Russell were destined to become all-star caliber players in the future. But that is a tale for another time. Lin Tian held the ball at the top of the arc, with Russell and Nick Young positioned on the wings while Randall established position inside. Facing the Suns defender TJ Warren, Lin Tian disregarded Nick Young's call for the ball from the wing. He slightly bent his knees, crossed the ball between his hands, and suddenly executed a swift crossover, leaving Warren behind. With a single powerful stride, he surged towards the basket, halting abruptly just over a meter from the Suns' center, leaping for a shot at the rim. Swish. With that basket, the scoring drought at the beginning of the second quarter came to an end. On the defensive end, Lin Tian took on the responsibility of guarding T.J. Warren. As a sophomore, Warren possessed notable defensive capabilities and commendable offensive skills. However, under Lin Tian's tenacious defense, Warren scarcely had an opportunity to even touch the ball. Lin Tian's formidable defensive prowess also galvanized Nick Young and the others. Despite their lackluster defense, they exerted considerable effort. They successfully pressured the Suns' point guard, forcing him to hurriedly release the ball in the final second. Clang! The basketball struck the rim, and the remarkably agile Randall secured the rebound, then surged forward, single-handedly driving the ball to the basket. The Suns hastily reintroduced their starters. Recognizing that the Lakers had seized the momentum, this substitution might slightly disrupt the Lakers' rhythm. Unbeknownst to anyone, upon entering the game, Devin Booker played with an extraordinary fervor, successfully scoring 3 consecutive times. In these 3 instances, it was he who, utilizing his teammates' screens, managed to score against Russell's defense. In contrast, Russell's shooting touch appeared significantly diminished, as if the hoop were rejecting his attempts today. Both Russell and Booker, being this year's rookies, seemed to be in a silent rivalry, neglecting to pass the ball. The studio's Barkley clearly noticed the situation between the two. The second overall pick and the 13th pick seemed to be at odds. Smith chuckled, remarking that this was a familiar scenario. After all, Russell was the second overall pick, playing for a team in the bustling metropolis of Los Angeles. In contrast, Booker was selected only at 13th by the Phoenix Suns, and both had impressive statistics during their college years, which naturally left Booker feeling somewhat resentful towards Russell. As the season progressed, it appeared that both were performing admirably. On the court, following the conclusion of the second quarter, Lin Tian had accumulated 22 points, shooting 8 of 10 from the field and a perfect 6 of 6 from the free throw line, despite limited opportunities in the second quarter. Russell, on the other hand, managed only 10 points, needing 11 attempts, an alarming inefficiency. The score had been leveled by the Suns at 48-48, a situation that would hardly please Scott and Kobe. When they returned to the locker room for a respite, the suited Kobe arrived, his expression somber. Our performance in the first quarter was commendable, but in the second, some young players seem more concerned about their individual statistics. This approach is untenable. The ball must move, gentlemen. Scott nodded in agreement. In the second quarter, our assists were alarmingly low, and we committed 3 more turnovers than in the first. This is unacceptable. After the reprimand, Lin Tian settled back into his seat. Suddenly, Kobe approached Lin Tian. Lin, do you know who scored the most points for the Suns in the first half? Before leaving the court, Lin Tian had glanced at the statistics, nodding as he replied, Devin Booker, he scored 16 points in the first half. You possess the potential to become a superstar, so you cannot allow your peers to take advantage of your team. You must be assertive. In the second half, seek opportunities to defend him. Show him your formidable defense. Kobe clenched his fist, speaking earnestly as he expressed indignation over being the 13th pick, forgetting that Lin Tian was an undrafted player. Lin Tian had indeed been eager to defend Booker, but in the first half, Russell had been overly enthusiastic, and he chose not to interrupt Russell's momentum. I understand. As the second half commenced, both teams fielded their starting 5, with Russell coming off the bench. Clarkson, having overheard Kobe and Lin Tian's conversation in the locker room, took the initiative to guard the Suns forward. Although he was at a height disadvantage, he managed to hold his own defensively. Given Clarkson's proactive approach, Lin Tian felt no need to say anything further and willingly approached Devin Booker. With a grin revealing his pearly whites, he addressed Booker. So, you're Devin Booker? Allow me to have a word with you. To be fair, Devin Booker's face bore a resemblance to that of an Eastern man, and at just 20 years old, he appeared quite youthful. German Book furrowed his brow slightly, attempting to break through before passing the ball to Brandon Knight. Hiki. Lin Tian chuckled. Are you so timid that you dare not drive past me? At that moment, Brandon Knight surged toward the paint, yet his shot failed to find the net. Returning to the Lakers' front court, the basketball found its way into Lin Tian's hands. He first passed the ball to Hibbert inside, who promptly returned it, allowing Lin Tian to reorganize the play. The reason Lin Tian refrained from passing to Lou Williams and Clarkson was that once the ball was relinquished, it would be challenging to reclaim it. The sensation of having the ball in hand was undeniably pleasurable. He extended his left leg forward, leaning slightly as he executed a feint, then abruptly dribbled behind his back, swiftly bypassing P.J. Tucker. Before PJ Tucker could react, Lin Tian was already near the free throw line, coming to a sudden stop for a fadeaway jumper with no one in his path. Swish. The shot effortlessly found its mark. Chapter 21. I thought I was watching the All-Star dunk contest. Chandler, stationed at the baseline, lamented as he prepared to throw the ball in, while Tucker wore a face of despair. The mere sight of Lin Tian sent shivers down his spine. Neither LeBron nor Durant had posed such a formidable challenge. This guy's speed was astonishingly fast, and his shooting accuracy resembled that of a marksman. He was simply unguardable. Brandon Knight advanced the ball into the Suns' front court. After missing his previous shot, he opted not to shoot again and instead passed the ball to Devin Booker. As a pure shooting guard, Booker, noticing Lin Tian towering over him, decided to take him on one-on-one. This was precisely what Lin Tian had hoped for. As Booker dribbled, he glanced toward his nearby teammates, then unexpectedly pivoted and charged toward the paint. Lin Tian, however, saw through Booker's slightly sluggish footwork. He extended his right arm and swatted the ball away from beneath Booker's feet. Both players reacted simultaneously, sprinting toward the loose ball. At that moment, Lin Tian's speed and explosive power became evident. The ball, though closer to Booker, was no match for Lin Tian's quickness and determination. Seizing the opportunity ahead of Booker, Lin Tian retrieved the ball, finding himself with an unimpeded path. In a desperate attempt, Booker reached out, hoping to foul Lin Tian. Yet, as soon as his fingers grazed Lin Tian's jersey, Lin Tian surged forward like a force of nature toward the Lakers' front court. Then, Lin Tian executed the most spectacular dunk of the game. As he approached the basket, he leapt high and performed a breathtaking 360-degree dunk. The crowd erupted in applause. The Lakers bench, along with all the players, stood in unison, applauding fervently. The arena's DJ exclaimed, "A steal and a dunk in one fluid motion." Lin, in the broadcast studio, Barkley gasped, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. "My goodness. This kid's vertical leap is nothing short of historic. I love that dunk. Absolutely incredible, my friend." Smith chuckled, "Man, I thought we were watching the All-Star dunk contest. Haha. I hope this young man gets an invitation to this year's contest. I want to see more of his dunks." I concur, but on another note, the first phase of All-Star voting is nearing its end. How many votes has Lin received? I'm not entirely sure, but despite his outstanding performance, it seems unlikely he'll make the All-Star team due to his limited appearances. Hey, Barkley suddenly shouted. Pointing at the live camera, Devin Booker just committed another turnover under Lin's intense pressure. Why does this script feel so familiar? On the court, Lin Tian caused Booker to falter twice in succession, capitalizing on these errors to launch a counterattack. Booker's composure had completely unraveled. His initial target had been Russell. But who could have anticipated the emergence of a young player even more formidable than Russell? Is this guy truly an undrafted talent? How could he be so incredulous? After Brandon Knight took possession of the ball, he ceased to pass it to Booker. However, his ability to orchestrate the team was not particularly effective. Lin Tian's electrifying dunk significantly uplifted the team's morale, invigorating the interior players, Nance Jr. and Hibbert, as if they had been infused with adrenaline. Notably, Nance Jr., the son of NBA legend Larry Nance, may not possess the same innate talent as his father, yet his agility and athleticism are undeniably impressive. Coupled with a remarkable rebounding ability, the Lakers executed several fast-paced offensive plays, quickly extending their lead to 10 points, prompting the Suns to call for a timeout. As Lin Tian and the other starters exited the court, Kobe rose to greet them with high fives, deliberately patting Lin Tian on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, buddy. That is how you play the game." Seizing the moment while everyone was hydrating and catching their breath, Scott laid out the strategy for their forthcoming return to the court. His plan was for Lin Tian to continue guarding Devin Booker, while Nick Young, standing over 2 meters tall, would replace Clarkson. Although both Young and Clarkson had subpar defensive skills, Young's height would mitigate his disadvantages when defending against forwards. This substitution differed from the usual rotation, much to Young's delight. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Following their adjustments, the Suns quickly saw Knight penetrate the paint, drawing a foul from Nance Jr. When their perimeter shooting faltered, they viewed fouling as a viable means to disrupt the deadlock. Knight converted both free throws, and upon retrieving the ball, Nance Jr. promptly passed it to Lin Tian. As Lin Tian advanced the ball into the front court, the entire Suns squad tensed up. Their power forward and center positioned themselves to barricade the lane, intent on preventing Lin Tian from driving through. They had discerned that their best defender, Tucker, was utterly incapable of containing Lin Tian. Thus, They resorted to a strategy of double teaming. While this effectively constrained Lin Tian, it left the other Lakers players frequently open. As Lin Tian initiated his drive, he utilized a hesitation dribble to elude Tucker, only to be met by Chandler, who stood directly in his path. Unfazed by the impending physical confrontation, Lin Tian barreled through, simultaneously executing a floater. In the instant Chandler was struck, it felt as though he had been hit by a vehicle, sending him crashing beneath the basket. Beep. Lin Tian's shot found the net, and he drew a defensive foul on Chandler in the process. Chandler, grimacing in pain, took a moment to recover, aided by his teammates. His face contorted in agony as he rubbed his chest, seemingly in distress. Damn. He had not anticipated that this rookie, who appeared so youthful, could charge like a bull. With muscles that seemed to rival his bones in density, Lin Tian approached the free throw line. As the referee passed him the ball, he took a gentle shot, only to have it bounce off the rim. As both sides' players surged forward to contest the ball, it was Chandler who first made contact, sending the ball soaring into the air. Lin Tian, noticing the unfolding scenario, swiftly darted into the fray and leaped to seize the ball. Although his height was merely average compared to the other players on the court, when he ascended, both Hibbert from his team and Chandler from the opposing side faded into the background. Lin Tian, with remarkable tenacity, snatched the ball from above the heads of the two towering giants, both nearly 20 meters tall, before gracefully descending back to the ground. At that moment, he found himself face-to-face with Chandler, who stood in an attempt to block his shot. However, Lin Tian suddenly leapt again, executing a breathtaking axe dunk. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Chapter 22. Lin bullying Booker. Booker can only trouble Russell. Devin Booker, visibly dejected, retrieved the ball and sent it soaring. Meanwhile, Lin Tian celebrated with several teammates as they transitioned back on defense. Brandon Knight advanced the ball into the Suns' offensive territory, where he faced Lou Williams' defense and successfully sank a three-pointer, providing a much-needed respite for the Suns. However, they were acutely aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve. Once the Lakers' rookie number 23 gained momentum, he was unstoppable. Lin Tian had executed a series of successful one-on-one plays. Upon returning to the front court, he refrained from calling for the ball and simply pointed towards the paint, indicating his intentions. The Lakers boasted a plethora of offensive talents, with Lou Williams standing out among them. Last season, while with the Raptors, Williams had earned the title of Sixth Man of the Year. With over 300 players in the NBA and a plethora of substitutes, the sixth man essentially represents the MVP among reserves, underscoring Williams' formidable prowess. Nevertheless, Williams' defensive capabilities were often criticized, a sentiment grounded in truth. Both his defensive awareness and height were significant disadvantages. With the ball in hand, Williams showcased his exceptional ball handling skills, driving aggressively towards the basket. Although he missed the shot upon entering the paint, he drew a foul from his opponents, converting both free throws as the tempo of the game began to slow. Subsequently, the Lakers' strategy became relatively predictable. Lin Tian would engage Williams, who in turn would pass to Nick Young. Among the trio, Lin Tian's shooting was particularly on point, having developed a keen understanding of how to exploit PJ Tucker's defenses. Whether executing layups following a drive or stopping for jump shots, his shooting percentage was astonishingly high. As for Lin Tian's defensive efforts throughout the third quarter, Booker, whom he was tasked to guard, barely had the opportunity to touch the ball. Both teams exhibited lackluster defense, suggesting that whichever side could maintain a smoother offensive flow would significantly increase their chances of victory. In the first 3 quarters of the game, it was evident that the Lakers' offense was markedly more aggressive. Lin Tian played the entire third quarter, and during the break, he glanced at his statistics: 30 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 5 steals, and 2 blocks, with a shooting percentage nearing 80. The Lakers had established a commanding 17-point lead over the Suns, primarily due to Lin Tian's suffocating defense on the rookie Booker. Their 3-and-D player, Tucker, found himself utterly ineffective against Lin Tian. Seizing the moment while Scott was strategizing at the chalkboard, Kobe approached and remarked, "Lin, you have a chance to achieve your first career double-double today." Lin Tian smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I just need 2 more rebounds." In reality, he had spent most of the third quarter defending Devin Booker, a shooting guard who primarily lingered on the perimeter, which accounted for his modest rebounding total of only 2. "Keep pushing," Kobe encouraged. "As long as we defeat them, we won TB at the bottom of the Western standings." The win-loss record between the Suns and the Lakers was a mere 1 game apart, and this direct confrontation would significantly influence their rankings. The outcome would either solidify the Lakers' position at the bottom or elevate them to second to last. Although both teams' management seemed to embrace a lackadaisical approach, the players on the court were undeniably eager to secure a victory. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lin Tian took a momentary respite, while the Lakers deployed several substitutes, including Nick Young. Scott's expectations for them were modest. He merely requested that they maintain the status quo. To everyone's surprise, they faltered right from the outset. The Suns, still fielding their starting lineup, seized the opportunity in Lin Tian's absence, allowing Booker to finally receive the ball. Defending against him was Clarkson, who, being shorter than Lin Tian, lacked the same caliber of defensive prowess. To Booker, Clarkson was akin to a person who had been submerged underwater for far too long, finally breaking the surface to breathe. After receiving a screen from Brandon Knight, Booker briefly evaded Clarkson and swiftly elevated for a shot, sinking a three-pointer. Upon bringing the ball up court, it rested in Russell's hands for the Lakers. Neither Nick Young nor Clarkson moved into position. They were not the type to relish in running plays. Russell gestured for a play but ultimately opted to go solo. Although he successfully bypassed his defender, the Suns' timely help defense led to a turnover by Russell. Capitalizing on this misstep, the Suns executed a fast break, scoring the first 5 points of the game. Remarkably, not even a minute had passed, yet Scott refrained from calling a timeout. With possession back to the Lakers, Nick Young held the ball. Russell and Randall were well aware of Young's tendencies. Persuading him to pass was no easy feat as anticipated. After some dribbling, Young took a challenging shot. True to his style, he favored difficult attempts, but the ball clanged off the rim after tracing a high arc through the air. Tucker, stationed near the paint, secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to Booker. Booker raced the ball up the court, once again scoring despite Russell's attempts to defend against him. He then cast a provocative glance toward Lin Tian on the Lakers bench, exuding a sense of challenge. The score stood at 8-0 at the start of the fourth quarter. The Lakers fans in attendance expressed their dissatisfaction with jeers, clearly displeased with the team's performance. In the broadcast studio, the outspoken Barkley chuckled, remarking that once Lin left the court, Booker seemed to come alive. Smith nodded in agreement, stating that Lin had bullied Booker, leaving him to seek trouble with Russell instead. This crop of rookies displayed remarkable tenacity. Despite having limited opportunities under Lin Tian's defense, Devin Booker had already amassed 25 points, most of which were scored while Lin was resting. On the court, Scott initially intended to allow Lin Tian to rest a bit longer, but after witnessing another successful defensive stop and fast break by the Suns, he reluctantly called a timeout. At that moment, the Lakers' lead had dwindled to just 7 points, with over 9 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, and they had yet to score. Even Scott, usually of a placid temperament, could not contain his rising voice, repeatedly emphasizing the need to share the ball, though it remained uncertain how many players were truly listening. As the pause came to an end, Lin Tian donned his gear once more. Upon his return to the court, Booker furrowed his brow. However, the points he had just scored had rekindled a flicker of confidence within him. He knew he had to reclaim his ground. The possession currently belonged to the Lakers. And after receiving the ball, Lin Tian charged towards the paint. The Suns center, Chandler, along with their power forward, hurriedly positioned themselves in the key area. With the space significantly constricted, Lin Tian made the rare decision to pass the ball to Nick Young on the wing. The attention of the Suns' defense was predominantly focused on Lin Tian, granting Young an opportunity to find an open shot. He adjusted his shooting angle and finally sank a three-pointer. Witnessing Young's successful shot, Lin Tian swiftly retreated on defense. As Booker crossed half-court with the ball, Lin Tian extended his arms and approached him. At that moment, P.J. Tucker moved in to set a screen for Booker. They understood that attempting to take Lin Tian one-on-one was futile and that a screen was essential. Tucker's robust frame effectively obstructed Lin Tian. Seizing the moment, Booker aimed to penetrate the lane, but just as he maneuvered past Tucker, intending to drive inside, he felt a gust of wind and realized the basketball he had just dribbled had vanished from his grasp. It was only upon regaining his composure that he discovered Lin Tian had deftly circumnavigated Tucker and snatched the ball away. With an unobstructed path ahead, Lin Tian executed a thunderous dunk that electrified the atmosphere in the arena. DJ bellowed Lin. 32 points, 6 steals. Chapter 23. Even if it's a lift. Let Lin Tian enter the All-Star game. Booker, coupled with his earlier blunder, had committed 5 turnovers in this match. Frustrated, he clenched his fist, struggling to comprehend how Lin Tian could possess such extraordinary speed. Logically, after setting a screen, most opponents would choose to switch defenses. Yet, Lin Tian defied expectations. evading Tucker's interception and swiftly stealing the ball from Booker. Unwilling to accept this setback, Booker advanced the ball to the front court, signaling to the towering center, Chandler, for assistance. Understanding the cue instantly, Chandler emerged from the paint, forcing Hibbert, his defender, to follow suit, with the center stepping out to set a screen for the guard. The interior space widened slightly, allowing the ball handler to penetrate toward the basket. Even if intercepted midway, the ball handler could pass to the descending center, attempting to create an opportunity in the paint. Booker's strategy was sound. Having a player taller than Lin Tian setting a screen provided him with a peculiar sense of security. The robust Chandler, legs spread wide and arms crossed at his abdomen, leaned slightly forward, executing a perfect screen. To evade Lin Tian's defense, Booker dribbled closely alongside Chandler. Lin Tian initially kept pace with Booker, but the screen momentarily freed him from pursuit. Chandler, a defender with extensive experience, intentionally raised his arm to obstruct Lin Tian as he set the screen. Lin Tian swiftly maneuvered around Chandler, only to witness Booker charging toward the basket. Hibbert, having been drawn out, could not keep up with Booker's pace and could only watch helplessly. Meanwhile, the smaller Nance, positioned in the corner, was unable to recover in time. As Booker barreled towards the basket, he dared not glance back, solely focused on scoring. After gathering the ball, he prepared for a layup. Suddenly, he heard Chandler's voice behind him, "Devin, watch your back." Before he could comprehend the warning, he felt the ball being forcefully yanked from his grasp. Despite clutching it tightly, the basketball slipped away. The assailant who snatched the ball was, of course, Lin Tian. He had never truly been shaken off by Booker. Instead, as Booker surged toward the paint, Lin Tian had already positioned himself behind him. Anticipating the moment Booker would secure the ball, Lin Tian deftly seized it with both hands. Having penetrated the lane, Lin Tian's teammates were already retreating. He swiftly passed the ball to the distant Nick Young, who converted the fast break into points. The Lakers fans in attendance erupted in jubilation, while Booker's expression soured, marking his 6th turnover of the match. Lin Tian, meanwhile, celebrated yet another steal. The camera then shifted to the Lakers bench, where Kobe stood, fervently applauding. The commentator exclaimed, "Lin, he has achieved 7 steals in a single game, tying Kobe Bryant's career high for steals in a game." It was only at this moment that the audience began to realize that Kobe's highest number of steals in a single game throughout his illustrious career was merely 7. The Phoenix Suns urgently called for a timeout. If they did not halt the game soon, it would be irretrievably lost. In the studio, Barkley could not help but exclaim, "The Lakers rookie, number 23, has already achieved 7 steals in this match." Smith nodded in agreement. "Indeed, what a remarkably talented young man. The Lakers must be overjoyed with their decision to renew his contract at the maximum salary." "Absolutely. His speed, combined with his anticipation, is astonishing. I notice he consistently manages to swipe the ball away from his opponents with precision." After watching this game, I felt compelled to cast my vote for him in the All-Star event. At this rate, he is poised to be a serious contender for Rookie of the Year this season. If he maintains even half of today's performance in future games, he has already secured the title. In the Pingaway live broadcast room, witnessing Lin Tian once again intercepting the ball from Booker, host Wang Xing exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, what a beautifully executed steal." Commentator Yang Yi adjusted his glasses. "I have long predicted that Lin Tian would step up in the 4th quarter. It seems I was right." As the game was in a timeout, the camera captured a slow-motion replay of Lin Tian stealing the ball under the basket. When Lin Tian extended his hands to seize the ball, it appeared as though the entire basketball was being compressed by his fingers. Yang Yi hurriedly remarked, Look, goodness. The ball is actually dented. That was a forceful steal. It is rare that our nation produces such an extraordinarily gifted athlete. This is a stroke of luck for the fans and a boon for the Lakers. By the way, dear viewers, the first phase of the All-Star voting concludes in 2 days. If you still have votes, pick up your phones and cast your precious votes for our homegrown player, Lin Tian. Although he has not played enough games, we must express our support. Wang Xing actively encouraged votes for Lin Tian. The live chat was flooded with comments. Wow. Lin Tian's physical prowess is astonishing. It feels like he could crush the basketball. Lin Tian's speed surpasses that of the shorter Booker. Incredible. Even though Kobe did not play today, Lin Tian's outstanding performance made it worthwhile to watch. In this new era post-Yao Ming, Lin Tian will undoubtedly carry the banner for our national team. Brothers, we must vote for our domestic players. Let's rally and cast our votes for Lin Tian. I declare today that we will not only support but also elevate Lin Tian into the All-Star game. Meanwhile, far away at the Staples Center, Lin Tian remained unaware of the multitude watching his game across the ocean. While he took a moment to hydrate during the timeout, Kobe unexpectedly approached from behind, giving his shoulder a supportive squeeze. "Buddy, I hardly know what to say. You were simply incredible." This scene was fortuitously captured by the camera on the sidelines. As Lin Tian simply remarked, "He is far too slow." As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Booker appeared to be overwhelmed today, almost hesitant to receive the ball. The basketball rested in the hands of point guard Brandon Knight. Knight gestured towards Booker, signaling for him to set a screen. Booker approached Knight, allowing him to shake off Williams. In this switch, it was Lin Tian who ended up defending Booker. The towering figure, over 2 meters tall, extended his long arms directly towards Knight, affording him no opportunity to penetrate. Lin Tian's defense was exceptionally clean. As Knight retreated, he relentlessly pursued. And when Knight attempted to drive, Lin Tian stood resolute as a rock. Chapter 24. As long as you're faster than them, you can snatch the ball from their hands. Nate believed that his drive was more threatening than Booker's, and he boldly charged forward. As Lin Tian retreated to defend, he exerted himself to reach out and deflect the basketball. Subsequently, he leveraged his physical advantage to surpass Nate and seize the ball. At this moment, the Lakers' front court was devoid of defenders, with Nate being the nearest to Lin Tian. Nate exerted every ounce of strength in an attempt to reclaim the ball, but the distance between him and Lin Tian only widened. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin Tian executed another dunk, earning 2 more points. At this juncture, no one was concerned about Lin Tian's scoring. The focus was rather on his steals. By this point in the game, Lin Tian had already amassed 8 steals. Kobe, who had barely settled into his seat, stood up enthusiastically to applaud Lin Tian. His personal best for steals in a single game was 7, a feat accomplished 10 years prior. Lin Tian had shattered that record in merely 3 games. Kobe remarked to Scott, who was also applauding nearby, "This kid's defense reminds me of Tony Allen." No, he is even more ferocious than Tony Allen. Although the Suns still had a timeout remaining, their head coach, Jeff Hornacek, was reluctant to use it. The team was left with only one final timeout for the entirety of the fourth quarter. Lin Tian's singular defensive prowess had completely disrupted the Suns' offensive rhythm. Both Brandon Knight and Devin Booker felt the dread of being guarded by Lin Tian. They subsequently committed 2 turnovers, and the Lakers seized the opportunity to capitalize on the Suns' mistakes, scoring repeatedly. With 4 minutes remaining in the game, the Lakers had extended their lead to 21 points. During a dead ball, Scott observed that Suns coach Hornacek was conceding, and he swiftly substituted Lin Tian out. This was an unwritten rule in the NBA. When the opposing team surrenders, there is no need to push the advantage to its limits. Amidst the cheers and applause of the audience, Lin Tian took his seat on the bench. Kobe had been waiting there, a smile on his face as he affectionately ruffled Lin Tian's hair. "You rascal, you've broken my record." "Huh?" Lin Tian gasped, his eyes widening as he glanced at the statistical screen. "I only scored 40 points. Hey, what are you thinking? Do you really believe I was referring to your scoring?" Kobe frowned. It dawned on Lin Tian, "Oh, my steals seem to have broken your record." He was fairly knowledgeable about Kobe's statistics over the years. Kobe nodded in satisfaction. "You had the chance for 10 steals, but Phoenix conceded, which is rather dull." Upon returning to the bench, Lin Tian reviewed his overall game statistics: 40 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 8 steals, and 2 blocks. At that moment, Nick Young settled beside Lin Tian. "Hey, I should have let you have that rebound earlier." "No need." Lin Tian shook his head. "The numbers aren't what matter. Winning the game is." Kobe, standing nearby, turned around in astonishment to gaze at Lin Tian. He had not anticipated that the young Lin Tian would speak with such maturity. Unable to contain his admiration, he nodded appreciatively. The game continued, albeit it had descended into garbage time. On the Lakers' side, the young players, including Russell and Randall, took to the court. Garbage time proved to be an excellent opportunity for honing their skills, yet Lin Tian, being the youngest player on the floor, remained seated on the bench. As the seconds ticked away, the substitute teams engaged in a spirited exchange, with the score gap lingering around 20 points. Ultimately, the garbage time elapsed, and the final whistle echoed throughout the arena. The scoreboard read 180, marking a resounding victory for the Lakers. Confetti fell from above, celebrating the triumph of the game. Kobe led the way to the Suns bench, exchanging high fives and embraces with the players. Many of the young athletes in this generation were fans of Kobe, including the Suns rookie, Devin Booker. Following closely behind Kobe, Lin Tian embraced Tucker, who revealed a relieved smile and remarked, "Young man, your future is limitless." After politely expressing his gratitude, Lin Tian proceeded to hug the other players of the Suns in turn. Once the formalities concluded, the players returned to the locker room. Since he had not participated in the game, Kobe did not accompany them to the locker room. The atmosphere there was particularly light and cheerful, with Nick Young humming a tune. Having scored 15 points, Young had indeed delivered a commendable performance. After enjoying a refreshing shower, Lin Tian joined head coach Scott in the media room for interviews. The Lakers' media room was notably more lively than those of other teams, as it brimmed with sports journalists from across America and around the globe. The reporters initially posed several questions to Coach Scott, who responded flawlessly, leaving no room for error. He primarily commended Lin Tian for his demeanor on the court, just when he thought the inquiries directed at him had concluded. A bespectacled reporter posed a challenging question. "Coach Scott, we noticed that with 4 minutes remaining in the game, you substituted Lin Tian, even though he was just 1 rebound shy of a double-double." Scott nodded, acknowledging the observation. "Indeed, I am aware that Lin is our leading scorer, but he has already played for a sufficient duration. I wish to mitigate the risk of injury from excessive playtime. A double-double is merely a trivial achievement for him." His response remained impeccable, highlighting his seasoned experience in handling media questions. A Lakers staff member signaled the conclusion of Scott's interview, indicating it was time for Lin Tian's turn. This segment typically involved players selecting reporters for questions. Lin Tian pointed to a female journalist from China. She promptly raised her microphone and asked, "Lin Tian, you scored the highest points on the court today, and the team secured a victory. Are you satisfied with the overall performance of the team throughout the game?" Lin Tian nodded. "Of course I am satisfied. It was an exceptional match. Everyone exerted themselves defensively, and our offense flourished." The second question came from a male reporter from ESPN. "Lin, your performance tonight was outstanding. Do you believe you can become the Rookie of the Year this season?" Lin Tian chuckled. "I thought, based on my performance tonight, that award is already mine." A chorus of laughter erupted from the journalists. Even the staff from the Lakers' public relations department couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Soon, another reporter posed the final question. "You achieved 8 steals tonight. Do you have any unique insights regarding stealing the ball?" Lin Tian replied, "Indeed, if you can outpace them, you can take the ball right from their hands." Another wave of synchronized laughter followed. Chapter 25. The Astonishing All-Star Vote Count. After the interview, Lin Tian returned to the apartment he resided in near the arena. Although the rent was not inexpensive, it paled in comparison to his current salary, which rendered it a mere trifle. With just a couple more months of salary, he could even afford a modest abode in the heart of Los Angeles. Several players from the Lakers also rented apartments in the vicinity, including Nick Young, who, after work, indulged in a carefree lifestyle. Bored, Lin Tian switched on the television in his room, where another match was underway between the Mavericks and the Heat. A few years prior, these two teams had faced off in the finals. However, at that time, LeBron was still with the Heat, and now both teams had largely retreated from championship contention. Scott had consistently advised them to utilize their downtime to observe other teams' matches and recordings, a suggestion Lin Tian had dutifully adhered to. After watching the game, it was already midnight. As usual, Lin Tian opened his phone to check the sports news. His name continued to dominate the headlines across major news outlets. Lakers rookie Lin Tian scores a staggering 40 points. A death-defying block astonishes Kobe. Lin Tian records 8 steals in a single game, setting a new season record. Kobe sidelined due to injury. 19-year-old prodigy leads team to a resounding victory over the Suns. Is another future superstar on the rise? Lin Tian boldly claims the title of best rookie is already within his grasp. Lakers effortlessly end their losing streak, surpassing the Suns to rank 14th in the West. Lin Tian's contributions are indispensable. Kobe's chosen successor? He even offered to massage the rookie's shoulders. These news headlines originated from American sports newspapers, as well as sports media from China. Lin Tian's popularity was soaring in the United States, but in China, it was nothing short of sensational. Any news headline featuring his name garnered thousands of comments. Although he lacked the time to read through each one, he could still sense the fervor of the fans back home. The last player to receive such attention in China was the great Yao Ming. Just as Lin Tian was preparing for sleep, he received a lengthy text message from the Lakers' assistant coach. Upon opening it, he found recent statistics and technical characteristics of the Kings players. Their next challenge was indeed the Kings, set for the night after tomorrow. Glancing at the data, it was evident that the Kings' leader was none other than DeMarcus Cousins. Cousins could arguably be considered the premier center in the league, currently at the peak of his prowess. After over 30 games this season, he boasted an average of 27 points per game, ranking 5th in the league. The 4 players ahead of him were Curry, Westbrook, Harden, and Durant. However, the Kings' record was not as impressive, as they stood at 10th in the West. If they maintained this ranking, they would not qualify for the playoffs upon the conclusion of the regular season. Aside from Cousins, the Kings also featured talented players like Rudy Gay and Rajon Rondo. The assistant coach of the Lakers sent Lin Tian a message detailing the technical characteristics of each player on the Kings team. After reading the message, Lin Tian promptly fell asleep. The following morning, he, along with Nick Young, boarded the Lakers' private jet near the arena. Although the Kings were only a few hundred kilometers away from Los Angeles, flying was undoubtedly a more expedient mode of transportation. They would arrive in Sacramento a day in advance, spend the night at a hotel, and after the game the next day, fly to their subsequent away game. The upcoming 2 matches would be on the road, which would undoubtedly be exhausting. Once on board, Kobe was already seated on the plane and gestured for Lin Tian to sit beside him. Lin Tian accepted the invitation and inquired, "Kobe, is your shoulder feeling any better?" Kobe responded with a wry smile. "It's an old injury, difficult to heal, but I will be able to play tomorrow night." He had always been one to persevere through minor injuries, and Lin Tian understood. While they were conversing, Nick Young suddenly approached them, holding up his Fruit Sixx+. "Hey, guys, the results of the first round of All-Star voting are out." Kobe didn't even lift his eyelids, well aware that despite his average performance, he would still garner a substantial number of votes. Lin Tian asked, "So what?" He was self-aware enough to realize that having played only 4 games this season, his chances of making the All-Star team were slim. However, Nick Young's next statement left everyone stunned. "Lin, you received 620,000 votes in the first round, only second to Kobe's 710,000. What?" Lin Tian could not help but widen his eyes and took Nick Young's phone. The screen displayed news released by the NBA's official social media just 5 minutes ago. The results were clearly stated. First, Kobe, votes 712,000. Second, Lin Tian, votes 621. 203rd, LeBron, votes 531,000. 24th, Curry. The other players on the plane quickly took out their phones to search for related news. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, reflecting on how his popularity had surely increased after the previous few games. Yet, he had never anticipated that his popularity had soared to such heights. The All-Star voting had actually commenced last month, and at that time, Lin Tian had merely been a player in the development league. It had only been 10 days since his first NBA game, and yet he had garnered such an astonishing amount of votes. Only then did he remember that the current All-Star voting mechanism had seemingly not been reformed. The decision on whether a player could be selected as an All-Star starter lay entirely in the hands of the fans. As long as a player had a sufficiently large fan base, even subpar performances could still lead to an All-Star selection. Lin Tian's votes rank first among all forwards in the Western Conference, even surpassing the likes of Kawhi Leonard and Kevin Durant. After a considerable moment, Lin Tian finally regained his composure. He understood that the majority of these votes were garnered from fans in his homeland. Although he had only participated in 4 games, the NBA enjoys immense popularity in China, and his recent performances have been nothing short of stellar, which has significantly galvanized fan voting. If the All-Star rules remain unchanged, Lin Tian may very well become the next player from China to secure a starting position in the NBA All-Star game after the legendary Yao Ming. Oh my goodness. Lin, you have an astonishing number of fans. It is truly unbelievable. Your vote count exceeds that of LeBron. Lin, your popularity is extraordinary. You are on the verge of becoming an All-Star. Nick Young, Lou Williams, and others could no longer contain their excitement. Kobe also expressed his astonishment, stating, "This is indeed hard to believe." Chapter 26. The Insanity of Voting. This will ruin the NBA. Under the announcement released by the NBA, the number of comments has already exceeded 10,000 within just 5 minutes. Lin Tian scrolled through the remarks. "This voting is utterly ridiculous. Are you really considering allowing a rookie who has only played 4 games to be selected for the All-Star game? My goodness, the All-Star voting mechanism truly needs reform. For heaven's sake, can you please do something substantial?" Although the Lakers rookie wearing the number 23 jersey is impressive, how on earth did he manage to garner 620,000 All-Star votes? Please, disqualify that rookie from the Lakers. No player has ever been selected for the All-Star game after playing only 4 games. This voting is sheer madness. It will ruin the NBA. It is understandable that Kobe is the king of votes, but the league intends to allow a team with a nearly bottom-tier record to have 2 All-Star starters? This is simply unacceptable. Wake up, everyone. The All-Star voting mechanism is inherently flawed. Lin's performance merits such a number of votes. The entire comment section is overwhelmingly filled with curses and doubts. Of course, there are a few fans defending Lin Tian, but the majority of these supportive comments have been drowned out by the vitriol. Lin Tian sighed as he returned the phone to Nick Young, momentarily at a loss for words. In Yao Ming's first season in the NBA, he garnered enough All-Star votes to edge out the peak Shaquille O'Neal from the starting lineup. Even though Shaquille's performance that season was significantly superior to Yao's, which led to the latter's subtle expression of discontent. Moreover, Yao Ming's career saw him selected as an All-Star starter for 8 consecutive years, causing considerable murmurs among NBA fans and media alike. Closer in time, Lin also came close to being an All-Star starter one season due to sufficient votes. All of this stems from the immense fan base that players from the Celestial Empire possess. It would be impossible for Lin Tian to claim he feels no pressure. Had he joined the Lakers at the start of the season, it might have been different, but he has only played 4 games for the team. Although the All-Star voting has not yet concluded, as long as the NBA's voting rules remain unchanged, his selection appears to be a foregone conclusion. At that point, aside from the fans from the Celestial Empire, the voices of dissent will only grow louder. Kobe noticed Lin Tian's troubled expression and remarked, "Hey, buddy, this is a good thing. Why the frown?" Lin Tian sighed. "So far this season, I've only played a few games. Some will certainly contest that." "So what?" Kobe shrugged his shoulders. "Don't let those fans get under your skin. Just focus on being yourself. You are an all-star." Nick Young nodded in agreement. "Lin, I truly envy you. If I had that many votes, I wouldn't care how many games I played." From the side, Russell jabbed at Nick Young. "Save it. Your vote count is less than 20,000, even lower than mine." "Hey, buddy." Nick Young turned to Russell and asked, "Are you comparing yourself to me? Understand your situation. You are the 2nd overall pick this year. The All-Star voting allows any fan to cast their vote for any NBA player, ensuring that every player receives votes. Though the disparity in numbers can be quite significant, Lin Tian was not one to be overly sentimental. Yet the notion of the All-Star game was indeed causing him some distress. He did not wish to be labeled as undeserving when he inevitably became a starter. Even if the essence of the All-Star game was merely an exhibition, Kobe's voice rang out once more. "Lin, the simplest way to silence them is to perform and smite them with your prowess." His words resonated with Lin Tian. The official announcement of the voting tallies was for the first round, the midterm results. In the days to come, the NBA would progressively unveil the second round of midterm votes and the results of the third round. The Lakers had a packed schedule recently, and if Lin Tian could deliver an outstanding performance, he might very well quell the naysayers. He nodded solemnly. In the forthcoming matches, he would strive to win over the fans with his performance. At that moment, Nick Young, engrossed in his phone, suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, guys, the players of the week from last week have been announced." Lin Tian promptly took out his phone to check the news. As expected, after revealing the initial phase of All-Star voting results, the NBA swiftly disclosed the list of last week's players of the week. The Eastern Conference Player of the Week was Kyle Lowry of the Raptors, while Lin Tian was honored as the Western Conference Player of the Week. His average statistics from the previous week were highlighted: 30, 5 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 5 steals, and 2 blocks. These statistics included his first game for the Lakers, where, apart from 2 turnovers, he had a complete shutout in other areas. An essential criterion for being named Player of the Week is the team's performance. In the 4 games Lin Tian participated in, the team secured 3 victories, making his accolade well-deserved. The officials likely announced the All-Star votes before the Player of the Week results, taking Lin Tian's influence into account. Kobe was quite excited. "Hey, Player of the Week. I thought it would be James Harden." Nick Young also offered his congratulations. "Lin, congratulations. I believe that once the Player of the Week is announced, those who doubted your All-Star votes will fall silent." Lin Tian, however, was indifferent. Is there any reward for being named Player of the Week? Previously, he had not paid much attention to this accolade. Hearing Lin Tian pose such an unusual question, everyone laughed. Nick Young pointed at Kobe and said, "You should ask Kobe. He is one of the players in NBA history who has received the Player of the Week honor the most times." Kobe, however, replied earnestly, No. Do not elevate me like that. But let me tell you, there are no substantial rewards for being named Player of the Week. If your contract includes any incentive clauses, perhaps you could receive a bit more, but you should have a fully guaranteed contract." Nick Young shook his head and exclaimed, "You dare to inquire about rewards for such a lofty honor? Truly, you are beyond redemption." Lin Tian chuckled as he scratched his head, and the airport was once again filled with laughter and joy. After more than an hour, the Lakers chartered plane arrived in Sacramento. The group disembarked and boarded the team's exclusive bus en route to their hotel. They were accommodated in a 5-star hotel near the King's home arena. It was Lin Tian's first visit, and he found this 5-star establishment in California's capital to be quite impressive, boasting a plethora of amenities that certainly surpassed his apartment in Los Angeles. With time still on their side, they stowed their luggage and shortly thereafter followed their head coach into the Golden One Center, the home arena of the Kings. It is reputed to be one of the most advanced venues in the NBA, equipped with comprehensive facilities and capable of hosting over 20,000 fans. After meandering through the arena and reaching the training facility, Scott organized the players for a day of practice. Following individual drills, they transitioned into team practice. Although Lin Tian had replicated the peak abilities of several players, he never allowed himself to become complacent during training, especially with Kobe Bryant supervising him closely. While Kobe did not concern himself with the other players, he often found it impossible to refrain from offering pointers during Lin Tian's personal training sessions. At times, he even appeared to take on the role of a practice partner, eliciting envy from Russell and others. However, they recognized that Kobe harbored high expectations for Lin Tian. After a long day of training, Lin Tian returned to the hotel, feeling quite fatigued. They had trained for 6 hours that day, which was relatively short. During home games, their training could extend beyond 8 hours. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin Tian's first order of business was to turn on the television and watch an NBA game. Occasionally, Scott would organize group viewings of other teams' matches, but that was usually more convenient in Los Angeles. In other cities, their evenings were typically at their own discretion, provided they remained reachable by the team. The game Lin Tian watched that night was a live broadcast of the Warriors versus the Cavaliers. The previous season, the Warriors had triumphed in the NBA Finals with a 4-2 victory, and since then, their matchups against the Cavaliers had been dubbed the Cavalier-Warrior Clash. However, last season, the Cavaliers roster had been incomplete during the playoffs. By the time they reached the finals, only LeBron James remained healthy among the trio of stars, as Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love were sidelined by injuries. This time, the other two superstars had returned to health, sparking considerable interest in tonight's broadcast. The Cavaliers' starting lineup featured LeBron James, Kevin Love, Kyrie Irving, J.R. Smith, and Tristan Thompson. The Warriors' starting five included Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Harrison Barnes, Draymond Green, and Andrew Bogut. Notably, Bogut could be considered a nominal starter, as his playing time typically did not exceed that of the bench player, Andre Iguodala. At the onset of the first quarter, the Splash Brothers exhibited an extraordinary shooting touch, their three-point accuracy astonishingly precise. Klay Thompson, without dribbling, effortlessly sank 4 three-pointers, leaving the Cavaliers utterly incapable of defending against their perimeter shots. As the second quarter commenced, the Splash Brothers continued to unleash their long-range prowess. Both Curry and Thompson achieved a remarkable three-point shooting percentage exceeding 40% this season, and most notably, their attempts per game were significantly high. Despite the presence of the Cavaliers' star trio, their three-point shooting percentage lagged considerably, resulting in a persistent deficit since the first quarter. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Warriors had established a 15-point lead. As the fourth quarter began, LeBron James rallied his teammates and momentarily reduced the margin to within 10 points. However, with just 5 minutes remaining in the game, the Warriors coach deployed his secret weapon, the death lineup. This configuration, as its name suggests, forsakes the traditional center, positioning Draymond Green as the center, while the remaining 4 players comprised Curry, Thompson, Iguodala, and Barnes. The introduction of this lineup significantly enhanced the Warriors' spatial dynamics, as all players were adept at shooting three-pointers, swiftly extending the lead once more. Ultimately, the Cavaliers found themselves unable to recover, succumbing to a formidable defeat. With this victory, the Warriors boasted an impressive record of 31 wins and 1 loss, firmly securing their position at the pinnacle of the league. Although their undefeated streak had been shattered earlier by the Bucks, their ambition remained to surpass the Bulls' record of 72 wins. Lin Tian, having watched the entire game, was left in awe. The Warriors' death lineup was indeed fearsome. Their shooting accuracy was complemented by an impenetrable defense. They possessed the league's finest 3 and D players, alongside some of the best defenders in the game. The hour had grown late, and after a refreshing shower, Lin Tian quickly succumbed to sleep. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Lin Tian awoke, being one of the first 2 players, alongside Kobe, to arrive at the training facility. This prompted some quiet complaints from the security guard responsible for opening the Golden One Center. Kobe turned to Lin Tian and said, "Listen, when playing away games, you will encounter various challenges. The home team staff may occasionally try to make things difficult for you, but do not let them affect you." Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the advice. Soon after, the other Lakers players began to arrive at the gym for their training session. Given that they had a game scheduled for the evening, the intensity of their practice was relatively low. Thus, the day passed and night fell. At precisely 8 o'clock, half an hour before the game commenced, a chorus of boos erupted as the Lakers squad entered the arena. The uproar was particularly pronounced when the cameras focused on Lin Tian, with the jeers cascading down like an unstoppable tide, seemingly attempting to engulf him. Lin Tian had never witnessed such a spectacle before. This was merely a routine regular season game. He held no particular animosity towards the Kings. Yet, he understood that the boos were a manifestation of the doubts surrounding his All-Star voting. Each year during the All-Star festivities, fan debates reached a fever pitch. The most contentious issue this season has fallen upon Lin Tian, although he has recently been awarded the Western Conference Player of the Week. This achievement has not sufficiently won over the fans. Beside him, Kobe chuckled, stating, "Wherever I play this season, I am met with cheers upon my entrance. This time, thanks to you, the booing is quite pronounced. It seems the Kings fans harbor significant resentment, believing I should not have been selected for the All-Star game." He continued, "Of course, they resent you, as their star player's vote count is rather low. Cousins had little chance of being a starting All-Star, and now with your presence, he is even further from that goal. You must tread carefully around Cousins tonight. However, this might serve you well, instilling a sense of urgency." Lin Tian forced a smile in response. The players have begun their warm-ups, with Lin Tian's team practicing on one half of the court while the Kings players occupied the other. When Lin Tian cast his gaze toward Cousins, he found him scowling back intensely. It was widely known that Cousins was a person of strong emotions, and it appeared that reputation was well-founded. Tonight promised to bring considerable trouble. Chapter 27. Cousins' display of power as the clock struck 8:30 in the evening. The highly anticipated game between the Lakers and the Kings commenced. The starting players shed their warm-up attire, gracefully gliding towards the center circle while engaging in warm-up exercises. The Kings' starting lineup featured Rajon Rondo, Ben McLemore, Quincy Acy, Rudy Gay, and DeMarcus Cousins. In contrast, the Lakers starters comprised Lou Williams, Kobe Bryant, Lin Tian, Larry Nance Jr., and Roy Hibbert. With the sharp whistle of the referee, the jump ball commenced. Hibbert and Cousins leaped simultaneously, but the ball was deftly tipped away by Cousins, landing in Rondo's hands. Rondo, a premier point guard in the league and renowned tactical mastermind, skillfully dribbled the ball into the Kings' frontcourt while vocally directing his teammates' movements. Defending Rondo for the Lakers was Lou Williams. Rondo executed a pick-and-roll with McLemore, then, unexpectedly, surged into the paint. Kobe, having switched to guard Rondo, struggled to keep pace. Seeing this, Nance rushed to provide help defense, but as Rondo faced him, he feigned a one-handed pass behind his back. Nance, anticipating a pass to Cousins, was momentarily distracted, allowing Rondo to effortlessly lay the ball into the basket. This signature move, though seldom employed by Rondo, proved remarkably effective. The Kings made an emphatic statement right from the outset, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the Golden One Center. Hibbert swiftly retrieved the ball and passed it to Williams. Williams crossed half-court and relayed the ball to Kobe. Although Kobe is primarily a shooting guard, he often commandeers the ball for the Lakers. This season, he has reduced his ball-handling responsibilities. On this occasion, he opted not to shoot. Instead, he passed to Lin Tian on the wing. Lin faced off against Quincy Acy, the Kings' small forward. Having reviewed Acy's statistics previously, Lin recognized him as a marginal player who had meandered through various teams on minimum contracts over the years. In the Kings lineup, Acy was essentially a placeholder, often receiving less playing time than several bench players. Did the Kings truly have confidence in him to guard Lin? Without further contemplation, Lin began to execute a series of sharp crossovers. With his height and long legs, he moved with an elusive grace, leaving Acy off balance and vulnerable. Lin successfully penetrated the lane, catching both Cousins and Gay off guard, as they surely did not expect their small forward to be so easily outmaneuvered. With the aid of picks from Nance and Hibbert, Lin stormed towards the basket and delivered a resounding dunk. The previously boisterous arena fell into a hushed awe. Following the Lakers' electrifying play, the Kings inbound the ball. Rondo brought it up the court, but instead of driving, he passed to Cousins, who was already establishing position in the paint. Upon receiving the ball, Cousins utilized his physicality to assertively push Hibbert aside, executing a powerful dunk that resonated throughout the arena. His physicality presented an overwhelming advantage over Hibbert. Although Hibbert is merely 30 years old, injuries have caused his performance to steadily decline each season, and he has long ceased to resemble the player he once was with the Pacers. As the Lakers prepared for a possession, Lou Williams opted for his solo play. Yet his shot clanged against the rim. Cousins seized the rebound, passed the ball to Rondo, and sprinted to the frontcourt to demand the ball. Once he received it, he boldly faced Hibbert and scored a two-pointer, simultaneously drawing a defensive foul from Hibbert, a classic three-point play. After completing this play, Cousins did not gloat over Hibbert but instead turned his gaze towards Lin Tian, who stood near the three-point line, bemused yet amused. In truth, he rather appreciated Cousins' forthright demeanor. However, it seemed that Cousins harbored little fondness for him. Cousins made his free throw, narrowing the Lakers' deficit to 5 points. Kobe attempted a one-on-one but also missed, allowing Gay to snatch the rebound and swiftly pass it to Rondo. Cousins again raised his hand for the ball in the paint, and Rondo obliged. Upon receiving the pass, Cousins initiated his favored post move. As he dribbled to a comfortable shooting position, he prepared to take his shot, where he typically enjoys a high success rate. Cousins feigned a jump, tricking Hibbert into leaping prematurely. Just as Hibbert was descending, Cousins sprang up and released the ball. At that moment, Rondo's voice rang out, "Watch your back." Unbeknownst to Cousins, who had already launched his shot, a large hand appeared above him. Bam! That hand forcefully swatted Cousins' shot, redirecting it onto Hibbert's shoulder and then into Kobe's hands. It was only then that Cousins realized Lin Tian had blocked his shot. Kobe quickly seized the opportunity and advanced the ball, but after only 2 strides, a gust of wind rushed past him. Lin Tian had sprinted directly in front of him. Realizing the urgency, Kobe swiftly passed the ball to Lin Tian. Despite the presence of 2 Kings guards beneath the basket, Lin Tian executed a flawless Euro step to evade both and scored. This seamless offensive maneuver left Cousins momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated being blocked, especially from behind. As Lin Tian hurried back on defense, Cousins remarked, "Rookie, your speed is commendable." "Thank you for the compliment," Lin Tian replied with a smile. "But I want to let you off easy." Cousins, rarely smiling, retorted, "I will score 40 points tonight. Your interior defense is vulnerable." No sooner had he spoken than he received another pass from Rondo. This time, Cousins was more cautious, fully aware of Lin Tian's presence, and again he scored against Hibbert. Following the Lakers' inbound pass, Lou Williams immediately delivered the ball to Lin Tian. Observing Lou Williams at the arc and Kobe on the wing, Lin Tian could only smile with a hint of resignation. There are essentially no players renowned for their prowess without the ball on their side. And with both Larry Nance Jr. and Roy Hibbert congesting the paint, Lin Tian, whose three-point shooting is somewhat inconsistent, took a small step before surging into the lane. Quincy Acey was utterly unable to impede his advance, merely watching as Lin Tian barreled into the paint. Cousins had anticipated Lin Tian's drive toward the basket. After having been blocked by Lin Tian moments earlier, he was keen on regaining his dignity. However, he dared not stray too far from the paint, ever wary of Hibbert, lest Lin Tian find an opportunity to pass. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had reached the painted area. Facing Cousins, he propelled himself off the ground with a powerful push from his feet, soaring into the air. The 2.11-meter-tall Cousins wore a smile, raising his arms high as he leapt, intent on swatting away Lin Tian's shot and reclaiming his lost pride. Chapter 28, The Dunk Over Cousins. Lin Tian, fearless and undaunted, raised his arm high as he confronted Cousins, launching the ball with remarkable force towards the hoop. Cousins, already leaping to a height that nearly surpassed the rim, was nevertheless unable to intercept Lin Tian's trajectory. With a resounding thud, the ball found its mark in the basket. Cousins, caught off guard by Lin Tian's momentum, stumbled as he landed, almost losing his footing. The arena erupted with the astonished gasps of over 20,000 spectators, none of whom anticipated that the towering Cousins would be dunked on by this young upstart. To many fans, he was the reigning first center of the league. In the Pingue live broadcast room, the excitement was palpable. "What an incredible dunk!" exclaimed Yang Yi, his voice filled with enthusiasm. "Lin Tian just dunked on Cousins. My goodness. That's Cousins." The bald commentator Wang Ming echoed the sentiment, brimming with exhilaration. "This play will undoubtedly be one of the top 10 highlights of the day. I never expected Lin Tian to possess such astonishing leaping ability. Few players in the entire NBA can claim the honor of dunking over Cousins." Both Lin Tian and Cousins were scoring relentlessly from the outset. It seemed that tonight would devolve into an explosive scoring duel. Ladies and gentlemen, that dunk from Lin Tian serves as a clarion call to all his doubters. He absolutely deserves an all-star vote. This impressive dunk was sure to ignite Cousins' fury. Meanwhile, the comments in the Pinguay live chat streamed rapidly. Wow, incredible! Dunking on the reigning first center. This is worthy of a year's worth of bragging rights. Lin Tian is phenomenal. I'm so excited I'm standing up. Who claimed that our players lack physical prowess? Is this not worthy of a vote? I stand firm in saying that Lin Tian will undoubtedly be a starter in the All-Star game. Not even Jesus can stop him. Our nation has finally produced another formidable talent. In the Golden One Center, Cousins was thoroughly vexed after being dunked on by Lin Tian. Following a turnover, Rajon Rondo passed the ball directly to Cousins without hesitation. Like an enraged bull, Cousins charged towards the basket, releasing a shot that unfortunately missed. However, as the ball descended, Cousins leapt once more, snatching the rebound from Hibbert's grasp and powerfully scoring again. Hibbert was utterly unable to contain the ferocious force that Cousins represented in the paint. Coach Scott, recognizing the situation, reluctantly called a timeout. As the players returned to the bench to catch their breath and hydrate, Hibbert felt a wave of frustration. Being the tallest player on the Lakers, he felt compelled to defend Cousins. Yet his performance in the first half of the game clearly demonstrated his struggle against Cousins' dominance. Despite his best efforts, Hibbert found himself outmatched, as his body could not keep pace with his aspirations. Coach Scott, tapping on the tactical board, instructed Clarkson, double team. Whenever Cousins receives the ball in the paint, we must double team him. We need to limit his impact. Standing at 2.06 meters. Clarkson often filled in at center during Hibbert's rest, and his playing time exceeded that of Hibbert. Acknowledging Scott's command, Clarkson nodded promptly. The brief intermission swiftly concluded, and the players from both teams returned to the court. It was the Lakers' turn to inbound the ball, and without needing to request it, Lou Williams dutifully passed the ball to Lin Tian. What Lin Tian did not anticipate was that the moment he received the ball, both AC and Rudy Gay converged on him without hesitation. It seemed the Kings coach had issued a directive to double-team him during the timeout. Such an approach towards a rookie who had only played a few games was indeed a mark of high regard. While he could easily maneuver past a single defender, facing two opponents posed a significant challenge, making it uncertain whether he could even distribute the ball. They appeared to have recognized Lin Tian's tendency to avoid passing, prompting this strategy. The double team underscored their respect for Lin Tian, but was also a risky gamble. With only 5 players from each team on the court, the presence of 2 defenders on one player inevitably left another unguarded. Standing at 2.05 meters, Lin Tian had a broad field of vision, and he managed to pass the ball to Kyle Kuzma amidst the tight defense. Kuzma was being guarded by Rudy Gay, who was now positioned in front of Lin Tian. Upon receiving the ball, Kuzma found himself face-to-face with DeMarcus Cousins. He executed a feint for a layup, and as Cousins advanced to defend, he passed the ball to Roy Hibbert. Hibbert received the ball and successfully scored a 2-pointer. This successful shot indicated that the Kings' double-team strategy had not yielded the desired results this time. The game was still in its nascent stages. The Kings regained possession, with Rajon Rondo orchestrating his teammates' movements before executing a pick-and-roll with Rudy Gay, who then returned the ball to Rondo, who sunk a 3-pointer. Rudy Gay's name echoed as DJ announced his successful shot, eliciting cheers from the home crowd as the Kings extended their lead. As Lin Tian advanced with the ball, a chorus of boos arose from the audience. In truth, every time the Lakers had possession, there was an uproar of discontent. But the jeers were markedly louder when Lin Tian was in control. Having learned from their earlier double-team misstep, the Kings were reluctant to assign 2 defenders to Lin Tian again. However, this time it was not AC defending him, but Rudy Gay, fresh off his successful 3-pointer. With spirits high, Gay taunted, "You can't get past me." Lin Tian remained silent, executing a dramatic change of direction, charging towards the basket from the left. Gay was almost effortlessly bypassed in a single stride. Cousins lurked in the paint, intently watching Lin Tian. He had little faith in his teammates' ability to thwart Lin Tian, as he was the team's last line of defense. This time, Lin Tian did not charge directly at Cousins. Instead, he halted near the paint and executed a sudden jump shot. In his immediate vicinity, there was not a soul. Shooting from this position was far more comfortable than from the free throw line. Swish. The ball sailed through the net, and Cousins shook his head in disbelief as he retrieved the ball and inbounded it. At this juncture, Lin Tian's individual score had reached 8 points. Having made all 4 of his attempts, Cousins' scoring was not far behind in comparison. A new round commenced as Cousins held the ball within the paint. Confronted by the dual defense of Nance and Hibbert, True to his habitual instinct, he prepared to pass the ball to the approaching Rudy Gay. However, the moment the ball left his hands, Cousins was struck by a wave of regret. Just as Gay was poised to receive the pass, an unexpected figure appeared at his side, intercepting the ball with remarkable agility. This figure was none other than Lin Tian. His intuition proved correct. Cousins, indeed, adhered to the player report submitted by the team, favoring passes to the forward when ensnared by defenders. This marked Lin Tian's first steal of the match. With successful execution, he surged towards the Lakers' front court like a gust of wind. In his path stood only Rajon Rondo of the Kings. Aware he could not impede Lin Tian, Rondo initially planned to draw a foul to momentarily halt the play. Yet, Lin Tian swiftly maneuvered around him, bypassing the opportunity for a foul and accelerating into the offensive zone, executing a powerful axe-like dunk to secure another 2 points. This fast-break steal and subsequent score elevated his tally to 10 points, simultaneously earning him a steal. Chapter 29, a frenzied scoring spree. 20 points and 3 steals in a single quarter. He aims to make the Kings aware that even when the ball is not in the hands of his defensive assignment, he can still execute a steal. Cousins shook his head in frustration, having already been thwarted by Lin with a block and a steal. This scenario was difficult for him to accept. As the Kings prepared for a baseline inbounds, Rondo advanced the ball into the front court, organizing the play before passing it to power forward Gay. Gay caught the ball and attempted a three-pointer, but it clanged off the rim. Fortunately, the ball did not bounce far and dropped close to the backboard. Hibbert, Young, and Cousins jumped simultaneously. Under the dual pressure of the Lakers' towering presence, Cousins wrested the ball away, and just as he was about to land, he executed a putback. Beep. Not only did the shot count, but it also resulted in a foul on Young. The arena's DJ erupted with excitement. 21. DeMarcus. Cousins clenched his fists, glaring fiercely while letting out a roar. This marked his second 21 in the first quarter, currently placing him as the highest scorer on the court. In the broadcast studio, Barkley, witnessing Cousins' formidable performance, burst into laughter. DeMarcus is exhibiting an intense desire to score today. Smith nodded in agreement. It's evident to all that he is playing with a chip on his shoulder. Throughout the first half of the season, he has arguably delivered his best performance to date, dominating every center in the West. Yet the first phase of All-Star voting indicates he won't be a starter. Alas, centers are increasingly overlooked in this league. Furthermore, Cousins' dissatisfaction likely stemmed from that fiery young player on the Lakers, Lin, who also faced immense pressure today. He needed to prove to everyone that he deserved a spot as a starter in the All-Star game. Both DeMarcus and Lin surpassed 10 points in the first quarter, and they were only halfway through. Hey, Lin has broken through again. With a graceful Euro step against Cousins, he executed a left-handed layup. 2 points scored. In the Golden One Center, after securing another 2 points, Lin's total soared to 12, having made all 6 of his attempts, showcasing a scorching hot hand. His defensive assignment. Quincy AC posed no offensive threat whatsoever. Hence, upon returning to defend, Lin remained within the three-point line, observing Rondo. Rondo tentatively sought to penetrate, but was halted by Lou Williams. He could only feign continued dribbling before suddenly passing the ball to Cousins in the paint. Given Cousins' towering stature, Rondo intentionally lofted the pass. Just as Cousins was about to receive the ball, Lin anticipated Rondo's passing intentions. He decisively abandoned his defensive assignment. Darting into the space between Rondo and Cousins, leaping with force, he snatched the ball from midair. The spectators were left in awe. After securing the ball, he had yet to touch the ground when he passed it to the perimeter, finding Kobe. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe surged forward into the front court. The two backcourt players of the Kings exhibited remarkable speed in their defensive retreat, arriving at the basket ahead of Kobe. In the past, such an opportunity would have prompted Kobe to leap for a dunk without hesitation. However, the present-day Kobe found himself unable to jump. Yet he caught a glimpse of Lin Tian behind him. Drawing the defensive attention of Rondo and McLemore, Kobe executed a no-look pass over his shoulder. The angle of the pass was impeccable. Lin Tian, with his legs bent, sprang into the air at just the right moment, seizing the ball and executing a powerful two-handed dunk. The synergy between Kobe and Lin Tian was palpable, leading to a celebratory shoulder bump between the two. This exhilarating moment was witnessed by millions of viewers in the Penguin Live broadcast. Lin Tian was sensational. The connection with Kobe was simply magnificent. If only he were a decade younger, this play could have resulted in a spectacular dunk over two defenders. Come on, keep it up, Lin Tian. Remarkably, even Kobe was willing to assist him, suggesting that Lin Tian is destined to be Kobe's prodigy. After all these years in search of the Mamba mentality's successor, that individual has finally emerged. With Lin Tian's forceful equalizer, the score was reset, placing both teams on equal footing once more. During Rondo's ball control, he no longer dared to make careless passes, feeling as though Lin Tian could read his intentions. Unable to pass freely, he resorted to seeking opportunities for himself. Rondo executed a pick-and-roll with his shooting guard Macklemore, shaking off his defender to drive towards the basket. Yet, before he could advance far, he felt the ball he had pushed away fail to return. Turning around, he noticed Lin Tian had sprinted far ahead on a fast break. None of the Kings players could keep pace with Lin Tian, helplessly watching as he scored once again. Rondo threw up his hands in exasperation. Damn. How does this guy always seem to appear out of nowhere? I have no idea how he got behind me. The notoriously temperamental Cousins also began to show signs of impatience, though he refrained from voicing his frustrations. By the end of the first quarter, Lin Tian's stats stood at 16 points and 3 steals, following the Kings' inbounds pass to avoid another steal from Lin Tian. Cousins positioned himself near the three-point line to receive the ball. He then methodically advanced toward the paint and ultimately took a mid-range shot, which he executed with a gentle touch, successfully finding the net. In the studio, Barkley could no longer contain himself. 16 points in a single quarter. This young man from the Lakers is unstoppable. Smith added with admiration. When he steals the ball and initiates a fast break, his speed is nothing short of bolt-like. I love this young talent. The Lakers have struck gold, Barkley exclaimed, particularly highlighting Lin Tian's 3 steals in the quarter. Before tonight, I never anticipated his scoring drive would be so fierce. This is a scoring duel between Cousins and Lin. The intensity of the first quarter promises even greater excitement ahead. The Lakers' head coach, Scott, was equally astonished by Lin Tian's impressive scoring in just one quarter. He had also discerned Lin Tian's thoughts. When it was time to substitute Lin Tian for a breather, he chose instead to let him play the entirety of the first quarter. Lin Tian did not disappoint, amassing an impressive 20 points during that period. During the intermission, Nick Young excitedly bumped shoulders with him, exclaiming, "Hey, Lin, you scored 20 points in a single quarter." I nearly wore out my towel. Caught up in the exhilaration of the game, Lin Tian had not paid attention to his scoring until he glanced up at the scoreboard, only then realizing he had indeed achieved 20 points, although he missed a few shots towards the end of the quarter. Scoring 20 points in a single period is a feat not everyone can accomplish. If he were to maintain such a pace throughout all 4 quarters, he would finish the game with a remarkable total of 80 points. Meanwhile, DeMarcus Cousins of the Kings also performed admirably, hitting 8 out of 13 attempts along with 4 free throws, equaling 20 points as well. Chapter 30. What does it matter being second best? On the court, it is skill that speaks. In the first quarter, Lin Tian's scoring outshone the combined total of his teammates. Yet, the Kings still led by 2 points. Scott first determined the lineup for the second quarter and then began strategizing. A little over a minute later, the second quarter commenced. Lin Tian and Kobe would enjoy a brief respite. The 5 players on the court for the Lakers were Russell, Clarkson, Nick Young, Randall, and Larry Nance Jr. Nance was positioned as the center, while Randall played as the power forward. Among this lineup, the oldest was Nick Young, with the others being in their 20s. On the Kings' side, although Cousins and Rondo had exited, they were replaced by Darren Collison and Marco Bellinelli. As the game began, the Kings' sharpshooters swiftly educated the inexperienced Lakers players. Their three-point shooting was astonishingly accurate. Collison and Bellinelli hit consecutive three-pointers. The Lakers struggled to find their rhythm, as the young players lacked the experience of their seasoned counterparts. Their play style was rather simplistic, relying on whoever had the ball to take the shot. If they were on a hot streak, it might have worked, but today, their shooting was evidently off, whether it was Nick Young or Randall. Only Russell managed to sink a basket, a meager contribution that was clearly unsustainable. Sitting beside Lin Tian, Kobe shook his head at the scene. These guys, all they do is play solo. Our team assists are perpetually at the bottom of the league. Lin Tian could only smile wryly, at a loss for words. For minutes into the second quarter, the deficit widened to 10 points, and the atmosphere among the Kings fans grew increasingly fervent. As Collison stepped to the free throw line, substitutions were made on both sides. Lin Tian re-entered the game, as Cousins jogged back onto the court. While they would not directly face off, every time Lin Tian drove to the basket, Cousins would be lurking in the paint. It was time for Lin Tian to close the gap again. Upon his return, the Kings visibly altered their strategy. The player assigned to guard him was Rudy Gay, who stood more than a meter away with his arms outstretched. Most of the other Kings players huddled in the paint, compressing the space within. Even if Lin Tian managed to penetrate and score, it would come at a cost. This was a tactic specifically tailored by the Kings for Lin Tian. Unfazed by this strategy, Lin Tian executed Anthony's signature step-back move, suddenly launching towards the paint. Although Gay could not keep pace with him, Cousins and another forward awaited Lin Tian inside. Instead of charging directly in, Lin Tian abruptly halted near the free-throw line for a jump shot. Having emulated all of peak Anthony's skills, his step-back jumper was executed with remarkable grace. The basketball arched beautifully through the air before swishing through the net with a melodious sound. The pinnacle of Allen Iverson's explosive drives, combined with the peak of Carmelo Anthony's sudden jump shots, provided Lin Tian with a significant advantage, allowing him to effortlessly bypass defenders and score with precision, akin to shooting in open space, virtually unchallenged. In such circumstances, his shooting accuracy could exceed an astonishing 70. As the second quarter commenced, his initial two-point shot momentarily halted the Lakers' downward spiral. In the subsequent plays, Lin showcased his kaleidoscopic offensive repertoire, the most dazzling crossovers, sudden jump shots, post-ups, floaters after penetrating the defense, teardrops, and reverse layups. While not every attempt found its mark, they frequently resulted in fouls against his opponents. He adeptly emulated the remarkable ability of Iverson and Anthony to draw fouls. With each successful shot, the chorus of boos from the crowd began to diminish. When Lin scored against DeMarcus Cousins, the Golden One center fell into an unexpected silence, with many spectators displaying expressions of sheer astonishment. The audience present that evening had come to witness either Cousins or Kobe Bryant. However, the true star was a rookie emerging from the shadows of the Lakers. In the broadcast studio, as Lin consistently made difficult shots, Charles Barkley and Smith erupted with excitement. "Oh, damn, how did that one go in? Lin's touch tonight is simply remarkable." The Kings' defense, which had not been particularly poor, appeared ineffective against Lin. His offensive arsenal was vast. When he drove, he resembled Iverson. Yet when he executed a sudden jump shot, he mirrored Carmelo. Cousins seemed utterly flustered by Lin's prowess, and the latter showed no fear of double teams or help defense. This young man from the Lakers has limitless potential. I believe the Lakers should consider developing him as a cornerstone before the trade deadline arrives. What about Russell? He was the second overall pick. Someone interjected. And what of it? On the court, it's all about performance. The Lakers have struggled this season precisely because they lack a clear core player. As the second quarter concluded and the teams retreated to the locker room, Lin Tian, drenched in sweat, was greeted by Kobe, who handed him a towel. "Hey, Lin, this is insane. You've already scored 35 points in the first half." At that moment, a staff member presented a statistics sheet confirming Lin's impressive tally. The score stood tied at 52, as Lin single-handedly bridged the gap that the Kings had previously established. Nick Young exclaimed, "Dude, your offensive techniques are remarkable. You're almost catching up to me." His comment instantly lifted the mood in the locker room. "Young, when will you showcase such an array of moves?" Russell teased. Just then, Coach Scott and several assistant coaches entered the locker room with a strategy board, preparing to outline their game plan for the second half. During the brief intermission, the third quarter commenced with Lin Tian adopting a more subdued demeanor, channeling his primary efforts into defense. He frequently found himself covering for Lou Williams whenever defensive lapses occurred. As for the interior presence against Cousins, Lin Tian could only extend his reach so far. Throughout the entirety of the third quarter, he attempted 5 shots, successfully making 2. However, his relentless defensive tenacity earned him 3 steals, prompting Rondo to exercise great caution, ever wary that the elusive Lin Tian might snatch the ball from his grasp. In the final 2 minutes of the third quarter, as Lin Tian took a seat on the bench, his team maintained a slender 2-point lead. This was largely due to the Lakers allowing Cousins to operate comfortably while denying the other Kings players any semblance of ease. Lin Tian permitted Cousins to take the initiative but would not allow him to continuously distribute the ball. As the most significant threat from the wing, the 2 forwards for the Kings managed a pitiful score during the third quarter. With 3 minutes remaining in the period, Lin Tian, panting heavily, exited the game. Their team still ahead by 4 points. Yet, once he left the court, his teammates faltered, allowing the Kings to blossom offensively, quickly leveling the score and even surging ahead. Chapter 31. Hey, rookie, are you ready to face me? At this moment, Kobe was leading the team on the court. In the first 2 quarters, he struggled with his shooting, resulting in fewer attempts. With Lin resting on the sidelines, it was imperative for Kobe to galvanize the team. He controlled the ball, suddenly changing direction to drive towards the paint. Surprisingly, the Kings McLemore managed to keep pace with him. After a sudden stop, Kobe found himself unable to shoot effectively. Reluctantly, he opted for a jump shot from near the free throw line. This type of shot demands considerable core strength from the player and is considered highly challenging. When executed with fluidity, it can be a sight to behold. Kobe's pull-up jumper is often heralded as one of the most aesthetically pleasing in history. His shot was nearly impossible to defend, seldom subject to being blocked. The basketball arched gracefully through the air before swishing through the net. After scoring, Kobe's gaze was resolute, resembling that of a determined assassin. On the bench, Lin cheered enthusiastically for him. However, the Kings were not to be outdone. Following the inbounds, Cousins swiftly retaliated with a two-point basket. The Lakers inbound from the baseline, with Kobe bringing the ball up from the backcourt. While orchestrating his teammates' movements, he lifted his jersey to wipe the sweat from his brow. After clearing the sweat, Lou Williams approached to set a screen. Utilizing the screen, Kobe momentarily evaded his defender but chose not to drive inside. Instead, he launched a pull-up three-pointer from beyond the arc. Although Kobe's career three-point shooting percentage was not particularly high, this shot found its mark. Lin and his teammates leapt from their seats to applaud Kobe, and even some Kings fans joined in the ovation. Kobe's timely contribution had staunched the bleeding for his team. In the twilight of his career, his frequency of mid-range and three-point shots had certainly increased, though success was not guaranteed with every attempt. Indeed, after the Lakers secured a defensive stop, Kobe attempted another mid-range shot, which clanged off the rim. The Kings seized the opportunity and executed a fast break. After several back-and-forth exchanges, the third quarter concluded with a score of 76-73, the Kings leading by 3 points. In contrast to the previous two quarters, this period saw a decline in scoring efficiency from both sides. During the Lakers break, Lin approached each player, exchanging high fives. Scott gathered everyone, focusing on positional issues and emphasizing the need for diligent defense. Unfortunately, the physical limitations of several Lakers players hindered their ability to contain Cousins. Hibbert, affected by injury, had severely diminished mobility. Young Nance, though agile, lacked the strength to contend with the robust Cousins, especially given his relative inexperience in defensive situations. Apart from those two, the tallest players remaining were Randall and Lin. While Randall's offensive skills were commendable, his defensive capabilities left much to be desired, rendering him incapable of effectively guarding Cousins. Their initial strategy of double-teaming and providing help defense had proven somewhat effective. However, Cousins was not the type of player to dominate the ball. In fact, he might be one of the most pass-oriented centers in the game. Although his passes may occasionally appear inexplicable, more often than not, his distribution of the ball poses a significant threat to the Lakers. Scott ultimately decided to employ a defensive strategy involving both Nance and Hibbert to double-team Cousins. However, this approach hinges on the ball reaching Cousins' hands. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers maintained the lineup that concluded the previous quarter: Kobe, Lou Williams, Nick Young, Nance, and Hibbert. Lin Tian still had a few minutes of respite during which he could observe Kobe and the others in action. Typically, Lin Tian would share the court with Kobe, but this time Scott had altered the strategy. Fortunately, at the start of the fourth quarter, both Cousins and Rondo were resting on the sidelines. Even if the Lakers lineup failed to secure a victory, it was unlikely the point deficit would widen significantly. After pacing the sidelines for a few moments, Scott returned to the bench, fortuitously seated next to Lin Tian. Lin Tian turned to Scott and inquired, "Coach, if things don't go well, how about letting me try guarding Cousins to see how it works out?" Scott regarded Lin Tian with a peculiar expression. Are you capable?" Standing at a height of 2.05 meters, Lin Tian was approximately the same height as Nance, who, despite appearing slender, outweighed Lin Tian by over 10 pounds. Weighing in at 100 kilograms, Lin Tian was comparatively light for his height among players of similar caliber. Even the seemingly lanky Durant weighed 109 kilograms. "How will we know unless we try?" Lin Tian grinned. Scott appeared troubled, playing in the paint men enduring intense physicality. And Lin Tian was already widely acknowledged as the team's future star. Just 2 days prior, Little Bass had personally called Scott, emphasizing that as long as Lin Tian played happily, anything was acceptable. The repercussions of an injury to Lin Tian would be dire. Nevertheless, Scott was even less inclined to see Lin Tian unhappy. Since it was Lin Tian who proposed the idea, he could only acquiesce. "All right, we can give it a try. But you must be cautious. Cousins is a formidable force in the paint this season. Don't overexert yourself." With Scott's permission, Lin Tian felt no reservations. He was confident in his physical prowess. If Draymond Green, at 2 1 meters, could play center. Why couldn't he? After 4 minutes of the fourth quarter, Kobe drew a foul. He stepped to the free throw line and made a shot, prompting simultaneous substitutions for both the Kings and the Lakers. Lin Tian and Russell replaced Lou Williams and Hibbert for the Lakers, while Cousins entered for the Kings. Russell inbounded the ball directly to Lin Tian. Standing before him was Gay, who, despite being unable to match Lin Tian's speed, had proven to be the Kings' most effective defender against Lin Tian throughout the first 3 quarters, managing to force him to miss several shots. Having rested for several minutes, Lin Tian was now fully replenished. He executed a wide, two-handed dribble before swiftly changing direction to evade Gay. As Lin Tian dashed into the paint area, he executed a drifting shot off the backboard, successfully scoring against the approaching Cousins, who was attempting to bolster his defense. Upon the Kings' inbound, Lin Tian swiftly made his way to the front court, addressing the young Nance with urgency. "You guard Gay." Nance, taken aback by the directive, did not hesitate and promptly made the switch. As Cousins jogged beneath the basket, he was startled to discover that it was not Nance who was contesting him, but Lin Tian. A look of incredulity crossed his face as he exclaimed, "Hey, rookie, are you serious? You intend to match up with me?" With a smile, Lin Tian replied, "Why not?" Rather than becoming irate, Cousins found amusement in the situation and attempted to use his robust physique to shove Lin Tian aside. However, he quickly realized that this tactic was futile. The player from the Middle Kingdom, though seemingly slender, possessed an unyielding lower body, as if he were firmly anchored to the ground. Chapter 32. Is this the bounce humans can possess? At this moment, Lin Tian could feel the formidable strength of Cousins. Each time Cousins charged at him with a shoulder, Lin Tian gritted his teeth, striving to resist being knocked aside. Eventually, Cousins sensed that Lin Tian was nearing his limit. Perhaps to demonstrate his own ease, he turned back, grinning at Lin Tian and declared, "You will never make it to the All-Star starting lineup." Indeed, Cousins was quite invested in this notion. As he spoke, his intensity escalated significantly, clearly intending to give Lin Tian a lesson. Every time Cousins collided with him, Lin Tian felt as though he were being struck by a small mountain. His weight was still somewhat inadequate. Just as Lin Tian was about to falter, a sudden inspiration struck him. As Cousins exerted all his might once again, Lin Tian swiftly sidestepped, evading the charge with ease. Cousins, caught off guard, found the familiar impact absent, losing his balance due to his excessive force. Lin Tian, in a critical moment, had pulled the chair from under him, causing Cousins to crash into thin air. As Cousins fell to the ground, he lost control of the ball, which Lin Tian quickly seized, advancing it with alacrity. With Cousins still on the floor, unable to recover in time, Lin Tian, despite facing 2 defenders, managed to score. During the transition, Kobe chuckled, "Lin, well done. That steal was brilliantly clever, huh?" Unbeknownst to them, in the broadcasting studio, Barkley and Smith were laughing heartily. Lin's cunning could elevate him to the ranks of the league's top defenders. He had outsmarted Cousins. "Huh," Barkley exclaimed. Such tactics of smaller players outmaneuvering larger ones are not uncommon, but Cousins could hardly anticipate that Lin Tian would employ this strategy on their first encounter. Smith noted that Cousins assumed Lin Tian would confront him head-on. Yet Lin was no fool. While his physicality was commendable, he could not possibly match up against a dominant center like Cousins. The toll on his stamina would be severe. Pay attention to DeMarcus's expression. Though he often flies into a rage, he rarely appears this furious. Lin certainly needed to be cautious. Cousins was likely to get serious now. Cousins was genuinely incensed. Upon returning to the front court, he immediately reached out for the ball from Rondo, who promptly passed it to him. At this moment, Cousins was positioned near the corner, still over a meter away from the paint. Lin Tian remained his defender, sticking closely to him, arms flailing to disrupt Cousins' focus. While Cousins possessed some ball-handling ability, Lin Tian's long wingspan deterred him from attempting a direct drive, forcing him to resort to backing down. The Lakers' defense was also quite strategic. With young Nance stationed in the paint, everyone was aware of Cousins' somewhat brash and volatile temperament. Having been outmaneuvered by Lin Tian moments ago, it was unlikely that Cousins would pass the ball this time, especially since they were on the Kings' home court. With his back to Lin Tian, he began to methodically pound his way into the paint. Although Lin Tian possessed remarkable talent, he could not thwart Cousins' relentless advances. No matter how long his wingspan was, he could not snatch the ball from Cousins' back. As he observed Cousins gradually encroaching upon the paint, Lin Tian clenched his teeth, suddenly shifting half of his body aside, and daringly attempted to swipe the ball from the side. If successful, it would be a steal. If not, and Cousins secured the ball, he would likely rise for a dunk. Fortunately, Lin Tian's gamble paid off. He acted decisively and swiftly, cleanly snatching the ball away. With the ball in hand, he charged towards the Lakers' front court like a tiger descending from the mountains. The Kings' defenders were still adjusting their positions, and as Lin Tian opted for a layup, Rondo had no choice but to pull him down. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul on Rondo. As Lin Tian stepped up to the free throw line, Kobe and Kuzma quickly jogged over to give him high fives. Cousins, having been stripped of the ball twice in succession, wore a look of frustration. He could not complain to the referee, as those two steals were undeniably clean. He remained baffled by the lightning speed at which this young player from the East had executed those steals, completely catching him off guard. Rondo approached Cousins, patting him on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. Once both teams took their designated positions, Lin Tian commenced his free throws. He heard the cacophony of boos and noticed numerous Kings fans across the arena waving banners to distract him. Yet, these tactics failed to perturb Lin Tian, as he sank his first free throw with precision. This successful shot diminished the volume of the jeers significantly. After celebrating with his teammates, he took his second free throw and scored once more. At this moment, the Lakers had equalized the score against the Kings. As Lin Tian returned to defense, he closely shadowed Cousins. Although Cousins had performed exceptionally well in the first 3 quarters, amassing 40 points, he had committed 2 consecutive turnovers since Lin Tian began guarding him. Lin Tian's elusive hands instilled a deep sense of caution in Cousins. Having played in the NBA for several years, he had never encountered a forward with such remarkable speed. Cousins believed he could overpower his opponent in the post, yet he was acutely aware that the longer he held the ball, the greater the risk. After dribbling a couple of times, he swiftly collected the ball and faced the basket, feigning a shooting motion without actually releasing the ball. He aimed to bait Lin Tian into jumping, thereby expanding his options. However, Cousins underestimated Lin Tian. The latter raised his hands high, showing no intention of leaping, even creating a slight distance to deny Cousins the opportunity to draw a foul. Frustrated, Cousins abandoned the idea of passing and leapt for a jump shot. At that moment, Lin Tian sprang into action as if propelled by rockets. He leapt high, his right hand raised. The ensuing spectacle left the entire audience in awe, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Lin Tian's astonishing leap elevated him to a height where his shoes seemingly aligned parallel to Cousins' thigh. It is noteworthy that Cousins was also suspended in midair at that moment. Lin Tian's right hand even surpassed the altitude of the soaring basketball. When the ball made contact with Lin Tian's palm, he did not swat it away. Instead, he grasped it firmly in his hand. This was the epitome of a perfect block, not only thwarting Cousins' shot but also seizing possession of the ball. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, erupted with gasps of astonishment, with many even rising to cover their mouths in disbelief. The DJ, tasked with narrating the event and energizing the crowd, could only exclaim in shock, "Oh, my heavens! Is this the kind of leap that humanity can achieve?" Chapter 33. What defines an all-star? The home court DJ was supposed to rally support for the home team. Yet this block was nothing short of extraordinary. Perhaps trusting in Lin Tian, Kobe had already sprinted towards the Lakers' front court as Lin leapt into the air. The breathtaking block executed, Lin Tian swiftly delivered a long pass to Kobe upon landing. With the ball in his hands and no defender in sight, Kobe could not possibly miss such an opportunity. As he successfully scored, the Lakers officially took the lead. Beep. Kings head coach George Karl urgently called for a timeout. Cousins repeatedly gestured towards the referee, exclaiming, "Hey, that was interference. Didn't you see clearly?" The referee blew the whistle and pointed toward the large screen above the arena, which was currently replaying the magnificent block from a clear angle. The basketball had not yet reached its apex when Lin Tian snatched it down with one hand. "Look," the referee remarked dismissively, "that was a splendid block, not interference." Cousins fell silent, his frustration evident on his face. As he exited the court, he lacked the spirit to even high-five his teammates. In stark contrast, the Lakers were electrified, having witnessed Lin Tian thwart Cousins 3 consecutive times. Nick Young even leaped to celebrate with Lin, exclaiming, "Hey, man, you just soared." Even the usually stoic Kobe could not conceal his astonishment. "Damn, that block was brutal." In the broadcast studio, Barkley, having just witnessed Lin Tian's block, clasped his head in disbelief. "Oh my God, this guy's jumping ability is astonishing. Does it remind you of your younger self?" Smith inquired. "No, my leaping ability pales in comparison," Barkley replied. "I truly cannot fathom why Lin was overlooked during the draft. I suspect he might have concealed his true talent during the team tryouts. Regardless, he managed to force one of the league's strongest centers into 3 errors. The NBA is indeed a breeding ground for talent. In the Penguin live streaming room, Lin Tian's block had been replayed 3 times, with Wang Meng and Yang Yi still exclaiming in excitement. My goodness, it's as if a deity has descended. One remarked. During the last game against the Suns, Lin didn't even jump this high when he blocked Tucker, although the season had not yet reached its halfway point. I dare say that this block undoubtedly deserves a place among the top 10 plays of the season. Did you see? Cousins was completely stunned when he got blocked. He thought it was interference. To be honest, if I hadn't seen the replay, I might have thought it was interference too. The trajectory of the ball was simply too high. I can't wait to hear from anyone who claims Lin Tian shouldn't be selected for this season's All-Star game. Dear viewers in front of the screen, the All-Star voting is still ongoing. Everyone, hurry and cast your votes for Lin Tian. The frequency of the comments in the Penguin live stream reached its peak, 66,666. I shall dub this block the block of the century. In this era, witnessing such an exhilarating block is indeed a rarity. My goodness, that block was utterly terrifying. It brought me to my knees. If this isn't an all-star moment, then what truly is? Let us charge forth, brothers. This is far beyond an all-star display. It is the performance of an MVP-level player. How many years have I waited? How long have I yearned? At last, I behold a player from our homeland dominating the court. Tears well up in my eyes. Brave Tian Baosaurus. Mother always by his side. The last time against the Suns, he contained Paul effortlessly. This time, he rendered Cousins powerless. Truly, he defends from 1 through 5. In the esteemed Golden One Center, as the timeout concluded, both teams' primary lineups returned to the court. Although Lin Tian had made a significant contribution earlier, he remained vigilant upon re-entering, closely trailing Cousins. After all, Cousins is a superstar in his own right. Upon receiving the ball, he opted for a post-up against Lin Tian. Utilizing his physical advantage, Cousins finally managed to score. Once the ball swished through the net, Cousins exhaled in relief, having never encountered such a formidable rookie before. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved to meticulously analyze the rookie's statistics after the game. The Lakers executed an inbounds play, with Russell now at the point rather than the 6th man of the year, Lou Williams. While Williams possesses superior scoring ability compared to Russell, his defensive skills lag behind, and he tends to dominate the ball more. With an abundance of ball handlers on the Lakers, especially with Lin Tian now on the team, it was imperative for someone to relinquish some ball control. Following the strategy devised by Scott, Russell advanced the ball to the front court, but upon finding no viable opportunities, he directly passed it to Kobe. Kobe, opting not to go one-on-one, dribbled for a moment before passing it to Lin Tian. As Lin Tian received the ball, the nimble Nance Jr. sprinted out to set a screen, pulling Cousins away in the process. Lin Tian brushed past Nance Jr. Nance Jr.'s body shielded Gay, forcing a switch in defense. Consequently, Lin Tian faced the towering Cousins. He appeared uninterested in changing direction, driving straight towards the basket. Lin Tian's physique glided past Cousins like a gust of wind. Despite Cousins' utmost effort to catch up, he could only watch as Lin Tian effortlessly scored. With Lin Tian as a forward, the Lakers have an abundance of tactical options at their disposal. After the Kings inbound the ball and advanced to the front court, Cousins chose not to demand the ball this time. They executed a casual play, culminating in Gay's three-point attempt. The basketball struck the rim, ultimately bouncing out. Under the basket, Lin Tian and Cousins jockeyed for position, both leaping almost simultaneously as the ball descended. Cousins, taller by 6 centimeters, faced a formidable challenge. Yet Lin Tian's remarkable leap and wingspan compensated for this disadvantage. Both players' hands made contact with the ball, but Lin Tian, anticipating the moment, swatted the ball away, which was seized by Kobe outside. This rebound contest can be deemed a slight victory for Lin Tian. Lin Tian's remarkable leap once again left the Kings fans speechless. After all, he may not possess the height of a center, yet he performs feats even more astonishing than those of one. Meanwhile, Larry Nance Jr., who had shifted to the power forward position, was utterly in awe of Lin Tian. As they surged towards the front court to initiate an offensive play, he couldn't help but pat Lin Tian on the back, exclaiming, "Dude, you are absolutely insane," while others might remain oblivious. Nance distinctly felt the overwhelming pressure of matching up against DeMarcus Cousins. Lin Tian, however, had no time to engage with Nance. He swiftly advanced to the front court and set a screen for Kobe. This exquisite pick provided Kobe with a fleeting opportunity, and he leapt from his spot, raising his hand to shoot a three-pointer. Swish. The shot found its mark with unwavering certainty. Chapter 34. A stunning turn of events. The Los Angeles Lakers continued to widen their lead, while the cacophony of Kings fans gradually diminished. As Lin Tian retreated on defense, he exchanged a high-five with Kobe, who, after sinking another three-pointer, had already made 4 from beyond the arc today. Following the inbound pass, Rondo stood at the arc, orchestrating the play. Lin Tian intensified his defensive efforts, spreading his large hands to effectively obstruct Cousins. If he could prevent Cousins from receiving the ball, his defense would be deemed successful. Cousins desired the ball, yet he hesitated to call for it. This young Lakers player, guarding him with unwavering energy even in the dying minutes of the fourth quarter, was proving to be a formidable obstacle. Whenever Cousins sought the ball, Lin Tian disrupted him. When he attempted to position himself, Lin Tian maneuvered around. How could Cousins possibly make a play? Tom was not on the Kings' side either. Realizing Cousins was in a precarious position, Rondo opted to penetrate the defense and distribute the ball to Gay in the corner. However, Gay was not wide open, as Kuzma rushed to defend him. After a feigned shot, Gay drove towards the paint, deceiving Kuzma into leaping, leaving him helpless as Gay barreled into the lane. Lin Tian was the sole occupant of the paint for the Lakers, tasked with the immense challenge of guarding Cousins. At this moment, DJ finally found his footing. Rudy Gay had outmaneuvered Kuzma and was charging towards the rim. Should he pass to Cousins or take the shot himself? This dilemma echoed in DJ's mind, mirrored in the thoughts of every spectator present. To them, it seemed a foregone conclusion that the ball would find its way through the net. After all, in the NBA, successfully defending against 2 players is an arduous task. Standing under the basket, Lin Tian positioned Cousins behind him, remaining calm as Gay approached with ferocity. As Gay leaped just a step away from the restricted area, Lin Tian had no choice but to jump as well. His extraordinary vertical leap was on full display, and Gay suddenly doubted his ability to surpass Lin Tian's outstretched arms. Initially intent on finishing the play himself, Gay's gaze shifted to Cousins behind Lin Tian. Realizing that a forced shot could easily be swatted away, he altered his decision midair, preparing to pass the ball to Cousins. Just as he was about to release the pass, Lin Tian, almost instinctively, swatted towards the ball with his right hand. With a resounding smack, the basketball was forcefully knocked away. Remarkably, Lin Tian's deflection was meticulously calculated. The ball did not fly out of bounds but ricocheted to Kuzma's feet. Seizing the opportunity, Kuzma swiftly passed the ball to Kobe on the perimeter, officially returning possession to the Lakers. The audience was left in stunned silence by the extraordinary display. To successfully defend against 2 players in such a clean and decisive manner was a rarity they had not witnessed in quite some time. In the broadcast studio, Barkley was equally astonished. What? Is it truly possible to defend against 2 like that? Smith expressed his admiration, exclaiming, Lin has single-handedly stifled the Kings' offense. To speak frankly, I have never encountered a player so adept at both offense and defense. Barkley shook his head repeatedly, asserting that the Lakers should now rebuild around Lin. Indeed, he embodies not merely the aura of a superstar, but also possesses the potential to become the face of the league. The face of the league? Isn't that a tad exaggerated? If he can avoid injuries moving forward, Barkley smirked. I believe such a statement is hardly an exaggeration. On the court, Kobe maneuvered the ball to the front, meticulously managing the clock. Unbeknownst to the spectators, the game had progressed into the final minute, with the Lakers currently leading by 7 points. If they could score just one more basket, the game would essentially be sealed. Kobe's peripheral vision caught sight of Lin nearby, gasping for breath. The exertion from the previous plays had taken a significant toll on Lin. Typically, a forward would be utterly exhausted merely from contending with a formidable center like Cousins, let alone Lin, who had also valiantly defended against several shots. Kobe was acutely aware of the struggles Lin faced. Due to his matchup with Cousins, Lin remained stationed near the paint. The furious Cousins had now locked horns with Lin. Since Lin refused to grant him an easy game, Cousins was determined to make things difficult for Lin. The tension between them escalated. Lin had no intention of receiving the ball. His focus was solely on fulfilling his duties as a center. With the ball in Kobe's hands, Lin felt assured. Defense. 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 At that moment, the Kings fans erupted in synchronized chants, urging their team to fortify their defense. The fervent cries of the crowd indeed galvanized the 5 players on the court, compelling them to closely mark their respective opponents. Kobe, holding the ball, glanced at the shot clock, noting that only 8 seconds remained for the offense. It was time to act. He signaled to Russell, who promptly understood and rushed over to set a screen. Kobe deftly maneuvered past Russell, momentarily shedding his defender, while Rondo had yet to arrive to contest him. Another fleeting opportunity presented itself. Beyond the three-point line, Kobe leapt into his signature shooting posture. Rondo, from a distance, raised his hand in a futile attempt to disrupt the shot, to little effect. Kobe launched the ball with his fingertips, leaving the outcome to fate. The shot was well aligned. Yet as the arc began to descend, it became evident that it fell slightly short. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Cousins, who had positioned himself beneath the hoop, leaped skyward, nearly level with the rim. Just as the basketball soared away, Cousins grasped it with both hands. However, before he could revel in his catch, he suddenly felt a void in his grip. Lin had also leapt. His astonishing vertical leap made it seem as though his head had surpassed the rim. At the very moment Cousins seized the ball, Lin extended his hands into the air to snatch it away. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he managed to wrest the ball from Cousins' grasp. At that moment, his body began to descend. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and forcefully propelled the ball toward the hoop. Mere inches away. Thud. The basketball was slammed into the net, overpowering Cousins. The vast Golden One center seemed to have pressed the pause button. As all spectators widened their eyes, captivated by this extraordinary spectacle, he had snatched the ball right from atop Cousins' head and executed a thunderous dunk. They could scarcely fathom anyone else in the entire NBA capable of such a feat. Following a brief silence, a wave of astonished gasps swept through the crowd. Some clasped their heads, others covered their mouths, while the Lakers bench erupted in excitement, players joyfully waving their towels. Cousins remained momentarily dazed. Chapter 35. The coach assigned me to position 5, so I played position 5. The referee's whistle pierced through the air, signaling a timeout called by George Karl. At this point, the Kings had exhausted their timeouts for the entire game, while the Lakers had surged ahead by a commanding 10 points. With only 1 minute remaining, narrowing the gap seemed an insurmountable challenge. Lin Tian returned to the bench, surrounded by his jubilant teammates. Nick Young, D'Angelo Russell, and Julius Randle wore expressions of sheer elation. A victory invariably elevates a team's morale, and it was evident that they were on the brink of triumph in this match. Scott swiftly outlined the strategy for the final minute, encapsulated in a single directive: run down the clock and prevent any three-point attempts. They all understood that merely scoring 2 points would not suffice for the Kings at this juncture. As the timeout concluded, both teams resumed play. The Kings were resolute. With DeMarcus Cousins and other key players still on the court, the Lakers maintained their lineup, which represented their optimal defensive configuration. At the sound of the referee's whistle, Rudy Gay initiated the play by passing the ball to Rajon Rondo, who began to survey the court for passing options. Time was of the essence, and Rondo initially intended to pass to Cousins. However, Lin Tian swiftly maneuvered into position, zealously blocking Cousins. Consequently, Cousins found himself momentarily unable to shake off Lin Tian's tenacious defense. Reluctantly, Rondo opted to drive towards the basket himself. As he approached the free throw line, Rondo quickly passed the ball to Rudy Gay stationed at the corner. Gay launched a shot over the smaller Larry Nance, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. In that instant, Lin Tian leapt to secure the rebound. With only 50 seconds left in the game, Cousins chose to foul Lin Tian, sending him to the free throw line. He realized that the chances of a comeback were nearly extinguished. As Lin Tian prepared for his free throws, a significant number of Kings fans began to rise and exit the arena, and the previously raucous crowd fell silent. Lin Tian calmly sank both free throws. The Lakers had timeouts remaining, but Scott refrained from calling one. At this stage, it bore no significance. Following the Kings' baseline inbounds, Lin Tian opted for a less aggressive defense against Cousins, merely offering token resistance. Cousins, displaying his soft shooting touch, converted a 2-point basket, yet only 30 seconds remained. Lin Tian passed the ball to Kobe, and the Kings refrained from committing any fouls. As the shot clock wound down to 0, the Lakers were called for a shot clock violation, handing possession back to the Kings, who only needed to run down the final seconds. As the final buzzer echoed in Lin Tian's ears, he exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. The last few minutes of the final quarter, matched up against Cousins, had been far more exhausting than in their previous encounter. Kobe approached Lin Tian, embracing him in celebration of their hard-earned victory, and exuberantly shouted, "Lin, you are the MVP." After reveling with his teammates, Lin Tian intended to share a few words with Cousins. However, the latter appeared utterly dejected, heading straight for the player tunnel without even a high five for his teammates. It is entirely normal for such situations to arise. Cousins has always had a fiery temperament. Despite the loss, he was thoroughly overshadowed by the rookie Lin Tian throughout the game. Although Rajon Rondo was also disheartened by the defeat, he swiftly navigated through the crowd to meet Kobe, seeking to exchange jerseys. During Rondo's tenure with the Celtics, the rivalry between the Celtics and the Lakers was legendary. Now, as Kobe nears retirement, their exchange of jerseys symbolizes a mutual respect between heroes. Upon returning to the bench, Lin Tian took a refreshing gulp of energy drink and glanced at his statistics for the day. The final score was 100-90, with the Lakers claiming victory by a margin of 10 points. While not an overwhelming lead, it was nonetheless significant. Lin Tian had nearly filled his statistical sheet, achieving 49 points, 8 rebounds, 6 steals, 3 blocks, 1 foul, and 1 turnover. This represented his highest single-game score of the season. Particularly impressive given that he had notably reduced his attempts in the second half. To put it into perspective, he had scored 36 points in the first half alone, meaning he only managed 13 points in the latter half, most of which came in the final moments of the fourth quarter. Kobe's performance was commendable as well, with 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, while Cousins amassed an impressive yet futile 40 points. Following this challenging victory, the Lakers improved their record to 9 wins and 26 losses, marking their second consecutive win and drawing closer to the third-to-last position in the Western Conference, a commendable feat. After showering and tidying up, Lin Tian joined Kobe and Coach Scott for the post-game press conference. A significant number of reporters were present, many of whom were local Sacramento sports journalists unfamiliar to Lin Tian. As they entered the media room, a flurry of cameras clicked. As per tradition, Coach Scott was the first to address the media. He praised the team's overall performance during the game. When asked about Lin Tian's decision to play the center position in the fourth quarter, Scott remarked, "You may not believe it, but Lin came over and told me he wanted to play the 5. Do you know what I felt at that moment? I thought, hey, look at your small frame. Can you really hold your ground against Cousins? Just don't get injured." But as you all saw, Lin effectively contained Cousins' performance today. He was impeccable. Scott beamed at Lin Tian as he spoke, eliciting laughter from the assembled media. Next was Kobe's interview, during which he generously praised Lin Tian. "Lin is our savior. He led the team to victory today." Sitting beside Kobe, Lin Tian merely sipped water. After Kobe's interview concluded, all eyes turned to Lin Tian. It was evident that he was the center of interest, given his extraordinary performance that evening. "Lin, you have shattered your career scoring record tonight. The team has secured back-to-back victories. What are your thoughts at this moment?" "Well, tonight's triumph belongs to all of us. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities and contributed to the team's success. You performed remarkably well at the center position this evening. Will you consider playing this position in the future?" "I will follow the coach's directives. If Coach Scott assigns me to play center, then I shall play center." After addressing these two inquiries, a reporter whom Lin Tian had never encountered posed a third question. "Lin, you must be aware of the results from the first phase of the All-Star voting. Currently, your votes rank second among all NBA players. There seems to be a plethora of opinions regarding this. What is your perspective on it?" Chapter 36. The most formidable undrafted player in history? A pinnacle at the outset. In comparison to the previous two inquiries, this question is decidedly more intricate. Presently, Lin Tian finds himself at the epicenter of scrutiny. The All-Star issue is causing him considerable distress, and yet the reporters persist in posing this question. Fortunately, during this match, Lin Tian has made his stance unequivocally clear. With a demeanor that is neither subservient nor arrogant, he asserts, "Without a doubt, I am a player of all-star caliber." Upon the conclusion of the interview, the team did not linger in Sacramento for the night. Instead, they boarded a private jet bound for Oklahoma City. Their forthcoming adversary is the formidable Western Conference powerhouse, the Thunder. On the aircraft, the players exude an air of exuberance regarding their victory in today's game. They attribute the success to Lin Tian and Kobe, which leaves Lin Tian feeling somewhat bashful. Nikian approaches Lin Tian, taking a seat beside him and draping his arm around his shoulder. "Lin, I've rallied all my friends to cast their votes for you. Your all-star starting spot is absolutely secured." "Hee. Thank you, Nick," Lin Tian replies with a smile. "Your performance today will certainly garner you a multitude of votes. And today is a double voting day. Is that so? I hope that when the official second phase of voting is announced, my tally reaches 1 million. Rest assured, it will definitely happen. I just checked the news. Those who doubted you prior to the game have all gone silent. If we manage to take down Oklahoma City tomorrow, haha, your all-star starting position will be a certainty." Lin Tian chuckles. "All right, everyone, let's get some rest." Tomorrow's match against the Oklahoma City Thunder marks a back-to-back game for the Lakers, leaving them with scant time for recuperation. Such is the nature of battling on the road with back-to-back encounters. One cannot avoid the toll of travel. The players are indeed exhausted from the day's exertions. After exchanging banter for a while, they returned to their seats and quickly succumbed to slumber. Fortunately, the Lakers' private jet has been refurbished, making sleeping in the seats more comfortable than lounging on a typical sofa. Upon arrival in Oklahoma City, it is already the early hours of the morning. The players then board a bus to a 5-star hotel near the Ford Center for the night. Due to the intensely packed schedule, the team's training for the subsequent day has been canceled. Lin Tian spends the night at the hotel, awakening at 7 in the morning. As is his routine, he takes out his phone to peruse sports news before rising. The NBA's player of the day from yesterday has been announced, and naturally, it is Lin Tian. His news is dominating the headlines on his phone. Lakers rookie Lin Tian scores a staggering 49 points, leading the team to victory over the Kings. Lin Tian's jaw-dropping dunk, the league's best center, Cousins, becomes a mere backdrop. Lakers rookie responds to All-Star controversy with a commanding performance. Best rookie contender? Lin Tian has led the Lakers to consecutive victories. The most formidable undrafted player in history? A pinnacle at the outset. Performance surpassing contemporary legends James and Jordan. The array of such headlines is endless, and Lin Tian finds himself with neither the time nor inclination to delve into each one. He perused the recent updates regarding the Thunder sent by the Lakers' assistant coach. This season, the Thunder currently ranks third in the Western Conference, trailing only the Warriors and the Spurs. They boast a formidable duo, with not only Durant and Westbrook, but also 2 other players whose salaries exceed $10 million. They're a strong contender for the championship this season. In terms of both offensive and defensive efficiency, the Thunder ranks among the league's elite. They present a significantly stronger challenge than the Kings, and frankly, the Lakers' chances of victory appear slim, if not negligible. This is evident from the odds provided by various betting agencies, which do not favor the Lakers, a sentiment that is entirely understandable. Given their youth and the prevailing belief that their primary objective this season is to secure a top draft pick, the Thunder, led by Durant and Westbrook, are vying for the championship, their ambitions starkly contrasting with those of the Lakers. Moreover, the Lakers had just faced the Kings yesterday, while the Thunder awaited their arrival with rested resolve. Turning off his phone, Lin Tian rose to wash up and then proceeded to have breakfast at the hotel. Kobe, having just awoken, joined him, and after their meal, they walked together into the Ford Center. It was Lin Tian's first visit to this venue, and everything felt rather unfamiliar to him. Had he been left alone, he would have certainly struggled to find his way. Kobe, on the other hand, had been in the NBA for nearly 2 decades and was intimately familiar with the home arenas of all the teams. He even knew the names of several staff members at the Ford Center. Upon arriving at the visiting team's practice facility, they commenced their training. The other team members were likely still asleep at the hotel. They spent the entire morning in the training facility and, after lunch, gathered with the rest of the players before returning to practice. Although the main training session was canceled, with a game scheduled for that evening, the players could not afford to indulge in leisure. Aside from the hotel, their only option was to remain in the training facility provided for the visiting team. After completing a shooting drill, Lin Tian was hydrating when Kobe approached him. "Lin, are you prepared for tonight's game?" Lin Tian licked his lips and replied, "I am ready." Kobe continued, "You might find yourself matched up against KD tonight." Both Lin Tian and Kevin Durant played the small forward position, with only a few centimeters difference in their heights. Unless unexpected circumstances arose, Lin Tian would undoubtedly be tasked with guarding Durant. Presently, the NBA is teeming with talent at the small forward position, featuring stars like LeBron, Durant, and Kawhi Leonard from the Spurs, not to mention Paul George from the Pacers. It is no wonder that just a few days ago, the NBA eliminated the center position from the All-Star starting lineup, increasing it to 3 frontcourt players instead. The abundance of exceptional forwards left the 2 starting All-Star slots woefully inadequate, rendering the centers at a disadvantage. Lin Tian was quite eager to face Durant and nodded, "I understand." As for Durant, he had yet to declare that the best defender he faced was Tony Allen, according to the timeline. It would likely be a few years before such statements emerged. Lin Tian has replicated the full spectrum of abilities possessed by the peak version of Tony Allen. Moreover, Lin Tian stands taller and possesses greater speed than Tony Allen. Observing Lin Tian's apparent eagerness to match up against Durant, Kobe could only smile wryly. KD is an exceptionally formidable player. Engaging with him will provide you with invaluable experience. Should he score prolifically tonight, do not let it dishearten you, for he is the most potent scorer in the league at present. Lin Tian began to grasp that Kobe was, in fact, offering a precautionary warning. He was concerned that Lin Tian's mindset might falter in a matchup against Durant. In response to Kobe's words, Lin Tian smiled and declared, "Tonight, let me take on KD in the battle." Chapter 37. You are the second in command of the team, thus opportunities to shine are scarce. Kobe chuckled. At present, no one in the league can truly contain KD. You can learn a great deal by matching up against him. Clearly, he had not taken Lin Tian's earlier words to heart, as it is far from easy to compete with KD. Lin Tian nodded earnestly. At around 7 in the evening, the Ford Center was abuzz with anticipation. Due to Kobe's presence, the arena was packed to capacity, although it was the Thunder's home ground. Many fans adorned in Kobe's jerseys, both number 8 and 24, could be spotted in the stands. Some of these fans might have been unable to secure tickets for a Lakers home game, while others had traveled from different cities specifically to witness Kobe play. Furthermore, there were even fans who journeyed from foreign lands to see him grace the court for a single match. Competing in back-to-back games poses a significant physical challenge for players. Kobe, who had been experiencing discomfort in his shoulder recently, nonetheless resolved to take the court for his fans that evening. During the warm-up session, Lin Tian and Kobe were practicing their shooting when Durant suddenly approached Kobe. The two exchanged friendly banter, and Lin Tian seized the opportunity to greet Durant as well. Up close, Lin Tian observed that Durant was indeed slightly taller, yet his amiable smile made it hard to reconcile with the formidable presence he commanded on the court. "Buddy, I've been following your recent performances. You are quite impressive," Durant complimented Lin Tian, much to his surprise. Lin Tian replied with a smile, "Thank you, KD. You are remarkable as well." However, Durant quickly shifted his tone, asserting, "Even though you played yesterday, don't think for a moment that we will go easy on you today, Lakers rookie. I intend to make it quite difficult for you." Before the game had even commenced, Durant had already issued a stark warning. Both players belonged to the Western Conference, and while Durant was also a forward, he ranked third in the All-Star voting, trailing only Lin Tian and Kawhi. Thus, Lin Tian sensed that Durant was not jesting. Moreover, everyone knew of Durant's serious demeanor. Lin Tian simply replied, "Bring it on." After a few more exchanges, Durant returned to his shooting practice. The warm-up period flew by, and as the clock struck 8, the match officially began. The Lakers made slight adjustments to their starting lineup, substituting Russell in at point guard while Lou Williams took a seat on the bench. The lineup comprised shooting guard Kobe, small forward Lin Tian, power forward Larry Nance Jr., and center Roy Hibbert. For the Thunder, the point guard was Westbrook. With Andre Roberson at shooting guard, Durant as small forward, Ibaka at power forward, and Adams occupying the center position. In the studio, the ever-animated Charles Barkley could hardly contain his laughter after introducing the starting lineups. His co-host, Smith, inquired, "Charles, what is so amusing? Do the starting lineups look that funny?" Barkley responded, "I apologize. I simply cannot help it. Do you not see the glaring disparity in talent between the two teams? Both the Thunder and the Lakers have a Russell on their rosters. Although the Lakers' Russell was the second overall pick, can he truly contain the Thunder's Westbrook? Moreover, the Thunder boasts the tenacious defender Roberson at the shooting guard position. The Lakers find themselves at a disadvantage in the forward positions as well." Smith nodded, remarking that it would not surprise him if the Lakers trailed by 20 points by the end of the first quarter, given the disparity in their paper rosters. As they continued their commentary, the game commenced. During the tip-off at center court, Adams of the Thunder successfully tipped the ball to Westbrook. With a stern expression, Westbrook dribbled past half court, then suddenly accelerated, shedding Russell and stopping just inside the three-point line to execute a jumper. The shot was precise and swished through the net, putting the Thunder ahead 2-0. After the Lakers inbound the ball from the corner, Russell attempted to drive, but was thwarted, retreating beyond the three-point line to pass to Kobe. Kobe intended to dish it to Lin Tian, but Lin was closely guarded by Durant. Durant's exaggerated wingspan significantly enhanced his defensive prowess. Lin could sense Durant's intensity at the start of the quarter. Among those who questioned the All-Star voting, it wasn't just cousins from the Kings, but also the current top 3 players, including Durant. As Lin prepared to move towards Kobe for a handoff, Kobe opted to go solo. Guarding Kobe was Roberson, a man who averaged less than 4 points per game yet secured a starting position on the Thunder, all thanks to his defensive skills. When Kobe drove, he couldn't completely shake off Roberson and had to hurriedly shoot just outside the free throw line. It was a challenging shot, yet one that Kobe excelled at, an elegant fadeaway jumper. The ball struck the backboard and fell through the net, eliciting a smattering of applause from the audience. Scoring in an away game and receiving such a reception was a privilege reserved for this season's Kobe. As the Thunder prepared to inbound from the corner, Lin swiftly positioned himself on the front line. He refused to allow Durant any leeway, sticking closely to him and striving to prevent any pass. However, it appeared Lin was overthinking. Westbrook seemed entirely disinterested in passing, driving relentlessly towards the paint every time he had the ball. The young Russell, not particularly known for his speed, struggled to keep pace with Westbrook. This time, Westbrook barreled into the paint, leaping high to slam down a dunk. The atmosphere among the home crowd ignited with this electrifying display. Lin felt a twinge of alarm. Westbrook, at just 28 years old, was in his prime, combining speed and explosiveness, while their point guard struggled against him. Currently, the prevailing sentiment online was that only Durant, Westbrook's teammate, could effectively guard him. After the dunk, Westbrook let out a triumphant shout towards the small Nance beneath the basket as the venue's DJ cranked up the volume. In the ensuing rounds, Lin Tian found himself rarely receiving the ball, and Durant's opportunities were also limited. With Westbrook's shooting rhythm completely on point, there was little need for Durant to showcase his skills. Durant's primary task was to defend Lin Tian, a role in which he undoubtedly excelled far beyond Cousins. While Cousins' speed was somewhat lacking, Durant possessed both swiftness and an impressive wingspan. Over the years, Durant's defensive prowess has been consistently underestimated. After 4 minutes of play, the Thunder led 12-6, which aligned with everyone's expectations, as it was evident that the two teams were not on the same level. Following another score by Westbrook, Durant taunted the rookie in front of him. "Lin, did you see that? I don't even need to shoot, and you've already lost." Lin Tian retorted, "You're the second fiddle on the team. Of course, you have no opportunity to shoot." His words instantly altered Durant's expression. Chapter 38. Durant's Golden Rooster independence is blocked. Durant found himself unsettled by Lin Tian's taunts, words he despises hearing most. As Westbrook's tactical stature grew, media outlets began to assert that the true leader of the Thunder was, indeed, Westbrook. Typically indifferent to such proclamations, Durant now stood on the court, yearning to deliver a thunderous dunk over Lin Tian. From Durant's expression, Lin Tian discerned that his earlier remarks had struck a nerve. True to his nature of engaging in banter with online commentators, Durant remained silent, yet his anger was palpable upon his visage. As Russell brought the ball to the Lakers' front court, Lin Tian swiftly moved to his side, receiving the ball from Russell. Durant extended his long arms, closely shadowing Lin Tian. This marked Lin Tian's inaugural possession against Durant. He spread his arms, signaling his teammates to create space, and the Lakers players promptly complied, granting Lin Tian ample room. The Thunder fans in attendance erupted in fervor, chanting defense intermittently. Undeterred by Durant's close proximity, Lin Tian gripped the basketball firmly, cradling it against his left side, slightly leaning forward. He stepped out with his right foot, maneuvering to carve out space. Those familiar with Lin Tian's previous games recognized this as a prelude to his impending breakthrough. Given his infrequent three-point attempts and less than stellar accuracy, he would never resort to a stationary jump shot if he could drive instead. Durant, however, refused to yield, persistently reaching out in an attempt to dislodge the ball. Yet, no matter how long his arms, they could not touch the sphere in Lin Tian's grasp. Suddenly, Lin Tian retracted his leg and accelerated towards the right, prompting Durant to hastily backpedal, momentarily matching Lin Tian's speed. His exceptional balance and lateral agility were evident. Typically, a player of Durant's height would succumb to Lin Tian's probing step followed by an explosive takeoff. But Durant distinguished himself from other opponents, his earnest defense rivaling that of the best defensive players. Unable to shake off Durant, Lin Tian breached the three-point line and abruptly halted. Durant managed to come to a sudden stop as well, though he briefly lost his equilibrium. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Tian leapt, executing a confident jump shot from a standstill. As Durant regained his footing and leaped high with his right hand extended, his interference proved minimal. In one-on-one situations, Lin Tian's jump shots had yet to be thwarted. However, his accuracy was not infallible, as evidenced by this attempt. The shot's force was precise, yet the angle was slightly askew. The basketball grazed the rim before descending in a free fall. Westbrook, stationed beneath the basket for a rebound, leapt gracefully, snatching the ball with his right hand, then sharply slapping it down with his left before landing steadily. The Thunder's DJ quickly announced, "KD." Successfully disrupted the shot. The defensive effort Durant deemed successful elicited a smile upon his face once more. As he sprinted back, he chuckled at Lin Tian, saying, "I shall ensure your score remains in single digits today." Lin Tian grinned back, "Let us await the outcome." Once Westbrook brought the ball to the front court, he seemed to realize he had been overly eager in his attempts today, so he passed the ball to Durant. Lin Tian instinctively approached to defend against Durant. This particular defense was crucial for him, especially since he had missed his previous shot. Durant's demeanor had turned icy, facing Lin Tian. He bent low and began to dribble with significant vigor. As the currently acknowledged most formidable scorer, Durant's defining traits lay in his formidable drive and flawless shooting from every angle. His height, speed, wingspan, and shooting prowess led many to believe that he could exploit mismatches from any position. Lin Tian focused intently on Durant's movements, speculating on the direction he would take next. After a brief pause, Durant executed a deceptive move to the right before swiftly dribbling to his left and charging in from that side. His speed surpassed that of many point guards. Lin Tian had managed to replicate the peak abilities of Tony Allen. Durant's feint had failed to deceive him. As Durant barreled toward the basket, Lin Tian maintained a rapid pace. He could attempt to veer left, but he would not reach the hoop. Not only did he hold his ground, but he also prevented Durant from advancing any further. In truth, once the initial burst had failed to outpace the defender, it became exceedingly difficult to shake him off with mere speed. Durant was taken aback. Despite showcasing his signature move, he had not managed to lose Lin Tian. At that moment, he found himself not far from the basket. Without hesitation, Durant suddenly leaped off one leg, leaning back to execute a textbook one-legged shot reminiscent of Nowitzki. At this angle, he had a 60% chance of making the shot, with a 99% certainty of avoiding a block. The one-leg shot was distinguished by its difficulty to contest, and it effectively expanded his shooting radius, making it a highly practical offensive maneuver. Durant had mastered it to perfection. However, as the basketball left Durant's fingertips, his expression froze in disbelief. In his extensive career, he had never witnessed anyone leap so high from a stationary position. Even the hoop was obscured by that figure. The basketball he had just released was swatted out of bounds, as if it were a volleyball. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The arena erupted in a chorus of gasps. Almost all spectators, upon witnessing Durant's shot being blocked, turned their gazes toward the large screen above, eager to see how that shot had been thwarted. The audience was left in shock, and Durant himself was overwhelmed by astonishment. Although he rarely employed the one-legged shot, it was undeniably effective. Throughout his numerous attempts, he had never been blocked while executing it. Do not merely speak of his signature chicken dance shot. Even in other attempts, he has seldom been blocked. In fact, there have been specific statistics indicating that his shots are among the most challenging to contest in the league. Yet today, he was unexpectedly thwarted by a rookie just entering the league. This is something Durant cannot fathom. In the studio, Barkley and Smith were left in utter astonishment, rising from their seats in disbelief. Oh my goodness, what have I just witnessed? During the last incident when Cousins was dunked on by Lin, neither displayed such exaggerated reactions. Barkley shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "My word, Durant's signature shot has been blocked." Smith chuckled, teasing, "Haha, this Lakers rookie is the epitome of human shot blocking." Chapter 39 Lin, the new ankle terminator. On the basketball court, although it was Lin Tian who launched the ball, the impact of the volleyball-style block still significantly affected Durant. The leaping ability of this young lad from the East was far beyond Durant's expectations. As the Thunder prepared for a sideline inbounds, Westbrook received the ball. With time running out on the shot clock, he once again attempted a desperate jump shot, which unfortunately missed its mark. Little Nance leapt to secure the rebound. Observing this, Lin Tian dashed towards Little Nance, seized the ball from his hands, and personally brought it up the court. Durant, visibly irate, glared at Lin Tian, his eyes burning with intensity. "You shall not pass." Lin Tian remained silent while his teammates instinctively repositioned to create space. It was evident that this possession would rest solely on his shoulders. This time, Durant did not closely shadow him, but instead crouched a couple of paces away, intensely focused. Lin Tian refrained from probing, opting instead for exaggerated dribbling. If Anthony's signature move failed, he would resort to Iverson's. Surely, there was a technique that could outmaneuver Durant. His body swayed unpredictably, the dramatic dribbling leaving observers guessing his next move. Durant mirrored Lin Tian's movements, attempting to keep pace. Without warning, Lin Tian sharply tapped the ball in front of his left foot, then with his right hand, he made contact and explosively lunged to the left. Durant was taken aback. What explosive speed! Although astonished, his reflexes were equally swift, and he managed to maintain his stride alongside Lin Tian. However, just as Durant adjusted his stance, Lin Tian suddenly dribbled behind his back with his left hand. He exerted force through his left leg, his body elegantly tilting to the right, while his right hand fluidly reached behind him to touch the ball. In an instant, Lin Tian completed a behind-the-back dribble, and changed direction. He shifted from a leftward drive to a rightward surge. This unexpected change of direction left Durant completely unprepared. As he struggled to regain balance, his right foot pushed off in an attempt to catch up with Lin Tian. But Lin Tian was too swift. Durant could not keep up. After surpassing Durant, Adams, stationed beneath the Thunder's basket, was caught unawares. As Lin Tian charged into the paint with ferocity, Adams could only leap and extend a hand in an attempt to disrupt the shot. His hand made contact with Lin Tian's shoulder. Yet Lin Tian still managed to force the ball towards the hoop. Even before the basketball grazed the rim, the referee at the corner blew his whistle, signaling a shooting foul. Ultimately, the ball circled the rim before falling through the net. 2 points scored, and a foul drawn. 21. Nice. Kobe approached with a grin, playfully patting Lin Tian on the back, exclaiming, "What a slick maneuver." In stark contrast, Durant's expression remained icy. He had always believed that players of similar height in the league could never surpass his speed. Today, that notion might need reevaluation. As Lin Tian stood at the free throw line, Nick Young from the Lakers bench shouted, "Lin, the new ankle terminator," paying no heed to Young's words. Lin Tian confidently sank the free throw once the referee tossed the ball his way. Durant had yet to score a point, while Lin Tian had already seized the opportunity to net a three-pointer over him, an affront that Durant found difficult to accept. Following the Thunder's inbound pass, the exhilarating background music surged. Westbrook and Durant had played alongside each other for several years, without Durant needing to call for the ball. He dribbled past half court and passed it to Durant. This time, Durant was fully focused, and, although he couldn't shake off Lin Tian, he managed to sink a mid-range jumper. Upon making that shot, a wave of relief washed over Durant, alleviating some of the pressure he had been under. Lin Tian and Durant were now locked in a competitive duel. After crossing half court, the ball was delivered straight into Lin Tian's hands. This time, Kobe actively approached to set a screen for Lin Tian. Seizing the narrow space and fleeting opportunity created by Kobe, Lin Tian, rather unusually, launched a three-pointer. Swish. Fortunately, the shot found its mark. He felt a connection between this successful three-pointer and his ability to emulate the peak prowess of Anthony, whose career three-point shooting percentage significantly surpassed that of Iverson, known for his rather mediocre long-range shooting. With 6 points secured, Lin Tian refrained from celebrating and promptly turned to defend. In the ensuing possessions, it became a scoring frenzy between Lin Tian and Durant. Neither would yield, each taking turns to isolate and shoot, both achieving commendable shooting percentages. Scott had no objections to this, after all. Little Bass had stated that Lin Tian should play as he pleased. In contrast, Thunder's coach Donovan wore a serious expression. In the NBA, regarded as the pinnacle of basketball leagues, the head coach's authority was often surprisingly diminished. Donovan's tactical strategy for the first quarter had not been designed to indulge players in isolation plays. Yet, it seemed more vital to allow Westbrook and Durant the freedom to enjoy their game rather than strictly adhere to a tactical framework. As the exchanges continued, Lin Tian's score climbed to 11 points. He glanced at Durant with a grin. "Hey, KD, you said you wouldn't let me score in double digits." Durant, recalling his earlier bravado towards the rookie, felt a slight change in his demeanor. "So what if you've scored this much? You're still bound to lose tonight." Currently, Durant could only provoke Lin Tian through the stakes of victory and defeat. Lin Tian shrugged nonchalantly. "Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. The first quarter isn't over yet." With that, the two resumed their competitive exchanges. In the broadcast studio, it was truly astonishing. Barkley shook his head in disbelief at how Lin was managing to hold his own against Kevin Durant. "No," Smith interjected, "it's not just a stalemate. Lin seems to be subtly overshadowing Durant." Laughter ensued as they recalled Lin's recent rejection of Durant's shot, which Durant had failed to counter. The duel between the two was captivating. It almost seemed they shared a resemblance. In terms of technical attributes, Lin possessed a slightly quicker speed and superior leaping ability compared to Durant. As the first quarter dwindled to 3 minutes remaining, Little Nance committed a foul, leading to Lin Tian, Kobe, and Hibbert being substituted out of the game. On the court, we have Lou Williams, Nick Young, and Julius Randle representing the Lakers. Kevin Durant of the Thunder has also taken a break, yet Russell Westbrook remains active, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. It is anticipated that Westbrook will play the entirety of the first quarter, posing a significant challenge for the Lakers bench. The current score stands at 25-21, with the Lakers trailing by 4 points. Remarkably, Lin Tian has contributed 13 of those 21 points single-handedly. Kobe, undeterred by the deficit. Wipes the sweat from his brow while assessing the situation on the court. Lin, your performance just now surpasses that of KD. The future belongs to you. Thank you, Kobe. Chapter 40. The fearless calf. In the middle segment of the first section, the court became a battleground for Lin Tian and Durant, each striving to outscore the other, while their teammates remained largely uninvolved in the offensive play. Now, as they took a breather, Westbrook unleashed his untamed energy, reminiscent of a wild stallion. During one offensive drive, he effortlessly maneuvered past Russell, barreling into the paint for a ferocious dunk that electrified the arena. Westbrook's explosive speed was remarkable. Russell of the Lakers found himself unable to contain him, and Lou Williams was no match either. However, there was a silver lining for the Lakers. Westbrook's defensive prowess was somewhat lacking. He devoted the majority of his energy to offense, resulting in a corresponding decline in his defensive contributions. Furthermore, his obsession with rebounds was evident in subtle moments. On one occasion, when Nick Young penetrated the lane for a shot, Westbrook chose to abandon his defensive duties entirely, racing towards the basket to secure the rebound instead. Lin Tian recalled vividly how, in his previous life, Durant's transfer to the Warriors in the summer of 2016 sent shockwaves through the NBA. Following that, Westbrook undeniably became the Thunder's leader, achieving back-to-back seasons with an average triple-double, a feat that resonated through the ages. In the 2016 to 2017 season, he was even honored with the regular season MVP award. Yet, under his leadership, the team drifted further from the championship, and he faced widespread criticism as a mere stat padder. Shaking his head to dispel thoughts of the past, Lin Tian redirected his focus to the game, where Westbrook charged into the lane, drawing a shooting foul against the younger Nance. The gap in the score widened, and Coach Scott shook his head in frustration. However, he found himself powerless to act. It was not feasible to send Lin Tian back onto the court at that moment. Scott, a coach with firm convictions, adhered to his strategic vision and was not one to cling to a single player. This was evident from Lin Tian's average playing time, which, although the highest on the team, did not exceed 38 minutes. Many players in the league, including LeBron James of the Cleveland Cavaliers, enjoyed more court time. After one quarter, the Lakers had gone from a 4-point deficit when Lin Tian left the game to an 11-point deficit. Currently, no player on the team boasted a positive plus-minus rating. Following a brief intermission, the second quarter commenced, with players returning to the court. Lin Tian remained on the bench, expected to enter the game with approximately 9 or 10 minutes left in the second quarter. His playing time typically staggered with that of Nick Young, who served as a makeshift substitute but occasionally took on the shooting guard position. When Young shot well, the team thrived, but when his performance faltered, the Lakers often found themselves in a precarious situation. At this juncture, Russell had also exited for a respite, leaving the ball in the capable hands of Lou Williams, who suited the role of a bench scorer perfectly. Upon entering the game, he unleashed a barrage of unyielding three-point attempts. Meanwhile, Westbrook had also taken a breather, and the Thunder's lineup featured Cameron Payne at the point guard position and Dion Waiters at shooting guard. Dion Waiters is indeed a proficient scorer, having once vied for supremacy alongside Kyrie Irving during his tenure with the Cavaliers. However, as the fourth overall pick in the 2012 draft, his scoring prowess paled in comparison to that of Irving, ultimately leading to his trade to the Thunder last year. He shares the same jersey number as Lin Tian, donning the number 23. Both teams' bench units are performing exceptionally well, with Lou Williams showcasing an impressive touch today, rendering him unstoppable. Meanwhile, Waiters for the Heat has taken on a significant role in the team's offensive strategies, yet his scoring efficiency does not match that of Williams. With 9 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Lin Tian re-entered the fray, while Kobe had yet to make his appearance. Kevin Durant of the Thunder also returned to the court, and Williams had just narrowed the score to a mere 4 points, a deficit that the Lakers can readily accept. Given the favorable flow of the game, Williams advanced past half-court for another attempt, though this shot did not find its mark. Durant leapt to secure the rebound, personally dribbling the ball across half-court, with Lin Tian pursuing him resolutely. His physicality is among the finest in the league. Whether it be Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, or Tony Allen, each boasts remarkable competitive spirit. In the first quarter, Lin Tian and Durant's one-on-one exchanges felt as though neither could effectively contain the other. Now in the second quarter, Lin Tian recognizes the need to intensify his efforts. Durant showcased his signature change of direction once more, yet Lin Tian remained unfazed. As Durant barreled towards the free throw line, he hastily launched a pull-up jumper. Lin Tian leapt high, not blocking the shot, but sufficiently disrupting it. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and as Durant leapt to secure the offensive rebound, Lin Tian preemptively intercepted the ball before it reached Durant. He then dribbled past half-court. Beyond the three-point line, Durant's cold gaze fixated on the basketball in Lin Tian's hands, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Wiping the sweat from his brow with determination in his eyes, Durant spoke not a word as Lin Tian surged towards the paint. Although Durant obstructed Lin Tian's path, he could neither halt his advance nor provide him the comfort of an unchallenged drive. Just a step away from the paint, Lin Tian sprung into the air, his body floating as he released the ball with his right hand. This was a textbook horseman-esque arrow shot. Despite Durant's earnest efforts to interfere, he failed to block it. In his fervor to defend, Durant inadvertently collided with Lin Tian. The ball swished through the net, and the referee's whistle pierced the air. Lin Tian accomplished an impressive three-point play. Lou Williams and Kyle Kuzma rushed over to lift Lin Tian in celebration, exchanging high-fives. Lin Tian flashed a grin at Durant as he approached the free-throw line. In the broadcast booth, Charles Barkley gaped at the screen. What an impressive shooting percentage. This rookie from the Lakers has an arsenal of offensive moves. Smith concurred with Barkley's assessment. He is indeed a born scorer. Truly fearless like a young calf. The last player with such formidable scoring ability was, if I recall correctly, Kevin Durant. In a one-on-one showdown against Kevin Durant, he not only evaded suppression but astonishingly overshadowed Durant's presence. This young talent from the Celestial Empire possesses limitless potential. On the court, after Lin Tian successfully converted the free throw, the deficit diminished to a mere point. Since entering the NBA, Lin Tian had never played with such exuberance, especially against one of the strongest players currently active. Upon retreating to defend, he closely adhered to Durant, persistently jockeying for position to obstruct Durant's attempts to receive the ball. The physical contest between them was relentless, both drenched in sweat, yet Lin Tian remained undeterred. At that moment, the ball was in Waiters' possession, having a penchant for isolation plays. Waiters, witnessing Durant being tightly guarded by Lin Tian and struggling to receive the ball, felt a surge of delight and decided to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 41. Kobe's Halftime Address. Westbrook attempted a forceful drive, but failed to shake off Lou Williams, leading him to hurriedly take a shot near the free throw line. It was a challenging mid-range attempt. Clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Kyle Kuzma seized the rebound, and Lin Tian proactively moved closer to Kuzma, receiving the ball and advancing it past half-court. Facing Lin Tian, Durant adjusted his shorts, his gaze unwavering. This time, Kuzma executed a tactical move to the arc, setting a screen for Lin Tian. Utilizing Kuzma's body, Lin Tian evaded Durant, but the Thunder quickly switched their defense, placing Adams on Lin Tian. The towering figure was Lin Tian's preferred opponent. He wasted no time in changing direction but charged straight towards the paint. Adams could hardly keep pace with Lin Tian, feeling as though he had been overtaken by a gust of wind. The lane was unguarded, and Lin Tian leapt with the ball for a thunderous dunk. The Lakers astonishingly took the lead. In the ensuing minutes, both teams exchanged leads with relentless fervor. The expressions of the Thunder's bench, including Westbrook, reflected their dismay. What was initially a game with a significant disparity in skill had transformed into a nail-biting contest. Head coach Donovan scratched his head, seemingly troubled by the turn of events. Following a dead ball, Donovan eagerly substituted Westbrook into the game. The Lakers also brought Kobe onto the court, with Lin Tian orchestrating nearly every play prior. Even an Iron Man would feel fatigue. Kobe, having rested for several minutes, was undoubtedly re-energized. True to form, upon his re-entry, he executed a beautifully crafted mid-range jumper. Lin Tian temporarily shifted his focus to defense, exerting every effort to deny Durant the ball, and he succeeded admirably. Not only that, but he also intercepted a pass from Westbrook intended for Durant. If it were feasible, Lin Tian would have liked to guard Westbrook, as he perceived it to be a simpler task than containing Durant. However, if he were to defend Westbrook, who would guard Durant? Durant, undeniably, posed a more formidable threat than Westbrook. As the second quarter concluded, the audience was astonished to discover that the score stood at 51-51. The Lakers had remarkably kept pace. Lin Tian's individual statistics were 20 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Kobe's stats read 12 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist. For the Thunder, Durant had 16 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 steal, while Westbrook amassed 22 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. Throughout the first half, Westbrook had performed exceptionally well, as neither Russell nor Lou Williams could effectively contain him. Occasionally, Kobe attempted to guard him, but with little success. When they returned to the locker room for a break, the mood among the players was relatively upbeat. They felt a sense of satisfaction in matching the Thunder thus far. Only Kobe's expression lacked any semblance of joy. Sometimes, even a victory did little to uplift him. Lin Tian smiled and patted Kobe's shoulder, saying, "Hey Kobe, our chances of winning today are quite high." Kobe turned back, his expression still devoid of any smile. Everyone's defense in the first half was far too lax. We could have taken the lead. Accustomed to Kobe's relentless nature, Lin Tian remained silent. Nick Young and Russell exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. As the second half commences, I hope everyone can muster their spirits. Stay vigilant with your defensive assignments. Do not always rely on others to clean up your mess. Kobe admonished, his gaze sweeping over the young players of the Lakers. Russell, Randall, and others either lowered their heads or averted their eyes, avoiding direct contact with Kobe's intense stare. Noticing their reticence, Kobe continued, "Do not believe that facing the Thunder means we are destined to lose. If we unleash our utmost potential, we can triumph over any of the other 29 teams. Do not underestimate yourselves." Kobe's halftime address in the visiting locker room indeed proved impactful. As the third quarter began, the Lakers starters appeared invigorated, forcing several turnovers from Westbrook. Seizing the opportunity, they capitalized on these mistakes and frequently found the net. Most of these points were scored by Lin Tian, who had effectively become the Lakers' primary option. Of course, Kobe's delegation of authority was conspicuously evident. The Thunder adjusted their strategy, anticipating that Lin Tian would face double teams upon receiving the ball. Nevertheless, Lin Tian found ways to counteract their defense. As their offense flourished, their defensive efforts intensified. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Lin Tian took a breather. Having amassed 30 points under Durant's watchful defense, the Thunder players exhaled in relief upon his departure from the court, as the young Lakers player had nearly single-handedly dismantled their defensive line. Sitting back on the bench, Lin Tian accepted an energy drink and towel from the staff, wiping the sweat from his brow while glancing at the score. To his astonishment, they led the Thunder by 6 points. Throughout the third quarter, their level of effort clearly surpassed that of the Thunder, catching them off guard. Several fouls committed by Westbrook also played a role in this dynamic. With a rare few minutes of respite, Lin Tian observed the players on the court in full flight. At this juncture, the Thunder had substituted their starters. Yet Lou Williams continued to lead effectively. While his defensive reliability was questionable, he did not disappoint when it came to scoring. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers maintained a steady 6-point lead, prompting the Thunder fans to vocalize their discontent towards their team. It was no surprise that they were dissatisfied with the performance against a team that was nearly at the bottom of the Western Conference, especially considering the Lakers were on a back-to-back. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lin Tian, as per routine, sat beside Kobe on the bench. The Lakers, led by Lou Williams, struggled to initiate their offensive momentum as the final quarter began. The power forward, Randall, seldom revealed such a fervent desire to score. The young players of the Lakers, including the likes of Nance and Randall, possess remarkable physical gifts, evident in their exceptional vertical leaps. Witnessing Randall leap powerfully beneath the basket, scoring a challenging 2 points against Ibaka, even Kobe could not help but smile. These youngsters, they are undeniably gifted. With a touch more effort, they could excel further. Yet, they perpetually appear as if they have yet to awaken. His gaze towards Randall, who was making his way to the free throw line, betrayed a mixture of envy and melancholy. Chapter 42. The score is tied. The Lakers find themselves in a dilemma. Lin Tian merely smiled and applauded Randall. The bench players performed admirably, allowing Lin Tian and Kobe to enjoy a longer respite. With just over 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Thunder seized the opportunity to execute 2 fast breaks, narrowing the deficit to 4 points. Observing this, Scott promptly called for a timeout, and upon its conclusion, Lin Tian took to the court. In the final stretch of the fourth quarter, both teams deployed their starting lineups. Following the Lakers' inbound, several Thunder starters suddenly intensified their physicality. Russell, controlling the ball, appeared unaccustomed to such vigorous contact, resulting in his pass being intercepted by Andre Roberson. Subsequently, Westbrook propelled the ball forward on a fast break. It was evident to all that there remained a disparity in overall strength between the two teams. Russell, hesitant to retain possession, swiftly passed the ball to Lin Tian. Lin Tian relished the sensation of the ball in his hands. After a couple of dribbles, he opted to drive past Durant. Despite Durant's impressive speed, he was unable to contain Lin Tian's surge. However, the Thunder's defensive strategy had evolved in the fourth quarter. Ibaka and Adams positioned themselves closely beneath the basket, constricting the available space. Lin Tian, undeterred, leaped amidst their defense. The basketball soared over Ibaka and Adams' heads, neither of whom could even graze the ball. It grazed the backboard before settling into the net. The Lakers bench erupted with excitement, witnessing Lin Tian's ability to score against formidable defenders, a testament to his prowess. This basket momentarily stabilized the team's morale. Westbrook advanced the ball into the Thunder's half. Meanwhile, the Lakers' defense intensified. Westbrook initially aimed to penetrate, but found himself stymied by the rookie, Russell. He then drew closer to Durant, who willingly set a screen for him. With Durant blocking Russell, Westbrook accelerated towards the paint. Yet he had forgotten that, post-switch, Lin Tian was now tasked with guarding him. Lin Tian's lateral movement was exceptionally swift. He suddenly darted from the side to confront Westbrook directly, extending his long left arm to make contact. The impact caused Westbrook to crash into the paint. While the basketball remained stationary, Lin Tian effortlessly retrieved the ball and surged towards the Lakers' front court. Durant, originally assigned to defend Lin Tian, exerted all his effort to pursue him, contemplating a potential chase-down block. However, after only a few strides, Durant abandoned this notion. Lin Tian, in full stride, resembled a cheetah on the savannah, his terrifying speed leaving Durant in the dust. Reaching the basket unopposed, Lin Tian leaped and, before the entire arena, executed a stunning folded dunk. A seamless transition from steal to score. This was his signature method of scoring. Given the opportunity to fast break, Lin Tian was confident that no one could keep pace with him. Westbrook wore an expression of embarrassment, initially believing that he had executed a commendable pick and roll, only to unexpectedly collide with a solid barrier. Unfortunately, he was compelled to return to the front court to inbound the ball. The momentum for the Lakers had surged. Russell and young Nance exchanged high fives in celebration. As Westbrook dribbled back to the front court, he faced Russell, opting against an aggressive approach due to Russell's notably tenacious defense. Unbeknownst to him, several rookies on the Lakers had identified a golden opportunity to topple a formidable team like the Thunder, which fueled their enthusiasm. Westbrook cast a glance around at his Thunder teammates, his playing style having matured somewhat this season. With the Lakers' defense intensifying, he contemplated passing the ball to Durant. Durant, eager for possession, extended his arm to receive the pass. Without hesitation, Westbrook flung the ball towards Durant. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tian made a sudden move, intercepting the ball right in front of Durant. He then charged single-handedly towards the basket, leaping for a thunderous dunk. 2 consecutive steals. 2 consecutive dunks. The point differential soared to 10. Thunder head coach Billy Donovan anxiously called for a timeout. Meanwhile, Lin Tian exuberantly celebrated by bumping shoulders with his teammates. That previous lapse had been a deliberate ruse on his part. His defensive strategy against Durant had been to prevent him from receiving the ball. But this time he created an illusion of open space for Westbrook, swiftly snatching the ball during the pass, catching Westbrook off guard. As Durant took a moment on the bench to rest, he shook his head in disapproval. Westbrook approached him, saying, "Kevin, that was my fault. I was too careless with that pass." As the season progressed, various news outlets reported that if the Thunder failed to secure the championship this year, Durant was likely to depart. His reluctance to re-sign with the team cast a shadow over its future. Consequently, Westbrook endeavored to ensure Durant's comfort on the court. He had subtly urged Durant to consider re-signing, yet Durant remained tight-lipped on the matter. Surprised by Westbrook's admission, Durant noted that previously, Westbrook would rarely acknowledge his mistakes so openly. He shook his head, responding, "There is still a long time left in the fourth quarter. They won't win." Indeed. Upon returning from the timeout, Durant confidently sank a three-pointer over Lin Tian. In the ensuing possessions, the Thunder concentrated much of their efforts on Lin Tian. Whenever he received the ball, they swiftly collapsed into the paint, either double-teaming or employing a zone defense. No matter how formidable Lin Tian's drives were, his path was obstructed by multiple defenders, presenting significant challenges. Furthermore, the Thunder's impenetrable defense was no exaggeration. Roberson and Durant patrolled the perimeter and flanks, while Ibaka and Adams staunchly guarded the interior. Even Westbrook, regarded as the least proficient defender, averaged over 2 steals per game last season. It can be said that any player within the league, when confronted with the impenetrable defense of the Thunder, would emerge battered if not utterly defeated. In the latter half of the fourth quarter, Lin Tian's shooting percentage began to decline gradually. In a state of helplessness, he slightly reduced his attempts and increased his passing frequency. However, it seemed as if the Lakers' shooting touch had been borrowed away during the first quarter. Their fiery precision in the initial period had turned frigid by the crucial fourth quarter. Russell missed 2 consecutive shots, and Kobe followed suit, unable to find the mark as well. With just over a minute remaining in the game, the Thunder forcefully equalized the score at 98-98. The Lakers called for a timeout. Lin Tian, drenched in sweat, returned to the bench, listening to the thunderous cheers of the crowd. During this timeout, an interactive segment with the fans commenced, where many Thunder supporters rose to dance, seemingly celebrating victory in advance. Chapter 43, Westbrook's Astonishing Dunk. In the studio, Barkley and Smith engaged in animated discussion. Barkley remarked, although the Lakers maintained a lead for the first 3 quarters, their defense in the fourth was not as formidable as that of the Thunder. Smith concurred, indeed, during the latter half of the fourth quarter. The Thunder stepped up their game. After all, the Lakers are comprised of youthful players. Nonetheless, Lin's performance today has been exceptional. He has managed to contain KD. His individual prowess is beyond question. However, basketball is ultimately a team sport. At the Ford Center, after a brief respite of merely a few seconds, Lin and his teammates re-entered the court. By this stage in the game, both teams were visibly fatigued. Lin had taken over 30 shots today. Yet faced with the Thunder's impenetrable defense, this marked his lowest shooting percentage in recent games. With just over a minute remaining, the Lakers prepared for a sideline inbound. After Kobe passed the ball to Lin, he signaled for Lin to slow the pace. The score was tied, but at least they retained possession. Durant, Ibaka, and others were keenly fixated on Lin, yet Durant showed no inclination to apply pressure. Everyone understood that if they could defend this possession, the initiative would revert to the Thunder. The arena erupted with synchronized chants of defense, fueled by the fervent Thunder fans. Lin controlled the ball for a moment, glancing at the shot clock, which indicated 10 seconds remaining in the possession. He took a couple of steps toward the paint, only to find Ibaka and Adams poised to obstruct his layup. Lin had no choice but to halt and survey his teammates. As most opponents focused their attention on him, it was time to seek his teammates' positioning. Aware of Lin's intentions, Ibaka and Adams hastily returned to their respective assignments upon noticing Lin's reluctance to force his way in. Although Lin was not fond of passing, he was astute enough to recognize that with several defenders converging on him, distributing the ball could lead to a high-probability score. Durant positioned himself firmly in front of Lin, determined to prevent him from advancing any further. The proximity allowed Lin to hear Durant's labored breaths. Lin, equally exhausted, turned away from Durant and began to back him down, step by step. Previously, Lin seldom utilized post-up moves, but today he discovered their efficacy. Despite his lean physique, he possessed considerable muscle and strength. Durant's tall and slender frame appeared increasingly uncomfortable under the circumstances. The other Thunder players hesitated to provide assistance. Once Lin found a comfortable position, he pushed off with his feet and executed a turnaround jump shot. Durant leapt alongside him but failed to block the attempt, and the ball swished through the net. The home crowd fell silent in astonishment. This shot was executed in a rather precarious moment, as it was released in the final second of the shot clock. With just 1 minute left in the game, the Lakers held a 2-point lead. Get back. Quick transition defense. Kobe loudly called out to several players on the Lakers, merely to prevent the Thunder from executing a fast break. Russell and Larry Nance Jr. instinctively understood what needed to be done. As Westbrook brought the ball up the court, he directed his teammates to their positions from the high post, all the while scanning for Durant with his keen gaze. Although the Thunder could no longer afford to waste time, he was reluctant to recklessly attack the basket without a favorable opportunity. Durant dashed frantically to receive the ball, but Lin shadowed him closely. Just when everyone anticipated Westbrook would pass to Durant, he suddenly accelerated, charging towards the hoop. Russell's reaction was quick, yet he lagged a beat behind Westbrook, trailing him by half a body length. As Westbrook surged forward, Larry Nance Jr. could only retreat to protect the rim. To everyone's surprise, Westbrook did not shy away. Instead, he leapt directly toward Nance, who towered over him. With the ball raised high in his right hand, Westbrook's head nearly brushed the rim. Nance, undaunted and brimming with youthful bravado, leapt into the air, raising one hand in defiance. Their bodies collided midair in an inevitable clash. Westbrook instinctively pressed his left hand against Nance's shoulder, while his right hand gripped the ball, soaring over Nance's fingertips and ferociously slamming the ball down through the hoop. It was a ferocious dunk that sent adrenaline coursing through the veins of every spectator. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the arena erupted in thunderous cheers. The DJ proclaimed, "A brutal dunk ties the game. Russell Westbrook." Upon landing, Westbrook clenched his fists and unleashed a roar directed at Nance. Meanwhile, Durant and his teammates hurried back to the Lakers' front court, wary of celebrating with Westbrook, fearing a potential ambush from the Lakers. It was only after they witnessed the Lakers call a timeout that Durant and the others joyously celebrated with Westbrook. One might think they had already secured victory in this match. Indeed, delivering such a spectacular dunk at the end of the fourth quarter significantly boosted their morale, instilling a belief that they could triumph today. In contrast, the Lakers' spirit appeared considerably diminished. Russell awkwardly patted Nance on the shoulder, acknowledging that had he kept pace with Westbrook, Nance would not have had to cover for him. Yet, Nance himself seemed unfazed. Being dunked on merely attested to his earnest defensive efforts. Scott gathered the team together. Swiftly sketching tactics on the whiteboard, Kobe would orchestrate the play, with Lin setting a screen for him. In previous critical moments, Scott had unhesitatingly entrusted the ball to Kobe. This time, he intended for Kobe to take the pivotal shot himself. In earlier games, it had been Lin taking the final shots in the fourth quarter, as the team often held a considerable lead. However, today's contest was fiercely contested, and after careful consideration, Scott resolved to let Kobe take the crucial shot. As Xiao Base had previously reminded him, the outcome of the game is inconsequential. What truly matters is that with Kobe on the court, every match is a cherished moment, and each one is to be savored. In this final season, the aim is to ensure that Kobe experiences no regrets. Before Scott could utter a word, Kobe suddenly extended a finger towards Lin Tian, declaring, "Let Lin take this shot." His gaze was unwavering, imbued with trust. The Lakers players were rendered speechless. It seemed to be the first time Kobe explicitly stated that a crucial shot should be entrusted to another player. It is worth noting that during Lin's tenure with the Lakers, even after making a game-winning shot, Kobe had not displayed any palpable joy. This underscores his profound lack of trust in his teammates. However, his demeanor towards Lin Tian is strikingly different. Chapter 44, The Collins Connection. A stunning alley-oop shocks the audience. Beyond Kobe's profound trust in Lin Tian, there was evidently a sense of yielding at play. After a brief moment of surprise, Scott promptly nodded, continuing to orchestrate the strategy. This tactic was, in essence, quite elementary. They would initiate the play, with Kobe receiving the ball high up, while Lin Tian maneuvered through the court to receive a handoff. Ultimately, if no unforeseen circumstances arose, Lin Tian would take the final shot. If something unexpected occurred, they would adapt accordingly. Scott had yet to finish his instructions when the timeout concluded. The game resumed with 35 seconds remaining. As the referee's whistle echoed, Russell prepared to inbound the ball. Lin Tian, in a fervent display, darted across the court, creating the illusion of seeking the ball, while Durant relentlessly pursued him. The Thunder's defensive intensity escalated another notch. The Lakers were on the move. They mirrored the Lakers' movements, determined not to allow Russell an easy pass. Time ticked away. Russell stood at the sidelines, arms raised high with the ball, unable to mask the tension etched on his face. The ball had to be released within 5 seconds, or even a Lakers error would result in a turnover. As the deadline loomed, Kobe finally found an opening, and Russell delivered the ball into his hands. At that moment, Kobe was still 2 meters from the three-point line, with Andre Roberson backing off a couple of steps. The rest of the Thunder players remained vigilant, glued to their respective assignments, well aware that Kobe would undoubtedly opt to shoot in the closing seconds. The Thunder had no need to foul. If they could simply defend against Kobe's shot, victory would be nearly assured. Failing that, they could bleed the clock into overtime, where the inexperienced Lakers would struggle to match their prowess. Lin Tian had now positioned himself beyond the corner three-point line, leading the Thunder to perceive him as a potential threat for a three-point shot. However, the reality was quite different. As the offensive clock dwindled, every player on the court was taut with anticipation, while the spectators, perhaps even more anxious than the players, held their breath. Roberson, tasked with guarding Kobe, brimmed with confidence. In his estimation, had this been Kobe at his peak, he would have felt utterly defenseless. Yet, the current state of Kobe was far from his prime, barely reaching half of his former prowess. Should Kobe attempt to drive, Roberson felt he had a 70 chance of thwarting the shot. No, it should be 80. His skills relied heavily on defense. After all, in the blink of an eye, only 6 seconds remained. Kobe instinctively glanced at the timer, gritted his teeth, and feigned an intention to drive towards the basket. At that moment, Lin Tian, who had been stationed in the corner, suddenly sprinted towards Kobe's position, intent on receiving the ball. Yet, it seemed Durant had anticipated this move, preemptively positioning himself to cut off Kobe's passing lane. Durant's long arms obstructed Lin Tian's path, leaving Kobe reluctant to make the pass. With Lin Tian's route blocked, he abruptly raised a finger towards the basket, then surged towards the paint. At this juncture, the strategy devised by Scott during the timeout had become null and void. They must resolve the issue through improvisation. Kobe is somewhat perplexed. The Thunder's formidable giants dominate the paint, yet Lin Tian points towards the hoop. However, there is no time for Kobe to contemplate further. He takes the ball and charges towards the interior. Roberson's defense proves to be tenacious, although he allows Kobe to penetrate near the paint. He steadfastly remains in front of him. As long as Kobe dares to shoot, Roberson is confident he can disrupt Kobe's attempt. Defending Kobe is an area where he possesses considerable experience. Kobe, above you. The familiar voice of Lin Tian reaches Kobe's ears. Turning his head, he sees Lin Tian arriving from behind, signaling for an alley-oop pass. Yet, in front of Lin Tian stand the towering figures of Durant, Ibaka, and Adams, each of whom exceeds Lin Tian in height. In an instant, Kobe makes a decision. The odds of scoring on his own are far too slim. Gritting his teeth, he gently tosses the basketball to his side, leaving the outcome in Lin Tian's hands. Lin Tian, Durant, Ibaka, and Adams leap simultaneously, all vying for the ball. Kobe's pass naturally heads in Lin Tian's direction, placing him in the optimal position. As he leaps, the height of his jump clearly surpasses that of Adams and Ibaka. The scene becomes chaotic, with all eyes fixated on Lin Tian and the others. In the next moment, above the heads of Ibaka and Adams, Lin Tian extends his long arms, firmly grasping the basketball. His body reaches its apex, his head visibly surpassing the lower edge of the backboard, leaving many spectators in awe. As he begins to descend, Lin Tian maintains a forward posture, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop over Ibaka. The buzzer sounds just as the 24-second shot clock expires. As Ibaka lands, he stumbles, losing his balance. Lin Tian takes a step forward and lets out a triumphant roar, exuding confidence. The referee's whistle startles Lin Tian momentarily, but he quickly interprets the official's gesture. The referee is verifying whether the shot was released in time. The large screen above the arena begins to replay the breathtaking alley-oop. However, the home crowd struggles to cheer. Some wear grave expressions, others shake their heads repeatedly, while a few clutch their heads in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the previous spectacle. Lin Tian not only snatched the ball from above Ibaka's head, but also executed a thunderous dunk in midair, a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary player. The Lakers players on the court have already converged around Lin Tian, their excitement palpable. Seizing the opportunity while the referee reviews the play, Scott instructs them to prepare for the next defensive series, for the game is far from over. The large screen continues to replay the moment, and the expressions of the home crowd grow increasingly grim. This play is unmistakably a flawless alley-oop. And at the instant Lin Tian dunks, the red light on the backboard signaling the end of the shot clock illuminates. Indeed, the referee swiftly rendered a decision, affirming the validity of the goal. Lin Tian secured 2 points, while Kobe received an assist, allowing the Lakers to once again lead by 2 points. The Lakers, however, had no time to celebrate and promptly refocused on their defensive assignments. Only 10 seconds remained for the Thunder, who found themselves devoid of timeouts. Roberson positioned himself at the corner for a free throw, while Kobe persistently waved his hands to create distractions. After much effort, Roberson managed to pass the ball to Durant. Durant, tightly guarded by Lin Tian, found it challenging to cross half-court, ultimately opting to pass the ball to Westbrook in search of an opportunity. Chapter 45, a majestic block to seal the game against the Thunder. In the fleeting moment when Durant passed the ball to Westbrook, Lin Tian surged toward Westbrook's position. 10 seconds slipped away in an instant, and he was certain that Westbrook would not relinquish the ball again. As expected, Westbrook, receiving Durant's pass, did not hesitate for even a second and dashed straight towards the basket. It seemed he had no intention of attempting a three-pointer. Rather, he aimed to tie the game and push it into overtime. Facing the rampaging Westbrook, Russell's defense appeared as flimsy as paper, easily eluded with a mere feint. The Lakers' paint was left with only the diminutive Nance. Just moments before, Nance had suffered an embarrassing dunk from Westbrook, yet now, fueled by determination, he refused to back down. Even if he could not block the shot, he must not allow Westbrook to score. The home crowd erupted in cheers as they witnessed Westbrook glide past Russell with such ease. They believed if Westbrook could dunk on Nance once, he could surely do it again. Yet, few noticed Lin Tian charging toward Westbrook like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. As Westbrook faced Nance again, he caught sight of Nance's resolute gaze, realizing that this time, a dunk was out of the question. Approaching the basket, Westbrook leaped suddenly, Nance following suit. And then Westbrook attempted a floater. The basketball sailed just past Nance's fingertips, and a confident smile blossomed on Westbrook's face. This shot had a 90% chance of success, for it was from a position where he felt most assured. But, in an instant, a powerful gust swept in from behind Westbrook, and he felt the light dimmed by a looming shadow. Glancing up, he was astonished to find Lin Tian had unexpectedly positioned himself behind him, soaring effortlessly over him. As the ball neared its apex and began to descend, Lin Tian, with no hesitation, slapped it away. With a resounding smack, the ball ricocheted off the edge of the backboard and flew away. The final buzzer sounded in unison with the gasps of over 10,000 spectators. The crowd, regardless of age or gender, stood in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. Few had noticed that Lin Tian had sprinted to Westbrook's rear in the blink of an eye during the latter's drive. Upon landing, Westbrook jumped up anxiously, extending 2 fingers and repeatedly gesturing downwards, pleading with the referee for a goaltending call. The other Thunder players echoed his sentiment. The referee blew the whistle, indicating a review of the play. The outcome of this call would determine whether the game would proceed to overtime or if the Lakers would emerge victorious. Regardless, the Lakers remained momentarily undefeated. The closest Nance, brimming with excitement, exchanged high-fives with Lin Tian, exclaiming, "My God, that block was incredible!" Lin. Nance shook his head in disbelief. Still somewhat dazed. He had always considered his leaping ability remarkable in the NBA, yet in comparison to Lin Tian, he felt utterly ordinary. Kobe and Russell swiftly gathered around, initially celebrating before collectively turning their gaze towards the replay displayed on the grand screen. Meanwhile, the players on the Thunder side wore expressions of despair. Durant's countenance was particularly grim. Moments ago, Lin Tian had been defending against him. After passing the ball to Westbrook, Lin charged towards him with reckless abandon, sprinting from the backcourt to the front, ultimately managing to catch up with Westbrook, setting aside the sheer speed. It was this professional attitude that compelled Durant to cast a glance at Kobe once more. The tension among the players was palpable, as the forthcoming decision would essentially determine the outcome of the match. The question of whether it was a goaltending violation was evidently clear. The 4 large screens above the arena simultaneously replayed the previous moment, albeit at a significantly reduced speed. The footage captured the instant Durant passed the ball to Westbrook. On screen, Westbrook effortlessly maneuvered past Russell, but Lin Tian appeared like a fierce tiger in the frame. Most of the audience had scarcely noticed Lin Tian, as few could have anticipated that he would sprint from the backcourt to the front in mere seconds, catching up to Westbrook. Upon Westbrook's entry into the paint, he released the ball for a shot, only for Nance to leap in an attempt to block, but he failed to make contact. The basketball continued its ascent, and Lin Tian managed to swat it away. A wave of boos erupted from the crowd, as those with even a basic understanding of the rules recognized that since the basketball was still ascending and had not yet touched the backboard when Lin swatted it away, it was not a goaltending violation, but rather a legitimate block. If the footage had been played at normal speed, it might have been ambiguous, however. The slow-motion replay clarified the situation. The lead referee, Crawford, reviewed the replay once and then turned back to blow his whistle, indicating that it was not a goaltending violation, thereby concluding the match. The final score was locked at 102-100, with the Lakers narrowly clinching victory in this contest. When Crawford announced the ruling, all Lakers players and coaches jubilantly leaped in celebration. Lin Tian, as the focal point, was enveloped in enthusiastic embraces from his teammates. The elation of the Lakers contrasted sharply with the Thunder's despondency. Durant wore a sullen expression but remained in the vicinity, waiting for the Lakers to finish their celebrations before extending his hand in acknowledgement to his opponents. Kobe and Lin Tian, aware of the significance of the moment, reciprocated with embraces for each Thunder player. When shaking hands with Lin Tian, Durant couldn't help but shake his head and remarked, "Buddy, we underestimated you. Next time, don't expect to win again." This sentiment was indeed heartfelt. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. "Next time, we'll be waiting for you at Staples." Before returning to the locker room, Lin Tian took a moment to review his performance statistics for the game. 40 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, 5 steals, and 4 blocks, a commendably versatile display. Kobe's stats were 18 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal. Durant also performed admirably, with 37 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. Westbrook also secured 32 points. The scoring of the Thunder's dynamic duo tonight far surpassed the total points of their teammates. In the studio, although the game had concluded, Barkley seemed still in disbelief. "Goodness, that chase-down block must be one of the season's finest highlights." Indeed, Smith concurred, absolutely iconic. A game-winning rejection. This young player from the Lakers is truly remarkable. After today, KD will likely feel quite frustrated. He has yet to grasp the banner of the league's best. And now he must face challenges from the emerging generation of players. Haha. At this rate, Lin may very well become a formidable contender for this season's MVP. Chapter 46. Post-match interview. The journalistic pitfalls at the Ford Center Arena. In the media room, the atmosphere was palpably vibrant, perhaps due to the significant impact of the match. When Lin Tian and his companions entered the media room, they discovered that it was far more animated than in Sacramento. Journalists, photographers, and team staff were engaged in lively discussions, but upon their arrival, an immediate hush fell over the room. Almost every photographer simultaneously raised their cameras, a testament to the moment's intensity. It was no surprise, given that the Thunder had previously achieved an impressive 5-game winning streak. The media and fans alike had anticipated that the Warriors would be the ones to halt this streak. Yet, ironically, it was not the Warriors or the Spurs who ended their run, but rather the struggling Lakers. As the three Lakers players settled in, both Kobe and Scott appeared quite pleased. With this victory, they had secured 3 consecutive wins, bringing their record to 10 wins and 26 losses, drawing them closer to the Timberwolves, who sat at the bottom of the Western Conference standings. The media's inquiries directed at Scott and Kobe were swift. When it was Lin Tian's turn to be interviewed, several journalists who had been scribbling notes looked up. Their interest piqued. Everyone was acutely aware that the focal point of the evening was Lin Tian, whose prominence outshone even that of Durant and Westbrook. Soon, a bespectacled female reporter, designated by Lin Tian, posed her question. Lin, first, congratulations on your victory against the Thunder on their home turf. Tonight marked your first direct matchup with KD, where you performed admirably. Did you feel significant pressure facing him? Indeed, her question was one that intrigued all the journalists present. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Tian adjusted the microphone on the table and replied, If I were to say that I felt minimal pressure, I would be misleading you. Undoubtedly, KD is among the league's most formidable scorers, and his defensive prowess is quite targeted. It is an honor to compete against such a player. Having secured the win, Lin Tian was eager to elevate Durant's status to that of the greatest player in history, which would only serve to underscore his own remarkable performance. Scott and Kobe were both satisfied with Lin Tian's response. The second inquiry came from a male reporter. Lin, the Lakers have now triumphed over 2 strong Western rivals. With your victories this season surpassing double digits, does this signify a shift in the team's objectives for the season? Kobe and Scott immediately frowned. This question was clearly a trap, designed for Lin Tian to unwittingly step into. These cunning journalists would stop at nothing to extract sensational information. Just as Kobe contemplated offering a subtle warning to Lin Tian, he preemptively interjected, I believe I must correct your question, my friend. Our objectives this season have never wavered. First and foremost, we aim to secure a playoff berth, and then we shall strive with all our might for the championship. Lin Tian's declaration resonated with conviction, leaving the reporter to chuckle awkwardly and refrain from further comment. His inquiry was indeed a snare. Had Lin Tian admitted to a change in goals, it would have implied an admission that the team's previous ambitions were to deliberately underperform. Many struggling teams may engage in less than ideal practices, yet they cannot openly admit to such actions, as it would severely undermine the player's confidence. After all, no player desires to lose. Kobe shot a surprised glance at Lin Tian. He was taken aback by how adept this newcomer was at handling the media, despite having participated in only a handful of games. The questioning persisted. Lin, in the final moments of the game, you secured a victory with a crucial block. Could you elaborate on the circumstances surrounding that moment? Lin Tian smiled and replied, honestly, I was overthinking it. Westbrook received a pass from KD, and with only a few seconds remaining, I knew he would inevitably opt for a drive to the basket. My sole focus was to catch up to him and intercept the shot. The ensuing events were evident to all. It was a challenging feat, but I accomplished it. As the interview concluded and the trio exited the media room, Kobe patted Lin Tian on the shoulder, saying, Buddy, you certainly have a knack for dealing with the media. After years of playing, Kobe had encountered countless frustrating questions and had often been misquoted by the press. His feelings toward the media were complex. While he harbored disdain for them, he also recognized that without their presence, his fame might not have reached such heights. Lin Tian responded, I understand. The media is merely interested in what captivates the fans. They want to uncover any significant news from me. Upon leaving the Ford Center, The players returned to their hotel to gather their belongings before hastily boarding a flight back to Los Angeles. The back-to-back games had left them physically and mentally exhausted. Yet their faces radiated excitement. Securing a victory against a formidable team like the Thunder was a cause for celebration. The atmosphere on the plane was lively, with Nick Young taking the initiative to sit beside Lin Tian, exclaiming, "Lin, you scored another 40 points." Lin Tian felt more fatigued than anyone else, offering only a perfunctory nod in response. At that moment, Larry Nance approached. "Hey, buddy, that block was exhilarating. Haha, you avenged me." Earlier in the fourth quarter, he had been posterized by Westbrook, leaving him in a foul mood, but Lin Tian's last-minute block made him feel vindicated. Lin Tian turned his attention to Nance, saying, "Larry, you played a crucial role in that play. Had you not impeded him, Westbrook would have dunked it. In that final second, if the paint had been clear, Westbrook would have undoubtedly opted for a dunk. Once he chose that route, even if I had chased him down, I wouldn't have been able to block it from behind. Your contribution was indeed pivotal." Feeling a bit bashful from Lin Tian's praise, Nance scratched his head awkwardly. Russell, although wearing headphones, had overheard their conversation and felt somewhat embarrassed. During the last moments of the fourth quarter, his defense against Westbrook had been subpar. Had he not been easily bypassed by Westbrook, the situation might have unfolded differently. Despite this, he still acknowledged, "That may be true, but you're still amazing. At that moment, I hardly even noticed that you had followed me." Xiaonans modestly waved his hand, yet felt a surge of joy within, surprised that Lin had not forgotten his contributions. This brother was indeed worthy of camaraderie. Nick Young, equally exhilarated, nodded in agreement. I witnessed Lin darting from the backcourt to the frontcourt like a gust of wind while sitting on the bench. "Hey, buddy, if you had told me you were a sprinter in college, I would not have been surprised at all." Haha. The players animatedly delved into every detail of that moment. And as their conversation unfolded, they meandered off into tales of off-court encounters, such as Nick Young's serendipitous meeting with a beautiful woman at the hotel the previous day. Lamenting that he hadn't exchanged contact information, Lin Tian, however, chose not to engage in their trivial discourse. Instead, he donned his headphones and swiftly drifted into slumber. Chapter 47. I have never seen such a versatile player upon returning to Los Angeles. It was already the early hours of the morning. As an NBA player, enduring sleepless nights is inevitable. Fortunately, they would have 2 days to rejuvenate. Upon arriving at his rented apartment, Lin Tian had no time to scroll through his phone and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. The following morning, he was roused at 7 by the alarm he had set. The joint practice arranged by Scott was scheduled for the afternoon, and although he would train at the gym in the morning, he was spared the usual rush. Lying in bed, he instinctively began to peruse sports news. Just as he had anticipated, their game against the Thunder had garnered significant attention, evident from the headlines across major media outlets. The Lakers end Thunder's 5-game winning streak, securing 3 consecutive victories. Lin acts as the key player. Lakers versus Thunder. Lin's crucial offense and defense in the final minute, leading the team to victory. Thunder's twin stars blocked by the same player. What are the limits of Chinese players? The fastest man in the NBA, Lin. Slow-motion replay of Westbrook's final shot. He was blocked with no retort. NBA legend Pippen. I have never seen such a player who excels in both offense and defense. Lin is the future face of the league. The Lakers management might alter their strategy this season. They will attempt to make moves before the trade deadline. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. His performance the previous day had prompted commentary from several legends on social media. Besides these reports, there were also sensationalist headlines that he had little interest in. What intrigued him most was the article regarding the Lakers' potential strategy change. He had previously spoken with Kobe about finding ways to propel the team into the playoffs. However, with the season nearly halfway through, their record stood at a dismal 10 wins and 26 losses. They needed over 10 victories to turn the record positive. Since Lin Tian joined the Lakers, he had yet to experience defeat, but the team's shortcomings were glaringly apparent. Among the roster, Hibbert and Kobe were the oldest. While Kobe served as the soul of the Lakers, Hibbert's decline in performance, despite his hefty salary exceeding $10 million, was becoming increasingly pronounced. His contract, often referred to as a bad contract, was indeed justified. Fortunately, this was the final year of Hibbert's contract with the Lakers. It was foreseeable that after this season, Hibbert would no longer command a high salary, and the Lakers would certainly not retain him. The other 2 key players for the Lakers were Lou Williams and Nick Young. Williams' offensive prowess was commendable, and Lin Tian occasionally relied on him as a secret weapon when he sat out. However, Nick Young's performance was erratic. Both players earned modest salaries in the millions, yet their defensive capabilities left much to be desired. It was only natural. If their defense were stronger, a mere few $1 million would not suffice. Among players in their positions, their defensive skills were undoubtedly subpar. Moreover, the Lakers' defensive deficiencies were not limited to these two. Randall, possessing commendable physical attributes, also fell short in defensive capabilities among forwards. Although Shaughnessy exerts tremendous effort on the court, his physicality inevitably places him at a disadvantage when playing as a center. This season, even Kobe's defensive prowess appears to be hindered by his limitations. His decline in form is starkly visible compared to last season. Consequently, despite recent victories for the Lakers, they have often triumphed with great difficulty, relying heavily on Lin Tian's individual brilliance to turn the tide. This approach is ultimately unsustainable. For this ensemble to advance further, it is indeed a formidable challenge. Should the management consider facilitating trades, there remain possibilities worth exploring, such as parting with veterans like Hibbert in exchange for a center possessing superior defensive capabilities. However, Lin Tian merely contemplates these matters. He is not the one in charge. His sole responsibility is to continue leading the team to victory. Once the management acknowledges that their aspirations this season may not revolve around securing the first overall pick, the window for trade discussions will not be far off. He has a month to navigate this period. If the team does not seek change within this time frame, Lin Tian believes that his performance statistics can exert appropriate pressure on the organization. Having finished reading the news, Lin Tian rose to freshen up. Upon arriving at the training facility, he found it devoid of any presence. Kobe had yet to arrive for practice, possibly due to his shoulder injury. For a seasoned player like Kobe, who has endured numerous injuries, back-to-back games can indeed be quite taxing. After training alone for about an hour, Kobe finally made his entrance. Instead of rushing into practice, he settled on a bench at the sidelines, occasionally glancing at Lin Tian with a slight nod. Lin Tian, drenched in sweat, approached Kobe. "Hey, you're late today," he remarked. Kobe offered a wry smile and shook his head. "I just dropped my daughter off at school." Those who know him are well aware of his adoration for his daughters. Lin Tian sat beside Kobe and opened a bottle of water. Turning to him, Kobe inquired, "Lin, do you think we genuinely have a chance at the playoffs this season?" This question had occupied Kobe's mind throughout the previous night. Since Lin Tian's arrival, not only has the Lakers' winning streak surged, but the overall atmosphere within the team has transformed remarkably. Kobe had never encountered a player with Lin Tian's nearly extraordinary physical attributes. To better understand Lin Tian, Kobe had previously sought out his scouting report from college, which merely indicated average talent with the sole advantage of a reliable three-point shot. However, that was to be expected. Had Lin Tian's report been stellar, he would not have gone undrafted. This young man possesses speed that surpasses even Westbrook's, reminiscent of a peak Allen Iverson. His leaping ability evokes memories of a youthful Vince Carter. His defensive prowess draws comparisons to Tony Allen of the Grizzlies. Yet due to his speed and vertical leap, his defensive efficiency evidently surpasses that of Allen. Lin Tian's occasional offensive plays also remind Kobe of Carmelo Anthony. Kobe had never encountered a player so adept in both offense and defense throughout his life. Consequently, he now harbors a flicker of belief that Lin Tian might lead the team into the playoffs. It has been exactly 4 years since he last participated in the postseason. Kobe yearns for the exhilarating sensation of the playoffs, yet he has resolved to retire after this season. He never anticipated that the summer of 2012 would mark his final playoff appearance. However, with Lin Tian's arrival, the Los Angeles Lakers seem to retain a glimmer of hope for postseason qualification. Though this hope is quite tenuous, at least it exists. When questioned by Kobe, Lin Tian nodded resolutely. "Of course. Our minimum goal is the playoffs, Kobe, trust me." Lin Tian refrained from expressing his desire to contend for the championship this season, as he doubted Kobe would believe him. Not only Kobe, but even he himself hesitated to utter such an audacious claim. Teams like the Warriors, Cavaliers, and Spurs are all fiercely vying for the championship. Kobe chuckled wryly. "I understand your confidence after our 3 consecutive wins, but the regular season is a long journey, and our roster remains too youthful." He had spent years mentoring young talent, and he was all too familiar with their characteristics. Their advantage lay in their youth. Yet their youth was also their Achilles heel. "We can implement some changes within the team," Lin Tian asserted earnestly. "You must have seen that news today, right?" A reporter mentioned that the management might seek alterations. Kobe had indeed seen the news, but in this era of rampant misinformation, he had not anticipated Lin Tian's ambitious outlook. Such a fervent desire for victory is rare among young players, as most are primarily focused on their personal statistics, often relegating the team's success to a secondary concern. To instigate change, it is undeniable that trades must be relied upon. The Lakers had endured 2 dismal seasons. Yet they had amassed a few exceptionally talented young players and retained numerous draft picks. These picks could be leveraged to acquire immediate impact players. However, truly altering the management's mindset would prove challenging. The team's objective was initially to secure the top pick this year, as there exists an exceptionally talented collegiate player named Ben Simmons. Many scouts boldly assert that Simmons could be the next Magic Johnson. Kobe had personally witnessed Simmons' games, and indeed, he was a remarkably gifted tall point guard, virtually securing the top draft position. Which underperforming team would not be enticed by such prospects? Observing Kobe lost in contemplation, Lin Tian continued, "In the upcoming games, I will demonstrate to the team my capabilities. We have a chance to contend for the playoffs. The Lakers are the franchise with the richest history, and even if the management wishes to tank, they will consider our sentiments." He felt fortunate to have signed a 2-year contract with the team, which would exert some pressure on them. Lin Tian was confident that he could showcase an even stronger performance. After a long pause, Kobe gritted his teeth and declared, "I will also apply pressure on the team. Though his prowess has waned considerably since his prime, as long as he remains with the Lakers, he will embody the spirit of the team." Kobe's influence extends far beyond the confines of the basketball court. As their conversation concluded, Lin Tian swiftly rose to his feet and returned to the court for practice. Observing his tall silhouette, Kobe felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Times have changed, and today's youth are truly remarkable. For the following 2 days, Lin Tian adhered to a rigorous routine, oscillating between basketball, meals, and rest. On the evening of the 3rd day, the Lakers were set to face the Trail Blazers in a home game. A half-hour before the game commenced, Lin Tian and his teammates arrived at the arena to begin their warm-ups. Fans had taken their seats early, and Lin Tian noticed numerous supporters clad in his jersey. As his performance continues to shine, there is no doubt that his fanbase will expand. Chapter 48. An impressive start with 8 consecutive points, an unyielding offensive desire. Seated in the front row of the audience were not only luminaries from various fields but also affluent patrons. During his warm-up, Kobe made a point to greet numerous spectators in the front row, many of whom Lin Tian did not recognize. The individual he was most familiar with in that section was none other than Jack Nicholson, the legendary star of films such as The Shining and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. A devoted fan of the Lakers, he seldom missed a home game. As Lin Tian practiced his shots, Nick Young approached and remarked, "Hey, Lin, have you noticed Scarlett sitting next to the technical booth?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian nodded. To claim ignorance would be disingenuous, for she was indeed a prominent celebrity adored by Durant. In fact, the front row was occupied by several female spectators, some of whom wore high heels, proudly displaying their long, fair legs. They frequently took selfies, capturing moments with both themselves and the players on the court, a common occurrence. Nick Young grinned. "She seemed to be taking pictures of you just now. I even overheard her talking about you, huh?" Lin Tian glanced at Nick Young, thinking that while he considered himself somewhat attractive, it was unlikely that such a renowned actress would be snapping candid shots of him. Clearly, Nick Young was trying to tease him, and since Lin Tian was not an admirer of Scarlett, he paid little heed to the comment. "Young, stop joking around. Focus on perfecting your shots," Lin Tian retorted, tossing the ball to Nick Young to silence him. Before long, the warm-up concluded, and the game officially commenced. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Russell, Kobe, Lin Tian, Kuzma, and Hibbert, while the Portland Trail Blazers fielded Lillard, McCollum, Aminu, Vonleh, and Plumlee. This season, the Blazers' record was slightly inferior to that of the Clippers, placing them 5th in the Western Conference. Their backcourt duo was renowned for their scoring prowess, often toppling formidable teams. As both teams took their positions, the jump ball commenced at center court. Hibbert leaped high, directing the ball into Lin Tian's hands. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian dribbled across half-court, only for Aminu of the Blazers to swiftly approach him. This player had recently signed a 4-year, $30 million contract with the Blazers. In today's landscape, forwards, especially those with 3 and D capabilities, had the most favorable prospects for contracts. Although Aminu's defensive skills were not particularly outstanding among players in his position, they were commendable, and his 3-point shooting percentage this season was respectable. Lin Tian had reviewed his scouting report a few days prior, noting that speed and physicality were Aminu's weaknesses. Without further ado, facing a player nearly his height, Lin Tian executed a change of direction. a maneuver particularly effective against taller opponents. After dribbling for a short while, he noticed that Aminu was struggling to keep pace. With a deft between-the-legs dribble, Lin Tian maneuvered past him. The Blazers' interior defense, evidently unprepared for Aminu's swift defeat, was caught off guard as they witnessed Lin Tian successfully execute a dunk. Accompanied by an exhilarating background score, the Lakers DJ announced, "Charge the paint." Slam dunk executed. The Lakers swiftly took a 2-point lead, while Aminu, tasked with guarding Lin Tian, appeared somewhat dazed. Just last week, he had faced Durant and was thoroughly outmatched. Now, a rookie was coming to exploit his vulnerabilities. The crucial point was that this player's change of direction was even more elusive than Durant's, and his speed was unparalleled. No, it must have been due to his lack of concentration that he was so easily bypassed. Aminu pondered this internally. The Trail Blazers quickly initiated play, with Lillard bringing the ball up court. He attempted to drive past Russell, and as the Lakers players collapsed inward, he passed the ball to McCollum, stationed beyond the arc. McCollum received the pass, launched a three-pointer over Kobe, and it was good. When it was the Lakers' turn for a baseline free throw, Russell, before even crossing half-court, passed the ball to Lin Tian. This time, Aminu was evidently more focused in his defense. However, Lin Tian merely executed a feint, then suddenly burst into action, shaking off Aminu with ease. Plumlee, the Trail Blazers' big man, managed to react in time and rush to the basket to intercept Lin Tian's advance. Yet, Lin Tian did not attempt a forceful leap. Instead, he gracefully executed a Euro step, effortlessly bypassing Plumlee for a layup. At this point, Aminu came to terms with his limitations. His speed could not match Lin Tian's, and even the guards were significantly slower than this Chinese player. Lillard quickly responded with a mid-range jumper. Hibbert inbound the ball, directly passing it to Lin Tian. Even at the midcourt, Lin Tian was already in motion with the ball. Once again, Aminu failed to contain Lin Tian's offensive prowess, and neither could Plumlee, as Lin Tian surged into the paint for another score. The crowd erupted in cheers. Lin Tian had hit all 3 of his attempts, racking up 6 points. The Trail Blazers head coach, visibly upset, shouted for substitutions in defense. After all, if this style of play continued, Lin Tian could rack up an astounding number of points in the first quarter. The ball returned to the Trail Blazers, but Lillard's mid-range shot missed, allowing small ball Nance to grab the rebound. He passed the ball to Russell, who then fed it to Lin Tian. The Trail Blazers indeed made a substitution, bringing in Noah Vonleh to guard Lin Tian. Vonleh was well aware of Lin Tian's scouting report. Drafted 9th overall in 2014. He had yet to make a significant impact after over a year in the league. Standing at 2.08 meters, his speed and explosiveness were clearly inferior to Aminu's. Lin Tian was perplexed by the Trail Blazers coach's strategy, but he had no intention of holding back. With a familiar change of direction, the 5 players on the court for the Trail Blazers grew anxious. The veteran leader, Lillard, shouted, "Collapse the paint! Collapse the paint!" Before he could finish, Lin Tian had already penetrated the interior. As anticipated, Vonleh's speed was no match for Aminu's. How could he possibly defend against him? However, this time, the Trail Blazers managed to collapse the paint in a timely manner. The paint area was crowded with players, while most of the Lakers were positioned beyond the arc. Lin Tian executed a sudden stop, then gently flicked the ball with his right hand. His soft touch allowed the ball to sail over Plumlee's head, landing gracefully in the hoop. He scored 8 consecutive points. This epitomized his current form. DJ had begun to shout wildly, and the Lakers fans erupted in jubilant cheers. They seemed to envision a bright future for the team. In the stands, a stout male fan guzzled down a cup of beer, exclaiming, "Nice, Lin, the team's future. Haha." Beside him, an attractive white female fan clapped excitedly, declaring, "From this day forward, I am a fan of Lin." Behind the Lakers bench, team owner Jeannie Buss and general manager Kupchak sat side by side, their fists clenched in exhilaration. Chapter 49. CJ, leave the defense to me. Kupchak suddenly whispered to Buss. "Boss, we are increasingly distancing ourselves from the bottom of the league. It is best to keep such matters from others' ears." Buss nodded in understanding. "This is contrary to our goals set at the beginning of the season. If we fail to make the playoffs and find ourselves in an embarrassing ranking by the season's end, we surely won't secure a favorable draft position." Kupchak felt quite awkward. Buss retorted, "Do you genuinely believe we still have a chance at the playoffs? Given the Lakers' dismal performance in the first half of the season, no one believed they could reach the playoffs, not even the players themselves. However, Lin had already showcased his superstar potential. If we do not take action soon, Extending his contract for the next season will be exceedingly difficult. Bus was troubled. Lin's current performance was nothing short of MVP caliber. His ability to run, jump, score, and defend was unparalleled. No player in history had achieved Lin's statistics in their early games. For context, Michael Jordan averaged 28 points in his rookie season, while the legendary Wilt Chamberlain averaged 37. Lin, however, was currently exceeding an average of 40 points, although the season was far from over. Anyone who had watched him play could see he might very well conclude the season with a 40-point average. Bus regretted hesitating when he initially offered Lin a maximum contract, wishing he had directly signed him for 4 years at the highest salary. Kupchak inquired, "Boss, who do you think is more impressive this year? The first overall pick or Lin?" Bus frowned. Isn't it obvious? Durant was completely stifled by him in the last game. Then it's settled, Kupchak grinned. Our focus now must be on building the team around Lin, as long as he remains with the Lakers. Bus's gaze shifted to the court, where he witnessed Lin drive fiercely to score once more. He resolved, "All right, let us proceed as you suggest." Meanwhile, Lin, who was sprinting across the court, remained oblivious to the conversation between the Lakers' owner and general manager. When he scored 12 consecutive points, the Trailblazers head coach finally called for a timeout. The team, known for its fierce offensive prowess, was nearly stalled by Lin's singular efforts from the onset. Amidst the cheers of his teammates, Lin returned to the bench. Neither Aminu nor Vonleh could contain him. This was to be expected. After all, even elite players like PJ Tucker and Durant struggled against him. Following his experience with the Thunder's formidable defense, facing the Trailblazers was indeed a more comfortable affair. Yet, the game had only just begun. Lin was certain the Trailblazers would adjust their defensive strategy upon his return to the court. After Scott outlined the tactics, Nick Young sidled up to Lin with a grin, saying, "Haha. Lin, it seems your performance is significantly influenced by the presence of a superstar in the audience." He then cast a sidelong glance at Scarlett. Scarlett was seated at the edge of the technical area, merely a few seats away from the Los Angeles Lakers bench. Occasionally, having an admired female companion nearby can indeed provide a semblance of motivation, but Lin Tian was not swayed by such distractions. At that moment, he had no inclination to jest with Nick Young, nor was he a devotee of Scarlett. However, the white girl sitting beside Scarlett was strikingly pure and beautiful. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed, and the Trailblazers evidently altered their defensive strategy against Lin Tian. After suffering initial setbacks in the opening minutes, they commenced double-teaming, employing zone coverage, and collapsing the defense in the paint. This did indeed constrain Lin Tian's performance to a certain extent. Nevertheless, Lin Tian was far from one-dimensional. As his opponents opted for double teams, he increased his passing frequency, thereby facilitating his teammates' involvement. The Lakers' overall offense began to flourish under Lin Tian's guidance, maintaining a lead throughout the first quarter. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Lin Tian and Kobe took a breather, making way for Nick Young and Lou Williams. This marked the Trailblazers' opportunity to narrow the gap, and they seized it. Conversely, perhaps due to Lin Tian's prolonged ball handling, Russell appeared uncertain upon his departure, resulting in 2 consecutive turnovers. As the first quarter concluded, the score was tied, with Lin Tian having amassed 15 points, outscoring the rest of the team combined. At the onset of the second quarter, Lin Tian took a temporary respite. The Trailblazers hastily introduced Damian Lillard to the game. While Lillard may not possess the explosive athleticism of Westbrook or match his speed, his shooting accuracy and strategic gameplay were more refined, exhibiting a level of intelligence that prevented him from becoming overly reckless, unlike Westbrook. Whether facing Westbrook or Lillard, young Russell clearly confronted a myriad of scoring approaches. Lillard repeatedly penetrated the paint, and even when unsuccessful, he frequently drew fouls, showcasing his killer instinct. Russell managed to keep pace with Lillard, albeit with difficulty. Occasionally, when Lillard executed a pick-and-roll, it became even more absurd for Lou Williams to defend him. With Hibbert already substituted out, the Lakers' interior defense relied solely on Randall and the diminutive Nance. Among the shorter players, Nance was currently the best defender, though physical confrontation was not his forte. After just over 2 minutes into the second quarter, the Lakers not only fell behind but also widened the gap to 6 points, with the Trailblazers launching an 8-0 run. Sensing the urgency, Scott promptly reinserted Lin Tian into the game, allowing Russell to rest on the bench. At that moment, the 5 players on the court for the Lakers were Lou Williams, Nick Young, Lin Tian, Randall, and Nance. McCollum also returned to the game, making the backcourt duo formidable. Upon his return, Lin Tian, with Nick Young's screen, swiftly sank a 3-pointer, temporarily staunching the bleeding. He then actively orchestrated the team's offense, rekindling their momentum. However, defensively, their situation was rather dire. In the face of Lillard and McCollum, both Lou Williams and Nick Young's defensive performance could only be described as calamitous. At times, when the opponents penetrated, they merely extended a hand to swipe at the ball, then watched helplessly as the adversaries surged towards the basket. The backcourt duo of the Trail Blazers exhibited remarkable synergy, alternating between fierce drives and three-point shots, rendering their defense utterly futile. Lin Tian could only shake his head in disbelief. Up until now, Lin Tian's designated defensive assignment, Aminu, had yet to score a single point. Yet, what significance did that hold? Young, you take Aminu. I will handle CJ. Lin Tian declared after McCollum sank yet another three-pointer. Nick Young occasionally played the forward position, so assigning him to guard Aminu would alleviate some of the pressure. Naturally, Nick Young had no objections to this arrangement and even felt a sense of relief. Chapter 50. Dare to ambush me. Entrusting Nick Young with the task of defending against McCollum proved to be an immense challenge. With the ball in hand, Lin Tian advanced into the frontcourt, closely monitored by Aminu, Noah Vonleh, and others, all poised to thwart his drive. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian executed a swift change of direction, evading Aminu effortlessly. Noah Vonleh and Plumlee hastily collapsed into the paint, their strategy straightforward: deny Lin Tian access to the interior. Should Lin Tian opt for a mid-range or long-range shot, they would simply have to resign themselves to fate. Just beyond the free-throw line, Lin Tian leaped gracefully, releasing a floater that left no opportunity for his opponents to block. The accuracy of his shot, due to its proximity to the basket, surpassed that of a free throw. With the floater successfully made, Lin Tian promptly transitioned back on defense. Lillard advanced the ball, guarded by Lou Williams, while Lin Tian shadowed McCollum closely. McCollum, a highly threatening guard on the offensive front, may not possess a robust physique, yet his gameplay is imbued with intelligence. As a dual-threat player, McCollum's movement was incessant, constantly seeking opportunities as Lillard looked for openings. Lin Tian maintained a vigilant distance, always a step behind McCollum, oftentimes within the three-point arc. His defensive approach varied significantly with each adversary. Against Durant, he aimed to prevent any pass reaching him, whereas, with McCollum, he almost invited him to receive the ball. Indeed, after Lillard circled the perimeter, he passed the ball to McCollum. The moment the basketball left his hands, Lillard realized Lin Tian was darting toward it like a bolt of lightning. Alarmed, he understood too late that it was intentional. Lin Tian intercepted the ball just ahead of McCollum, then galloped toward the Lakers' frontcourt. Neither Lillard nor McCollum could keep pace with his strides. Upon reaching the basket, Lin Tian soared gracefully for a spectacular dunk, infusing the home crowd with a renewed sense of excitement. His previous games had showcased similar dunks, a testament to his astonishing speed. On the sidelines, Lakers owner Jeanie Buss and Kupchak nodded in approval, clearly pleased with Lin Tian's performance. Returning to the Trail Blazers' frontcourt, Lin Tian awaited McCollum's advance. Both Lillard and McCollum wore somber expressions. Their initial synergy during the first quarter had led to the earlier oversight. Once again, McCollum brought the ball before Lin Tian. Confronted by Lin Tian, McCollum felt an undeniable pressure, not only from the previous play but also stemming from the Lakers' recent performances. This young player from the celestial realm of the NBA had garnered significant attention, with millions of fans observing his every move, not to mention his fellow players. Particularly during the Lakers' recent match against the Thunder, McCollum had watched intently, noting Lin Tian's commendable defense against Durant. The presence of such a player to defend himself signifies the Lakers' regard for him. McCollum attempted to provoke Lin Tian, saying, "Hey, rookie, is ambushing all you can do?" To his surprise, McCollum resorted to trash talk, leaving Lin Tian both amused and exasperated. "If you have the ability, why not try to ambush me?" Rendered speechless, McCollum redirected his focus to the game. He initiated a feint before suddenly driving toward the paint. As a guard, McCollum's speed was not particularly remarkable, at least not in Lin Tian's eyes. Lin Tian retreated while seeking an opportunity. When McCollum neared the paint, Lin Tian firmly established his position, refusing to let him advance any further. Left with no choice, McCollum opted to secure the ball first before looking for an opening. Just as he was about to collect it, Lin Tian anticipated McCollum's attention and swiftly reached in. With a sharp slap, Lin Tian's long arm struck the ball, sending it flying to Nick Young's feet. Seizing the opportunity, Young picked up the ball, only to hear Lin Tian shout, "Young, pass, pass." Raising his head, Young noticed Lin Tian had already sprinted ahead into the Lakers' front court. Without hesitation, he launched the ball in Lin Tian's direction. As Lin Tian caught the ball mid-stride, he executed another dunk, igniting cheers from the crowd. The sequence mirrored the previous play, leaving everyone astonished. Clearly, McCollum was insufficient to challenge Lin Tian. In the studio, Barkley remarked once more on Lin Tian's speed. It's hard to fathom that a 6'9" player can move this quickly. Smith added. Even more incredible is Lin's exceptional stealing instinct, which ranks among the best in the league. Goodness, the pressure he exerts on guards during defense is immense. Frankly, with his defensive prowess, he deserves a max contract. He is undeniably an outstanding 3D player. Are you kidding me? You're comparing him to a 3D player? No. What I mean is, if he wishes, he could become the strongest 3D player in the league. Lin Tian could hardly imagine that Barkley and Smith would compare him to 3D players. In just 1 minute, he scored 6 points and forced 2 turnovers from the Trailblazers. The Blazers coach hurriedly called for a timeout, clearly needing to re-strategize. On the Lakers bench, Lin Tian once again expressed his desire. Let me try defending Lillard next. Scott had no objections, believing Lin Tian should play as he pleased. Lillard and McCollum occasionally found their positions somewhat interchangeable. With only a 3-centimeter height difference, either could effectively play the point guard role. Undoubtedly, Lillard would strive to create opportunities for McCollum soon. After the pause, McCollum no longer held the ball. It returned to Lillard's hands. Regardless of the perspective, Lillard undoubtedly remains the unequivocal core of the Trailblazers. Their adjustments directly corroborated Lin Tian's conjecture. With the ball in his possession, Lillard noticed Lin Tian once again taking the initiative to defend against him, and he let out a cold laugh. You don't truly believe you can stop me, do you? Lin Tian replied, how would we know without trying? Lillard chose not to waste further words. Passing the ball now would signify surrender. Thus, there was no need for him to articulate anything more, as the Trailblazers' interior players proactively spread out. McCollum and the others even ceased their movements. The audience's gaze transformed into one of heightened anticipation. The ensuing offense and defense became the focal point of attention. Chapter 51. A step back? Indeed. It is a step back. Lillard leisurely held the ball at the top of the arc. Lin Tian twisted his neck and fixed his gaze intently on Lillard. He had perused Lillard's scouting report more than once. Unlike some prodigious players who entered the league at the tender age of 18 or 19, Lillard spent 4 years in college before declaring for the draft, entering the NBA at the age of 22. Consequently, he encountered little of the typical rookie wall and seamlessly integrated into the league. Moreover, as the 6th overall pick in 2012, he outshone the likes of Anthony Davis to earn the title of Rookie of the Year for the 2012 to 2013 season. Within just 1 season, he solidified his status as a cornerstone of the team, a testament to his remarkably mature playing style. He possessed the ability to drive, shoot, and exhibited an unwavering composure. If one were to identify a flaw, it might be that his defense lagged behind his offensive prowess, and he was slightly undersized. Lin Tian was acutely aware of Lillard's primary technical attributes and calmly spread his arms. Lillard inexplicably flashed a grin at Lin Tian, then forcefully dribbled the ball and surged toward the right. One had to commend Lillard's explosive first step. Had Lin Tian not been a tad distant, he might have struggled to keep pace. Lillard seemed cognizant that this drive would not easily shake off Lin Tian, so he abruptly dribbled the ball behind his back to the left. Lin Tian's eyes brightened. He was about to attempt a behind-the-back maneuver right before Lin Tian's eyes. Instinctively, Lin Tian stepped forward, extending his right hand to deftly swipe the ball from behind Lillard's body. The ball was knocked away. Lillard, as if struck by lightning, swiftly turned to retrieve the ball. Both raced toward the basketball. Lillard was marginally closer, yet his arms were shorter than Lin Tian's. In front of Lillard, Lin Tian swiftly scooped the ball off the ground. Just as he prepared to step forward and capitalize on the opportunity, Lillard firmly yanked at his jersey. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling Lillard's foul. Had the referee not acted decisively, Lin Tian would have undoubtedly soared for a dunk. Nick Young and Kyle Kuzma quickly approached Lin Tian, congratulating him with high fives. Lin, that's your 4th steal of the game. Lin Tian nodded silently. He hadn't paid much attention to his statistics. When he turned his focus back to Lillard, he noticed Lillard's face was ashen. This was to be expected. Lillard had intended to make amends for McCollum, but ended up compromising his own standing. With foul counts still in play, Lin Tian stood at the sideline to inbound the ball at the referee's signal. He passed the ball directly to Nick Young, who opted not to go for a one-on-one but instead returned the ball to Lin Tian. Although Lin Tian was currently defending against a guard, he was still being guarded by a forward. After all, given the heights of Lillard and McCollum, they were unlikely to effectively contain Lin Tian. In the first quarter, the Trailblazers had already demonstrated that no one could contain Lin Tian, prompting them to rigorously implement their double-teaming and zone defense strategies. As the ball found its way into Lin Tian's hands, the 5 players on the Trailblazers seemed to tense up noticeably. Lin Tian, facing Aminu, forcefully drove towards the basket, and amidst the defensive efforts of Plumlee and Noah Vonleh, he deftly passed the ball to Nick Young on the wing. At that moment, Young found himself largely unguarded. He dribbled the ball once before releasing his shot. Swish! The basketball swooshed through the net. The high arc of the shot produced a melodious sound as it fell. Observing that Lin Tian had managed to secure an assist, the Trailblazers head coach furrowed his brow in frustration. Damn. This guy thinks he is LeBron. Indeed. Lin Tian's style of play bore a striking resemblance to that of LeBron James on the Cavaliers. However, the pressure Lin Tian faced on defense was incomparable to that experienced by James. He was tasked with guarding the Trailblazers' sharpest offensive weapon. After Young's successful shot, he celebrated by forming an OK sign with both hands in front of his eyes. During his time with the Lakers, such open opportunities were a rarity. On the sidelines, Kobe displayed a rare smile, as the Lakers, under Lin Tian's leadership, had already taken the lead. In the several possessions since Lin Tian had entered the game, the Trailblazers had yet to score. Once again, Lillard brought the ball across half-court, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his expression grave. After being stripped of the ball by Lin Tian, he could truly feel the pressure Lin Tian exerted. This guy was indeed capable of limiting Durant. Lillard, never one to back down, decided to seek alternative scoring methods since penetrating the defense proved challenging. He initiated another drive in the same direction as before. Lin Tian, unfazed, maintained his defensive posture, allowing his opponent to advance but refusing to yield an inch. After a few strides, Lillard noticed that Lin Tian had not faltered in his defense, and charging in would likely lead to a blocked shot. Reluctantly, he leaned forward, utilizing his momentum to make contact with Lin Tian, then executed a step-back move. As Lillard approached, seeking physical contact, Lin Tian anticipated the step-back. This maneuver was not exclusive to Harden. Many players in the league, including Lillard, executed it proficiently. Lin Tian halted abruptly, quickly closing the gap to Lillard, positioning himself right before him. At that moment, Lillard had successfully completed his step-back, positioned beyond the three-point line, and was in the process of taking his shot. As he released the ball, Lillard felt confident in the angle of his shot. Yet, at the same instant, a large hand appeared before him. The owner of that hand was none other than Lin Tian, who leaped from less than a meter away. As the ball soared toward the basket, Lin Tian's right arm extended straight up, resembling a bamboo pole. His outstretched palm resembled a colossal net, mercilessly swatting the basketball from the air. A step-back three-pointer? It was precisely the step-back that was denied. Beep. The ball was sent careening out of bounds, prompting the referee to blow the whistle. The Staples Center erupted with a cacophony of excitement. The players on the Lakers bench had already risen to their feet. This awe-inspiring block left many Lakers fans in the arena agape, standing in astonishment. Although this block may not have been as jaw-dropping as Lin Tian's chase-down rejection of Westbrook in the previous game, it was undeniably a remarkable play. Oh my goodness. Lin has actually thwarted Lillard's step-back three-pointer. This is utterly insane. Is Lin on track to deliver a highlight reel play each game? I dare say he may not just achieve one highlight, but two. Goodness. This block alone has justified the price of admission today. Chapter 52. Lillard's mental collapse. The step-back jumper, nearly impossible to disrupt, let alone block, was thwarted by Lin Tian's remarkable speed and leap. Although the possession remained with the Trailblazers, the block was a significant blow to Lillard's confidence. Just moments prior, Lin Tian had intercepted his pass, and now he faced yet another humiliation with a rejection. On the sideline, Lillard passed the ball to McCollum, who opted for a one-on-one play. Perhaps affected by the previous events, McCollum's attempt quickly ended in failure. Lin Tian, positioned near the free-throw line, seized the rebound, decisively advancing the ball into the front court. The Trailblazers players, now hesitant, refrained from collapsing entirely into the paint. Once again, it was Aminu defending against him. Lin Tian initially passed to Nick Young, who promptly returned the ball to him, consciously avoiding a second dribble. Holding the ball with both hands, Lin Tian feigned a drive toward the basket, capturing Aminu's full attention as he occasionally reached out to poke the ball away. Lin Tian took a small step forward with his right leg, a habitual probing move. Aminu instinctively shifted his weight back. After a brief 2 seconds, Lin Tian suddenly exploded to the right. Like a startled bird, Aminu instinctively retreated. Before Aminu could regain his footing, Lin Tian pulled back. Let us not forget that Anthony's step-back jumper is also formidable. With just one step back, both of Lin Tian's feet were beyond the three-point line. At that moment, Aminu was still regaining his balance, leaving Lin Tian with a whole meter of space, practically an open shot. He raised his hand and launched a three-pointer, regardless of the outcome. The execution was undeniably elegant. Swish. The ball passed through the net, followed by a wave of cheers. Lin, step back three-pointer. It's good. The resounding cheers echoed in Lin Tian's ears. He glanced at Lillard. Had it not been for Lillard's earlier attempt at a step-back three, he might have almost forgotten that this was also part of his arsenal. Lin Tian's step-back motion was executed so fluidly that the audience couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Hey, Lin possesses such a lethal move too, capable of driving and shooting, both offensive and defensive. Is this really Lin? Goodness, that probing step-back jumper Lin just executed was incredibly stylish. Yet, why does it remind me so much of another player? Lillard regained possession, his expression icy, as if transformed into a different person. He perceived Lin Tian's recent step-back jumper as a personal affront. In that moment, he resolved not to pass the ball again. As a seasoned star player, he could not tolerate a rookie's audacity. This was precisely the scenario Lin Tian relished, as he thrived in one-on-one situations. Lillard held the ball at the top of the arc for 3 seconds before charging toward the paint against Lin Tian. With his remarkably swift lateral movement, Lin Tian consistently maintained his defensive position. It is often said that the more anxious one becomes, the more prone they are to disorder. This time, before Lillard could even come to a halt, Lin Tian had already accurately anticipated his intention to execute a between-the-legs dribble, swiftly extending his long arm to forcibly steal the ball from Lillard's grasp. Moreover, compared to their previous encounter, Lin Tian was far more seasoned this time. Upon securing the ball, he denied Lillard any opportunity to tug at his jersey and confidently advanced the ball back to the front court. Bam! Another resounding dunk. However, this time, the dunk was less flamboyant. He was fatigued. Beep. The Trail Blazers coach quickly called for a timeout, with several minutes still remaining in the second quarter. They had already exhausted their timeouts. Lillard's composure shattered. He returned to the bench in silence, even ignoring his teammates' attempts to high-five him. After several years in the NBA, he had never encountered such a formidable defender. The balance of his typically adept scoring was thoroughly disrupted in those recent exchanges. This was no mere rookie. This was a monster. McCollum, aware of Lillard's deteriorating mood, approached his best friend and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Damian, pull yourself together. That rookie is simply having a good day. He has been fortunate with every steal. Lillard shook his head, fully cognizant that such steals had nothing to do with luck. Even if his opponent failed to secure the ball, he would not lose his positioning. After taking a deep gulp of water, Lillard spoke resolutely. I will show him a thing or two. Unbeknownst to them, the Trail Blazers had fallen behind by 10 points. He had no reason to remain subdued. On the Lakers bench, Kobe warmly embraced Lin Tian. Lin, your defense is even more impressive than that of the Spurs player. Lin Tian understood that Kobe was referring to Kawhi Leonard and graciously replied with a smile of thanks. Nick Young chimed in. Lin, I feel you have a chance to reach double-digit steals today. Lin Tian responded, I believe so too. He glanced at the statistics and noted that he had already amassed 5 steals, with the first half still in progress. As the break concluded, Kobe returned to the court. Once again, it was Lillard with the ball. After a brief respite, he appeared eager to attack. True to form, the two faced off for a couple of seconds, and Lillard opted to drive into the paint once more. However, this time, his approach was markedly more cautious. He ensured the basketball stayed at a distance. This adjustment inevitably caused Lillard's speed to diminish slightly. Such a pace would be utterly futile in attempting to displace Lin Tian as the defender. Having learned from prior experiences, Lillard was well aware of this reality. His goal with this drive was not to bypass Lin Tian, but rather to create an opportunity for a foul. Lin Tian found himself near the restricted area as Lillard made a sudden stop, leaning forward to abruptly gather the ball. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tian understood Lillard's intentions. He was aiming to draw a foul. Indeed, Lillard exhibited his cunning. When other offensive strategies faltered, he resorted to this tactic. Quick-witted, Lin Tian swiftly retracted his hands. Lillard ranked among the top 10 in the league for average free throws, a skillful provocateur of fouls. Yet, in facing Lin Tian, he miscalculated. In his pursuit of contact, Lillard failed to make contact with Lin Tian, rendering his subsequent motion after gathering the ball somewhat awkward. Chapter 53, the ninth steal of the match. Lin. He could hardly believe that Lin Tian's defensive move was so impeccably clean, offering him no opportunity to make contact. As Lillard leaped, poised to shoot, Lin Tian swiftly intervened. Before Lillard could release the ball, Lin Tian forcefully slapped it away, reclaiming possession for himself. However, he did not initiate a fast break, as he found himself positioned in the paint with Trailblazers players stationed outside. The intended foul was not achieved, and Lillard hesitated to appeal to the referee. It was the sixth steal of the game. Lin, DJ exclaimed once more. In the studio, Barkley could not contain his astonishment. My goodness, this rookie is maturing far beyond his years. Smith inquired, Charles, what prompts such a statement? His defensive awareness is exceptional. Moreover, his defense is remarkably clean. He has no inclination to resort to underhanded tactics. Damian Lillard, desperate for a foul, only succeeded in stepping on his own toes. No wonder Lillard's shooting motion appeared somewhat rigid, as if he were actively seeking contact. Having been in the league for quite some time, Lillard had likely never felt as constrained as he did today. Frankly, I am eagerly anticipating the spectacle of this monster from the Lakers facing off against the Rockets. Watching him defend against James Harden will undoubtedly be entertaining. Lin Tian recorded 6 steals, which correlated to at least 6 turnovers for the Trailblazers, most of which were committed by Lillard alone. By halftime, Lillard's turnovers had already surpassed his season average. Frustration was etched across his face, compelling him to exert himself in defense. After intercepting the ball, Lin Tian chose not to lead the offense, but instead passed it to Kobe, recently entered into the game. Kobe required some touches to find his rhythm. The offensive possessions became considerably easier for Lin Tian, yet he still maneuvered closer to the paint. This season, Kobe had significantly reduced his forays to the basket, opting instead for a quick drive followed by a mid-range jump shot. Time has been unforgiving, and Kobe's two-point shooting percentage this season ranks among the lower echelons of the league. It was not merely his two-point shooting percentage that suffered. His three-point shooting reflected a similar decline. Otherwise, with his stubborn nature, how could he possibly resign to retire at the end of this season? Faced with McCollum, who stood 7 centimeters shorter, Kobe refrained from a forceful drive. After dribbling a couple of times and inching closer to the paint, he executed a quick stop for a jump shot. A picturesque jump shot. The bank shot found its mark, although it went in. Relying on the bank was not Kobe's forte. Fortune played a significant role in that basket. The Lakers led by 12 points. This outcome far exceeded the expectations of most pregame analysts. When Lillard possessed the ball again, he finally abandoned his fixation on isolation plays, distributing the ball to the perimeter during his drive. McCollum received the pass and, against Kobe's defense, sank a three-pointer, temporarily staunching the bleeding for the Trailblazers. Yet, Lillard found it impossible to feel any joy. As a point guard, his signature move involves driving into the lane to draw defensive attention before distributing the ball. However, after being thwarted by Lin Tian with a block today, he became fully engaged in a rivalry with Lin, resulting in several turnovers. Now, with a clearer mind, Lillard's formidable threat to the Lakers' defense remained significant. In the ensuing minutes, he focused primarily on defense, while Kobe often took control of the offensive plays. In the final minute of the second quarter, Lin Tian executed another crucial help defense against McCollum, bringing his total steals to 7. The Lakers concluded the first half with a 7-point lead. As the halftime buzzer echoed, players retreated to the locker room, where the atmosphere was markedly quieter than the raucous court outside. Nevertheless, the Lakers were visibly exhilarated. Nick Young excitedly exclaimed, Lin, you have a great chance to achieve your first triple-double today. This Nick Young seemed to know Lin Tian's statistics even better than Lin himself. Seated at his locker, Lin Tian changed his shoes while responding, I don't care about triple-doubles. My goal today is to win. For Lin, statistics had never been his primary concern. He understood that a victory would inherently elevate his value. Kobe, casting an approving glance at Lin, acknowledged his determination. Soon, the brief intermission concluded, and the Lakers emerged from the locker room, re-entering the spirited arena. The starting lineups for the third quarter remained unchanged, but Lin was assigned to defend against Aminu. During the second quarter, he had briefly covered the 1 and 2 positions. What Scott did not anticipate was Lin's remarkably effective defense when matched against the point guard. However, the 1 and 2 positions are the most demanding in terms of movement, placing substantial pressure on the defender. Even if Lin excelled defensively, maintaining that intensity was not feasible. Just as the Warriors could not start the game with their death lineup, without Lin's defense, Lillard and McCollum seemed revitalized, evading Russell and Kobe's attempts to contain them. Fortunately, the Lakers' offense was also functioning smoothly. Lin began to conserve energy while seeking opportunities beyond the arc. His shooting touch was slightly off in the early part of the third quarter, but quickly regained its form. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Lin was substituted for Nick Young. The Trail Blazers seized the opportunity to close the gap, and they succeeded. By the end of the third quarter, the score was tied. But the Trail Blazers had gained momentum. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lin, as usual, sat on the bench during his routine rest period. Lillard, however, opted not to rest. Continuing into the fourth, Lin was not surprised. Lillard's total playing time ranked among the top 5 in the league. Without Lin's defense, he found the game significantly more comfortable, even dispelling the gloomy sentiments he experienced in the second quarter. As the situation took a turn for the worse, Scott could no longer afford to hesitate, substituting Lin Tian into the game just 2 minutes into the fourth quarter. Upon witnessing Lin Tian's return, Lillard's expression shifted dramatically. The inevitable had arrived. Indeed, as Lin Tian stepped onto the court, he immediately took on the task of guarding Lillard. Confronted by the towering figure of 2.05 meters, Lillard felt the weight of psychological dread. Memories of the fear he had experienced in the second quarter at the hands of Lin Tian flooded back to him. Yet, Lillard chose not to pass the ball. Instead, he boldly drove towards the paint once more. After penetrating more than 2 meters, he opted not to take a contested shot, but instead leaped into the air to distribute the ball to the wing. It seemed as if Lin Tian had anticipated Lillard's intentions as he soared high, intercepting the basketball the moment it left Lillard's grasp. Kobe seized the opportunity, recovering the ball effortlessly. This marked the 9th steal of the match. The exuberant voice of DJ echoed throughout the arena. Chapter 54. A missed three, a stunning putback. After Lin Tian intercepted the ball, he swiftly charged towards the Lakers' frontcourt to initiate a fast break. Lillard was unable to keep pace with Lin Tian and could only watch as he executed a resounding dunk. This electrifying play allowed the Lakers to reclaim a 2-point lead, effectively extinguishing the Trail Blazers' offensive momentum. When Lillard once again faced Lin Tian with the ball, he opted not to attempt a breakthrough, instead delivering a precise pass to McCollum. Lin Tian did not switch his defensive assignment. He maintained his position within the 3-point line, keeping a vigilant eye on Lillard. McCollum appeared disinclined to pass to Lillard and concluded the offensive series with a mid-range jumper, which he successfully converted. In the subsequent exchanges, both teams struggled with their shooting accuracy, possibly due to the fatigue accumulated over the previous 3 quarters. Lin Tian's attempts to score diminished, while Kobe and Russell increased their shooting frequency. With the perimeter shooting faltering, the offensive strategy swiftly adapted. Plumlee from the Blazers seized several opportunities in the paint, capitalizing effectively. Lakers' young talent Nance also showcased a splendid putback dunk. While it might seem that these events did not directly involve Lin Tian, his contributions on the defensive end were invaluable. His role extended beyond merely guarding Lillard. He consistently provided support and helped defense. On several occasions, when McCollum managed to bypass Kobe or Russell, Lin Tian would promptly rotate to challenge him, creating significant discomfort for the Blazers guard. He was not only the Lakers' finest perimeter defender but also excelled as a wing defender. Lin Tian's stamina was rapidly depleting, a fact not lost on Lillard and McCollum. The Blazers' ball movement intensified, further testing Lin Tian's endurance. As the game reached the final minute of the fourth quarter, the score stood at 106-106. Once again, the scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of that fateful night against the Thunder. Fortunately, the possession belonged to the Lakers. Kobe advanced the ball and entrusted it to Lin Tian for this crucial play. The moment Lin Tian received the ball, Aminu approached him. Compared to the earlier quarters, Lin Tian's scoring in the fourth was at its peak, even with the fewest attempts. He had primarily focused his efforts on the defensive end. Otherwise, the Lakers might have found themselves trailing. The Blazers' power forward and center had collapsed into the paint, reluctant to believe that Lin Tian would take a long-range shot at such a pivotal moment. However, Lin Tian defied expectations. As the shot clock dwindled, he took 2 steps inside before retreating to the 3-point line. Aminu, unable to match Lin Tian's agility, rushed towards him, but it was too late. Lin Tian's step-back 3-pointer was released with minimal interference. The gaze of the entire Lakers fanbase followed the trajectory of the ball as it soared toward the hoop. Thud! The basketball struck the rim, and the rebound ascended to a considerable height. A collective sigh escaped from the audience, a sound that resonated with considerable intensity. Plumlee and Little Nance were both keenly eyeing the ball. However, it was somewhat awkward, as Little Nance's position was slightly inferior to that of Plumlee. His intention was to see if he could swat the ball away upon its descent. The basketball rebounded to its zenith before plummeting freely downwards, standing at 2.11 meters. Plumlee bent his legs and, with a sudden burst of energy, soared into the air. Just as his fingertips were about to brush against the ball, he felt a gust of wind. Without the luxury of turning back, Plumlee discovered an enormous hand looming above his right hand. This formidable hand pressed against the basketball and then forcefully hammered it into the net. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding crash, the basketball was thrust into the hoop. Splash! In that instant, nearly the entire audience leapt to their feet, exuberantly raising their arms. Many fans embraced their companions in celebration. In this era dominated by three-point shots, such an electrifying dunk is indeed a rarity. Oh my goodness! How spectacular! To slam the ball down from the heads of several centers, could this be Lin? This is the finest dunk I have ever witnessed live. Lin is a born dunking champion, although Lin took off with a running start. The thrill of dunking over the heads of the centers is simply exhilarating. The individual responsible for this electrifying dunk, of course, was Lin Tian. When he executed that step-back three-pointer moments ago, he sensed that something was amiss with the power, prompting him to dash towards the paint. Fortunately, the basketball rebounded not too far away, which could be deemed a stroke of serendipity. Upon witnessing Lin Tian's dunk, Trailblazers head coach Terry Stotts urgently called for a timeout. With less than a minute remaining in the game, every offensive play necessitated meticulous strategy. Furthermore, Lin Tian's dunk had invigorated the Lakers' momentum, making the timeout a strategic move to quell their fervor. During the timeout, the massive screens above the arena began to loop the dunk repeatedly. Lin Tian's teammates approached him one by one for high fives. However, after the celebrations, the focus returned to strategy. Kobe shouted emphatically, "Guys, let us stay sharp. If we can stop their next play, victory will be ours." Since his Achilles tendon rupture, Kobe had seldom experienced such exhilaration. The Lakers' dismal performance in recent seasons had dulled his competitive edge. Now, seeing the glimmer of playoff hope rekindled his deep-seated desire to win. Though the other Lakers remained silent, the yearning for victory was evident in their eyes. Beep. The whistle blew, and the 10 players returned to the court, the score currently standing at 108-106 in favor of the Lakers. With 40 seconds left in the game, if both teams played for time, each would only have one offensive opportunity remaining. In a critical moment, the Trailblazers found themselves relying on Lillard with the ball in hand. For the team, the most effective strategy would be to launch a fast break, allowing them a subsequent chance at offense even if the initial shot were to miss. However, Lin Tian's defense was impenetrable in those final seconds. He denied Lillard any opportunity to penetrate the paint. At that juncture, Lin Tian was wholly engrossed in his defensive duties. Defense, 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 defense. The home crowd erupted in unison, their chants resonating with such fervor that it seemed they might shatter eardrums. Even the likes of Little Bass and Kupchak rose to their feet in anticipation. On the court, Lillard suddenly initiated his move, slicing in from the right. Lin Tian retreated a step to obstruct Lillard's path to the basket, while remaining vigilant against a potential pass. Yet, Lillard decisively halted, executing a step back to return beyond the three-point line, raising his hand to release the shot. This time, his release was significantly swifter than before. With no adjustments to the angle, driven by the fear of being blocked by Lin Tian once more. Chapter 55, the Trailblazers take the lead. Lillard checks the clock. Lin Tian's reaction speed was sufficiently rapid as he leapt to attempt to obstruct the shot. Yet, this time, he was unable to secure a successful block. The basketball soared over Lin Tian's head. All eyes followed the trajectory of the ball. Its arc was somewhat elevated, yet it accurately descended into the net. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted as the audience wore expressions of disbelief. The score updated to 108-109, with the Trailblazers surging ahead by a single point. A mere 18 seconds remained on the clock. Following the basket, Lillard shot a fierce glare at Lin Tian, simultaneously forming his right hand into a fist, raising it to his chest, and then glancing down at the imaginary watch on his wrist. This was Lillard's quintessential celebratory gesture. Traditionally, he reserved this action for moments when he delivered a game-winning shot against his opponents. However, after an exasperating second quarter, the weight of his frustrations dissipated with this basket, prompting him to instinctively perform the gesture of checking the time. Should the Lakers fail to convert their final offensive play, that three-pointer would stand as a near-game winner. In such a pivotal moment, Scott naturally called for a timeout. This would be the final timeout of the match, regardless of the outcome of the Lakers' last offensive attempt. Neither side would have any remaining pauses. Scott, his expression grave, wielded a marker, scribbling furiously as his voice rose. Russell will inbound from the sideline. Lin, make your cut to receive the ball. Don't rush the attack after the pass. On the Trail Blazers bench, Coach Stotts was orchestrating a defensive strategy. Everyone, stay with Lin Tian. Focus on guarding the paint. Whatever you do, avoid fouling. The brief timeout swiftly concluded, and as the referee's whistle sounded, the players returned to the court. The atmosphere brimmed with anticipation as nearly every fan rose to their feet, awaiting the Lakers' final possession. Russell stood outside the sideline, poised to receive the ball from the referee. The tension among the players on both sides was palpable. Over 2 hours had elapsed since the game's commencement, and the decisive moment was finally upon them. After the referee delivered the ball to Russell, he sought out his teammates for the inbound pass. Aminu closely shadowed Lin Tian, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. Following Scott's devised strategy, Lin Tian and Kobe executed a cross run, allowing Russell to deliver the ball accurately into Lin Tian's hands. The timer began its countdown, 18 seconds, 17 seconds, 16 seconds. With both hands gripping the ball, Lin Tian stepped forward slightly, biding his time as seconds slipped away. The outcome rested firmly in his grasp for this final offensive play. Russell had returned to the court, stationed on the wing, while Randall and Kobe occupied the corners. In that moment, Lin Tian sensed an unparalleled stillness enveloping the arena. As the clock ticked down to 8 seconds, the remaining Lakers players seemed to receive an unspoken command, initiating a flurry of frantic movements. They are creating the illusion that Lin Tian is about to pass, simultaneously disrupting the Trail Blazers' defensive strategy. The most frequent movers are Kobe and Russell. Kobe has never been fond of playing without the ball, but today he is genuinely all in. The Trail Blazers' backcourt duo relentlessly pursues them. Without screens or picks, Lin Tian faces Aminu alone. Taking a deep breath, with less than 5 seconds remaining, he suddenly accelerates. Lin Tian's body leans sharply to the left, and as Aminu focuses intently on that direction, he performs a behind-the-back dribble, shifting his weight back to the right. This fluid and natural movement astonishes the entire audience. After all, witnessing such a direction change from a player over 2 meters tall, reminiscent of only players like Irving, is exhilarating. Naturally, this places considerable strain on Lin Tian's ankles. Aminu, tasked with defending Lin Tian, loses his balance and stumbles backward, nearly being left in the dust. After faking out Aminu, Lin Tian drives toward the paint. Plumlee and Ed Davis from the Trail Blazers interior rush over. Even McCollum abandons his assigned defender to pursue Lin Tian. Their strategy is crystal clear. They intend to completely shut down Lin Tian. As for the perimeter, they can no longer concern themselves with that. Lin Tian never anticipated that the Trail Blazers would focus entirely on him. In such circumstances, the most rational approach would be to distribute the ball. Russell is practically wide open on the perimeter, as is Kobe. If time permitted, Lin Tian would undoubtedly choose to pass. However, time is running out, and the score is merely a 1-point difference. With a chance to secure victory with a 2-point basket, he hesitates to pass. It seems the Trail Blazers have read Lin Tian's intentions. Plumlee and Ed Davis raise their hands high, forming a formidable wall in the paint. Behind them stands Nance. But passing out is a challenge, and even if Lin Tian were to pass to Nance, it is uncertain whether he could execute a dunk in time. Lin Tian stops overthinking and expends all his strength, pushing off with both feet, launching himself like a rocket. Lin, he has taken flight. The crowd erupts in excitement. Plumlee and Ed Davis leap almost simultaneously, determined to block the shot. Lin Tian initially aims for a straightforward dunk, but his takeoff point is too far from the basket. Moreover, he has already made contact with Plumlee, obstructing his path. In this final defense, Plumlee is all in, his raised right hand affording Lin Tian little opportunity. Compounded by Ed Davis nearby, Lin Tian remains composed, refraining from hastily tossing the ball, waiting for the perfect moment to shoot. Soon, Plumlee and Davis begin to descend uncontrollably, and Lin Tian's remarkable hang time aids him. Only when their outstretched hands can no longer pose a threat to his shot does Lin Tian release the basketball toward the hoop. At this moment, for him, the shot seemed as though it were soaring towards the heavens. The sound of the final buzzer echoed through the arena even while the basketball remained suspended in midair. All eyes in the audience were riveted upon the ball, as if deliberately cultivating an air of suspense. As it made contact with the rim, it spun a full 2 revolutions, raising the spectators' hearts to their throats. Fortunately, After completing its rotations, it gracefully descended through the net. The eruption of cheers was akin to a roaring tsunami, threatening to lift the roof off the Staples Center. Every player of the Lakers surged toward Lin Tian, brimming with excitement. A game-winning shot. There was no doubt. It was a definitive victory. Chapter 56. Hey, buddy. Is your watch broken? Lin Tian found himself encircled by his teammates, who surrounded him like a protective barrier. Above the arena, colorful streamers descended from the sky, and the fans, resembling joyous celebrators during a festival, erupted into a frenzy. Suddenly, someone shouted his name, and the crowd's rhythm shifted. Lin, 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 Lin. The ecstatic fans chanted for a full minute before finally subsiding. Lin Tian's last-minute game winner had earned him this hero's welcome. After finally escaping the throng, Lin Tian heard Nick Young shouting at Lillard, "Hey, buddy, is your watch broken?" Without uttering a word, Lillard walked towards the player tunnel, accompanied by McCollum and other Trailblazers. They did not embrace their Lakers counterparts, as having just suffered a heartbreaking defeat left little room for congratulatory gestures. As Lin Tian and his teammates returned to the locker room, Lakers owner Jeannie Buss stood at the entrance of the player tunnel, high-fiving each player to celebrate their victory. When Lin Tian exchanged a high-five with Buss, she leaned in and whispered, "Well done, Lin." After this match, Buss realized that the Lakers need not engage in a losing strategy. Having triumphed over formidable teams like the Thunder, Kings, and Trailblazers, what reason remained to falter? In the locker room, the players remained immersed in excitement, unable to contain their joy. Kyle Kuzma hummed a cheerful tune, while Nick Young broke into an eccentric dance, chanting, "4 in a row, guys. We won 4 in a row." D'Angelo Russell nodded emphatically, asking, "Who's our next opponent? I want to see who dares to underestimate us in the league." Kobe shot a disapproving glance at the duo. "It's just 4 wins. You think you've conquered the world? Our goal is the playoffs." Everyone turned their attention to Kobe, surprised by the lofty target he had set. However, seeing that he was quite serious, Nick Young chimed in, "Right. Our goal is the playoffs." Despite this victory, the team's record stood at a modest 11 wins and 26 losses. Their newfound confidence stemmed largely from Lin Tian's presence. While changing his shoes, Nick Young approached him, chuckling. "Haha, Lin. Today Lillard's face must be green with envy." Lin Tian merely smiled in response, viewing Lillard as a respectable adversary. Nick Young's quip about Lillard's broken watch was indeed humorous. "Lin," Kyle Kuzma interjected, patting Lin Tian on the shoulder, "You're driving me crazy. One more steal and you would have had a double-double." Lin Tian's statistics for the game were 44 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, 9 steals, and 3 blocks. Such a performance was not merely a near double-double, it was indeed a standard near triple-double. Just 2 rebounds and 1 steal shy of achieving that elusive triple-double. Nick Young sighed, "Yeah, you had the chance to secure an unconventional triple-double." Typically, a triple-double signifies double digits in points, rebounds, and assists. The concept of an alternative triple-double differs significantly. Among the 3 statistical categories, one must fall short of double digits. However, if either steals or blocks achieves double digits, it qualifies as an alternative triple-double. In contrast to the conventional triple-double, the alternative variant is considerably rarer. Lin Tian remarked, "I am indifferent. Why should you care?" Achieving a triple-double is undoubtedly commendable, yet securing a victory without it is equally satisfactory. After spending over half an hour preparing, Lin Tian, Kobe, and Scott made their entrance into the media room. The atmosphere in the Lakers media room was lively, and Lin Tian was quite familiar with most of the reporters present. Once seated, they began examining the data sheets on the table before engaging in interviews with the journalists. The interview with Scott lasted less than 5 minutes, while Kobe's session extended to approximately 7 minutes. Today, Kobe was in high spirits, offering more elaborate responses instead of the usual terse remarks. When it was Lin Tian's turn, a female reporter was the first to pose a question. "Lin, first, congratulations on achieving your season's first 4-game winning streak. We all witnessed your game-winning shot against the Trailblazers today. What were you thinking as you made that final shot?" Lin Tian scratched his head, replying, "I was contemplating whether to wait for them to land before releasing the ball, and fortunately, I succeeded." With that last shot, he truly showcased his remarkable hang-time ability. Another reporter quickly followed up with his inquiry. "Lin, your defensive efficiency today was exceptionally high. Which position do you prefer to defend?" Without hesitation, Lin Tian responded, "I will exert my utmost effort wherever I am needed on defense. Only by excelling defensively can we facilitate better offense." After speaking, he scanned the room, noting that nearly every journalist had raised their hand to ask a question. His gaze fell upon a newcomer, a female reporter in the corner, whose face was unfamiliar to him. Among the countless Eastern women he had encountered, her appearance was undoubtedly of star quality. She possessed an oval face, fair skin, and elegantly arched eyebrows that framed her large eyes. Noticing Lin Tian's gaze, she initially looked away nervously, but then seemed to remember something, raising her hand even higher. Lin Tian observed the microphone she held, which bore the words Penguin Sports, and addressed her. Please, the lady in the corner may ask her question. The female reporter, seemingly still gaining her bearings, stood up in surprise and spoke into the microphone. Hello, Lin Tian. I am Xia Xue, an intern reporter from Penguin Sports. First, congratulations on yet another victory. The results of the second phase of All-Star voting will be announced tomorrow. Do you feel any anxiety regarding this? Lin Tian pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, I am quite anxious. However, I wish to convey to everyone that the reason for your votes should solely be based on my performance on the court, rather than my appealing appearance compelling you to cast your votes. A burst of laughter erupted in the media room, with the other reporters chuckling heartily, while Xia Xue herself beamed with joy, her eyes curving into crescent moons. After the interview concluded, Lin Tian returned to the locker room to gather his belongings, preparing to head back to his apartment. At that moment, Kupchak appeared in the locker room, informing Lin Tian and Kobe that Jim Buss was seeking them. Without further thought, the two swiftly made their way to Jim Buss's office. True to his status as the owner, the office was exquisitely adorned, resembling the presidential suite of a five-star hotel at first glance. After sharing a few warm embraces, Jim Buss retrieved a sheet of white paper from his drawer and handed it to them. Chapter 57. Relentlessly Acquire Jokic. Gazing at the blank sheet of paper in his hands, Lin Tian fell into deep contemplation. Kobe wore a befuddled expression. Jim, what do you mean by this? Little Buss chuckled. Before the trade deadline approaches, jot down the players you wish to collaborate with. The team is in a race against time. Kupchak added, however, you are aware of the current salary cap and the circumstances of other teams. If you desire LeBron as a teammate, that is undoubtedly unattainable. Hence, your focus must be on viable players from struggling teams. We must seek change, Little Buss insisted, even if it means sacrificing some first-round picks. Kobe laughed heartily, patting Little Buss on the shoulder. Huh? Jim, I wish you had come to this realization sooner. Such a promising endeavor made it difficult for Kobe to suppress his enthusiasm. Lin Tian was equally exhilarated. The Lakers had amassed a considerable number of first-round picks due to their recent string of poor performances. With those picks, there were no players on their roster that could not be traded. Typically, discussions regarding the team's future lineup between the owner and core players occur during the offseason, and such privileges are generally reserved for superstars. It was evident that the team held him in high regard, viewing him as part of their future. Lin Tian and Kobe exchanged a solemn nod. As a time traveler, the opportunity to select players was indeed a golden one. Although the Lakers had recently achieved 4 consecutive victories, their flaws were glaringly apparent. Lin Tian was burdened with the dual responsibility of leading the team, often only determining the outcome in the final moments, which was quite taxing. Now that the team was actively seeking trades, the primary requirement was for defensive players. Little Buss continued, tonight, I will let the media know. The Lakers have no untouchables aside from the two of you. Goodness. Did that mean they weren't planning to develop this year's second overall pick, Russell? Lin Tian refrained from asking, but the situation appeared quite clear. Russell, despite being a second overall pick with less than half a season under his belt, had already shown glimpses of his potential. As for other positions on the Lakers, a change was indeed warranted. If executed well, Lin Tian even believed they had a chance to contend for this year's championship. After a long pause, Lin Tian finally spoke. Boss, I understand. In his mind, he had already constructed an ideal playoff roster. First and foremost, they needed a center. Hibbert had been underwhelming this season. A playoff team cannot thrive without a formidable center, and young Nance was too inexperienced to shoulder such a burden. In fact, P.J. Tucker from the Suns would be a solid choice, and Nikola Vucevic from the Magic could also fit the bill. However, the optimal selection would undoubtedly be Nikola Jokic from the Nuggets. Just the thought of that walking bundle of talent made Lin Tian salivate. Jokic, born in 1995, entered the NBA draft in 2014 and was ultimately selected by the Denver Nuggets at the 41st pick. Throughout the entirety of 2014, he did not play for the Denver Nuggets, only officially signing with them last year on a 4-year contract worth $55 million. As the current season progresses, Jokic's statistics remain unremarkable. He is not even a starter, averaging fewer than 10 points per game. However, Barring unforeseen circumstances, it is anticipated that post-All-Star break, Jokic will undergo a remarkable transformation. If Lin Tian were to inform Kobe that this seemingly unassuming player would evolve into the league's MVP in a few years, they would likely find it utterly incredulous. Just as Kobe was about to speak, Lin Tian interjected, "Boss, if possible, I hope the team can spare no expense to trade for Jokic." What? Who is Jokic? Little Bus stared in confusion, having never heard of this player. Lin Tian mused to himself, of course, you wouldn't have heard of a marginal player drafted 41st overall. However, Kupchak had some familiarity with Jokic, a rookie from the Nuggets. He is quite heavy and was unable to play in the NBA last year due to his weight. You're suggesting we trade for a 41st pick without hesitation? Little Bus frowned at the thought. In his view, a player of such caliber lacked significant talent, especially one who was overweight. Not everyone could be a Shaquille O'Neal. Kobe also chimed in. Lin, are you well acquainted with him? Lin Tian shook his head. No. I'm not familiar with him personally, but I've watched numerous videos. I believe that if he sheds some weight, he has great potential. Little Bus and the others were at a loss for words. They initially expected Lin Tian's request to be for a well-established player, at least someone in the $10 million range with substantial immediate impact. Yet, he merely sought to acquire a 41st pick. Our team already has enough rookies. Little Bus chuckled ruefully. We can't possibly develop another. Just trust my judgment, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Kobe nodded in agreement. Although I'm uncertain of the purpose behind trading for a young, overweight player, I will unconditionally support Lin. Clearly, he too had reservations about Jokic. Little Bus then turned his attention to Kupchak. You will handle this matter. Absolutely, I will strive to acquire him with minimal assets, Kupchak affirmed. Lin Tian continued, as for guards, I believe Middleton and George Hill could be viable options. The players he mentioned were champions in a previous life, though their value in this timeline was not particularly high. Kupchak noted, Middleton might be attainable. However, it could be challenging to pry George Hill away from the Pacers. Lin Tian nodded. Let's do our best to negotiate. I appreciate George Hill's defensive skills, but he is currently supporting Paul George on the Pacers. Despite their lackluster performance this season, the Pacers might not be willing to part with him. Observing the exchange between the two, Kobe suddenly felt as though he could not interject. Lin Tian turned to Kobe. Kobe, do you have anything to add? Kobe smiled and shook his head. I will retire after this season, and the team will be in your hands. Lin Tian chose not to elaborate further, recognizing the validity of Kobe's words. As a time traveler, Lin Tian possessed a deeper understanding of certain players' future prowess. After conversing for a while with Jim Buss and Kupchak, Lin Tian departed alongside Kobe. Before leaving, he emphasized to Kupchak that while other players could be overlooked, it was imperative to secure a trade for Jokic. Upon returning home, Lin Tian took a shower, and when he opened his phone, he noticed a tweet from the renowned journalist Shams. According to reliable sources, the Lakers are actively pursuing a trade and have expressed keen interest in George Hill from the Pacers, while also considering the Bucks. Chapter 58. Announcement of the second phase of All-Star voting. From his conversation with Little Bus today, Lin Tian realized that he had been designated as the unequivocal core of the team's future. Although the roster boasted several other exceptionally gifted players, it seemed likely that they would be put on the trading block, given their youth. It remained uncertain whether Kupchak could successfully acquire Jokic. Lin Tian continued to peruse other NBA news, and many headlines bore relevance to him. Lin's buzzer beater seals victory over the Trail Blazers. Lakers achieve 4 consecutive wins. An unconventional near triple-double, leading the team to victory. What is the rookie's ceiling for the Lakers? Lakers versus Trail Blazers. Rookie Lin shines again. No need for a number 1 pick? The Lakers' record over the past 2 weeks ranks just behind the Warriors. Insider reports Lakers interested in Nuggets' 41st pick Nikola Jokic, willing to trade Jordan Clarkson, but require a first-round pick from Denver. Jordan Clarkson averaged over 10 points in his inaugural season with the Lakers. Prior to Lin Tian's arrival, Clarkson had been a starter throughout the season. As a second-round pick, his prospects appeared quite promising due to his diverse offensive skills. Kupchak's intention to exchange Clarkson for Jokic without a first-round pick might be perceived as folly. Thus, such a situation was hardly surprising. It ultimately depended on the Nuggets' perspective. Delaying the trade could make acquiring Jokic significantly more challenging as he continued to develop his game. That evening, Lin Tian slept soundly. Upon rising at 7 the following morning, he discovered that the NBA had revealed the results of the second phase of All-Star voting. A jolt of surprise coursed through him as he beheld his vote count, over 2 million. He was ahead of the second-place Kobe by a staggering 80,000 votes. The third-place LeBron lagged behind by a full million, though the tally for the third phase was not yet complete. Lin Tian could confidently anticipate securing the title of All-Star Vote leader for the season. This outcome, while unexpected, was not entirely surprising given the vast base of fans in his homeland. With only 2 players currently representing their nation in the NBA, it was natural for the populace to rally behind them. Of course, one must prove their worth on the court, and Lin Tian's recent MVP-caliber performances were pivotal in garnering such support. Despite having played fewer than 10 games, he had effectively secured a spot as an all-star starter. Any potential rule changes by the league would likely not take effect until the next season. Lin Tian resumed his exploration of the news. NBA's second phase voting concludes. Lakers Lin far ahead. Lin's total votes exceed 2 million. He could become the player with the most all-star votes in a single season in NBA history. Lakers player Lin has essentially secured his place as a starter for the All-Star game. Lin is poised to become the player with the fewest appearances in NBA history to be named an All-Star starter. He leads Kobe by a staggering 800,000 votes. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arises, he will undoubtedly be this season's All-Star voting champion. Through his commendable performance, he has silenced all doubts regarding his popularity. Amidst such news, Lin Tian found himself overwhelmed with excitement. After scrolling through various articles, he quickly arose to freshen up and have breakfast. At the Lakers training facility, buoyed by their recent successes, the players arrived early, displaying remarkable enthusiasm. Upon Lin Tian's arrival, the team, led by Kobe, erupted into applause. Nick Young took the lead, exclaiming, "Hey, Lin, you are the All-Star voting king this season. You must treat everyone to a meal." The others quickly chimed in, "Treat, treat, treat." Even Kobe joined in the chorus. Lin Tian chuckled wryly, raising his hand to signal for silence. "The voting isn't over yet. Let's not jump to conclusions." Nick Young scoffed. "No, it's practically concluded." Haha. Young Lonzo nodded in agreement. "Regardless, the voting king is either you or Kobe. Either way, it's our team." In truth, Kobe's votes surpassed those of LeBron by a considerable margin. Had Lin Tian not emerged this season, Kobe would undoubtedly have claimed the title of All-Star voting king. We must also congratulate Kobe for surpassing 30 million total votes throughout his illustrious career. In the crowd, Lin Tian could distinctly see that Clarkson's enthusiasm was not as high as the others. This was likely due to a trade rumor involving him, suggesting a potential swap with a player from the Nuggets. Such rumors rarely arise without basis. They are often disseminated by the team. For some players, being caught in trade speculation can be quite disheartening. This is precisely why the Lakers must tread carefully regarding trades. Only by stabilizing team morale can they maintain their performance. All Lakers players, aside from Lin Tian and Kobe, were unaware that they might be traded. The celebratory atmosphere did not linger for long, as they soon returned to training. Everyone worked diligently, for the most effective lubricant for a team is victory. After an hour of intense practice, they finally had a moment to rest. Nick Young approached Lin Tian and asked, "Lin, who's our opponent in the next game?" Lin Tian frowned. Indeed, Nick Young was quite lackadaisical. The assistant coach had already shared information about the Spurs the previous day. He replied helplessly, "The Spurs." Nick Young's expression shifted. "It's the Spurs?" Their current record is second only to the Warriors this season. Young Lonzo also joined the conversation. In fact, the Spurs have a chance to chase a 70-win season. The disparity between the Western and Eastern conferences is particularly pronounced this year. Currently, the Cavaliers, leading the East, have a win total that merely matches the third-place Thunder in the West. It can be said that the records of the Warriors and the Spurs have left all other teams in the league far behind. Under the guidance of Popovich, it is widely believed that they may be the only team capable of defeating the Warriors this season. This assertion holds merit, as the Spurs' style of play indeed poses certain constraints on the Warriors. Of course, this is also attributed to the presence of Popovich himself. Nick Young grinned and remarked, "I am eagerly anticipating your matchup against Leonard of the Spurs. He was the Defensive Player of the Year last season." "Is that so?" Lin Tian responded. "I am looking forward to it as well." Little Nance patted his shoulder and added, "Not only was Leonard the Defensive Player of the Year last season, but he also led the league in steals. You'd better prepare yourself." Lin Tian merely shrugged and refrained from further comment. Chapter 59. The familiar journalist Xiao Xue from the Celestial Empire. His target is none other than Dopey. Leonard is most renowned for his suffocating defense, and Lin Tian eagerly anticipates facing Leonard's challenge head-on. After a day of rigorous practice, Lin Tian returned to his apartment. He switched on the television, where several NBA games were unfolding simultaneously. He opted to watch the match between the Cavaliers and the Nuggets. Nikola Jokic, a notable player for the Nuggets, was not a starter for this game. Instead, he sat on the bench, his expression somewhat bewildered, resembling a mere subordinate. In truth, Jokic had assumed the role of a secondary player this season, serving as a backup to Nurkic. Had history followed its usual course, he would soon be usurping Nurkic's position on the starting lineup. This season, the Nuggets' leading scorer was Danilo Gallinari. From the first half, it appeared that the Nuggets were evenly matched with the Cavaliers. However, as the fourth quarter commenced, the Cavaliers' starting lineup began to intensify their efforts. LeBron James and Kyrie Irving relentlessly attacked the paint, while the unpredictable J.R. Smith lurked beyond the arc, ready to launch a three-pointer. The Cavaliers' interior presence, Tristan Thompson, performed admirably, and their perimeter defender, Iman Shumpert, was equally tenacious. Additionally, point guard Matthew Dellavedova showcased remarkable determination. In the fourth quarter, the Cavaliers surged ahead, leaving the Nuggets powerless to respond. Kyrie Irving erupted for 36 points, while LeBron James added 28 points to the tally. Kevin Love, the Cavaliers' third leading scorer, also contributed with 20 points. All three players surpassed the 20-point mark, a recurrent theme in the Cavaliers' matches this season. After the game, Lin Tian perused the news. Aside from the Lakers expressing intentions to trade, other teams showed little enthusiasm. The most significant headlines revolved around the All-Star voting. Despite the ongoing resistance against Lin Tian's votes from certain fans, the dissenting voices had noticeably diminished compared to the initial phase. These fans recognized that their opposition was futile. Lin Tian was destined to be an All-Star starter. The following morning, Lin Tian rose early once more. Scott, who had arrived ahead of time, was briefing the team on their strategy for the upcoming game against the Spurs. The Spurs would pose the most formidable challenge Lin Tian had faced since joining the Lakers. Their prowess surpassed that of the Thunder and even the Cavaliers. Not long ago, the Spurs had triumphed over the Cavaliers in a decisive victory. Holding a tactical board, Scott cautioned, "Do not be deceived by our previous four-game winning streak. A far more formidable adversary awaits us today. Against the Spurs, each of us may find ourselves at a disadvantage," Scott declared solemnly. Moreover, the Spurs possess the most impenetrable defense in the league. Their execution of tactics is among the best in the entire NBA. Take a close look at the technical characteristics of the Spurs players that the assistant coach has shared with you. Tonight, we must engage in a fierce battle on our home court. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Tian appeared at the Staples Center, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Journalists stationed nearby swiftly raised their cameras to capture the moment, revealing an unusually large gathering of reporters today. The Los Angeles Lakers were set to face off against the San Antonio Spurs, a matchup that undeniably attracted considerable attention. Moreover, Lin Tian's all-star vote count was soaring ahead of the competition, with his positional counterpart, Leonard, languishing far behind in fifth place. Leonard's fans were eager to witness him dismantle Lin Tian on the court. The entrance of NBA players is often a spectacle in itself. Besides sports journalists, team representatives also send their own reporters to document the event, akin to a fashion show. Lin Tian's attire today was quite casual. Upon entering the locker room, he was greeted by teammates who were either listening to music or warming up, creating a lively atmosphere. Among them, Nick Young regaled the group with humorous anecdotes, eliciting laughter from everyone. After changing into his training gear, Lin Tian was approached by the Lakers' public relations manager, who was dressed in a suit and appeared flustered. He informed Lin Tian that the media present at the venue were fervently requesting a pre-game interview. Lin Tian had always maintained a cordial relationship with the media, and he readily agreed to their request. Thus, clad in his training attire, he followed the PR manager out of the locker room. As anticipated, a throng of reporters had gathered at the locker room entrance. Upon spotting Lin Tian, they swiftly aimed their cameras at him, the incessant clicking of shutter sounds filling the air. Fortunately, flash photography was prohibited. Otherwise, Lin Tian felt his eyes might be overwhelmed by the blinding lights. Two robust security guards stood in front of the crowd, preventing them from getting too close to Lin Tian. Yet, the dense mass of journalists left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. While a media room would have been more suitable for such an occasion, this was merely a brief pre-game interview. Lin, the second phase of All-Star voting was released yesterday. What are your thoughts? Lin, how do you feel about currently holding the top spot in votes? Some online critics have disparaged you, claiming you don't deserve such a high vote count. What is your response? Today, you will be facing Leonard of the Spurs. Do you have confidence in yourself? Hey, Lin, may I ask why you are called Lin? As Lin Tian prepared to respond to the barrage of questions, he suddenly recognized a familiar face amid the crowd. Was he that the female reporter from Penguin Sports he had seen 2 nights ago? He recalled her name was Xiao Shui. Today, she donned a sleek black professional outfit. Her slender neck adorned with a press badge, strategically positioned at the forefront of the throng, microphone in hand. However, compared to the multitude of male reporters, her presence seemed somewhat delicate. As the Lakers' newest resident reporter this season, she could not afford to miss such an opportunity, having arrived early to secure her advantageous position. Unfortunately, amidst the crowd, it seemed someone had inadvertently stepped on her heel. She was about to adjust her posture when she lifted her leg, only to awkwardly realize that her foot had slipped out of her shoe, revealing a foot clad in a white sock. Looking down, she found her low-heeled shoe had vanished. In that moment, Xiao Shui's face flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck. At her age, she had never encountered such an embarrassing situation. Moreover, standing before her was none other than Lin Tian, the NBA's future star and a beloved figure among fans in the Celestial Empire. Lin Tian, too, had never witnessed such a scene and couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he turned his gaze back to Xiao Shui's face, her once fair complexion was now as red as if it were about to bleed. She seemed reluctant to meet Lin Tian's eyes, hastily covering her face with one hand while bending down to search for her shoe. Lin Tian then cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, could everyone please make way? This young lady has apparently lost her shoe, possibly stepped on by someone." Chapter 60. I hope you say to me, the future is yours. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Xiao Shui felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. She had reminded herself countless times to maintain her professional demeanor. Fortunately, the other journalists quickly dispersed, allowing Xiao Shui to retrieve her shoe. After finding the low-heeled shoe, she felt a hand gently grasp her arm. Looking up, she was taken aback to see Lin Tian. Oh my, it is Lin Tian, the current king of all-star votes, the successor appointed by Kobe. Without time to ponder, she heard Lin Tian's familiar voice in Mandarin. Are you all right? Xiao Shui quickly shook her head, exclaiming, I'm fine. Then hurry up and put on your shoe. Lin Tian replied with a wry smile. Oh, Xiao Shui finally registered his words, nodding vigorously as if her head were a pestle. After Lin Tian assisted her in putting on her shoe, he stepped back a few paces, scanning the gathered media. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now begin asking questions. Aside from Xiao Shui, who was still adjusting her appearance, all the other journalists raised their hands. Lin Tian casually pointed to a male reporter, who eagerly asked, Lin, are you surprised by the number of all-star votes you've received so far? Lin Tian had anticipated that many questions today would revolve around the all-star voting. He calmly replied, No, in fact, I am not surprised, as I believe my recent performance warrants such support from the fans. After his response, he pointed to another reporter. Lin, based on the current vote count, you should be able to secure the title of Vote King for this season. What are your thoughts on that? Until the very last moment, no one can claim to be the Vote King, especially with tomorrow being double vote day. After speaking, Lin Tian noticed Xiao Shui had raised her hand, so he gestured for her to proceed with her question. Summoning her courage, Xiao Shui asked, Lin Tian, today, you will be facing last season's dopey, Leonard. Are you confident in yourself? Of course, Lin Tian grinned. Leonard is an exceptional player on both offense and defense, and he has even won the FMVP. It is an honor to compete against him, but I believe he won't pose too much trouble for my offense. Had he made such a statement in the past, it would likely have caused quite a stir. However, the situation had changed. The Lakers had won 4 consecutive games, even defeating the Thunder, who boasted twin stars. Not to mention, Lin Tian had held his own against Durant. This left many fans eagerly anticipating the matchup between him and Leonard. Following this, Lin Tian briefly answered a few more pre-game questions before turning to return to the locker room. Although the pre-game interview was only scheduled for 5 minutes, he graciously answered additional questions. As Lin Tian walked back to the locker room, Xiao Shui felt a sense of relief wash over her previously tense demeanor finally easing. She placed a hand over her heart, feeling its rhythm, and let out a long breath. Just moments ago, Lin Tian had unexpectedly offered his assistance. Those large hands belonged to the most sought-after basketball star in the realm. Yet, he felt as though he had lost face after the events that transpired. Sigh. After completing today's interview report, Xiao Shui seemed to recall something and promptly reached out to her close friend via WeChat, recounting the incident that had just unfolded. Upon returning to the locker room, Lin Tian did not linger for long and soon joined his teammates as they made their way to the court. Although there was still over an hour before the match commenced, a considerable audience had already settled into their seats upon their arrival. The players of the Spurs were warming up on the opposite end of the court. Initially, Lin Tian's attention was not drawn to the Spurs' newfound darling, Leonard, but rather to the venerable Tim Duncan, who was practicing footwork in the corner. Everyone was aware that Kobe Bryant would officially retire at the conclusion of this season. However, few knew that alongside Kobe, the steadfast pillar of the Spurs, Tim Duncan, would also bid farewell to the game. Perhaps even Duncan himself was uncertain about whether he would retire after this season, as Lin Tian distinctly remembered that in his previous life. Duncan announced his retirement in July 2016. Unlike Kobe's dramatic farewell, Duncan's decision was as serene as his playing style, appearing calm yet profoundly significant. Tim Duncan, a 5-time champion, 3-time Finals MVP, 2-time regular season MVP, and a 15-time NBA All-Star, had amassed individual accolades that even surpassed those of Kobe, even in the previous season. Despite a decline in form, Duncan was selected for both the All-NBA and All-Defensive teams. He was undoubtedly the cornerstone of the GDP era and the soul of the Spurs for over a decade. The synergy between him and Coach Popovich forged the remarkable legacy of the Spurs during that time. The Spurs have, since the dawn of the new century, made the playoffs more frequently than any other team. Lin Tian approached Kobe and said, "Hey, Kobe, shall we greet the Spurs players?" Kobe had no objections. The duo made their way to the Spurs practice court, exchanging handshakes and pleasantries with each player. When Lin Tian shook hands with Leonard, he realized that the young man's palms were indeed considerably larger than those of an average player. This remarkable characteristic underscored the robustness of his defense. Leonard's demeanor mirrored that of Duncan. His face rarely bore a smile, yet he managed an awkward grin upon seeing Lin Tian's laughter, living up to his robotic moniker. Next came Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili. As Kobe shook hands with them, they affectionately referred to him as Old Man, clearly attesting to their familiarity and camaraderie. Even indulging in light-hearted banter. Compared to other players on the court, they truly appeared to be aging. It was Lin Tian's turn to shake hands with Duncan. Observing Duncan closely, Lin Tian found him to possess a somewhat endearing simplicity, judging solely by his appearance. It was truly difficult to believe that this individual was a 5-time champion. "Hello, Tim," Lin Tian greeted. "Hello, Lin. I watched your recent games. You are quite impressive." Duncan replied with a smile. "You remind me of a young LeBron." "Thank you," Lin Tian responded, and then, as if recalling something, he added, "Tim, since you mentioned I remind you of LeBron, could you repeat to me what you once said to him?" Kobe, Ginobili, and Tony Parker, who were nearby, couldn't help but turn their heads to listen. Duncan appeared puzzled. "What did I say?" "I hope you tell me. The future is yours." "Ah? Ha ha. Duncan, still processing the moment, found himself surrounded by the laughter of Kobe, Ginobili, and the others, who were already doubled over in amusement. Chapter 61. The match begins, facing Leonard. Duncan finally came to the realization of the underlying jest. He humorously remarked, "Let me tell you that after we secure our victory today." The implication was clear. It echoed the iconic words he had uttered to James after their victory in the finals years ago. Following a few pleasantries, Lin Tian accompanied Kobe to the Spurs bench, exchanging embraces with the other players. In contrast to other teams, the atmosphere within the Spurs appeared notably more serious, closely linked to the coaching style of their mentor, Popovich. Once a naval officer, Popovich maintained stringent expectations of his players and was known to unleash a torrent of expletives when reprimanding them. At this juncture, the team's primary target of ire seemed to be Danny Green. Lin Tian recalled that in his previous life, these were words spoken directly by Green himself. This intense environment contributed significantly to Zhang Tailin's eventual departure from the Spurs, as he could no longer endure Popovich's volatile temperament. Meanwhile, in the studio, although the game had yet to commence, the live broadcast had captured a moment of Kobe and others bending over in laughter. Barkley, astonished, remarked, "It seems Kobe is in high spirits today. Has something amusing transpired?" Smith conjectured, "I suspect they might be discussing Duncan's ejection by the referees. Otherwise, their merriment seems unwarranted." Once the pleasantries were concluded, Lin Tian returned to the Lakers' practice half-court, resuming his shooting drills. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the female reporter, Xiao Shui, from Penguin Sports, accompanied by a cameraman. It appeared they were preparing to connect with the Penguin live stream, broadcasting the scene. However, such matters were of little concern to Lin Tian. As the warm-up concluded, the Lakers DJ began to announce the starting players. Let us welcome the 6'9" Larry Nance from Akron, the 6'6" Kobe Bryant from Philadelphia's Lower Merion High School. Nance, Kobe, Hibbert, Russell, and Lin Tian took to the court in succession, shedding their practice gear amidst the cheers of the crowd. The Spurs' formidable starting five comprised LaMarcus Aldridge, Kawhi Leonard, Danny Green, Tony Parker, and Tim Duncan. Aldridge, having joined the Spurs from the Trail Blazers this season, had scored over 20 points for 5 consecutive seasons while with the latter. Such a star-studded lineup posed a significant challenge for the Lakers. The 10 players performed a few basic warm-up exercises before taking their positions for the jump ball at center court. Unbeknownst to many, Duncan, born in 1976, was already 40 years old this year, several years senior to Hibbert and 2 years older than Kobe. Yet, when it came time for the jump ball, he astonishingly leaped higher than Hibbert, directing the basketball into the hands of the speedy Tony Parker. Although Tony Parker is merely 34 years of age as a point guard, he is no longer in his prime. Nevertheless, his prowess is beyond question. On the first play, Parker, confronted by Russell's defense, imparted a lesson to the young player. With a swift drive, he skillfully evaded Russell, and under the screen set by Aldridge and Duncan, he effortlessly executed a layup. Hibbert, stationed at the corner, inbound the ball back to Russell, allowing him to bring it past half-court. Having just been outmaneuvered, Russell attempted to penetrate the defense himself. However, upon encountering Duncan and Aldridge in the paint, he quickly passed the ball to Kobe on the perimeter. Kobe, upon receiving the pass, launched a shot, which clanged off the rim. Duncan secured the rebound. As the possession shifted, Lin Tian swiftly retreated to defend. Today, he was matched up against Leonard, who immediately showcased his exceptional defensive skills. Leonard's lengthy wingspan left Lin Tian in awe. His reach exceeded his height by over 20 centimeters, a staggering statistic that enabled him to easily strip the ball from opponents. When defending an off-ball adversary, Leonard's movement and awareness were also top-tier. It was precisely because Lin Tian was obstructed by Leonard that Russell opted to pass to Kobe. As Parker dribbled past half-court, he chose not to attack immediately, instead surveying his teammates for opportunities. Aldridge, having maneuvered to shake off Nance, reached out for the ball. Parker feigned a shot to draw attention before swiftly passing it inside. Aldridge received the ball and, with a gentle leap, deposited it into the basket. As the Lakers prepared for an inbound play, Lin Tian demanded the ball before even crossing half-court. If he hesitated, the deficit would widen. As he dribbled past the center circle, Leonard extended his long arms to obstruct Lin Tian's path. His expression was inscrutable, devoid of discernible emotion, yet his infamous poker face had already earned him a fearsome reputation. Lin Tian was not easily deceived by his seemingly benign demeanor. Without Lin Tian signaling, the Lakers' two big men dispersed, creating space in the paint. Russell and Kobe also began to reposition themselves to confuse the defense. Yet, the Spurs exhibited unwavering discipline, their defensive switches seamless. In that moment, Lin Tian felt increasing admiration for Popovich, who orchestrated his players to excel in their respective roles while minimizing their shortcomings. The former Heat trio had once been left bewildered by his strategies. With less than 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Lin Tian faced Leonard and initiated a series of vigorous dribbles. After a few bounces, he abruptly launched to his left, accelerating with remarkable speed. Leonard quickly adapted and kept pace. However, as soon as Leonard settled, Lin Tian executed a familiar behind-the-back dribble, shifting the ball to his right. Re-establishing his balance on his left foot, he pushed off with force, propelling himself down the right lane like an arrow released from a bow. Standing at over 2 meters tall, executing such a maneuver poses a tremendous challenge for Lin Tian's ankles. Likewise, this proves to be an even greater test for Leonard's ankles. Having scrutinized Lin Tian's game footage countless times, Leonard believed he could effectively guard him. However, footage is merely a representation, while reality is an entirely different realm. When faced with Lin Tian in real time, Leonard was left astounded by his sudden changes in direction. Although his eyes and mind registered the movement, his feet could not keep pace. He could only make a half-hearted attempt to swipe at the ball, exerting one last effort. This feeble attempt, of course, failed to make contact with the ball. As Lin Tian skillfully maneuvered past Leonard with a behind-the-back dribble, a wave of astonishment rippled through the arena. Leonard, the most reliable defender for the Spurs, found himself outmaneuvered by Lin Tian, leaving Aldridge and Duncan momentarily stunned. By the time the two adjusted to reinforce the interior defense, it was already too late. Lin Tian leapt into the air, unleashing a thunderous dunk that ignited the entire crowd. Chapter 62. Leonard entangled by death. The act of hanging from the rim after forcefully dunking the ball is a rare sight during the regular season due to its inherent dangers. As Lin Tian jumped back beneath the rim, he felt a searing pain radiate through his arm. This maneuver should be employed sparingly in the future. As he returned to the defensive end, Lin Tian kept a close watch on Leonard. Parker of the Spurs held the ball at the top of the key, while Leonard maneuvered in front of him to receive a handoff pass. Just as Lin Tian prepared to defend, the opposing player unexpectedly relayed the ball back to Parker. Seizing the opportunity, Parker surged into the paint, drawing the defensive attention of both Nance and Hibbert before dishing the ball to Duncan. Without hesitation, Duncan slammed it home, securing another 2 points. The Spurs are often regarded as the most selfless team, and this reputation is indeed well-deserved. Leonard's demeanor exudes an air of nonchalance. Had Lin Tian been matched against Durant instead, the latter would have surely sought retribution. However, Leonard's mindset was evidently different, as he immediately passed the ball upon receiving it. With the Spurs momentarily leading 6-2, Nance initiated the play from the corner, passing to Russell. As Lin Tian returned to the Lakers' frontcourt, he heard Popovich bellowing at Leonard, "Stay glued to him. Don't let him breathe." This cantankerous old man, who had been jovial during their embrace, now seemed a different person altogether. Leonard's defensive intensity against Lin Tian had undeniably surged as Lin Tian crossed half-court. Leonard attached himself to him, evidently determined to deny Lin Tian any opportunity to receive the ball. His long arms flailed about, even obstructing Lin Tian's line of sight. Seeing Lin Tian ensnared, Russell opted to pass the ball to Kobe, stationed on the wing. Kobe faced the formidable defense of Danny Green, a 3D player affectionately dubbed Iron Lin by Chinese fans. While Iron suggests a propensity for clanking shots, in reality, Green's three-point shooting accuracy is anything but. He boasts an impressive record of surpassing 40 from beyond the arc for 4 consecutive seasons, marking him as one of the premier sharpshooters in the NBA. Furthermore, his defensive prowess has been pivotal to the Spurs' past championships. Confronted with Green's defense, Kobe found it increasingly challenging to penetrate. He dribbled twice, feigning an attempt to drive, before suddenly elevating for a jump shot. The ball clanked off the rim. Frustrated, Kobe shook his head. His shooting touch had yet to manifest today. Aldridge, positioned beneath the basket, seized the rebound and swiftly passed it to Parker. As both teams settled into the Spurs' frontcourt, Aldridge called for the ball in the post. Parker delivered the pass to Aldridge, who opted to back down Nance. With a deceptive move that baited Nance into jumping, Aldridge subsequently chose to shoot. The attempt, though unsuccessful, drew a foul from Nance. Aldridge stepped to the free throw line, converting both attempts with precision. Scott swiftly called a timeout, less than 4 minutes into the game. The Spurs had established a commanding 10-2 lead. On the Lakers' side, Lin Tian was the only player to score, and the situation looked dire. Once Scott gathered the players, he spoke in a grave tone. "This is far too passive. We must shift the ball." The Lakers remained silent, caught off guard by the Spurs' unexpected onslaught. The Spurs' impenetrable defense combined with their fluid passing left them in a state of disarray. On the Spurs bench, Popovich addressed his players. "You all did well just now, but we must keep pushing. Do not let them breathe." As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the timeout, the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. This time, Lin Tian forcefully broke free from Leonard to receive the pass. With the basketball in his hands, Leonard charged in to apply pressure. Lin Tian had no choice but to switch to his left hand, positioning himself sideways against Leonard. Leonard reached in, nearly stealing the ball from Lin Tian. What frustrated Lin Tian most was that this player was unlike others who gambled on steals. He could immediately adjust his defensive stance, providing no opportunity for the ball handler to advance. Indeed, the relentless pressure was palpable. When facing Durant, Lin Tian felt far less offensive pressure. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian suddenly drove hard to the left. Leonard, anticipating a quick change of direction, gave himself some space to counter Lin Tian's move. However, Lin Tian had no intention of altering his path. He took 2 decisive steps forward, and as Leonard retreated, Lin Tian abruptly halted, leaping into the air. He raised his hand for the shot. Leonard reacted, gritting his teeth as he lunged forward, arms extended high. But he could only watch as the basketball sailed over his head. Swish. The ball netted cleanly. Lin Tian twisted his neck, executing a sudden stop-and-pop jumper. "Lin," echoed the DJ's voice. Lin Tian was unfazed by one-on-one situations. He had, after all, emulated the peak abilities of both Iverson and Anthony. He was undoubtedly among the most versatile offensive players in the league. Even against last season's Defensive Player of the Year, Lin Tian possessed a plethora of methods to score. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Leonard's expression turned serious as it was now the Spurs' turn to attack. Parker passed the ball to Leonard, who scanned for a good passing opportunity but found none. Deciding against passing, he prepared to take the shot himself. Facing Lin Tian, Leonard suddenly dribbled to the right. Lin Tian spread his arms wide, maintaining his footing firmly in front of Leonard. With just over a meter to the paint, Leonard still could not shake Lin Tian off. Even a forced shot at this distance would likely yield a low success rate. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Parker to his side, and Leonard decided to pass the ball. In that instant, Lin Tian sensed Leonard's intention and instinctively reached out to swat the ball. His fingers made contact, knocking the basketball from Leonard's grasp. The basketball bounced towards Lin Tian, who swiftly picked it up. As possession changed, both teams' players immediately rushed towards the Lakers' frontcourt. DJ, brimming with excitement, shouted, "Lin has stolen the ball from Leonard." The entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Leonard is entangled in a deadly grip. The Spurs have Leonard, but our Lakers have Lin. Goodness, that steal was executed with such swiftness. Let us review that in slow motion. Lin, show Leonard what a true deadly grip looks like. In the studio, Barkley exclaimed, "The Steel King from last season has been stolen from." Smith added, "If Lin plays enough games this season, he will undoubtedly be the Steel King of this season. I assure you." Chapter 63, Lin. His unparalleled prowess in stealing and dunking is truly remarkable. I concur. In the early stages of his career, he averaged an impressive 5 steals per game. Last season, the steals leader, Kawhi Leonard, managed only 2.3 steals on average. In the arena, upon securing the steal, Lin advanced the ball to the front court. In the presence of Leonard, he launched a swift pull-up three-pointer. However, the shot veered off course, and the rebound was claimed by Duncan. The Spurs continued to execute their strategy with precision as the basketball circulated among the players, leaving the final destination shrouded in mystery until the last second. With just 2 seconds remaining, Leonard received the ball and, facing Lin, executed a mid-range shot with which he is quite adept. The shot found its mark, allowing Leonard to score. As the Lakers prepared to inbound from the corner, Lin took control of the ball at half-court. After crossing over, Kobe swiftly approached to set a screen, utilizing Kobe to shield himself from Leonard. Lin accelerated towards the paint. The formidable Duncan positioned himself defensively in the lane, yet Lin had no intention of confronting him directly. Instead, he leapt from a meter away, delicately releasing the ball with his fingertips. Another basket. In the ensuing plays, Lin relentlessly attacked the interior against Leonard's defense. The relentless pressure from Leonard, however, was somewhat ineffective against Lin. Despite several attempts, Leonard could not completely lose his footing. Even when he struggled to contain Lin, he endeavored to disrupt Lin's shooting rhythm. With just over 2 minutes left in the first quarter, Lin, Kobe, and Hibbert were substituted out. His statistics showed 7 of 11 shooting, totaling 14 points. Yet, the score stood at 26-20, with the Lakers trailing, as Lin's teammates struggled to contribute significantly. The Spurs starters had also taken a breather, but their bench, featuring veterans like Manu Ginobili, Patrick Mills, and David West, was formidable. The Lakers' replacements included Randall, Nick Young, and Lou Williams. Given this lineup, Scott hardly expected them to close the gap. He would consider it a blessing if they could merely prevent the score from widening. As fate would have it, Ginobili, despite his age, showcased his seasoned expertise. Under the guidance of Popovich, the Spurs' offense flowed seamlessly. While their defense was undoubtedly weaker than that of their starters, it was still superior to the Lakers' defensive efforts. On the Lakers' side, Russell occasionally managed to deliver a decent pass. However, relying on Lou Williams and Young for effective distribution seemed rather impractical, particularly with Nick Young. Once the ball found his hands, it appeared as though it were glued there. The other teammates, aware of Young's tendencies, ceased their movements and merely observed. Sitting on the bench, Kobe wiped the sweat from his brow, shaking his head as he turned to Lin, remarking, "It seems Young only knows how to pass to you." Lin Tian smiled silently. If he relished passing, he would not have earned the nickname Young No Pass. As if he overheard their conversation, Nick Young, facing the defense of Danny Green, executed a graceful spin and launched a 2-point shot, the basketball swishing through the net. However, such successful shots were infrequent, and on the defensive end, Nick Young faltered. He was not alone in his defensive shortcomings. Lou Williams and Julius Randle's performances also drew sighs of disappointment from Kobe. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 35-24, with the Lakers trailing by 11 points. Since Lin Tian left the game, the Lakers managed a mere 4 points in the last 2 minutes. Such a scenario was hard to accept, and during the intermission, Scott exhibited a rare display of anger. Not long after the season commenced, with the Lakers' dismal performance, Scott anticipated he would bear the blame and face dismissal at the season's end, perhaps even before it concluded. Yet, with Lin Tian's arrival and the subsequent improvement in the Lakers' record, a glimmer of hope emerged. After finally securing a 4-game winning streak, who wouldn't he aspire to extend it to 5? On the Spurs bench, Popovich gathered his players. The strategy remains unchanged for the second quarter. Once Lin enters the game, do not double-team him. Focus on your individual assignments. Ensure the other players have no opportunity to score. This tactic had proven effective in previous encounters with LeBron James. At the start of the second quarter, the 5 Lakers players exhibited heightened enthusiasm. However, Danny Green suddenly erupted, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers within a minute. The score swiftly escalated to 41-24, and in the blink of an eye, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 17 points, the largest deficit Lin Tian had faced since joining the team. Such an alarming score prompted Scott to call a timeout less than a minute into the second quarter. When the timeout concluded, Lin Tian donned his gear and entered the game. Typically, he would wait 3 to 4 minutes into the second quarter to step onto the court. But the circumstances demanded otherwise. The Spurs starters had yet to take the floor. Upon entering, Lin Tian proactively seized the ball, with Danny Green assigned to defend him. Green was an exceptional defender, yet he faced immense pressure against Lin Tian, especially since even Leonard struggled to contain him in the first quarter. Lin Tian executed his signature crossover, slipping past Danny Green and charging towards the paint. Upon reaching the basket, he leapt directly in front of David West. The basketball soared over West's head, forcefully slammed into the hoop by Lin Tian. The arena erupted in synchronized cheers once more, a brief respite from the mounting tension. However, Lin Tian was acutely aware that this was far from sufficient. He returned to the backcourt, fully focused as he tracked Danny Green. Jin Billy was responsible for advancing the ball past half-court. Defense! Defense! Lin Tian shouted at Russell. His shout indeed proved effective, as Russell became fully alert to defend against Jin Billy. According to the strategy, the nearest player to Jin Billy, Danny Green, swiftly responded to him. He sprinted a few steps in Jin Billy's direction, and Jin Billy promptly passed the ball to Danny Green. Now was the moment. Lin Tian suddenly surged forward, making a swift move to intercept the ball just as it was about to land in Danny Green's hands. Positioned beyond the three-point line, he faced no opposition. Lin Tian seized the ball and dashed towards the Lakers' frontcourt. Without the ball, Danny Green could not keep pace with the dribbling Lin Tian. Ultimately left to watch as Lin Tian executed a dunk. The arena erupted with familiar cheers. Lin. He excelled at the steal and dunk combination. No one could catch him. Not even Bolt could. The sound of the DJ echoed in the background. Chapter 64, The Block on Aldridge. In every match, Lin Tian consistently delivers spectacular steals that culminate in swift scores. The moment he steps onto the court, he swiftly recovers 4 points in under a minute. Popovich furrows his brow but refrains from calling a timeout, as they still maintain a 13-point lead. Providing ample rest for his players has always been Popovich's guiding principle. Under Lin Tian's influence, the Lakers' momentum surged. Ginobili, with the ball, began to orchestrate the offense. As Lin Tian defended Danny Green, he vocally urged his teammates to stay close to their respective assignments. Even Nick Young, who typically exhibits a lackadaisical attitude on defense, was suddenly invigorated. Standing just inside the three-point line, Lin Tian remained vigilant, observing the unfolding situation. Noticing a lack of viable passing options as the shot clock dwindled, the 37-year-old Ginobili opted to take matters into his own hands. Although his footwork had slowed, he charged towards the basket, undeterred by Russell's defense. Randall and Nance were hesitant to commit too deeply, mindful of their own defensive responsibilities. Amidst the towering defenders, Ginobili deftly employed his signature Eurostep, like a court sprite. He effortlessly evaded Randall's defense. As he neared the basket, he leapt lightly, preparing to score. However, he soon realized that the task was not as simple as it appeared. Just as the basketball left his fingertips, a towering shadow enveloped him. With a resounding smack, the ball was emphatically swatted away. The 24-second shot clock expired, resulting in a turnover. Ginobili, still in shock, turned to discover it was the Lakers rookie responsible for the block. Wait a moment. When he had driven in, this player had clearly been near the three-point line. How could he have closed the distance so rapidly? Ginobili's mind was reeling. Although the Eurostep does prolong the offensive sequence slightly, the rookie's speed was astonishing. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Tian had anticipated Ginobili's drive. As the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball, Lin Tian secured it in his possession. As he advanced into the front court, Danny Green closely shadowed him. Yet, in an attempt to thwart Lin Tian's penetration, Green maintained a prudent distance. Otherwise, he felt powerless to prevent Lin Tian from breaking through. This time, Lin Tian had no intention of driving. He dribbled twice before launching a pull-up three-pointer in Ginobili's direction. The pull-up is a challenging shooting technique, demanding considerable core strength. However, such a shot is difficult to block, especially with Green positioned so far away. This marked Lin Tian's second three-point attempt of the game, executed with precision and power. The basketball swished through the net. 3 points scored. A consecutive 7 points. The deficit was now reduced to 10 points. At last, Popovich could no longer remain seated and was compelled to call a timeout. Lin Tian returned to the bench amidst the cheers of his teammates, greeted warmly by Kobe and others. On the Spurs bench, Jin Billy lifted his gaze to the large screen, which was currently replaying Lin Tian's recent block. Just as he had chosen to drive, Lin Tian had already matched his pace. That chase-down block was so swift that it left Jin Billy with no chance to escape. Popovich, whose temperament starkly contrasted with his appearance, was fuming after the Lakers executed a 7-0 run. He unleashed a torrent of reprimands directed at Danny Green. "Danny, what on earth is this? Can you not keep track of your defensive assignment? Use your brain, will you?" Danny Green felt profoundly wronged but dared not retort, for a rebuttal would only invite an even fiercer storm of ire. The other Spurs players had long grown accustomed to Popovich's volatile nature. While his wrath was mostly directed at players, he did not hesitate to unleash a barrage of expletives when dissatisfied with the referees. Being an NBA head coach is inherently a precarious profession, with coaches typically holding less status than the star players on their teams. When conflicts arise between a team's star and its coach, it is often the coach who finds themselves cast aside. However, Popovich's position within the Spurs was unparalleled. He was regarded as the godfather of the franchise, wielding absolute authority. Even during the peak years of the Big Three, Duncan, Jin Billy, and Parker, none were spared from his scoldings. After the timeout concluded, the Spurs substituted their starters back onto the court, yet Duncan remained seated on the bench to rest. His stamina now permitted him to play just over 20 minutes on average. Aldridge temporarily assumed the center position, standing at 2.11 meters. Aldridge was not particularly fond of playing center. If given the choice, few players would prefer it over the power forward role. Centers serve as the last line of defense, requiring considerable effort for rebounding and defense, and are often the most physically demanding positions. Aldridge, however, was not inclined towards physical confrontation. In fact, he detested it. His offensive style diverged significantly from that of most centers. During his tenure with the Trail Blazers, Aldridge played the game as he pleased. Now, with Duncan aging, he found himself frequently occupying the center role for the Spurs. When Lin Tian saw Leonard and Aldridge re-enter the game, he was hardly surprised. The moment Leonard stepped onto the court, he showcased his exceptional mid-range shooting ability, hitting a shot over Lin Tian to extend the lead back to 12 points. On the Lakers side, Lin Tian opted to assume the role of a playmaking forward. As he faced Leonard, he remained composed, beginning to dribble with fluidity. Noticing Lin Tian's vigorous ball handling, Leonard immediately adjusted his stance and focused intently. Without hesitation, after faking Leonard, Lin Tian charged into the paint. Leonard pursued Lin Tian relentlessly, maintaining his defensive position. In the blink of an eye, they both surged into the lane, with Aldridge swiftly positioning himself to defend. As Lin Tian approached his jumping spot, he propelled himself upward with explosive force, while Aldridge leapt, arms raised high. Even Leonard, who was trailing behind Lin Tian, had leaped in an attempt to block him. With a powerful approach, in the blink of an eye, Lin Tian's head had already soared above the rim, although Aldridge had also jumped. The simultaneous elevation of both hands expanded his defensive range but diminished his height. Grasping the basketball firmly with his right hand, Lin Tian faced minimal interference from Aldridge and, with a ferocious motion, slammed the ball down through the hoop right over Aldridge's head. "Oh my God!" Lin, with sheer determination, penetrated the paint and executed a thunderous dunk over LaMarcus. Such a fierce display of athleticism. In the arena, countless spectators rose to their feet, applauding and cheering. A dunk on the basketball court ignites passion far more than a mere block. Chapter 65. The Lakers trail significantly. After Lin Tian's successful dunk, he had no time to celebrate with his teammates and swiftly returned to defense. The Spurs initially aimed for a fast break, but due to the timely defense of the Lakers, their attempt was thwarted, and they had to slow down the pace. At this moment, both Jin Billy and Tony Parker were on the court, They executed a pick-and-roll and quickly scored, which brought a momentary hush to the arena. Little Nance passed the ball to Lin Tian from the corner, allowing him to bring the ball past half-court, once again facing Leonard. It would be implausible for Lin Tian to claim he felt no pressure. After a significant change of direction, he opted to drive towards the basket. Leonard was defending even better than before, and Aldridge was stationed in the paint, ready to counter. Just as Lin Tian was about to reach the basket, he suddenly halted, faking a shot, which caused Leonard to jump. He then pivoted and executed a jump shot, the basketball striking the backboard and finding its mark. Once again, Leonard failed to contain Lin Tian, and in frustration, he shook his head. Known for his stoic demeanor, he seldom displayed such emotion. On the sidelines, Coach Popovich was also shaking his head, muttering under his breath, his words indecipherable. In the broadcast studio, the outspoken Barkley caught sight of Leonard's expression through the camera. So Kawhi isn't emotionless after all. He does have feelings. Sitting beside him, Smith chimed in, Kawhi has never shown such emotion while defending against LeBron or Durant. Indeed. I recall that year's finals when his defense made life exceedingly difficult for LeBron, who was left shaking his head during Kawhi's presence. I remember well. He is indeed one of the best defenders against LeBron in the entire league. Yet today, astonishingly, in one-on-one situations, he allowed a rookie to achieve a shooting percentage of 70. It is truly unfathomable. Have you noticed Popovich on the sidelines? He seems rather displeased. I noticed long ago. One might think they were trailing by several dozen points, yet they are still ahead. In the ensuing minutes of the second quarter, Lin Tian took it upon himself to carry the offensive load. Although his shooting percentage dipped, it still exceeded 50%. On defense, he spared no effort in contributing to the team, even securing a steal. However, the Spurs displayed remarkable teamwork. The 5 players on the court were all unselfish, seizing good opportunities to shoot without hesitation, maintaining a commendable shooting percentage. By the end of the second quarter, the score stood at 58-45, with the Spurs leading by 13 points. Of the 45 points scored by the Lakers, Lin Tian single-handedly accounted for 26. Despite Leonard's staunch defense, Lin Tian's scoring remained impressively high. Of course, this also related to the Spurs' defensive strategy. They did not opt for double-teaming Lin Tian, but aimed for coordinated help defense. Many times, when Lin Tian drove into the paint, he was forced to challenge the basket head-on, unable to pass the ball as his teammates were closely guarded. Faced with such high scoring from Lin Tian, the fans found some solace. As the Lakers players returned to the locker room from the tunnel, Kobe made his way to the therapy room, followed closely by Lin Tian. Removing his shoes, Kobe reclined on the treatment table, his face contorted in evident discomfort. His dedicated therapist, Judy Sito, promptly approached to massage the soles of his feet while inquiring about his condition. Judy Sito, an Asian woman of middle age wearing glasses, had been Kobe's personal therapist for many years, accompanying him through his peak performance, earning his utmost praise. Due to their shared heritage and Kobe's influence, she had also assisted Lin Tian with massages and recovery during his time with the Lakers. Her professional expertise was indisputable. Damn, my feet hurt, Kobe gritted his teeth, expressing his pain as Judy worked on his foot. In the first half of the game, he had scored 8 points with 4 successful shots out of 10 attempts, making him the second highest scorer for the Lakers after Lin Tian. At that moment, Scott entered the therapy room, exclaiming, "Hey, Kobe, are you all right? Can you play in the second half?" If Kobe were unable to continue, Scott would need to arrange a starting lineup for the second half in advance. Kobe nodded. "Though it's painful, we're nearly halfway through the season. I can play." Scott patted Kobe on the shoulder, acknowledging his resolve without further comment. Lin Tian sighed, at a loss for words. Any comforting remarks would be futile for Kobe. Once he donned the purple and gold jersey, he would unreservedly give everything he had. Lin Tian recalled from his past life that Kobe's attendance in his final season had been commendable, approaching 70 games. Given the relentless toll of injuries he endured, maintaining such high attendance was indeed admirable. Noticing Lin Tian's expression, Kobe smiled and said, "Lin, you played exceptionally well in the first half. Keep your aggressiveness in the second half." Lin Tian nodded emphatically. The halftime break soon concluded, and the players returned to the arena. At the beginning of the second half, Danny Green scored a corner three-pointer. As Lin Tian organized the offense with the ball, it became glaringly apparent that the Spurs had tightened their defense, not to mention Leonard. The other starting players for the Spurs, aside from Duncan, seemed invigorated. Lin Tian opted for a drive, managing to barely evade Leonard, yet upon penetrating the paint, he could not convert against Duncan's defense. Although his offensive skills were formidable, his shooting percentage was far from flawless. The ball returned to the Spurs, who began executing a set play under Popovich's guidance. Ultimately, Aldridge scored 2 points against Young's defense with a well-placed shot. Hibbert passed the ball to Lin Tian, who surged into the paint and distributed it to Russell in the corner. However, Russell's three-point attempt clanged off the rim. Today, Russell and Young, under the Spurs' intense defensive pressure, seemed to struggle for even a moment's respite, their shooting percentages plummeting alarmingly, despite being plagued by injuries. Kobe's performance against the Spurs seemed to elevate both his defensive and offensive capabilities. In the ensuing plays, the offensive responsibilities for the Lakers predominantly fell to Lin Tian and Kobe, who took turns attacking the basket, steadily increasing their scores. However, the Spurs maintained a steady, unhurried pace in their offense, consistently preserving their lead. Lin Tian's exceptional defensive efforts alone were insufficient to pose a significant threat to the Spurs' offensive system. Although Lin Tian made several attempts to support his teammates, it proved futile. Despite his frequent scoring, it felt as though his efforts were akin to striking a fist against cotton. By the time Lin Tian and Kobe took a breather in the third quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 16 points. If the trend continued, the situation was poised to worsen in the following minutes. Chapter 66. The ultimate leap and destructive pass as anticipated by Lin Tian. The moment he exited the court, the Lakers' offensive momentum came to a halt. The primary scorers on the court were now Clarkson and Lou Williams, both of whom excelled in offense but were less adept defensively. Confronted by the Spurs' formidable defense, their offensive efforts appeared strained. When the offense faltered, the Lakers' defense seemed to wane as well. During this time, Spurs backup point guard Mills stepped up, consistently scoring with layups. Sitting on the bench, Lin Tian felt a surge of anxiety, yet found himself powerless to intervene. Kobe, too, wore a furrowed brow, remaining silent. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by a staggering 24 points. In other words, during the brief period Lin Tian and Kobe were off the court, the score had widened by an additional 8 points. During the intermission, the atmosphere within the team grew tense. Even the usually jovial Nick Young had lost his cheerful demeanor. Everyone recognized the bleakness of their chances for victory that day. Despite having an entire quarter left to play, the prospect of recovering over 20 points in just one quarter seemed far-fetched. At this moment, Lin Tian experienced a profound sense of helplessness. His performance in the first 3 quarters had been commendable, having amassed 34 points in total and recorded 3 steals defensively. However, basketball is a team sport, and collaboration often trumps individual heroics, a truth validated through countless finals. Among the multitude of players on the Lakers today, aside from Lin Tian, Kobe had performed the best, while the shooting percentages of the others were disappointingly low. In the studio, Barkley sighed. Ultimately, the Lakers are a collection of young players. Faced with the experienced Spurs, they appear quite passive. Smith concurred. Indeed, the Spurs excel at dismantling teams centered around a single player. However, I am not surprised by today's outcome. After all, we are talking about the Spurs, a championship-caliber team. Barring an unforeseen turn of events, Lin will likely experience his first defeat since entering the NBA tonight. Yet, this is not entirely negative. Since joining the league, he has exhibited superstar potential. A little tempering of his character could be beneficial. Yes, the Lakers are currently in a rebuilding phase, and their primary focus is on nurturing new talent, particularly Lin. Following a brief intermission of just over 2 minutes, the fourth quarter commenced. Wait, is Lin set to return to the court right at the start of the fourth quarter? At Staples Center, with the referee's whistle signaling the beginning, Lin Tian could hardly contain his eagerness to rejoin the game. He had indeed had a brief discussion with Scott, requesting to be put back on the court as the fourth quarter began. Although Scott was concerned about Lin's potential for injury, he was even more apprehensive about Lin's emotional state. After all, dozens of cameras were trained on them at all times. Should an oblivious reporter capture an unflattering image of him and Lin, it would not be long before he found himself packing his bags. The early appearance of Lin Tian did not surprise the players from the Spurs in the slightest. Danny Green even jestingly remarked to Lin Tian, "Rookie, don't resist. Surrender your struggle." Lin Tian, unfazed by Green's banter, immediately launched a crisp three-pointer in his direction, bringing his personal score to 37 points. With Leonard yet to enter the game, Lin Tian found it somewhat easier to confront Green's defense. The Spurs adhered strictly to Popovich's strategy. Once Ginobili brought the ball past half court, he appeared as if immobilized, biding his time, leading by over 20 points. Any hasty offensive move would undoubtedly earn him a scolding from Popovich. Although Lin Tian felt a sense of urgency, he could not switch defenses. For doing so would merely be a temporary fix and might leave him vulnerable. Their only course of action was to staunchly defend against every shot. The crafty Ginobili was adept at stalling, to the point where he almost lost track of time until Green reminded him it was time to attack. With only 5 seconds remaining on the shot clock, faced with Lou Williams, Ginobili opted for a drive, skillfully maneuvering past him. However, the tall figure of Nance Jr. stepped in to provide timely help defense, blocking Ginobili's shot. Ginobili's gaze then shifted to Green, who lay in wait at the corner. At that moment, Lin Tian was still a tad distant from Green. Ginobili flung the ball toward Green. In the instant it left his hands, Lin Tian lunged toward it without hesitation. He had clearly anticipated Ginobili's pass to Green, but the distance was too great for a simple sprint. In a moment of desperation, Lin Tian dove forward, his body nearly parallel to the ground. In a spectacular display, his fingertips grazed the basketball, disrupting the pass while simultaneously crashing heavily onto the wooden floor. The crowd erupted in cheers, and even Kobe displayed an expression of disbelief. The ball ricocheted off the smooth floor and out of bounds, coinciding perfectly with the sound of the buzzer, signaling a 24-second violation for the Spurs. Nance Jr. and Williams dashed back to help Lin Tian to his feet. Astonished by his tenacity, Lin Tian, however, felt no pain and simply smiled. In the broadcast studio, the cameras replayed Lin Tian's remarkable dive. Barkley exclaimed, "Oh, such a familiar sight. This kid's steal reminds me of Dennis Rodman. Goodness. Haha, it really does resemble that." His body was almost parallel to the floor just to disrupt that pass. It's evident that this young Laker is incredibly eager for victory. Seeing the future of the league in such a promising crop of young players puts my mind at ease. Haha. After Lin Tian's spectacular deflection of Ginobili's pass, possession shifted to the Lakers, and Lou Williams passed the ball into Lin Tian's hands. Once again, with the ball in hand, Lin Tian stood before Danny Green, acutely aware of the urgency of the moment. He took a deep breath and then began to maneuver with deft agility, skillfully utilizing his change of direction. He caused Danny Green to lose his balance, paving the way for a drive towards the basket. In the paint, only Aldridge stood guard. As Lin Tian surged into the key, he leaped and executed a reverse layup, successfully evading Aldridge's defense and scoring. At the onset of the fourth quarter, they struck the Spurs with a swift 5-0 run, narrowing the gap to 19 points. After scoring, Lin Tian hastily sprinted back to defend, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, yet his expression remained stoic. Chapter 67. The Stone Buddha's Head Scores. Ginobili, still intent on running down the clock, made a drive towards the basket with just 8 seconds left on the shot clock. Sensing the impending threat, both Nance and Randall swiftly converged to protect the paint. Realizing the opportunity was fleeting, Ginobili quickly passed the ball to Boris Diaw. Positioned in the corner with ample space, Diaw launched a shot, only to unexpectedly miss completely, the ball barely grazing the rim. Nance, who had positioned himself under the basket, seized the rebound. With the ball in hand, Nance initially secured it before glancing back to see Lin Tian racing toward the Lakers' front court, with only Mills in his path. At the moment Diaw attempted his shot, Lin Tian had been stationed at the arc, and with the rebound in their grasp, it was indeed a prime opportunity for a fast break. As he sprinted, Lin Tian raised one hand, signaling to Nance to pass the ball without hesitation. Nance, undeterred, swung his arm with the precision of a quarterback, delivering a swift pass. The basketball soared across the court, just as Lin Tian leapt to catch it. At that moment, he was only a few steps away from the basket, and he noticed Mills charging towards him fiercely. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian initiated a 3-step layup. Mills lunged forward, grabbing Lin Tian's right hand as he attempted the shot. In that split second, Lin Tian switched the ball to his left hand and completed the layup. The referee's whistle pierced the air as Lin Tian made the switch, exclaiming, "Score, foul, and a free throw." The atmosphere was reignited by the DJ, captivating the audience once more. Mills shook his head in frustration, regretting his foul. Standing at the free throw line, Lin Tian took a moment to compose himself before releasing the ball. It swished through the net, an additional point secured. Within less than 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, Lin Tian had single-handedly amassed 8 points, narrowing the gap to 16. In response, Popovich swiftly substituted Diaw, who had just missed his shot, along with Mills and Danny Green. Leonard, Duncan, and Parker returned to the court. Popovich's most trusted lineup, urgently needed to extinguish any hopes of a comeback. The Spurs' offensive efficiency soared immediately after the substitutions. Aldridge reclaimed his favored power forward position and, against Randall's defense near the baseline, effortlessly scored a two-pointer, tasking Randall with guarding Aldridge, a forward replete with offensive prowess. Proved to be a significant challenge. This marked the Spurs' first score of the fourth quarter. Following the Lakers' inbound, the ball found its way into Lin Tian's hands once more. Once again facing Leonard, Lin Tian's competitive spirit ignited. He charged towards Leonard, driving fiercely to the right. However, as he began his advance, he spotted Duncan and Aldridge bracing themselves, forming a formidable triangle alongside Leonard. To penetrate this defense would be perilous indeed. Lin Tian did not recklessly charge forward. Instead, near the free throw line, he abruptly halted, catching Leonard off guard. Once he regained his balance, Lin aimed for the basket and executed a mid-range shot. This offensive maneuver left Duncan and Aldridge, stationed in the paint, utterly powerless. However, this particular shot lacked a bit of force. The basketball first struck the rim and then soared high into the air. Aldridge and Duncan had already positioned themselves perfectly, due to the considerable height of the ball's rebound. They did not rush to jump, but patiently awaited its descent. As the ball reached its apex and began to fall, Duncan, Aldridge, and Nance simultaneously leapt to seize it. Duncan, in the most advantageous position, stood directly beneath the ball. Even as he prepared to catch it, he pondered whether to pass it out for a fast break. Yet, the situation quickly surpassed Duncan's expectations. He felt a gentle nudge from behind, and to his astonishment, the ball that had seemed within his grasp was snatched away from above his head by a single hand. After executing his sudden jump shot, Lin sensed that his shot had been too weak. Thus, at the moment the ball struck the rim, he dashed towards the basket. The ball's high rebound afforded Lin ample time. Unlike Duncan and the others stationed under the hoop, Lin launched from the free throw line, gathering significant momentum. Consequently, when he leapt, his chin soared above Duncan's head. The opportunity Duncan had anticipated vanished, as Lin effortlessly grasped the ball mid-air and emphatically dunked it into the basket. Oh my God, Lin. He just snatched the ball over Tim Duncan's head and completed a follow-up dunk. DJ's voice trembled with excitement. A majority of the audience stood in utter astonishment. Damn, what an incredible leap. The last player with such verticality was probably Carter. Lin, you are magnificent. Wow, this guy possesses a physique akin to that of a monster. Xiaoxua, standing at the sidelines, gaped in awe at Lin's dunk. Her delicate lips parted in surprise, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. Following Lin's spectacular dunk, the Spurs called for a timeout. During the break, Lin raised his gaze to the scoreboard, noting that they still trailed their opponents by 16 points, with time running short. The tense atmosphere surrounding the Lakers was somewhat alleviated by Lin's dunk. However, Scott could discern the fatigue in Lin's eyes. Although Lin's score had reached 44 points, each basket exacted a considerable toll on his stamina. Moreover, he was consistently the most vigorous defender on the court. Under his watchful defense, both Danny Green and Leonard had struggled, their shooting percentages falling below their season averages. As the timeout concluded, Scott devised two offensive strategies for Kobe. The final lineup for the Lakers comprises Russell, Kobe, Lin Tian, Randall, and Nance Jr. Meanwhile, the Spurs field their starting lineup as they conclude the game. The possession lies with the Spurs as they continue to run down the clock. As the shot clock approaches its expiration, Parker delivers the ball to Duncan in the paint. The seasoned Duncan skillfully fakes out Nance Jr. with a deft maneuver and executes a bank shot, securing 2 points. The deficit now stands at 18 points. Nance Jr. quickly passes the ball from the corner to Kobe. With the ball in hand, Kobe advances across the court, while Lin Tian swiftly moves alongside him to set a screen. Utilizing Lin Tian's physicality to momentarily shake off his defender, Kobe takes a mid-range jump shot within the three-point line, successfully adding 2 points to the tally. The gap is now reduced to 16 points. It is once again the Spurs' turn to initiate their offensive play, with Lin Tian directly swapping positions with Randall. Chapter 68, confronting Leonard despite Leonard scoring 31 points. This time the defensive switch proved ineffective. The Spurs swiftly relocated the ball to Leonard. Faced with Randall, Leonard effortlessly executed a mid-range jumper, adding 2 more points to the board. The deficit now stood at 18 points. The Spurs displayed a remarkably targeted approach, choosing to exploit the opponent's weakest link. Lin Tian had initially believed that Aldridge's excellent form warranted a focus on defending him, but the Spurs were impervious to such tactics. This team had been trained by Popovich to embody selflessness. No one sought personal glory. On the Lakers' side, Kobe engaged Lin Tian in a pick-and-roll once again. However, this time he forcefully penetrated the lane, only to miss the layup. Duncan seized the rebound. Lin Tian glanced at the timer. Over 7 minutes remained in the fourth quarter. He continued to guard Leonard, aware of the latter's diverse scoring arsenal, which Randall could never contain. In silence, Leonard's gaze exuded a fierce determination as he gestured to Aldridge in the paint. Aldridge promptly understood, positioning himself at the arc with a crossbody screen to shield Leonard. By drawing the interior defender away, Leonard gained a clearer path to penetrate the lane. As Leonard maneuvered past Aldridge, the latter's imposing frame obstructed Lin Tian's pursuit. Ignoring Aldridge, Lin Tian relentlessly chased after Leonard, determined to prevent him from storming into the paint. Leonard, already obstructed by Randall, swiftly returned the ball to Aldridge upon noticing Lin Tian's advance. His pass was decisive, catching Lin Tian off guard, yet Lin Tian charged towards Aldridge without hesitation. Upon receiving the pass, Aldridge intended to adjust his position slightly, but seeing Lin Tian's aggressive approach, he had no choice but to shoot quickly. Lin Tian leaped with all his might, his long arms extending to just graze Aldridge's shot with his fingertips. To the naked eye, it was nearly imperceptible. Only Lin Tian felt the distinct touch. As the basketball was deflected by his fingertips, its trajectory and force altered minutely in midair. With a resounding clang, the ball struck the inner rim of the hoop and bounced back. Lin Tian occupied the optimal position, effortlessly securing the rebound. With the ball in hand, he surged forward towards the front court. Foul. Quick, foul. Popovich shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Aldridge hastily grabbed Lin Tian's arm, only releasing it once the referee's whistle sounded. In truth, Popovich's urgency was unnecessary. Aldridge was well aware of the necessity to commit a foul. His speed paled in comparison to Lin Tian's. Allowing this rookie to charge forward was akin to unleashing an unstoppable force. As Lin Tian prepared to inbound the ball from the sideline, the arena's 4 large screens replayed the moment Aldridge launched his three-pointer in slow motion. The zoomed-in and slowed-down footage clearly revealed Lin Tian's fingertip grazing the basketball. Although the basketball ultimately struck the rim, its failure to enter the hoop resulted in an increase in Lin Tian's block count, eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps. Goodness, the ball soared to such heights. Did Lin actually make contact with it? Does Lin possess an inexhaustible reserve of strength? How can he leap so impressively? Lin is the most astonishing jumper I have ever witnessed among active players. Lin Tian passed the ball to Kobe and swiftly dashed into the court, while Kobe returned the pass to him. Without needing Lin Tian to say a word, his teammates quickly spread out to create space. Leonard remained just a step away from Lin Tian, wary of any lapse in focus. Lin Tian executed his signature wide-angle dribble, causing Leonard's brow to furrow in concentration. Each time Lin Tian employed this move, Leonard found it impossible to predict which direction Lin would choose. A momentary lapse in attention could lead to being outmaneuvered. Even with full concentration, effectively defending against Lin Tian's swift changes in direction proved a formidable challenge. Having been in the NBA for several years, Leonard found this rookie's footwork the most perplexing. As Lin dribbled, his gaze oscillated between Leonard and his teammates. Suddenly, he feigned a drive, then swiftly pulled back, retreating beyond the three-point line. Fixing his gaze on the basket, Lin raised his hand and launched a step-back three-pointer. Although Leonard had initially been deceived by Lin Tian's feint, he was unwilling to allow Lin the luxury of an unchallenged shot. As the ball left Lin Tian's hands, Leonard leapt with all his might. However, he failed to disrupt Lin's shot and, due to his vigorous leap, inadvertently collided with Lin. As the basketball soared through the air, the referee's whistle pierced the silence. Lin Tian, focused solely on the ball even as Leonard knocked him down, witnessed the shot's trajectory. Swish. The angle was perfect. The force impeccable. The ball nestled into the net. The three-pointer counted, and he would also receive a free throw. The DJ's voice resonated in his ears, and Lin exhaled in relief. As he prepared to rise, Kobe rushed over to extend a hand, helping him up. Upon standing, Lin Tian was met with Kobe's beaming smile as he patted Lin's back, exclaiming, "Well done, buddy." Leonard remained silent, but his eyes betrayed a sense of frustration. He had failed to contain a rookie who had only played a handful of NBA games. After all, he was last season's Defensive Player of the Year. Noticing Leonard's disappointment, Duncan approached to offer reassurance. "Kawhi, you've done exceptionally well. Keep up the aggression." Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, Lin Tian stepped to the free throw line. For everyone, this moment also provided a rare opportunity to catch their breath. Receiving the ball from the referee, Lin dribbled, spinning it in his hands twice before releasing it. The free throw was slightly less forceful than intended but still managed to bounce in after grazing the rim. This brought Lin Tian's personal score to 48 points, narrowing the gap to 14 points. It was originally a phase of catching up, yet Scott called for a timeout. He could discern that Lin Tian was utterly exhausted at this moment. Indeed, this was the most grueling match Lin Tian had faced since entering the NBA. In his pursuit of points, he had poured every ounce of his energy into the game. The 4 steals and 2 blocks he achieved in this match serve as ample testament to his efforts. Upon returning to the bench, he gasped for breath, draining the remainder of the blue energy drink in one go. Upon glancing at the scoreboard and realizing they were still trailing by 14 points, Lin Tian shook his head in dismay. It was exceedingly difficult for them to recover that deficit in such a short span of time. He merely wished to give his all, for every match held immense significance for them at this juncture. Chapter 69, a hollow 56 points. A sad journey. Lin Tian had never felt a timeout pass so swiftly. Upon returning to the court, he was filled with fervor. The Spurs were set to inbound the ball. With it firmly in Ginobili's grasp, Leonard continuously maneuvered, seeking an opportunity to receive the ball, yet Lin Tian clung to him tenaciously. Ginobili seemingly had no intention of passing to Leonard. As the clock dwindled to 6 seconds, Ginobili charged towards the paint. This time, Russell managed to stay with Ginobili, while Randall and Nance hastily formed a barrier in the lane. Ginobili flicked the ball, and it found Aldridge near the baseline. Aldridge, in close proximity to the hoop, leapt and effortlessly sent the ball through the net. Yet again, the score was completed in the final 2 seconds, extending the deficit back to 16 points. This was a significant blow to the Lakers. Not only did the Spurs take their time with each offensive possession, but they also frequently found the basket, which proved to be their most lethal weapon. After all, time was running short. Upon crossing half-court, Lin Tian resolutely opted to drive to the basket. This time, Leonard's defense was nothing short of impeccable, yet he still could not thwart Lin Tian's floater. The basketball once again swished through the net. The home crowd DJ excitedly announced, "Lin, he has reached 50 points tonight, a new personal single-game scoring record for the season." Many spectators rose to their feet, applauding Lin Tian. Although the Lakers trailed by over 10 points, the excitement among the crowd was palpable. Lakers fans understood that their goal this season was not the elusive championship, nor even the playoffs, but rather the development of Lin Tian. The last player to score 50 points in a single game for the Lakers was none other than Kobe, 6 years ago. In the studio, my goodness, look at this offensive talent. This guy is practically a fusion of Iverson and Anthony, Barkley exclaimed. Lin's defense is also not to be underestimated, Smith remarked. Have you noticed that as the game approaches its end, Leonard has only tallied 12 points? Haha. True, Leonard's offensive game has indeed evolved this season, averaging over 20 points per game. It's a pity, but the Spurs' cautious approach has effectively sealed the game. Not a pity. I find this game quite thrilling. Did you honestly think the Lakers could win before the game? They are indeed winning for the future. That is a valid point. It's hard to fathom how high Lin's career could soar if not for injuries after a few more exchanges between the Lakers and the Spurs. Less than a minute remained on the clock. Every time Lin Tian seized an opportunity to score, the Spurs would methodically respond, extinguishing the Lakers' momentum. At this juncture, the score difference stood at 14 points. Following a timeout, Scott decided to pull Lin Tian, Kobe, and several other key players from the game. Noticing the substitution gesture from the sidelines, Lin Tian gritted his teeth in frustration, beads of sweat glistening on his brow as he reluctantly made his way off the court. The majority of the home crowd rose to their feet, offering a warm round of applause. After exchanging high-fives with his teammates, he silently returned to the bench. The impending defeat weighed heavily on his heart. Kobe, seated beside him, gently patted his back. Lin, cheer up. You've performed admirably. In the past, Kobe would have remained silent in such a situation. Yet today, he appeared less dejected and even sought to encourage Lin Tian. Losing to the Spurs is nothing to be ashamed of. Lin Tian accepted the towel handed to him by a staff member, wiping the sweat from his face. We had a chance to win. I know, Kobe nodded. It's just one game. We still have over 40 more to play. We can reclaim our victories. He gestured towards the audience. Look, the fans aren't disheartened today. If this were earlier, they would have left by now, uninterested in the garbage time. Indeed, Lakers fans had not departed. Their expressions scarcely reflected the reality of an impending loss. This was all thanks to Lin Tian. Raising his gaze, Lin Tian turned his attention back to the court. At that moment, the Spurs had also substituted in some bench players, and the game continued to ebb and flow. The buzzing sound signified the end of the match. The final score was 119-104, with the Lakers suffering a home defeat. bringing their record to 11 wins and 27 losses. Meanwhile, the Spurs solidified their position as the second-best team in the league with this victory. Lin Tian began to grasp the formidable nature of this iron-willed team, having achieved a career high of 56 points in this game. His overall stats were 56 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks. Though feeling disheartened, Lin Tian rose to embrace each Spurs player in a show of respect. Duncan refrained from uttering any words of future promise, and Lin Tian was not in the mood to engage in lengthy conversation. After the embraces, he turned and headed toward the players' tunnel. Fans lined the corridor, reaching out for high fives, which Lin Tian happily reciprocated. He could hear numerous voices calling out to him. "Lin, you've done wonderfully. The future king of Los Angeles. Lin, can I have your autograph?" Upon returning to the locker room, the atmosphere remained amicable, yet it could not compare to the jubilance following a victory. Nick Young approached Lin Tian, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. "Lin, congratulations on achieving your career high score today." Lin Tian managed a wry smile and nodded. "Thank you, Young." Although it was a bittersweet milestone, at least it marked a new personal best. After a long, exhausting hot shower, Lin Tian returned to the locker room, where Kobe was still adjusting his suit. At that moment, the public relations manager of the Lakers entered the locker room and addressed Lin Tian and his companion, inquiring, "Will you be participating in the post-game interview today? If not, I shall inform the media representatives at once." Many star players are often reluctant to engage in interviews following a defeat, which is why the public relations manager sought their response. Kobe, too, cast a glance at Lin Tian, evidently awaiting his reply. Lin Tian nodded. "Go ahead." When the group made their appearance in the media room, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, with dozens of cameras trained upon them. Following their interview, within a mere 10 minutes, their words would be disseminated across various sports social media platforms. In this era of digital information, the actions and statements of players garner far more attention than ever before, making them exceedingly susceptible to rapid dissemination. Chapter 70. One triumphed in data, one triumphed in the game. After the loss, both Lin Tian and Kobe were not in high spirits. Following the customary practice of interviews, Coach Scott was the first to face the media. As always, he praised the opponent's performance while highlighting the defensive issues plaguing the Lakers. Following Scott, it was Kobe's turn. Having dealt with reporters for nearly 2 decades, he adeptly navigated even the most challenging questions. In response to inquiries, he generously lauded Lin Tian's performance once again. Finally, it was Lin Tian's moment to address the press. The first journalist posed a rather probing question. "Lin, you scored a remarkable 56 points today, yet your team still lost. Where do you believe the team's issues lie? Is it significantly related to your teammates' performance, given their rather low shooting percentages?" Journalists often seek to elicit sensational stories, especially in an era where attention is paramount. They yearned for Lin Tian to voice criticism of his teammates. As anyone who watched the game could discern the dismal shooting of all players aside from Lin Tian and Kobe. Lin Tian took a moment before responding. Glancing at the statistics, Lou Williams shot 2 for 11, Clarkson managed 2 out of 7. And that was merely the offensive side of the game. The defensive efforts were even more disheartening. Raising his head, Lin Tian spoke with a neutral expression. "We all worked hard today, but the Spurs performed better as a whole. As much as I dislike admitting it, that is the truth. No player's shooting accuracy remains consistently high." And Lin Tian could not bring himself to criticize his teammates in the press conference. The journalist's face was marked with clear disappointment. A second question came from a female journalist. "Lin, I noticed that before the game, you exchanged words with Tim Duncan of the Spurs, and after your conversation, everyone seemed to be laughing. I am curious about what you discussed. Would you mind sharing?" In addition to the game, journalists were evidently keen on gossip. Lin Tian candidly replied, "I asked Tim to tell me. The future is mine," and everyone seemed to find that amusing. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted from all the journalists and Lakers staff present, except for Lin Tian, Kobe, and Scott. As NBA reporters, how could they not be familiar with the phrase "the future is yours"? The journalist seized the moment to ask again. "So, after the game, when you embraced, did he say that to you?" Lin Tian immediately shook his head. "No, he did not say that." His gaze shifted to the corner where Xiao Shui stood, and he nodded at her, signaling her to pose a question. Having prepared her inquiry for half an hour, Xiao Shui, upon receiving Lin Tian's nod, gleamed with excitement and spoke into the microphone. "Lin Tian, congratulations on achieving a career high of 56 points and breaking the single-game scoring record for Chinese players in the NBA. What are your thoughts on this accomplishment? Upon posing the question, the surrounding journalists furrowed their brows slightly. Questions directed at players were exceedingly precious, limited to just 3. So why was this inquiry so simplistic? Lin Tian organized his thoughts internally before speaking. I am honored to have broken Yao Ming's record. I stand on the shoulders of giants to achieve these points, and I am grateful for the support of my teammates and the guidance of Kobe. Having delivered a conventional response, Lin Tian switched to Chinese, addressing the microphone. The spring festival of our great nation is approaching, and I would like to extend my early wishes to everyone for a joyful new year filled with good fortune. I will continue to strive to deliver even more exciting basketball for you all. Thank you. Xiaoxue, both surprised and delighted, nodded eagerly. The other journalists displayed expressions of confusion, as they could not comprehend Chinese. After the interview concluded, Lin Tian exited the media room with Kobe and a few others. It was then that Kobe inquired, Lin, what did you just say? It was not only the media reporters who struggled with the language. Kobe did as well. Lin Tian attentively explained to Kobe, who then nodded in realization. Upon returning to the locker room, Lin Tian organized his personal belongings. As the next game was an away match, he needed to take some personal items with him. The team's equipment department would handle the jerseys and shoes, so there was no need for concern on that front. After placing his belongings in a moderately sized backpack, Lin Tian bid farewell to Kobe and made his way to the arena's exit. Passing by the media room, he coincidentally encountered Xiaoxue and offered her a warm smile and nod. The familiar features of an Eastern person in a foreign land always brought him a sense of comfort. Xiaoxue, taken aback by the encounter, quickly returned the smile. When she smiled, her eyes curved into crescent shapes, revealing her striking beauty. However, Xiaoxue soon took the initiative to approach Lin Tian, speaking in fluent Chinese. Lin Tian, may we add each other on WeChat? Lin Tian did not detect the slight tremor in her voice, but naturally, he would not decline. Sure. In fact, Lin Tian had quite a few friends in the media industry on WeChat, including several renowned commentators from Penguin Sports. Upon hearing Lin Tian's agreeable response, Xiaoxue's face lit up with joy. She excitedly bounced on her feet and hurriedly rummaged through her bag for her phone. Although she quickly found her phone in her haste, she accidentally knocked a lipstick from her bag, which rolled to Lin Tian's feet. Lin Tian bent down to retrieve the YSL lipstick and handed it to the blushing Xiaoxue. She expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Lin Tian then took out his own phone. You can scan me. After they exchanged contact information, Lin Tian turned to leave the arena. Watching Lin Tian's tall figure gradually disappear, Xiaoxue's nervousness slowly began to ease. Although she was an intern reporter, she had never felt this anxious while interviewing Kobe in the past. Remembering how she had dropped her lipstick and needed Lin Tian's help to pick it up, she couldn't help but curl her toes in embarrassment. However, she soon revealed a smile, exclaiming with delight that she had added Lin Tian as a friend. Upon returning home, Lin Tian reclined on the sofa and began to peruse the NBA news from that day. Is the strongest undrafted player in history secured? Lin scores an astonishing 56 points against the Spurs. Lin versus Leonard. One triumph in statistics, the other in victory. A player emerges who leaves Leonard defenseless. A night of madness. Lakers Lin scores 56 points but succumbs to the Spurs. The Warriors triumph over the Jazz, claiming yet another victory. To date, the Warriors have remained undefeated at home this season. Chapter 71. Is he more charming than LeBron? I believe you are unduly criticizing Lin Tian. The Warriors, as anticipated, continue their triumphant march. Most teams find themselves utterly powerless against them. Even Lin Tian's remarkable 56-point performance fails to steal the spotlight from the Warriors. After perusing the news for a while, Lin Tian opened WeChat, instantly spotting the profile picture of Xiaoxue, which features her own image against a seaside backdrop. Her online moniker is simply Xiaoxue. Upon entering her moments, he noted that she had recently shared numerous updates, seemingly set to public visibility rather than a limited 3-day view. It was evident that this female journalist relished sharing her daily experiences. Lin Tian's attention was soon drawn to a post related to himself. Today, while interviewing Lin Tian at the Lakers' locker room entrance, he invited me to ask questions, but just then, someone stepped on my shoes. Can you imagine my embarrassment with dozens of colleagues watching me scramble for my footwear? Typically confident in his sense of humor, Lin Tian could not suppress a chuckle. This post had been shared by Xiaoxue just hours ago. Yet, despite adding him as a friend, she chose not to conceal this post. Did she not find it awkward? Pushing aside such thoughts, Lin Tian continued to scroll down, gradually gaining insight into Xiaoxue. She was an international student, attending the prestigious University of California, Los Angeles. Commonly known as UCLA, a well-regarded institution that has produced notable alumni such as Reggie Miller, Russell Westbrook, and Kevin Love. Many interns in the NBA are actually university students. Being from UCLA, Xiaoxue's academic performance was undoubtedly commendable. Her English was impeccable, and as long as she had a passion for the NBA, securing a position as a journalist with domestic sports media would be remarkably straightforward. Such university students often pursue internships driven by passion, and upon graduation, may not necessarily enter related fields. Meanwhile, in another apartment within the same complex, Xiaoxue animatedly recounted her experiences to her close friend, Lin Tian. Lin, did you know? Lin Tian's personality is entirely different from his on-court demeanor. He is such a gentleman. As she spoke, Xiaoxue clasped her delicate hands together, her lips pursed, and her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her friend, Lin, a sweet-looking girl with glasses, listened intently. They were not just close friends but also classmates. However, Lin had little interest in basketball. Outside of Yao Ming, she had only heard of Kobe and LeBron. Nonetheless, Lin Tian's name had been making waves in sports news across the country, making it nearly impossible for her to remain unaware. In response to Xiaoxue's infatuation, Lin sighed. "Can you please refrain from swooning? You're hopeless." Xiaoxue retorted, "I'm not swooning. I simply think he's a true gentleman." "Oh, and what of that?" Lin remarked that he is now a renowned NBA player. "Although you have interviewed him, you and he are from entirely different worlds." Lin, I am aware. I haven't become overly self-satisfied yet, haha. I've noticed that your lips have not ceased to utter Lin Tian's name these past few days. It has become quite monotonous. If I were to tell you that I added him on WeChat today, would you believe it? Impossible, right? You added him on WeChat? Lanlin's expression finally reflected surprise. Xiaoxue chose not to say more. Instead, she took out her phone and opened WeChat, clicking on Lin Tian's profile. His avatar was not a personal photograph, but rather a cartoon representation. Upon entering his moments, it was pristine and uncluttered. In fact, earlier that day at the Staples Center, Xiaoxue had already perused Lin Tian's moments, but he had not posted anything. Naturally, she had considered the possibility that he might have blocked her when adding friends. Lin cast a glance, skeptical that this was Lin Tian. You randomly add a guy and claim he is Lin Tian? He truly is Lin Tian. Why would I deceive you? Xiaoxue replied, exasperated. Lin said, if he is Lin Tian, then you must have blocked him from your moments, right? I recall you posted something related to him today. Ah. Xiaoxue suddenly appeared enlightened, her face alternating between crimson and pale. Oh no, I forgot to block him. He must have seen my moments. Oh no, how embarrassing. As she spoke, Xiaoxue clung tightly to Lin, sobbing softly. Witnessing Xiaoxue's expression, Lin realized she had genuinely added Lin Tian as a friend and consoled her. It's all right. Lin Tian is an NBA star. How could he possibly have the time or inclination to scrutinize your moments? Don't take yourself too seriously. Her words had a soothing effect, and Xiaoxue's expression brightened considerably. True. I've been rather self-important, haha. I distinctly remember you being a fan of LeBron James. Are you really starting to like Lin Tian now? As a citizen of the Middle Kingdom, how could I not admire Lin Tian? He is currently the most formidable basketball star in our country. So, what do you think of his looks? He is quite handsome, certainly more appealing than old LeBron. Haha, more handsome than LeBron? Are you serious? I feel like you're dissing Lin Tian. But honestly, with his height, he might be a bit too tall for our country. I must admit. I find Western beauty standards unappealing, but Lin Tian, as an Asian, fits my preferred type. Look at you, confessing your feelings. However, I advise caution. I've heard that many NBA stars lead rather indiscreet private lives, Lin cautioned. Lin, aren't you unfamiliar with the NBA? Xiaoxue widened her eyes, glaring at Lin. I may not know the NBA, but I understand men. Most NBA players are millionaires. How many can maintain consistency before falling asleep? Lin Tian received an itinerary for the following day. Tomorrow morning, they will visit a children's hospital to meet a group of children with autism and present them with small gifts. Such activities are not uncommon. Most teams in the league engage in similar endeavors, which are harmless for the teams. The following morning, Lin Tian arose earlier than usual, training alone at the gym for an hour before boarding the team bus in the parking lot. Kobe and Nick Young were already seated on the bus. Everyone's attire was quite casual, as they were visiting children. The roads in Los Angeles were congested, turning what should have been a 1-hour journey into over 2 hours. Upon arriving at the hospital parking lot, medical personnel and staff were already awaiting their arrival, with Kobe being the most popular among them. They enjoyed a delightful time with the children with autism. The event extended 2 hours longer than anticipated, prompting them to hasten directly to the airport upon their return to Staples. Their next destination is Houston. Chapter 72. Kobe's final visit to Houston. Los Angeles is not particularly close to Houston. The flight took several hours to reach its destination. To Lin Tian's astonishment, upon their arrival, there were 8 or 9 ground staff members holding signs to welcome them. More precisely, they were there to greet Kobe. Such a reception had not occurred in any other city they had visited prior. Indeed, Kobe's influence is profound. In response to the enthusiastic staff, Kobe displayed a warm demeanor, graciously signing autographs and posing for photographs with them. They checked into a hotel near the Toyota Center, and after Lin Tian took a shower, he hurriedly went to bed. The following morning, as was his custom, he rose early. Just as he was exiting his room, Kobe, who resided opposite him, opened his door. They exchanged smiles without the need for words and proceeded together to breakfast, after which Kobe led Lin Tian into the Toyota Center. As they walked through the arena, Kobe reminisced about his past experiences there and shared insights about the venue's culture. Naturally, when discussing the Rockets, he mentioned Yao Ming. After enjoying some light-hearted banter while touring the arena, they sought out a security guard. Following some discussions with the team as security, the guard escorted them to one of the courts within the facility. It is worth noting that any given arena typically possesses multiple training facilities and courts. During their training session, Kobe cheerfully informed Lin Tian that sometimes home teams do not allocate practice courts for visiting teams. Lin Tian found this acceptable, understanding that in the realm of basketball, such occurrences are commonplace. They trained alone for half an hour before Kobe's personal therapist, Judy Cito, and the team staff arrived. Instead of continuing to train, Kobe opted for a leg massage from Judy. Lin Tian observed that Kobe likely spent more time on therapy than he did on actual training. It was evident that injuries had taken a toll on him. However, his professional dedication was never in question. The level of effort exhibited by other players across the league may pale in comparison to Kobe's. Another half hour passed before the entire Lakers team and coaching staff gathered for the day's training and fitness regimen. Given the evening's game, the intensity of their training was moderated. Upon completion, they were led by the arena staff to the multimedia room. Scott held a stack of tactical documents, projecting them onto the screen to elaborate on the strategy for the evening's match against the Rockets. They had already received scouting reports on every player of the Rockets, but Scott needed to provide further detailed explanations. While Scott spoke, several players, including Nick Young, appeared drowsy, which left Lin Tian somewhat concerned. It was possible that Nick had been out at a nightclub the previous night, especially considering Houston's vibrant nightlife. Lin Tian and Kobe were the most attentive listeners in the room. With nearly half of the current season behind them, the Rockets' win rate lingered around 50%, falling significantly short of the ambitious goals they had set at the season's outset. Since joining the Houston Rockets in 2013, Dwight Howard has been frequently paired with James Harden, forming what is known as the Dwight and James duo. This marks their 3rd season together, yet the team's performance has been less than satisfactory. Reports often circulate about the tensions between the two. In truth, Howard has never been the easiest teammate to work with. His past with the Los Angeles Lakers ended on a sour note with Kobe Bryant, leading to a rivalry that persisted even after his departure. During a memorable match, Kobe infamously berated Howard, calling him soft. Thus, today's game is one they cannot afford to lose. Following the team meeting, the players finally had a moment to rest as they awaited the start of the game, scheduled for 7:30 p.m. By 5 o'clock, Lin Tian and his teammates had arrived at the visiting locker room. Although it was located in the Toyota Center, the amenities were no match for those of the home locker room. As Nick Young changed his shoes at his locker, he grumbled, "I prefer playing at home over away games." Russell jested, "Oh, come on, Young. I see you excited every time we're on the road because of all the different nightclubs to explore." Nick didn't refute the comment, and the two shared a knowing laugh. Clarkson, meanwhile, was busy recording a video on his phone. Among the Lakers, he was one of those who enjoyed documenting life through videos. There were also quieter players like Randall. Hibbert often relied on the rookies for assistance, frequently referring to them as the rookies, specifically targeting Nance and Russell. His favorite to boss around was Nance, perhaps due to their overlapping positions. When Lin Tian first joined the Lakers, he was similarly summoned by Hibbert, but after displaying exceptional talent, Hibbert wisely ceased calling him to do tasks and stopped referring to him as a rookie, fully aware of Lin Tian's standing within the team. He had not forgotten the downfall of Ricky Davis with the Cavaliers, and his current status was far inferior to that of Davis in 2003. After changing his shoes, Kobe approached Lin Tian and asked Lin, "Have you decided to guard James Harden tonight?" Lin Tian had already expressed his intention to defend Harden, and Coach Scott had no objections. "Yes, just nod and leave him to me," Lin Tian replied confidently. Although Harden's salary this season did not surpass Howard's, he remained the undisputed cornerstone of the Rockets. "All right, just be cautious. I've never seen a player draw fouls like he does," Kobe remarked. Well aware of Harden's exceptional ability to draw fouls from their previous matchups. "I know," Lin Tian responded. Once preparations were complete, the players exited the locker room and made their way through the player tunnel to the court. The fans of the Houston Rockets erupted in excitement upon the sight of Kobe Bryant, unable to contain their exhilaration. This marked Kobe's final visit to Houston this season, a moment of profound significance. Undoubtedly, it also represented his last appearance in Houston as a player throughout his illustrious career. Surrounded by such fervent admirers, Kobe swiftly obliged some fans with his autograph. For Lin Tian, this occasion marked his inaugural appearance at the Toyota Center as a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. The Rockets boast a substantial following of fans from the Celestial Empire, primarily due to the legendary Yao Ming, who spent his 9-year NBA career donning the Rockets jersey. Among the spectators present today, one could still observe several fans proudly wearing Yao's jersey. Chapter 73, The Lakers vs. the Rockets. On the other side of the court, over a dozen players from the Rockets donned their practice gear, engaging in warm-ups. Lin Tian's gaze swiftly landed on the towering figure of Dwight Howard. However, while the other Rockets players were animatedly chatting and laughing, Howard appeared somewhat isolated. It was common knowledge that, at present, James Harden reigned as the undisputed leader of the Rockets, and the discord between him and Howard was well documented. Lin Tian sighed, contemplating the lonely giant. If only Howard could be traded to the Lakers, it would indeed be a splendid acquisition. Lin Tian recalled vividly that in his previous life, during the 2019-2020 season, the Lakers had signed Howard to a veteran minimum contract, enabling him to support LeBron James. Howard's performance in that year's playoffs was commendable. He had dominated Nikola Jokic, ultimately emerging as a pivotal contributor to the Lakers' championship victory. The evidence clearly indicated that even within a limited time frame, he could still deliver remarkable performances. Moreover, it was still the 2015-2016 season. Though Howard's condition had significantly deteriorated following a back injury, he remained superior to the majority of interior players in the league. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed that such a prospect was merely a fleeting thought. Howard himself was eager to depart from the Rockets. Recently, the organization had placed him on the trading block, as he would become a free agent at the season's conclusion. His dissatisfaction with the Rockets was palpable, and facilitating his trade would undoubtedly be beneficial. However, the number of teams in the league interested in Howard was scarce, leaving the Rockets without suitable buyers. The Lakers' pursuit of Howard's trade proved to be a formidable challenge, as only a few players on the roster could match his salary. Roy Hibbert was one such player, but the Rockets would likely reject him. The Lakers boasted a plethora of young talent, yet that was not what the Rockets sought. They required seasoned stars in their prime to assist Harden. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that Howard had already been deemed incompatible with the Lakers. The deep-rooted animosity between him and Kobe Bryant could not be easily reconciled. If a trade for Jokic were feasible, Howard's hopes would be dashed. As Lin Tian pondered this, Kobe made his way towards the Rockets' side. His first greeting was directed at his former teammate, Trevor Ariza. During their time together with the Lakers, they had won a championship in the 2008-2009 season, which remained the last championship title for the Lakers, holding immense significance. The two old friends conversed for a while before Kobe embraced and exchanged pleasantries with other players from the Rockets, including the bearded Harden. Lin Tian followed suit, smiling and greeting them alongside Kobe. Noticing this, Howard, who was warming up under the basket, approached and exchanged a brief embrace with Kobe. Although their relationship could not yet be described as fully reconciled, it had certainly softened. After their cordial exchange, both parties returned to their respective halves for shooting practice. Lin Tian approached Kobe and inquired, "Kobe, what are your thoughts on Dwight?" Without turning his head, Kobe remarked, "He is far too lackadaisical." As a player with an insatiable passion for the game, Kobe harbored a profound disdain for those who, despite possessing remarkable talent, choose to be indolent. Lin Tian was not surprised. The contrasting personalities of Kobe and Howard were evident. One was diligent and obsessive, while the other was carefree and leisurely. The collision of these two temperaments undoubtedly created discomfort for both parties. After sinking a three-pointer, Kobe glanced back at Lin Tian and asked, Why do you suddenly bring this up? Lin Tian offered a wry smile. I've heard that Howard is not particularly happy with the Rockets. Kobe's eyes widened as he quietly queried, are you suggesting that you want Kupchak to trade for him? Lin Tian clarified, I mean, if the trade for Jokic doesn't materialize, it might be worth considering. In recent days, there had been little progress regarding the trade for Jokic, as the Nuggets management seemed to have recognized his unique talent. During the game between the Nuggets and the Mavericks that evening, Jokic even managed to oust Nurkic from the starting lineup. This was not favorable news for the Lakers. Lin Tian had anticipated that Kobe would vehemently oppose the idea. Instead, he simply stated, the Lakers lack the assets that the Rockets desire. With that, Lin Tian chose to remain silent. After the warm-ups concluded, the Rockets DJ began to introduce the visiting Lakers lineup. When Kobe Bryant's name was announced once more, the roar of the crowd at the Toyota Center was deafening. Lin Tian's name also drew considerable applause, largely due to the influence of Yao Ming. The fans' affection for him as a representative of his homeland made it difficult for them to harbor disdain. The referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the game. The Rockets' starting lineup consisted of Patrick Beverley, James Harden, Trevor Ariza, Clint Capella, and Dwight Howard. The Lakers' starters were D'Angelo Russell, Kobe, Lin Tian, Larry Nance Jr., and Roy Hibbert. At first glance, the Rockets' lineup appeared significantly more formidable. Their point guard, Beverley, known for his relentless defense, often troubled many star players, including Curry. Small forward Ariza was renowned as one of the league's elite 3 and D players. Although Clint Capella had yet to fully realize his potential, his talent was becoming increasingly apparent. Howard, though no longer in his prime, still commanded respect on the court. The weakest defender among them was undoubtedly the star player, James Harden. Yet he compensated for his defensive shortcomings with his offensive prowess. As the players concluded their warm-up routines, Howard and Hibbert prepared for the jump ball at center court. Once the referee tossed the ball into the air, Howard leapt to tap it, directing it into Beverley's hands. Beverley dribbled past half-court and astutely passed the ball to Harden. Although Harden played as a shooting guard, he functioned as the de facto point guard. Lin Tian and Kobe switched defensive assignments. With Lin Tian tasked to guard Harden from the outset, Harden was already aware of Lin Tian's recent extraordinary performances and, with a smirk, prepared to impart a lesson to the young player that evening. After a few seconds of dribbling, Harden suddenly accelerated and charged towards the paint. Lin Tian retreated while defending, not only maintaining his position but also securing a remarkably advantageous defensive stance. As Harden approached the restricted area, poised to gather the ball, Lin Tian swiftly extended his hand and made contact with the basketball. The ball was deflected from between Harden's legs, and Kobe, standing behind Harden, promptly retrieved it. Right from the outset, Harden had already committed a turnover. He could distinctly sense that the rookie before him was not to be underestimated. Kobe advanced past half-court, then passed the ball to Lin Tian. Ariza approached him. At this moment, the paint was congested with players. Strictly speaking, there were 4 traditional centers on the court, rendering the interior space exceedingly limited. Lin Tian executed a pick-and-roll with Kobe, suddenly driving towards the free-throw line. Faced with the oncoming defense from Capella, he launched a mid-range jumper. Swish. The basketball found its mark. The Lakers were the first to score, securing 2 points. Chapter 74. A dunk over Capella, followed by another over Howard. The game commenced with a swift steal and 2 points, prompting Lin Tian to rapidly transition back on defense. Meanwhile, the Rockets initiated play as Howard passed the ball to Beverley. As Beverley dribbled past half-court, he unhesitatingly delivered the ball to Harden. Rather than rushing to penetrate the paint, Harden fixated on Lin Tian, who maintained a half-step distance, poised to spring back at any moment. This strategy was designed to thwart Harden's drives and sudden jump shots. After dribbling for 7 or 8 seconds, Harden unexpectedly charged towards the lane, veering right as Lin Tian hurried to keep pace. Just as their bodies were about to collide, Harden abruptly pulled the ball back, retreating 2 steps. Observing this, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and accelerated to keep up. As Harden retreated beyond the 3-point line, he aimed for the basket and prepared to shoot, executing the motion seamlessly. This was one of Harden's signature scoring techniques, the step-back 3-pointer. In that fleeting moment when Harden released the shot, Lin Tian, just a meter away, leaped into the air. His astounding vertical leap made it appear as though he was soaring. His elongated arm swatted the ball away like a fly swatter. The Toyota Center erupted into gasps of astonishment. The step-back 3-pointer is undoubtedly one of Harden's deadliest weapons, primarily due to its ability to create substantial shooting space. Unless a defender is reaching from behind, it is exceedingly difficult to block from the front. Yet, Lin Tian managed to thwart Harden's step-back attempt, leaving everyone in disbelief. Harden himself was momentarily stunned, having never encountered anyone with such extraordinary leaping ability. At that moment, Kobe, positioned on the wing, retrieved the ball that Lin Tian had deflected. He charged towards the Lakers' half. After landing, Lin Tian surpassed Harden and swiftly crossed half-court. With Beverly in pursuit, Kobe, finding it difficult to shoot as he approached the basket, glanced back and spotted Lin Tian. Without hesitation, he tossed the ball back, allowing Lin Tian to leap high, catch it mid-air, and slam it into the hoop, scoring 4 consecutive points. His ease in dunking was partly attributable to Harden's lax defense. Had Harden been more proactive in recovering after being blocked, Lin Tian might not have been able to connect with Kobe. Merely a minute into the game, Harden had already committed 2 turnovers, creating an awkward situation for him. Following the Rockets' inbound pass, before even crossing half-court, Harden received the ball again. Facing Lin Tian once more, he felt an unprecedented pressure on offense. Meanwhile, Howard had established a favorable position in the paint, raising his hand to signal for the ball. However, Harden, seemingly oblivious to Howard's presence, passed the ball to Beverly. At this juncture, Howard's position had deteriorated, and Beverly did not pass it back inside. This scene was witnessed by Lin Tian, as the discord within the Magic Dang duo had escalated to an irreconcilable level. If the Lakers were to lose today, it would be utterly unacceptable. After dribbling for a while, Beverly passed the ball to Harden, who once again charged towards the paint. Lin Tian maintained his position, wary of making any reckless attempts to steal the ball. Confronted by Harden, he was genuinely hesitant to reach out, unless he possessed absolute certainty. The paint, already congested with players, became even more crowded as Harden surged in. Realizing he had no viable shooting opportunity, Harden had no choice but to pass the ball to Capella on the side. Although Capella's positioning was not ideal, with little time left on the shot clock, he was compelled to shoot over the smaller Nance. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Howard leapt forcefully, his presence overshadowing Hibbert. In midair, he seized the ball and, with both hands, slammed it into the basket, altering the score to 4-2. Following this dunk, Howard let out a fierce roar into the air, seemingly venting his frustrations. As the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball, Lin Tian dribbled past half-court. Noticing the crowd congested in the paint, he gestured with his hand. Nance and Hibbert immediately conferred and began to reposition to create space. Ariza was equally cautious. If Leonard couldn't contain Lin Tian, Ariza certainly dared not underestimate him. Lin Tian commenced a series of sweeping dribbles, and after momentarily faking Ariza, he executed a swift crossover, slipping past him. Ariza's reaction was significantly delayed, allowing only a token pursuit of Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Capella and Howard in the Rockets' paint were likely cursing under their breath. As Lin Tian approached the paint, Capella was forced to abandon his defensive Nance and rush back to the basket. Facing Capella, Lin Tian suddenly exerted force through his legs, propelling himself into the air. The 2.8-meter Capella also leapt without hesitation. However, once airborne, he regretted his decision. He found himself at his apex, yet still had to look up at Lin Tian. With his right hand, Lin Tian slammed the ball toward the hoop, rendering Capella's outstretched hand utterly ineffective. Thud! Over Capella's head. Lin Tian dunked the ball into the basket. The Toyota Center erupted in gasps of astonishment. He had successfully dunked over Capella. Lin Tian had already scored 6 points. Upon landing, instead of roaring at Capella, he simply grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. Yet, the player he truly yearned to dunk over was someone else. After the Rockets inbound the ball, Lin Tian relentlessly pursued Harden. If Harden did not receive the ball before crossing half-court, Lin Tian would deny him any decent opportunity to catch it. After several minutes of play without scoring a single point, it was evident that this was not the rhythm Harden was accustomed to. Prior to this game, Harden's average points per game had exceeded 27, placing him third in the league. With his drives thwarted and step-back threes failing, he was left to resort to alternative scoring methods. As Harden accelerated, he aimed to bypass Lin Tian but failed to do so. Approaching the paint area, he suddenly leaped with remarkable speed to catch and shoot. Not only that, he intentionally extended his shooting range, effectively enlarging his cylinder of influence. With an average of 10 free throws per game, Harden is perhaps the most astute student of the league's rules. This unexpected maneuver caught Lin Tian off guard, yet his defense remained impeccably clean, never attempting to steal the ball. When Harden sought a foul, Lin Tian instinctively withdrew his hands, rendering Harden's efforts akin to a fist striking empty air. With his attempt to draw a foul proving unsuccessful, Harden's shooting motion appeared awkward and ungraceful. The force with which he released the ball was poorly calibrated, resulting in a rather exaggerated miss. Hibbert successfully secured the rebound. The Rockets' transition defense was swift, thwarting the Lakers' fast break. After receiving a pass from Hibbert, Lin Tian swiftly distributed the ball to Kobe. Beverly instantly showcased his relentless, dogged defense against Kobe. Kobe returned the ball to Lin Tian, who, facing Ariza's defense, executed Anthony's signature probing step. Following this tentative movement, he made a rapid breakthrough. To everyone's astonishment, the defensively adept Ariza was once again bypassed. Inside the Rockets' paint, Capella and Howard were vocally expressing their frustration. Their late help allowed Lin Tian to easily finish at the rim. The referee's whistle echoed as Rockets head coach Bickerstaff called for a timeout. Without it, the point gap would have soared into double digits. Kobe approached Lin Tian, unable to resist patting him on the back. "Buddy, your defense is phenomenal." Haha. As a player with over a decade of experience in the NBA, Kobe epitomizes the hard-nosed, gritty competitor. While he publicly praises Harden's performance, deep down, he harbors disdain for scorers like Harden, who excessively exploit rules to draw offensive fouls. Until this point in the game, Harden had been thwarted repeatedly by Lin Tian, bringing unparalleled joy to Kobe, more so than anyone else on the court. Apart from Kobe, the other Lakers players also approached Lin Tian for high fives. Meanwhile, the mood on the Rockets bench grew somewhat awkward. Ariza, Harden, and others sat in silence, with only Coach Bickerstaff vocally strategizing. Following the timeout, both teams made minor adjustments to their lineups. Finally, facing Lin Tian's defense, Harden managed to score a mid-range jumper, his hardest-earned points of the season thus far. In the subsequent possessions, Lin Tian minimized his offensive efforts, maintaining his focus on defense. Kobe began to assert himself. Perhaps because Lin Tian had commandeered the offense earlier, Kobe conserved his energy well, showing no hesitation when it was time for him to shoot. With just over 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Lin Tian and Kobe were substituted out by Scott. At that moment, the Lakers held a 10-point lead over the Rockets. Harden has yet to be substituted, with Clarkson tasked with defending him on the Lakers' side. In the absence of Lin Tian's nearly suffocating defense, Harden appears rejuvenated, sinking his first step-back three-pointer. Subsequently, he showcases an array of offensive techniques, driving to the basket, mid-range shots, and drawing fouls. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers lead by a mere 4 points, with Harden amassing 10 points, 8 of which were scored while Lin Tian was off the court. In the studio, the ever-verbose Barkley and Smith begin to jest about Harden. Haha. James Harden's scoring prowess is undeniable. He netted 6 points in the final 2 minutes of the first quarter. Barkley exclaims. Clarkson's defense pales in comparison to Lin Tian's. His defensive instincts are not as refined. Frankly, during the first half of the quarter, Harden seemed excessively constrained. Indeed, Lin is the most proficient defender against Harden I have ever witnessed. As the second quarter commences, Lin Tian is eager to take the court. Although this is typically his routine rest period, he can hardly contain himself. With Harden on the bench and Ariza also absent, Montrezl Harrell is assigned to guard Lin Tian. Lin recalls that while Harrell is a second-round draft pick, his scoring ability is formidable. In a previous life, Harrell averaged 18 points per game at his peak with the Clippers. However, that was in another time. Currently, Harrell has yet to make his mark and cannot even be considered a stable rotation player. Even a strong defender like Ariza struggles against Lin Tian. Yet they opt to deploy Harrell. Against Harrell, Lin Tian breezes past him with ease. As he drives to the basket, Capella fouls Lin Tian, sending him to the free throw line. This is a desperate measure for the Rockets, preferable to conceding 2 points to the Lakers outright. Lin Tian makes one of his 2 free throws and swiftly returns to the Rockets' frontcourt. Without Harden as the anchor, the Rockets' offense appears disjointed. Beverly, after a drive, attempts to pass to Harrell but is intercepted by Lin Tian, who anticipates the play. Following that, he executes a familiar steal and fast break sequence at the Toyota Center. The Lakers quickly extend their lead to over 10 points. Seizing an opportunity during a dead ball, the Rockets substitute their starters back in. Harden, after an aggressive drive against Lin Tian, dishes the ball to Beverly outside the arc. Beverly hits a three-pointer, momentarily halting the bleeding. In reality, Beverly's ability to edge Lin Tian out of the Rockets lineup is attributable not only to his defense but also to his three-point shooting prowess. Standing at only 185 meters, he is a quintessential 3D player. Moreover, he revels in defending against some of the league's superstars. When tasked with guarding elite players like Curry, James, and Durant. Beverly becomes even more animated and tenacious. The combined defensive efforts of him, Ariza, and Howard served to compensate for Harden's defensive shortcomings. Today, Lin Tian exhibited remarkable enthusiasm on the court, having already accumulated 15 points. Once again, he faced off against Ariza, employing his signature change of direction. As he initiated a dramatic shift in movement, Ariza furrowed his brow in concentration. The Rockets' interior defense braced itself, with Howard poised for a leap at any moment. Ariza was aware that Lin Tian would penetrate the lane, yet he was oblivious to the precise direction in which Lin Tian would surge. With a deft dribble between his legs, Lin Tian suddenly launched himself towards the lane from the left side. This time, Ariza was vigilant, however. His speed was insufficient to match Lin Tian's agility. Shaking off Ariza, Lin Tian barreled forward. Howard stood in the paint, witnessing Lin Tian glide past Ariza with apparent ease. And he quickly bent his knees, ready to leap. In a heartbeat, Lin Tian found himself near the restricted area. Spotting Howard before him, he did not halt his momentum. Instead, he opted to leap directly. In an instant, Lin Tian soared into the air, clutching the ball with one hand, clearly intent on the hoop. Howard, a three-time Defensive Player of the Year and two-time blocks leader, would not allow anyone to dunk over him. Standing at 2.11 meters, he leaped, raising his right hand to swat the ball away. As their bodies collided midair, Howard soon realized that his elevation was insufficient. Helplessly, he watched the basketball soar over his head, engulfed by a profound sense of powerlessness. With a resounding thud, Lin Tian emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop, completing a spectacular dunk over Howard. Chapter 75, the dunking phenomenon of Lin Tian. Howard was nearly toppled to the ground, shaken by the ferocity of the dunk. As he dazedly shook his head, the youth of today, the audience erupted in astonished gasps. Although Howard is no longer at his peak, few in the league possess the capability to dunk over him. This young man from the Lakers is nothing short of a beast. Surely, Newton's law of universal gravitation does not apply to him, for he has dunked over both of the Rockets' formidable centers. Lin's vertical leap has surely cemented his status as a future icon of the league. Alas, even Dwight, having been so thoroughly dunked on, could hardly muster any indignation. In the studio, the ever-composed Barkley, witnessing Lin Tian's dunk over Howard, sprang from his chair in disbelief. My goodness, that was Dwight Howard. He truly dares to dunk. Smith nodded in agreement. Lin's offensive drive today is extraordinarily potent. It seems he aims to dunk on anyone in his path, and he succeeds time and again. You're right. Last time it was Cousins, and this time it's Howard. In this era dominated by three-point shooting, the league indeed craves a player who can electrify the crowd with his dunks. I look forward to seeing him in the dunk contest in just over half a month. In the celestial realm, the Penguin Sports live broadcast studio. The Lakers and the Rockets are two teams with the largest fan bases in the celestial realm. With Lin Tian's addition to the Lakers, the popularity of this purple and gold legion has soared. Today, the online viewership in the studio reached an astonishing 12 million, surpassing the viewership of the 2014 to 2015 NBA Finals. As the host of today's game, Wang Ming was nearly hoarse from shouting after witnessing Lin's dunk over Howard. Another commentator, Yang Yi, was equally exhilarated, exclaiming in front of millions, heavens, dunking over Howard. Lin Tian could boast about this for a year. Wang Ming shook his head, saying, not just a year. He could brag for a decade. I predict Lin's scoring is headed towards 40 points today. Perhaps even more than that. 50 is a real possibility. After all these years, our nation has finally produced a basketball player capable of shouldering the mantle. To the viewers in the live studio, he urged, what are you waiting for? Quickly take out your phones and vote for Lin Tian. Today is a double vote day. Indeed. Such a performance certainly deserves the title of Vote King. The live chat was ablaze with excitement. 666. Dunked on Howard. Our basketball is rising. This athleticism. He stands toe-to-toe with any superstar. Lin Tian is the future of the league. His performance is MVP worthy. Although I am a Rockets fan, today I hope the Lakers win. Haha. Watching Harden try to draw a foul on Lin and fail was hilarious. Brothers, since Lin loves dunking so much and is a disciple of Kobe, how about we call him Black Mamba from now on? Lin Tian, the human dunking essence. Brothers, isn't this nickname a tad more fitting? Alas, the moniker Black Mamba has already been claimed by Brandon Roy. Otherwise, that title would have suited Lin Tian perfectly, given Lin Tian's astonishing speed. Perhaps Fast Mamba would be more appropriate. With his striking good looks and cool demeanor on the court, Cool Mamba might be the best choice. The audience in the live stream became embroiled in a heated debate over Lin Tian's nickname. If Lin Tian were to glimpse these comments, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. At the Toyota Center, the game continued. Following Lin Tian's dunk over Howard, both teams had exchanged several rounds of play. Lin Tian remained primarily focused on defending Harden. Under Lin Tian's defense, Harden's offensive efficiency plummeted once again. Moreover, with Lin Tian refusing to pass to Howard, the Lakers extended their lead even further. As the Lakers' defensive cornerstone, Lin Tian not only had to guard Harden, but also frequently assist in defense, consuming immense energy. Fortunately, the other players on the court for the Lakers were also giving their all. While their potential might be limited, their relentless effort far outweighed any lackadaisical approach. Howard's frustration was clearly etched on his face, and it affected his defense as well. As a big man who relishes joyful basketball, Howard felt profoundly disappointed in Harden. He had already found space in the paint twice, yet Harden failed to pass him the ball. During one offensive possession for the Lakers, after Lin Tian charged to the basket and scored, he turned to Howard and said, "Dwight, don't waste your energy boxing out. James Harden 1T past to you. He would rather see you score 0 points every game, allowing management to offload you cheaply." Since joining the NBA, even after dunking over opponents, he has never exhibited provocative gestures or expressions. His demeanor could be described as quite reserved. However, when the moment calls for it, one should not be excessively subdued. Especially now. Setting aside the possibility of acquiring Jokic from the Nuggets, it is crucial for Howard to vent his discontent with the Rockets. Who knows? The Lakers might just find themselves with a Howard. Such outcomes are unpredictable. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Howard furrowed his brow. "Kid, don't think you can gloat just because you dunked on me. You're destined to lose." Lin Tian remained unfazed. "I dare say your score today 1T exceed 10 points. After several more exchanges, Lin Tian took a breather. Replaced on the court by Nick Young. Nick Young has effectively become Lin Tian's substitute, as the Lakers' forward line is quite stretched. And resorting to Nick Young as a small forward was a necessity. Fortunately, Nick Young's performance upon entering the game did not disappoint. He immediately sank a three-pointer. The Rockets seized the opportunity to close the gap during Lin Tian's rest. By the end of the second quarter, the score stood at 50-42, with the Lakers still holding an 8-point lead, and Lin Tian had amassed a commendable 26 points. As Kobe swiftly caught up with Lin Tian while returning from the players' tunnel to the locker room, he inquired, "Lin, what did you just say to Dwight?" Lin Tian candidly recounted the exchange. Upon hearing this, Kobe erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "So you know how to throw some tough talk at your opponents." Lin Tian replied earnestly, "Although Howard's current performance pales in comparison to his peak, he remains superior to most centers." Kobe nodded in agreement. Well aware of Howard's capabilities from their time as teammates, during Howard's season with the Lakers, despite being significantly hindered by back injuries, he still managed to achieve an impressive average of a double-double, a testament to his enduring prowess. Instead of heading back to the locker room, Kobe made his way directly to the treatment room provided for the visiting team by the Rockets. He still required therapy for his body during the brief halftime intermission. Meanwhile, Lin Tian returned to the locker room, where Nick Young continued to lighten the atmosphere with laughter and conversation. Russell and Kuzma occasionally chimed in with Nick. In contrast, Randall and Lou Williams kept to themselves, appearing somewhat withdrawn. This demeanor was partly a reflection of their performance in the first half, but primarily stemmed from their personalities. Coach Scott also entered the locker room, first commending the team for their first-half performance before outlining the strategies for the second half. The halftime break concluded swiftly, and the players returned to the court. The starting lineups for both teams remained unchanged, with the Lakers initiating the play. As the basketball reached Lin Tian, he dribbled past half-court when suddenly Beverly charged in. The Rockets had indeed altered their strategy, assigning Beverly to defend Lin Tian while Ariza focused on Kobe. Ariza had been thoroughly outplayed by Lin Tian in the first half, making this defensive switch a desperate measure. Beverly, nicknamed the Pitbull, wears this moniker not as an insult, but rather as a compliment. His defense is fiercely aggressive, thriving on confrontation, which often leaves offensive players feeling quite uncomfortable. A player in the league with a somewhat similar defensive style is Dellavedova. Both are role players for their respective teams, often drafted in the second round or even entering the NBA without being drafted at all. Yet, through their tenacious defense, they have carved out a niche in the NBA and secured lucrative contracts, earning the admiration of many. Such players are indeed the most cherished role players. In fact, Beverly had been eager to defend Lin Tian since the first half, but Coach Bigstaff had not given the order. Now, Finally able to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with Lin Tian, he appeared exuberantly charged. However, the height difference of 20 centimeters between them was somewhat comical. Beverly, relishing the physical challenge, pressed closely against Lin Tian, muttering, "Rookie, let me show you what real defense looks like. I'll make it so you can't even get a shot off." To be honest, as an offensive player, Lin Tian naturally found such tight defense rather unappealing. Particularly, Beverly exuded an unpleasant odor of sweat. However, since the opponent was determined to stay close, there was no choice but to break through. After executing a sharp change of direction, Lin Tian suddenly dribbled the ball between his legs and halted, leaving Beverly in his wake. Once Beverly was shaken off, Lin Tian swiftly advanced past him, launching himself toward the paint. As Howard rushed in for the defense, Lin Tian had already released a high-arcing shot. The trajectory of the ball was so lofty that Howard could not block it. The shot swished through the net, effortlessly and gracefully. Lin Tian flashed a smile at Beverly, who was hastily approaching from behind. Beverly gritted his teeth, muttering, "Rookie, this is merely the beginning. Don't get too cocky." Lin Tian finally responded, "No, it's already over. You can't guard me, so save your breath." Beverly fell silent. In his view, even Durant from the Thunder feared him, let alone a rookie. The Rockets resumed play from the corner, with Harden holding the ball. Faced once again with Lin Tian's towering stature, he felt an immense pressure. Although Harden had managed to score 18 points in the first half, most of those came while Lin Tian was on the bench. In one-on-one encounters with Lin Tian, his efficiency was alarmingly low. After a change of direction, Harden drove from the three-point line toward the paint, but his speed was evidently insufficient to shake off Lin Tian. In a moment of urgency, realizing he had no opportunity to shoot near the basket, Harden passed the ball to Beverly on the wing. Standing beyond the three-point line, Beverly ignored the approaching Kobe and shot the ball upon receiving it. The three-pointer found its mark. As Lin Tian received the inbounds pass and crossed half-court, Beverly approached once more. This time, Lin Tian did not need to accelerate to evade Beverly. He simply turned his back and positioned himself inside. The height difference was apparent, and Beverly, being lighter than Lin Tian, was no match for him. As Lin Tian pressed toward the free-throw line, Ariza suddenly dashed in to attempt to steal. But Lin Tian calmly passed the ball to Kobe. The open Kobe received the pass and shot. It was an absolute open look, and the three-pointer went in. Witnessing the successful shot, Lin Tian and Kobe high-fived in celebration, demonstrating to the Rockets that their defensive rotations were ineffective against Lin Tian. Although Lin Tian was not particularly fond of passing, it did not imply he refrained from doing so. As long as his teammates were presented with opportunities for open three-pointers, Lin Tian would not cling to the ball. On the Rockets' side, Beverly was now controlling the ball, guarded by Russell. Beverly's individual offensive capabilities were lacking, with minimal ability to penetrate. Struggling against Russell's defense, he held the ball for several seconds before passing it to Howard in the post. Howard muscled against Hibbert and successfully executed a back-down move. However, after scoring those 2 points, Howard felt no joy. He could only hope to receive the ball when it was in the hands of other teammates. If it were with Harden, he might as well forget about touching it. The team had disintegrated to such a degree, yet managing to maintain a 500 record was indeed a remarkable feat. Xiaonanxi passed the ball to Lin Tian from the corner. Before even crossing half-court, Beverly's relentless and aggressive defense reared its head once more. For Lin Tian, whose speed in breaking through is exceptionally swift, such tight defense poses no real threat. As long as he accelerates sufficiently, his opponent's footwork will inevitably falter. Lin Tian had already demonstrated this point the first time he faced Beverly. This time, he capitalized on that very insight. Lin Tian intentionally leaned forward, pushing Beverly's body ahead, thereby creating a modicum of space for his breakthrough. Beverly, wary of Lin Tian's speed, hesitated to attempt to steal, fully aware that if he failed, he would be left behind. Instead, he resorted to trash talk while maintaining his defense. Suddenly, Lin Tian executed a rapid dribble between his legs, casting a glance toward Kobe. Beverly, assuming Lin Tian intended to pass to Kobe, was swiftly disabused of that notion. After completing the dribble, Lin Tian abruptly accelerated towards his left. Beverly hurried to keep pace, but just as Lin Tian took 2 steps into the drive, he deftly transferred the ball from his left hand to his right behind his back, pushing off with his left foot to dart towards the right. This maneuver, his signature move, had proven effective time and again. Beverly had never witnessed such a tall player execute a change of direction with such finesse. As Lin Tian shifted the ball to his right, Beverly attempted to break sharply to follow. However, while his mind kept up with the rhythm, his body lagged behind, resulting in an unsteady center of gravity that sent him tumbling to the floor. Lin Tian effortlessly charged into the paint, facing Howard, and executed a Euro step to score. Chapter 76. Beverly is frustrated. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience as numerous spectators rose to their feet, eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The usually swift Beverly had been utterly outmaneuvered by Lin Tian. Players on the Lakers bench sprang to their feet, with Nick Young exuberantly flailing his arms and waving a towel in delight. Upon regaining his footing, Beverly wore a look of embarrassment. There are few things more mortifying than being outplayed, especially by a rookie. Lin Tian, however, seemed unfazed by the moment, quickly transitioning back to defense after scoring. On the Rockets' side, the ball remained in Harden's grasp. He dribbled past half-court, signaling to Beverly. Understanding the cue, Beverly dashed over to set a screen. Harden aimed to use Beverly's body as a shield against Lin Tian, but as he maneuvered around Beverly, Lin Tian swiftly circumvented him, preferring not to switch defenses. Lin Tian opted for a frontside defensive approach. This method, while physically taxing, could prove exasperating for the offense if executed with speed. Realizing he could not shake Lin Tian, Harden resorted to a step-back three-pointer. This time, his movements were sharper and more rhythmic, a deliberate attempt to evade Lin Tian's block. The memory of his previous shot being swatted had left an indelible mark on Harden's psyche. Lin Tian leaped with remarkable speed and height. Although his fingertips did not graze the ball, he succeeded in disturbing Harden's shot. In an effort to avoid being blocked, Harden altered his shooting angle, elevating it slightly. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim and, upon its descent, was deftly secured by the positioning of the agile Kuzma. Lin Tian dashed toward Kuzma, who promptly passed the ball back to him. Witnessing the ball return to the Lakers, Coach Bickerstaff shook his head in resignation. Harden had been thoroughly contained by Lin Tian today, whether in penetration or from beyond the arc. As Lin Tian advanced to the top of the arc, Beverly approached with renewed fervor. Gone was his earlier bravado, replaced by a solemn intensity. As Lin Tian prepared to drive, Beverly spread his arms wide, pressing in closely, seeking physical confrontation. His defense tightened with each step, his aggression escalating to the point of shoving. It was evident that he was seething with frustration. The referee, noticing Beverly's excessive physicality, promptly blew the whistle, signaling a defensive foul. Beverly approached the referee with an expression of innocence, arms outstretched, voicing his protest. "Really? That's a foul? Are you serious, man?" The referee, unfazed by Beverly's complaints, proceeded to the sidelines to prepare for the ensuing inbound. At that moment, Beverly's mood was as dismal as could be. As a commendable defender, his average fouls per game certainly ranked among the league's highest. For the more tenacious the defense, the greater the likelihood of fouling. Beverly's defensive style differs from that of other distinguished defenders. At times, his aggressive approach leads him to commit fouls, a phenomenon not uncommon. Lin Tian, with a smile, stepped out of bounds, received the ball from the referee, and passed it to Kobe. At that moment, it was Harden defending Kobe, a player notorious for his tendency to lose track of his assignments. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Kobe had already maneuvered past him. Rather than rushing towards the basket, Kobe executed one of his signature mid-range jump shots. The basketball traced an elegant arc before settling securely through the hoop. A number of Kobe's fans in the stands erupted in applause, fully aware that such shots from him were becoming increasingly rare. Lin Tian proactively dashed in front of Kobe to celebrate with a high five, just as Rockets coach Bickerstaff called a timeout. The early third-quarter timeout was a reluctant decision for the Rockets. Upon returning to the bench, Nick Young quickly stood up to give him a high five, urging him to sit down. The bench seating was insufficient to accommodate all players at once, prompting some substitutes to offer their seats when others rested. Lin Tian graciously accepted. And after he sat down, Nick Young handed him a water cup, exclaiming, "Haha, that last shot was magnificent. Are you referring to the dunk over Howard or the one over Beverly?" Lin Tian inquired after taking a sip of his energy drink. "Of course. The one that faked out Beverly. I've been annoyed with him for ages," replied Nick Young, expressing disdain for Beverly's lack of skill in trash talk. Lin Tian simply smiled in response. Scott approached with a tactical board, ready to outline their next strategy, given the strong start to the third quarter. The forthcoming tactics would remain largely unchanged, with Lin Tian continuing to shoulder the responsibilities of a playmaking forward. Meanwhile, point guard Russell seemed to assume the role of a stationary shooter. Once the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Undeterred, Harden continued in his role as ball handler. Yet this time he opted not to attack the basket himself, instead passing to Ariza midway through his drive. Ariza launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc, sinking it, thus providing the Rockets with a much-needed reprieve. In response, the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. Lin Tian dribbled to the top of the arc, only to find Beverly rushing towards him, shortly followed by Ariza to create a double team. In the NBA, few players receive the privilege of being double-teamed, typically reserved for superstars like LeBron, Durant, and Curry. Failure to swiftly distribute the ball while under such pressure often results in a turnover. The Rockets' decision to employ a double team was understandable, as Lin Tian had just demonstrated his capability to dominate both Ariza and Beverly in isolation. As Ariza closed in, Lin Tian leaned forward, nudging Beverly to create a sliver of space for his shot. Suddenly, he leaped, opting for the difficult shot. The ball was released under challenging circumstances, as Beverly collided with him, sending Lin Tian sprawling to the floor. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air once more, before Lin Tian could rise to his feet. Kobe and a few others swiftly converged upon Beverly, with little Nance even giving Beverly a shove. The scene instantly descended into chaos, as players from both sides encircled one another. Referees, security personnel, and team staff hurriedly intervened to separate the competing players. Once Lin Tian stood up, he merely smiled and patted his jersey, exchanging high-fives with his teammates as he awaited the referee's decision. Once order was restored, the referee signaled for a review of the footage. Chapter 77. Harden's sudden change of expression. Lin Tian and his companions seized the moment to return to the bench. Nick Young swaggered over, exclaiming, "If it weren't for the fear of fines, I would have rushed over to confront that guy." When conflicts arise among players on the court, those on the bench are prohibited from standing, lest they incur penalties. Little Nance, visibly agitated, added, "I've been wanting to take him down for ages." Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. This just shows they're getting desperate. The Rockets are trailing by more than 10 points, so it's only natural for them to feel the pressure." Furthermore, Beverly had already accumulated several fouls, and after the infractions in the first half, he would certainly be more cautious moving forward. In the studio, Smith remarked, "I expected a full-blown brawl." Barkley chuckled, "Come on, man, if you want to see a fight, just tune into WWE. Their matches are spectacular." Haha. But Lin has truly riled up Beverly. Previously, I've only seen Beverly annoy others, never someone managing to provoke him. Beverly's defense is his lifeline, and now that he is being outplayed by Lin Tian, can you blame him for being frantic? I'd be anxious too. Indeed. Yet it must be acknowledged that Beverly's defensive maneuver just now was rather excessive. In the Penguin Sports live chat, viewers chimed in, "Ha ha ha. Lin Tian did brilliantly. He completely outplayed Beverly." Beverly's defense can be quite infuriating at times. Even Durant struggles against him, yet Lin Tian manages to dominate him like this. Lin should assert himself more. Let Beverly know he is not to be trifled with. Lin doesn't even need to engage. Little Nance and Kobe will back him up. The Rockets are losing both the game and their dignity. After reviewing the replay at the scorer's table, the referees returned to the court and announced their decision. Both Beverly and Little Nance received a technical foul. This effectively equated to a mutual reprimand. Since Lin Tian was fouled while shooting, he stepped up to the free throw line, awarded 3 attempts. With precision, Lin Tian converted all 3 free throws, followed by a successful three-pointer. Unbeknownst to many, the Lakers had surged ahead by 14 points. When Harden crossed half-court and spotted Lin Tian approaching, his expression darkened significantly. Today, he had genuinely found Lin Tian to be an impenetrable defender. Faced with such a tenacious adversary, he had never encountered anyone quite like him. Gritting his teeth, Harden resolved to penetrate the paint. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he abruptly halted mid-drive, lifting the ball to feint a shot while entangling Lin Tian with one hand. The referee, observing the scene, finally called a foul on Lin Tian. With a wry smile, Lin Tian realized he had inadvertently fallen into Harden's trap. He glanced up at the large screen replay where the foul was being showcased in slow motion. The footage revealed Harden's sudden lifting motion had caught Lin Tian completely off guard. One must admit, his knack for drawing fouls is indeed formidable. Harden approached the free throw line, where he displayed his exceptional shooting accuracy, successfully making both attempts. Little Nance then passed the ball to Lin Tian from the corner. Guarding Lin Tian next was Ariza, as Beverly had accumulated too many fouls and was resting on the sidelines. Ariza's defensive strategy differed from Beverly's. He maintained a certain distance from Lin Tian, focusing on preventing drives rather than shots. Whenever Lin Tian opted for a three-point attempt, he faced minimal interference, a testament to his exceptional ability to break through defenses. However, this time Lin Tian chose not to drive, but instead executed a smooth pull-up three-pointer. Swish. The shot found its mark. Today, Lin Tian's performance was simply unstoppable. His shooting touch impervious to obstruction. Ariza sighed in frustration, realizing he had exhausted his options. In his previous tenure with the Lakers, he often honed his skills against a peak Kobe Bryant, who was far less challenging to defend back then. In the ensuing plays, Lin Tian focused primarily on defending Harden and facilitating his teammates. Having previously incurred a shooting foul from Harden, Lin Tian played with heightened caution, wary of any lapse in concentration. This resulted in Harden's offense becoming increasingly stymied. His shots appeared distorted, and his passes fell flat. Unwilling to dish the ball to Howard in the paint, the frustrated big man could only watch in vain. Conversely, the Lakers were executing their plays with flawless precision, as Kobe and Russell consistently converted passes from Lin Tian into points. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers had established an 18-point lead. Lin Tian exited the game without pressure, replaced by Nick Young. At this juncture, Harden also took a seat, providing Howard with a rare opportunity to showcase his skills. Faced with the defense of the smaller Nats, Howard demonstrated his formidable offensive capabilities. Although his defensive prowess was no longer at its peak, it remained robust. While Lin Tian was on the court, Howard's defensive acumen was somewhat overshadowed. Now, with Lin Tian resting, his elite defensive instincts shone through. After all, he was a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, and when Howard engaged fully, the Rockets' interior defense proved formidable. Nance found himself on the receiving end of 2 consecutive blocks from Howard. From the sidelines, Lin Tian could clearly see that with Harden sidelined, Howard played with renewed vigor, seemingly intent on demonstrating his value to the management. Such a player is indeed well-suited to be a crucial piece in a championship puzzle. As the third quarter concluded, the Rockets had narrowed the deficit to 12 points. At the start of the fourth quarter, Lin Tian continued to rest, while the Lakers relied on Lou Williams and Nick Young to carry the load. The two seemed to have an unspoken agreement: as long as the ball was in one of their hands, the others were to prepare for a shot or retreat on defense. This strategy allowed the Rockets to sharpen their defensive focus. When Lou Williams found his rhythm, all was well. However, when his shots failed to drop, the defense lacked the same intensity. Without a remarkable ability to create their own shots, surviving in the NBA would be an uphill battle for them. Today, both Lou Williams and Nick Young struggled to find their groove, prompting Scott to repeatedly urge them to move the ball. Indeed, Scott has reiterated on multiple occasions the importance of players refraining from excessive selfishness on the court. However, altering an individual's playing style proves to be a formidable challenge. During this period, it was Lou Williams tasked with defending against Harden. Harden, akin to a parched land welcoming the first rain, effortlessly scored 3 consecutive baskets against Williams' defense, including a three-pointer, amassing a total of 8 points in a single stretch. In response, Scott could only call for a timeout, hastily bringing Lin Tian onto the court ahead of schedule. The moment Lin Tian entered the game, Harden's demeanor shifted dramatically. Upon Lin's arrival, he executed a pick-and-roll with Randall, successfully sinking a mid-range jumper reminiscent of Anthony, thereby stabilizing the situation effectively. Chapter 78. Unveiling the Rockets' wounds. After the Rockets initiated the game, Harden finally began to distribute the ball. Yet, he resolutely refrained from passing it to Howard in the paint, which afforded a slight reprieve to the Lakers' Larry Nance. Following a few more possessions, the Rockets reintroduced Beverly, and both teams transitioned into their closing lineups. Whenever Lin Tian possessed the ball, the Rockets opted for double-teaming. However, after several attempts yielded minimal results, they resorted to zone or help defense. Nevertheless, Lin Tian's shooting percentage remained astonishingly high. With just over half of the fourth quarter elapsed, he had already surpassed 40 points. Both Ariza and Beverly had become utterly demoralized by Lin Tian's prowess. Once fond of colorful language, they now found themselves at a loss for words. The Lakers maintained a firm grip on the game, consistently leading by over 10 points. As the latter half of the fourth quarter unfolded, both teams entered a battle of attrition. Lin Tian, under Kobe's signal, opted to run down the clock. Ariza, tasked with guarding him, was cautious, mindful of Beverly's foul trouble. He dared not approach Lin Tian too closely, focusing intently on the ball in Lin Tian's hands. As seconds ticked away, with merely 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Nance emerged from the paint. Howard followed suit, trailing Nance. Utilizing Nance's screen, Lin Tian accelerated, leaving Ariza behind. The defensive assignment switched, placing Howard against Lin Tian. Though only 6 centimeters taller, Howard could not match Lin Tian's speed, especially now that he was past his prime. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had outpaced Howard. With the paint unguarded, he surged into the key and concluded the offensive sequence with a thunderous dunk. Such an efficient display of offense left even the Rockets fans in disbelief. Many shook their heads and sighed, "Damn, this young man's speed is unparalleled. He exploits mismatches against Howard effortlessly. He creates mismatches against everyone. Aside from double teams, zone, and help defense, there seems to be no remedy for this guy." Even Pete Kobe didn't possess such a diverse scoring arsenal. Alas, we hope James Harden can rise to the occasion. All hope rests on him now. The basketball returned to Harden's hands. As expected, Lin Tian approached him once more. The Rockets could no longer afford to waste time. They needed to attack swiftly. A sentiment echoed by Bickerstaff from the sidelines. As one of the representative teams of the small ball era, Harden, after driving past Lin Tian, passed the ball to Beverly. Stationed beyond the arc, Beverly took the shot immediately, but this time it missed the mark. The basketball fortuitously landed where Lin Tian stood, allowing him to secure the rebound. He proceeded at a measured pace, dribbling past half court, then glanced up at the timer above the backboard. An anxious Ariza rushed in to apply pressure. As the opposing player rushed forward without the chance to break, Lin Tian had already accelerated with the ball in hand. Ariza, sensing the impending disaster, quickly reached out to grasp Lin Tian's shirt, deliberately committing a foul. He understood that if he did not take the initiative to foul, Lin Tian would most likely score again. True to his reputation as an exceptional defender, Ariza made the right decision at a critical moment. Under the referee's signal, Lin Tian stepped out of bounds and passed the ball to Kobe. Returning to the court, he charged towards Kobe, executing a screen beside him. Kobe maneuvered past Lin Tian, using his body to shield against Beverly. Both Beverly and Ariza converged to defend Kobe, who, after taking 2 steps, tossed the ball behind him without looking back. Lin Tian received Kobe's pass, slightly adjusted his position, and aimed for the basket, releasing a three-pointer. The basketball traced an arc in the air before precisely hitting the rim. Yet another 3 points secured. As Kobe transitioned back on defense, he exchanged high fives with Lin Tian, a joyful smile illuminating his face. Up to this moment, Kobe had indeed played with great ease. While they thrived, the Rockets were struggling. The point gap widened, and time dwindled, rendering the Rockets' hopes of a comeback increasingly bleak. Harden's displeasure was evident on his face. The more discontent he felt, the less active his defense became, significantly impacting his offense as well. On his next offensive attempt, Lin Tian swiftly intercepted the ball, showcasing his third personal fast break of the match. Unbeknownst to them, the score difference had expanded to 18 points. With merely 3 minutes remaining, seizing a dead ball opportunity, Rockets coach Bickerstaff withdrew Harden and several key players, effectively signaling surrender. In the NBA, there exists an unwritten rule that when one side concedes, the other swiftly substitutes in their reserves. As Howard exited the game, he appeared dejected, failing even to high-five his teammates, a moment captured by the sideline cameras. Chuck and Smith in the studio clearly noticed this. Barkley candidly remarked, "Howard has had a frustrating game. Numerous open opportunities where the ball never reached his hands." Smith nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I noticed that as well. It's not a positive sign. The Rockets should not be in this state. This game has thoroughly exposed the Rockets' wounds. They should expedite finding a trade for the team." However, with Howard's substantial contract, the Rockets could hardly afford to part with him cheaply. Who can predict such matters? With the trade deadline still some time away, we shall await the outcome. That said, the greatest surprise in the league this year undoubtedly belongs to the Lakers' young talent. Without a doubt, it is Lin. He has single-handedly transformed my perception of basketball players from the Celestial Empire. As long as he remains uninjured and consistently takes the court in the upcoming matches, he is undoubtedly poised to be this season's Rookie of the Year. There is no question about it. He may even emerge as the most uncontentious Rookie of the Year in the history of the NBA. During garbage time, both Lou Williams and Nick Young exhibited remarkable scoring prowess. Each sank a three-pointer, swiftly widening the point differential to 20. Meanwhile, the Lakers bench was filled with laughter and chatter, in stark contrast to the palpable awkwardness on the Rockets sidelines. For the Rockets, suffering a defeat to a struggling team like the Lakers is simply unacceptable. The team's leader, Harden, gazed blankly ahead, while the second-in-command, Howard, took a sip of water before rising from the bench and making his way toward the player tunnel. Nearby photographers promptly turned their lenses toward Howard, as it is quite serious for a player to leave the bench before the game concludes in any NBA team. The issues within the team were glaringly apparent. Lin Tian, seated across the way, also took note of this situation. Today, Howard seemed to be the most frustrated, as he only attempted 5 shots and scored a mere 6 points despite being the team's second option. It is no wonder he retreated to the locker room early. In truth, both Howard and Harden struggle to connect with many of their teammates. If it comes to choosing a true teammate, Lin Tian naturally prefers to align with Howard. Howard possesses an innate optimism. His carefree nature makes it quite enjoyable to partner with him, provided one understands his personality. In this regard, Howard shares similarities with Nick Young of the Lakers. Lin Tian nudged Kobe and remarked, "Howard has left for the locker room." Kobe nodded in acknowledgement. "I noticed. He remains so headstrong." Lin Tian found himself momentarily speechless in response to this comment. As they conversed, the final buzzer echoed through the arena, sealing the score at 112-95. Chapter 79. Michael also had a great fondness for playing cards. The Los Angeles Lakers' regular season record fell to 12 wins and 27 losses. In this match, Lin Tian's individual statistics were remarkable: 48 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists for steals, and 2 blocks. Kobe Bryant contributed 18 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. Although James Harden of the Houston Rockets scored 26 points, his efficiency was notably low, with only 6 free throw opportunities throughout the game, below his average. Despite the loss, Harden and his teammates approached Kobe for hugs and photographs. Recognizing that this was Kobe's final regular season visit to Houston, thus observing the necessary courtesies. Once the Lakers concluded their celebrations, they returned to the visitors' locker room, filled with laughter and joy from their victory. After Lin Tian took a shower, he joined Kobe and Scott for interviews. Houston, being a major metropolis, attracted a considerable number of reporters to the media room. As per tradition, after Scott and Kobe completed their interviews, it was Lin Tian's turn to speak. He continued the practice of randomly calling on reporters. The journalist he selected quickly rose to pose a question. "Lin, today you spent most of the time defending James Harden, and it seemed quite effective. Could you share your feelings on defending him?" Lin Tian pondered for 3 seconds before addressing the microphone. James Harden is one of the most formidable scorers in the league. His scoring methods are numerous, and defending him places immense pressure on me. Fortunately, I believe I executed my defensive responsibilities satisfactorily. Scott and Kobe nodded in approval, clearly content with Lin Tian's response. Following this, he answered 2 more straightforward questions before the post-game interview concluded. They did not linger at the Toyota Center but swiftly boarded their bus. In 2 days, they would face the Milwaukee Bucks on their home court. By flying directly to Milwaukee tonight, they would have an additional day to rest. The NBA schedule is notoriously tight, typically requiring a game every 3 days on average. Without a private jet, the logistics would be unmanageable. Once aboard the private plane, Nick Young and the others resumed their card games. Among the Lakers, Nick Young was particularly fond of playing cards and was also the most boisterous. Kobe, perhaps the least enthusiastic about card games, chose not to disrupt the group's excitement this time, especially after a victory. Lin Tian sat beside Nick Young, observing their game of Texas Hold'em. After winning a hand, Nick Young exuberantly exclaimed, "Lin, come join us. Your shooting touch today is fantastic. You'll surely excel at cards too." Lin Tian had not anticipated the correlation between these 2 skills. However, he found little interest in participating and repeatedly waved his hands. "I'd rather not risk my hard-earned paycheck." After signing a substantial contract with the Lakers, he had recently received his first paycheck. NBA players typically receive their salaries bi-monthly, and Lin Tian had just received over $300,000 in one installment, an amount he had never encountered before in his life. From now on, the amount of money he receives each month will gradually increase. Speaking of salary, Nick Young couldn't help but urge Lin Tian to join him in a game of cards. "Lin, your salary surpasses mine. Losing a bit of money for everyone is no trouble." Surprisingly, Kobe chimed in, "Lin, Michael also enjoys playing cards." The implication was a gentle nudge for Lin Tian to partake in a few rounds, yet he firmly declined. Unable to persuade Lin Tian, Nick Young had no choice but to relent. At this moment, Lin Tian took out his phone to browse through today's NBA news. The Lakers' triumph over the Rockets on their home turf. Harden was surprisingly restrained. The one who defends Harden best has emerged. This rookie is indeed the true terminator of Harden. Tensions arise between James Harden and Dwight Howard. Howard left the bench before the game concluded. Breaking news. Howard states in an interview that he did not receive the respect he deserved while with the Rockets. The Lakers have stripped away the last remnants of dignity from the Rockets. The Rockets hastened their search for a trade, desperately seeking to part ways with Howard. Yet few teams in the league express interest. Indeed, the Lakers and the Rockets are two teams that naturally draw attention. Not long after the game concluded, these significant headlines surfaced. Trading Howard has been a matter of ongoing deliberation, and success is anything but guaranteed. Lin Tian recalled that in his previous life, the Rockets failed to trade Howard, resulting in him transferring to the Hawks as a free agent at the season's end. His time with the Hawks was fraught with discontent, as he struggled to mesh with his teammates, ultimately leading to an unhappy parting after 2 seasons. Of course, those are tales for another time. Now that Lin Tian has traversed into this realm, everything may change. After scrolling through the news for a while, Lin Tian donned his headphones and drifted into slumber, only to be awakened by the noise of the plane's descent. By that time, Nick Young and the others had long since ceased their card games. The plane landed smoothly, and the group disembarked to board a bus. Such operations had become second nature to them. Once on the bus, Lin Tian remarked, "It seems we spend more time on airplanes than actually playing basketball." Haha. Nick Young patted Lin Tian's back. "Did you just realize that?" Russell chimed in. If NBA players were to change careers, becoming hotel reviewers would surely suit them well, considering how frequently they traverse various hotels in major cities. The bus navigated through the city of Milwaukee, ultimately bringing them to a 5-star hotel. To Lin Tian's surprise, a considerable number of Kobe's fans awaited at the hotel entrance, despite it being the wee hours of the morning, while the players checked into the hotel under pseudonyms. It was effortless for these fans to uncover the specific hotel they were residing in. Kobe entirely shed the demeanor of a superstar, willingly signing autographs and posing for photographs. Knowing the fans had patiently awaited his arrival, Lin Tian too found himself drawn into the fervor, taking pictures and signing autographs with several fans. By the time they returned to the hotel, exhausted from the encounters, Lin Tian collapsed into bed, succumbing to sleep almost immediately. It was only upon awakening that he realized Puchik had sent him a message. It turned out that the trade for Jokic was not proceeding smoothly. The Nuggets had unexpectedly rejected the Lakers' generous offer. This was likely due to the Nuggets recognizing Jokic's extraordinary talent. Lin Tian sighed, understanding that it was unrealistic to expect the Lakers to make significant sacrifices in their efforts to bring Jokic to Los Angeles. He believed the management lacked the audacity to do so. Since acquiring Jokic seemed implausible, their best chance was to pursue Howard. In Lin Tian's view, Howard might actually be a better fit for the Lakers. Regardless of Jokic's future greatness, he had yet to fully develop. Chapter 80, Rose of Wind City. Derrick Rose. Lin Tian chose not to respond to Kupchak's text message, believing it more prudent to discuss matters in person upon their return to Los Angeles. The Los Angeles Lakers' bargaining chips consisted solely of a few promising rookies and a first-round draft pick, contingent upon whether the Houston Rockets management found them appealing. After awakening, they engaged in a half-day of routine training. Following their midday practice, they dined at the hotel, after which Nick Young guided Lin Tian on a tour of the Bradley Center. The Milwaukee Bucks, a team with a rich history, last claimed a championship over 40 years ago. Lin Tian's most vivid recollection of the team was of Yi Jianlian, who was selected 6th overall by the Bucks in the 2007 draft. His career took him through the Nets, Wizards, and Mavericks, marked by considerable twists and turns. Now, he has returned to China to compete in the domestic league, where he has shone brightly, attracting renewed interest from the NBA. Lin Tian previously noticed Yao Ming's jerseys for sale at the Toyota Center. However, he did not find any Yi Jianlian jerseys in the Bucks' official flagship store. The contributions of the two players to their respective teams were indeed quite distinct. Upon returning to the training facility in the afternoon, they resumed their rigorous practice. To maintain competitive form, they held an internal scrimmage. Kobe Bryant's performance that day was somewhat lackluster, as he missed several shots. In contrast, Lin Tian exhibited a steady performance. By 5 o'clock, training concluded, and the group returned to the hotel for a nutritious meal. With no further training scheduled for the evening, Lin Tian intended to watch that night's game, but Nick Young interrupted him. "Hey, Lin, let us go have some fun." "Where to?" Lin Tian inquired. "Where else?" "To the shores of Lake Michigan. There are plenty of activities to enjoy." Milwaukee lies on the western shore of Lake Michigan, one of the 5 Great Lakes of the United States, with a game to prepare for the next day. Lin Tian felt he could not afford such leisure and promptly declined. "I need to watch the Bucks game tonight." The Bucks were set to face the Bulls at home at 8 o'clock, which meant that their matchup against the Lakers the following evening would be a back-to-back game. As the Lakers' upcoming adversary, Lin Tian wished to thoroughly study the Bucks' strategies. Nick Young clapped Lin Tian on the shoulder, saying, buddy. You must understand one fundamental principle. Life always transcends basketball. Russell, standing nearby, gazed at Lin Tian with eager anticipation as he frequently mingled with Nick Young. Yet, Lin Tian remained resolute. But basketball is all that occupies my mind right now. Nick Young was about to retort when he spotted Kobe approaching with a boxed meal, prompting him to reluctantly turn away. Lin Tian, focused on analyzing his opponents, found little room for distraction. After all, it was a rare opportunity to be in Milwaukee, and he felt compelled to seize the moment. As Kobe approached, Nick Young, Russell, and Larry Nance had already distanced themselves. Kobe inquired, "Aren't you going out with them for a stroll?" Clearly, he was aware that the trio had ventured off to indulge in some revelry. "No, I still prefer watching basketball." "Haha, that's wonderful. Let's go." Both of them were staying on the 10th floor of the hotel, and as they arrived, they coincidentally encountered several players from the Chicago Bulls. This hotel near the Bradley Center is the finest, often accommodating members of visiting teams. Among the Bulls players were Jimmy Butler, Pau Gasol, and Derrick Rose. Upon meeting his former teammate Gasol, Kobe could hardly contain his excitement, and they embraced each other before uttering a word. This scene evoked a sense of nostalgia in Lin Tian. Pau Gasol was undoubtedly Kobe's most reliable companion during the Lakers' championship victories in the 2008-2009 and 2009-10 seasons. In 2014, the Lakers sought to re-sign Gasol, offering a salary that other teams could not match. Yet, Gasol chose the Bulls, a decision that remains incomprehensible to many fans. Perhaps he was weary of the Lakers' dismal performance and yearned to join a more competitive team, or perhaps other motives were at play. In any case, he and Kobe had been apart for over a season. Upon the reunion of old friends, Lin Tian expected their embrace to be brief, but they lingered in each other's arms for quite a while, prompting an involuntary smile from him. Known affectionately by Chinese fans as Sister Gasol, Pau's bond with Kobe was evidently extraordinary. Lin Tian then turned his attention to Butler and Derrick Rose, engaging in handshakes and hugs with them. These three players are currently the most influential members of the Bulls. Gasol, without a doubt, has secured his legacy with 2 championships and multiple All-Star selections. Jimmy Butler, a tenacious warrior, recently signed a lucrative contract nearing $100 million with the Bulls. Derrick Rose, the Windy City Rose, may no longer be at his peak, but his scoring prowess remains formidable. Lin Tian had always admired Rose not only for his style of play, but also for his character. However, reflecting on the likelihood of Rose being traded after this season, Lin Tian felt a pang of melancholy. The NBA is ultimately a commercial league. He exchanged few words with Butler, but during his handshake with Rose, the latter remarked, "Young man, you've been quite the sensation lately. Sports publications are reporting on you daily." Although it was their first meeting, it was entirely reasonable for Rose to recognize Lin Tian. Indeed, it would be hard to find a player in the NBA who was unaware of him. Lin Tian bashfully scratched his head. "Perhaps it's due to my recent performance." Butler smirked, thinking it was merely decent. Rose continued, "Your talent is remarkable, and your style of play is electrifying. Whenever you can dunk, you invariably choose that over a layup. Even when dunking isn't an option, you often opt for a forceful dunk. Am I correct? You've watched my games?" "Every single one. Even if I didn't catch it live, I've reviewed the recordings," Rose replied with a smile. A peculiar sensation suddenly welled up in Lin Tian's heart. The Rose of Wind City had actually watched each of his games. Rose continued, "While such a style of play can certainly ignite the audience's adrenaline, it can also inflict considerable damage on your knees. You are still young and may not feel it now, but when you reach my age, or perhaps in a few years' time, you will come to understand." Lin Tian grasped the essence of Rose's words, and a warm current flowed through him. Indeed, Rose was a commendable idol. In truth, it is not just the knees. Other parts of the body will also be affected, Rose elaborated. "Thank you, Derrick. I understand," Lin Tian replied. Chapter 81. Watching the game with Kobe. Bulls triumph over Bucks. After exchanging pleasantries for a considerable time, Rose and his companions finally departed. At this hour, they were likely heading directly to the Bradley Center for the game. Lin Tian entered Kobe's room, where Kobe was animatedly recounting amusing anecdotes about Gasol. Despite no longer being teammates, the two maintained frequent contact. Lin Tian was aware that while Kobe was an exceptional player, his demeanor was cold and obsessive, often unyielding in his ways. Many stars who had played alongside Kobe ultimately parted ways with him on less than amicable terms, such as Shaquille O'Neal and Dwight Howard. Gasol's character, in contrast, complemented Kobe's, which explained their enduring 7-year partnership. Upon entering the room, Kobe switched on the television and retrieved his PS4 from his backpack. Although Kobe was not particularly fond of gaming, he resorted to it during dole-away games as a means of passing time. Before diving into the game, Kobe made a video call to his family using his iPhone 6s Plus, after which they officially began their gaming session. Lin Tian was not well acquainted with this game but found enjoyment in it nonetheless. Time seemed to fly by while gaming, and before they knew it, over 2 hours had elapsed. As the matchup between the Bucks and the Bulls approached, they turned off the game and tuned into the broadcast. On this night, the Bulls' starting lineup included Jimmy Butler, Pau Gasol, Nikola Mirotic, Taj Gibson, and Kirk Hinrich. The Bucks' starting five featured Chris Middleton, Michael Williams, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Greg Monroe, and Jabari Parker. Among these players, Lin Tian's primary focus was on Antetokounmpo, affectionately known as the Greek Freak. He took out his phone to check Giannis's statistics for the season. Currently, Giannis was still on a rookie contract with the Bucks, but his progress compared to the previous season was evident, as he was averaging over 15 points per game. According to the natural progression of events, Giannis was expected to sign a 4-year max contract with the Bucks that summer. In truth, Giannis was already beginning to exude the aura of a superstar, particularly given the notable changes in his physique over the past few seasons. Many would be surprised to learn that he could evolve into an MVP-caliber player. As a time traveler, Lin Tian harbored the desire for the Lakers to acquire Giannis. However, the Bucks were diligently nurturing his talent, and this season, his shot attempts ranked second on the team, just behind Middleton. His only notable shortcoming was a lack of shooting ability. Otherwise, he excelled in every other aspect. To secure Giannis, the Lakers might have to make significant sacrifices. After perusing player profiles for a while longer, the game officially commenced. The Bulls immediately showcased their strong determination to win, with Rose and Butler alternating in their offensive attacks. The Bucks countered with formidable defense, yet they struggled to contain the Bulls. Prior to this matchup, the records of both teams were quite similar, with the Bulls holding a slight edge. Following a particularly impressive layup by Rose, Kobe remarked, "If this were a few years ago, he would have dunked that." To my surprise, Kobe also expressed such sentiments, and Lin Tian nodded with a smile, firmly believing in his words. The trio of players from the Bulls can undoubtedly be regarded as a triumvirate. Gasol, formidable in both defense and offense, anchors the interior, while Rose orchestrates the ball control and Butler poses a significant threat on the wing. The young Bucks, after the first quarter, found themselves trailing the Bulls by 10 points. Remarkably, Gasol emerged as the top scorer of the quarter, netting 10 points. Kobe remarked, "Had Paul remained with the Lakers, our performance over these past seasons would have been different." Indeed, Lin Tian concurred, recalling that last season, he was selected for the second-team All-NBA. In addition to this accolade, Gasol was also named a starter for the All-Star game last season, when he announced his decision to join the Bulls. Many criticized him for merely seeking to ride the coattails of others. Yet, contrary to expectations, he not only refrained from being a mere supporter, but became a pillar of the team himself. Unfortunately, they encountered the Cavaliers led by LeBron James in the playoffs. Otherwise, the Bulls might have made a significant impact in the Eastern Conference last year. As the second quarter commenced, Middleton began to lead the charge for a comeback. As the current leader of the Bucks, Middleton demonstrates considerable offensive prowess. Giannis is still primarily in a supportive role, evident from both teams' shot attempts and strategies. Reflecting on past events, Lin Tian, while watching the game, inquired, "What do you think of Giannis from the Bucks?" Kobe candidly responded, "His potential extends far beyond this. With ample room for growth, he could become one of the top 3 players in the league." It was unexpected to hear such incisive evaluation from Kobe, revealing his deep understanding of these players. Noticing Lin Tian's silent nod, Kobe continued, "There's a substantial chance he could secure the MVP award in his career." Kobe truly has an eye for talent. Following the conventional timeline, Giannis could potentially win the MVP award consecutively. However, with Lin Tian's presence altering the narrative, everything is subject to change. After the second quarter, the Bulls maintained their 10-point lead. The Bucks' current strategy remains relatively standard, as Giannis has yet to fully blossom, thus lacking the so-called one-star and four-shooters dynamic. Similar to most teams, they frequently employ pick-and-roll plays. Currently, the Bucks are coached by Jason Kidd, a coach with a player background. As a player, Kidd's career could be described as nearly flawless. Yet, as a coach, he has not established a reliable offensive or defensive system, leading to considerable controversy throughout his coaching tenure. One of his most infamous tactics did not originate from the court, but rather from the sidelines. In 2013, While coaching the Nets and lacking a timeout, he ingeniously instructed a player to intentionally spill his drink to buy time for strategizing, resulting in a fine from the league. Having been with the Milwaukee Bucks for nearly 2 years now, the team still struggles to reach the playoffs. However, Coach Kidd has afforded Giannis Antetokounmpo greater opportunities to take shots. He undoubtedly possesses a method for nurturing new talent. Regrettably, it is likely that after another season and a half, Kidd will be dismissed by the Bucks, a fate even Giannis cannot prevent. Of course, these considerations are for another time. Soon, the third quarter commenced, and Kobe simply muted the television, opting to provide his own commentary for Lin Tian. Upon concluding the game, the score between the Bucks and the Bulls settled at 106-117, with the Bulls emerging victorious. The highest scorer of the match was Butler, who amassed 32 points. This player, who has long aspired to be the leader of the team, solidified his position further with this performance. Meanwhile, Lin Tian could only feel a sense of sorrow for Rose in his heart. Chapter 82, Lakers vs. Bucks. After the match concluded, Lin Tian returned to his chamber. After a refreshing shower, he reclined on his bed and began perusing the latest NBA news. Soon, he stumbled upon a trading update. The Orlando Magic had dispatched Tobias Harris to the Pistons in exchange for Ilyasova and Jennings. As the trade deadline looms ever closer, teams destined for a rebuild must fervently embrace the process, while those vying for a championship should actively seek the final pieces of their puzzle. However, the Lakers' current trading situation resembled a stagnant pool, which troubled Lin Tian. He had even provided a standard solution to Kupchak and Jim Buss. Yet their operational prowess left much to be desired. It was understandable, though, had Jim Buss possessed sufficient acumen. He would not have lost the ownership of the Lakers to Jeanie Buss in a previous life. Although the Lakers are a prestigious franchise, it is evident that the heirs of Jerry Buss fall short of his legacy. Lin Tian even contemplated reaching out to a couple of familiar journalists to leak some insights but ultimately refrained from doing so. Perhaps it was best to afford Kupchak a little more time. After scrolling through news for a while longer, Lin Tian succumbed to slumber. The following morning heralded another day of joint practice with his teammates. Nick Young and D'Angelo Russell appeared somewhat lackluster, their nocturnal escapades unknown to Lin Tian. With a game scheduled for that evening, he merely hoped their performance would remain unaffected. Time flew by, and shortly after dinner, all Lakers players convened in the visiting locker room. The equipment staff had preemptively delivered all jerseys and shoes, requiring only a change of attire. Once donned in their gear, they emerged from the locker room and made their way to the court. At that moment, the audience was only partially seated, as there was still time before the game commenced. Those fans who had awaited Kobe for a spell erupted in fervent cheers upon his arrival, and he graciously exchanged handshakes with each of them. Meanwhile, Lin Tian took to the court to practice his shooting. Having played several games, and possessing the replicated peak abilities of 3 superstar athletes, he found scoring to be remarkably effortless. He exerted equal diligence on defense, boasting an impressive 3-point shooting percentage of 37 this season. It could be asserted that Lin Tian currently harbors no shortcomings. Were he to swap teams with LeBron James, it would be inconceivable for James to lead the current Lakers squad into the playoffs. This realization fueled Lin Tian's urgent desire for the management to expedite a trade, as he recognized the dire inadequacies of the Lakers' present roster. The current composition of the Lakers was indeed grotesque, a plethora of ball-dominant players clustered together, with scarcely any capable defenders to be found. In prior encounters against the Spurs and the Rockets, Lin Tian had poured his heart into defense. If someone could alleviate even a fraction of his defensive burden, his offensive prowess would be even more formidable. In the upcoming match against the Bucks, they simply could not afford to lose. The Bucks had just engaged in a grueling battle with the Bulls the previous day, and their stamina would surely be lacking. A defeat at their hands would be nothing short of embarrassing. In the fiercely competitive Western Conference, the Los Angeles Lakers, with a record of 12 wins and 27 losses, are striving to secure a playoff berth, which means they cannot afford to lose more than 15 of their remaining 43 games, an exceedingly daunting challenge that they must nonetheless pursue. Meanwhile, the players of the Milwaukee Bucks are warming up on the other half of the court. After Kobe Bryant took a few shots, he greeted the Bucks players as per his usual custom, and Lin Tian approached. This was Lin Tian's first encounter with Giannis Antetokounmpo in real life. At this stage, Giannis had yet to earn the moniker Greek Freak. His muscles were not as pronounced, and his face bore a somewhat youthful appearance. However, when they shook hands, Lin Tian distinctly sensed that Giannis's palms were larger than his own. Not only Lin Tian, but according to official statistics, Giannis's hands are even larger than those of Kawhi Leonard. Such innate talent inevitably positions him as an exceptional defender. In addition to his hands, Giannis's Achilles tendons are also considerably longer than those of the average player. Alarmingly, this individual is poised to evolve each subsequent season. The Bucks players today seem to be in high spirits, unlike the fatigue one might expect after a game the previous day. Like the Lakers, they are also a relatively young team, with their primary objective at the season's start being the development of their newcomers. After exchanging greetings, both teams continued their warm-ups until the game officially commenced at 7:30 p.m. The Bucks home DJ first introduced the Lakers' starting lineup: Russell, Kobe, Lin Tian, and Hibbert. Following this, the Bucks starting five was unveiled: Chris Middleton, Michael Williams, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Greg Monroe, and Jabari Parker. There were no changes to the starting lineups from the previous day's game. Lin Tian found himself matched up against second-year player Jabari Parker, the second overall pick in the 2014 draft, who had only played 25 games last season due to injury, averaging 12 points. As a highly regarded second overall pick, such performance could only be deemed adequate. Kyle Kuzma was set to face Giannis, and Lin Tian was aware that this would be a challenging matchup for him. When comparing Monroe and Hibbert, it was evident that Monroe possessed superior strength. This game was shaping up to be a tough contest. The jump ball between Greg Monroe and Hibbert saw Hibbert, rather unusually, make contact first, directing the ball into Lin Tian's hands. Jabari Parker immediately charged towards Lin Tian, licking his lips with an expression of palpable excitement. Lin Tian's recent performances had captured the attention of the entire NBA, particularly his ability to hold his own against Kevin Durant and Kawhi Leonard, even managing to subtly dominate them at times. Everyone acknowledged that he could potentially become a marquee player in the league's future. Facing such a formidable opponent brought pressure, yet it also fueled his motivation. Jabari Parker was eager to demonstrate his worth as a competent second overall pick, and today, facing Lin Tian presented him with that opportunity. Lin Tian opted not to have his teammates set screens for him. Instead, he bent low and began to dribble between his legs. After several swift dribbles, Lin Tian suddenly accelerated towards the right side. Jabari Parker's pace faltered slightly, failing to keep up with Lin Tian's stride. Meanwhile, both Giannis Antetokounmpo and Monroe were lured away by the Lakers' interior defense, leaving them unable to provide timely assistance. Lin Tian effortlessly surged into the paint, securing the game's inaugural points with a thunderous dunk. For him, Jabari Parker's speed was insufficient. Despite his diligent defense, his innate talent was evident. Parker's defensive capabilities were not on par with those of Durant or Leonard. The Bucks' point guard, Michael Williams, dribbled past half court and subsequently delivered the ball to the wingman, Middleton. Confronted with Kobe's defense, Middleton executed a mid-range jumper, which found its mark. DJ swiftly increased the volume. 2 points scored. Chris Middleton. Chapter 83. Nick Young perfectly inherits your legacy. Russell advanced the ball into the Lakers' front court and passed it to Lin Tian. This time, the Bucks' interior defenders, Monroe and Antetokounmpo, collapsed directly under the basket. They were acutely aware of Lin Tian's ability to drive, knowing that Jabari Parker could not contain him. Just as Lin Tian prepared to make his move, Kobe approached to set a screen. Utilizing Kobe's pick, Lin Tian swiftly shook off Jabari Parker. The Bucks opted for a switch, with Middleton temporarily guarding Lin Tian. Standing over 2 meters tall and weighing similarly to Lin Tian, Middleton initially seemed a match. However, when physical contact occurred, he instantly furrowed his brow. Lin Tian firmly backed into Middleton, who was clearly at a disadvantage. Noticing this, Antetokounmpo quickly rushed over to provide help defense. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Tian passed the ball to Little Nance. Upon receiving the pass, Nance easily scored and gave Lin Tian a thumbs up. This play was undoubtedly a misjudgment by Antetokounmpo. Having observed Lin Tian's games, he realized Lin Tian wasn't particularly inclined to pass, which is why he had taken the risk to help. Little did he know that Lin Tian was unfazed. He passed when necessary, making him exceptionally difficult to defend. The Bucks inbound the ball, primarily in Middleton's hands. Lin Tian gestured to Kobe, then switched to guard Middleton. As the Bucks' leading scorer, it was only fitting that Lin Tian was tasked with defending him. Moreover, Kobe's foot speed was indeed lagging. This season, despite his relentless effort in every game, Kobe's defensive efficiency had inevitably declined significantly. Facing Lin Tian, who was taller, Middleton felt the pressure. Without uttering a word, Antetokounmpo drew Little Nance away and set a screen for Middleton. As Middleton attempted to shake off Lin Tian using the screen, Lin Tian opted to navigate around Antetokounmpo, maintaining his close watch on Middleton. Without sufficient speed, such tight defense was unattainable. Unable to penetrate the paint, Middleton prepared to pass the ball. Just as he was about to do so, Lin Tian's right hand shot out like lightning, brushing the basketball with his fingertips and knocking it into his possession. The ball slipped from Middleton's grasp, making it difficult for him to reclaim it. Lin Tian had secured the first steal of the game. Frustrated, Middleton found himself powerless. Lin Tian brought the ball to the Lakers' front court, positioning himself at the top of the arc. His defender remained Jabari Parker. Facing Parker, Lin Tian dribbled for 2 seconds before launching a jump shot from beyond the arc. The basketball first struck the backboard before bouncing into the net. It was evident that luck played a significant role in this shot. It accounted nonetheless. The Bradley Center erupted in subdued silence, with spectators displaying expressions of envious admiration. Goodness! The Lakers had essentially hit the jackpot, winning $5 million. You must be mistaken. This isn't just $5 million. It's worth far more. The Lakers' undrafted player possesses a talent that may even surpass that of Durant. The Bucks must redeem themselves. It would be embarrassing to lose to even a bottom-tier team. In the studio, Barkley and Smith were engaged in lively discussion. Barkley remarked that Lin and Giannis share some technical similarities, asserting that today's match is a stage for both of them. However, Smith shook his head in disagreement. No, Lin is currently the Lakers' unequivocal offensive linchpin, while Giannis is not. Lin's speed and shooting capabilities are beyond what Giannis can offer. At this stage, the Greek freak lacks a three-point shot and even a mid-range game, with the majority of his attempts coming from beneath the basket. Barkley responded, "Look at these exceptionally talented young players. The future of the league belongs to them." In the Penguin Sports Live studio, commentators Wang Ming and Yang Yi were on duty for the Bucks vs. Lakers game. Although the viewership for this match did not reach the heights of the previous one, it still garnered 8 million spectators. After witnessing Lin Tian sink a pull-up three-pointer, Wang Ming exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Lin Tian has scored 5 points right from the start. He is poised to unleash his full offensive potential today." It was evident that Lin was eager to attack, and there was a possibility he would extend his streak of scoring 40 points. Assigning Jabari Parker to defend Lin seemed somewhat disadvantageous, given the disparities in physicality and speed. The Bucks' best defender at present should be Giannis, and I suspect that Jason Kidd will soon assign him to guard Lin Tian. The live chat was ablaze with comments, creating a dazzling spectacle. Lin Tian is phenomenal. He must dominate the Bucks. Wow, Lin Tian looks exceptionally impressive today. Brothers, don't forget to vote for Lin Tian. The voting hasn't closed yet. Does Lin Tian have a girlfriend? At the Bradley Center, Lin Tian's influence on the team's offense allowed both Russell and Kobe to score. As this year's second overall pick, Russell has seen his shot attempts diminish significantly since Lin's arrival, yet his offensive prowess remains evident. Remarkably, Russell plays with a sense of restraint, often opting for rational shot selections. Moreover, his court vision is commendable, and his ability to penetrate the paint and distribute the ball surpasses that of many guards. Giannis's offensive desire today was also notably intense. Standing at a height similar to that of Nance, he managed to score against him, highlighting Nance's struggles to contain the Greek freak. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Lin Tian and Kobe were substituted out, and the Lakers maintained a 6-point lead. Lou Williams and Nick Young entered off the bench, with Young immediately attempting ill-advised shots, missing 2 consecutive three-pointers. It seemed that his outing the previous night had indeed affected his performance today. In contrast, Lou's contribution was rather mediocre, while he exhibited slightly more unselfishness than Young's. It was hardly significant. 2 players monopolized the ball, and once they gained possession, the Bucks swiftly established their strategy, as there was no need to expend energy on others. Kobe, seated on the bench, shook his head in disapproval. Behind him, a fan clad in Giannis's jersey shouted, "Hey Kobe, Nick Young has perfectly inherited your legacy." This was a pointed jest at Kobe's solitary playing style. Among the spectators were also some of Kobe's detractors. Turning to face the Giannis fan, Kobe simply regarded him with a calm demeanor that exuded an air of quiet authority. The fan immediately fell silent, cowed into submission. The Lakers' rather simplistic offensive approach provided a clear opening for the Bucks, who, living up to expectations, managed to take a 2-point lead by the end of the first quarter. Chapter 84, Direct Confrontation with the Young Giannis. Scott's most frequently uttered phrase to the players is to keep the ball moving. However, this might pose a challenge for Lou Williams, Nick Young, and Clarkson. As the second quarter commences, with Lin Tian and Kobe taking a breather, Russell also sits out. The Lakers maintain the same lineup from the end of the first quarter, with Lou Williams now assuming ball handling duties. the Bucks have also fielded several substitutes. Among them, Lin Tian is particularly impressed by O.J. Mayo, as he had played 2 seasons in the CBA in a previous life. If all goes as expected, this will likely be Mayo's final season with the Bucks. The Bucks substitutes evidently exhibit a superior spirit compared to the Lakers, possibly influenced by the home court atmosphere. Jabari Parker, as a starter, remains on the court, leading his team to extend their lead. The Lakers' substitutes continue to struggle, especially Nick Young, who seems unable to find his rhythm today. As the gap between the two teams widens to 7 points, Scott can no longer remain seated and hastily substitutes Lin Tian to stabilize the situation. Nick Young is taken off the court after less than 5 minutes, primarily due to the Lakers' limited rotation options. Although Jabari Parker struggled defensively against Lin Tian in the first quarter, it is unrealistic to expect others to contain him effectively. With Giannis and Middleton still resting, Parker must face Lin Tian head-on. As the Lakers inbound the ball, Lin Tian positions himself at the top of the arc, with Lou Williams and Clarkson flanking him on either side. Lou extends his hands, ready to receive, while Clarkson actively moves without the ball, creating potential disruption for the Bucks' defense. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian executes a dazzling crossover, leaving the second overall pick, Parker, behind as he drives toward the basket. At this moment, the Bucks' starting center, Greg Monroe, has exited the game, replaced by John Henson. As Lin Tian surges into the paint, the slender Henson dares not confront him directly. Instead, he raises his hands in a token defense while instinctively sidestepping. With a resounding slam dunk, Lin Tian concludes this offensive sequence, momentarily quieting the home crowd. Yet, he understands that this is merely the beginning. On the next possession, as the Bucks take their turn on offense, Lin Tian establishes his position, closely shadowing his defender, Jabari Parker. Simultaneously, he keenly observes the surrounding dynamics. The ball handler for the Bucks remains Michael Williams, as not all players on the court can be substitutes. Lin Tian calls out to Lou and the others, urging them to stay tight on their assignments. Though he is not typically loquacious within the team, the court transforms him. He recognizes that some teammates exhibit a lack of defensive intensity, and emphasizing defense may sharpen their focus. Lin Tian's exhortation seemingly bore fruit, as Lou Williams displayed a newfound vigor, closely shadowing Michael Williams. The latter, selected as the 11th overall pick in the 2013 draft, is categorized as a lottery player. Last season, he averaged a commendable 14 points per game with the Bucks. However, this season, with Giannis Antetokounmpo's ascendance, Michael Williams has seen a significant decline in shot attempts. Compounded by his lack of a three-point shot, his situation is rather precarious. With both Giannis and Middleton absent from the court, this was an opportune moment for him to accumulate points. As Michael Williams sought to execute a one-on-one play against Lou Williams, the latter's tenacious defense thwarted his efforts, preventing him from shaking off his defender. As a capable playmaker, Michael Williams opted to pass the ball to Jabari Parker on the wing. Just as the ball was released, Lin Tian, positioned beside Parker, instinctively dashed forward and intercepted the basketball mid-flight. With only Parker beside him, Lin Tian seized the opportunity and sprinted towards the Lakers' front court. Jabari Parker, having missed the initial chance to foul, was left trailing, unable to catch up. Ultimately, Lin Tian surged forward to the Lakers' front court and executed a thunderous dunk, completing a remarkable coast-to-coast play. This marked Lin Tian's first steal and score of the match, narrowing the deficit to 3 points and diminishing the gap between the teams. As Jabari Parker prepared to inbound the ball, a buzzing sound echoed, signaling the return of Middleton and Giannis to the court. Parker and Michael Williams were substituted out. In the broadcast studio, the replay of Lin Tian's steal was showcased, prompting Barkley to exclaim with a smile, "Indeed, Lin Tian's coast-to-coast steal and score has made its appearance. He delivers such dazzling moments in every game." Smith added, "In fact, Giannis of the Bucks often provides similar highlights." Jabari Parker, the second overall pick in 2014, seemed utterly overshadowed by Lin Tian, necessitating a re-evaluation of their defensive strategy against him. Perhaps assigning Giannis to guard Lin would be a prudent choice, considering Giannis's rapid lateral movement and considerable wingspan. Yet, I suspect even Giannis would struggle to keep pace with Lin. Even Kawhi Leonard of the Spurs has found it challenging to contain him. That may not be the case. Giannis possesses height and remarkable jumping ability. In the Penguin Sports Live broadcast, excitement surged. Lin Tian's steal and dunk may arrive fashionably late, but it will never be absent. The second overall pick of 2014 appeared utterly overmatched before Lin Tian. I eagerly anticipate Giannis defending Lin, although their positions seem distinct, with one playing the small forward and the other the power forward. Lin Tian, persevere. You must secure victory against the Bucks. After Jabari Parker took a breather, the Bucks prepared to inbound from the corner. Without Giannis to guard him, Lin Tian proactively stayed close to his counterpart. In this scenario, he faces off against Giannis Antetokounmpo, while Lonzo Ball confronts John Henson. Throughout the preceding matches, Lin Tian has demonstrated his capability to defend against positions 1 through 5. Currently, in his matchup with Giannis, Lin's physique appears less robust than that of the Greek freak. Moreover, this is merely the prelude to Giannis's full maturation. In 2 years, when Giannis completes his evolution, he will undoubtedly embody the essence of the Greek beast. After dribbling the ball a couple of times, Middleton swiftly passed it to Giannis. Giannis's offensive repertoire is still somewhat limited. Upon receiving the ball, he began backing down Lin Tian, aggressively driving towards the basket. Although Lin may appear slender, his lower body is remarkably stable, unwavering as a mountain. When Giannis pressed forward, their bodies clashed, yet Lin remained as steadfast as a rock. Chapter 85. Rookie. Pass the ball to me. Do you understand? Giannis, after several attempts, found himself unable to penetrate Lin Tian's defense and was compelled to abandon his efforts. He dribbled once more, only to prepare for a turnaround jump shot. However, as Giannis gathered the ball and spun around, Lin Tian swiftly extended his left hand and deftly stole the ball from Giannis. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the audience, as the fans were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Giannis had gradually honed his post-up game, but he met his match in Lin Tian. With the position being too deep for a fast break, Lin Tian calmly traversed half-court, unhurried. Yet, Giannis appeared increasingly anxious. After several fruitless attempts to steal the ball, Giannis resigned himself, keeping a close watch on Lin Tian. Standing at 2.11 meters, Giannis projected an undeniable sense of intimidation, typically suited for a center position. However, due to his remarkable speed, he primarily played as a power forward, effortlessly shifting to small forward when necessary. Having just been intercepted by Lin Tian, Giannis felt a sense of embarrassment, silently vowing to outmatch Lin Tian. No matter the circumstances, this possession must be defended. At this moment, Lin Tian had intentions of isolating Giannis. Facing him, Lin Tian took a significant first step. Had Giannis been a bit closer, he would have easily bypassed him. As Giannis hurriedly retreated, he extended his long arms to obstruct Lin Tian. Yet, Lin Tian abruptly halted, gathering the ball while stepping back just beyond the three-point line. As Giannis lunged towards him, Lin Tian released the ball. Giannis leaped with all his might, wishing for just a few extra centimeters on his fingers, but ultimately failed to touch the basketball. In full view of the spectators, the ball swished through the net. The referee signaled with an OK gesture, confirming it was a three-pointer. Lin Tian had effortlessly scored 7 points upon his entry, leveling the game. For him, the step-back three-pointer proved remarkably effective. Giannis's frustration was evident on his face. Not only had he been robbed of the ball by the rookie from the Lakers, but he had also been scored upon right in front of him. Many home fans of the Bucks could not help but shake their heads in dismay. This player was indeed a phenomenon. He was on track for 4 steals in this game. His approach to stealing the ball was distinctly different from other players. While others gambled, he exhibited an extraordinary level of consistency. He could both attack and defend with equal prowess. His presence had undoubtedly accelerated the Lakers' rebuilding process. It seemed Giannis was not quite in his element today. Yet, in reality, Giannis was performing adequately. It was simply that he was up against the extraordinary talent of the Lakers rookie, which skewed the perception of his performance. The Bucks regrouped for their offensive play, and the ball returned to Middleton's hands. Middleton engaged in a one-on-one against Clarkson, driving past him and executing a reverse layup against the defensive Little Nance. In the corner, Little Nance passed the ball to Lin Tian, which left the esteemed sixth man Lou Williams slightly dissatisfied. However, he merely shook his head in silence. Lin Tian was well aware of Lou Williams' temperament. As last season's best sixth man, Williams possessed a diverse array of offensive skills and was adept at drawing fouls. Although his defensive capabilities were lacking, his offensive prowess often overshadowed his shortcomings. Generally, Williams was not one to engage in conversation, and his temper was far from amiable. He recalled the tumultuous 2019-2020 season when he played for the Clippers. Due to the team's poor performance, rumors circulated about a conflict between him and the team's star, Leonard, culminating in public criticism of Leonard's load management. This scandal created quite a stir, and ultimately, the Clippers did not advance far in the playoffs. Subsequently, in 2021, Williams was traded away from the Clippers. Prior to Lin Tian's arrival at the Lakers, the leading scorer for the season was Kobe, with Williams closely trailing as the second highest scorer. Williams ranked among the top 3 in shot attempts within the team. With Lin Tian's arrival, who primarily played as a point forward, many player shot opportunities were redistributed to him, including Kobe's. Consequently, Williams found himself with even fewer attempts. The Lakers had initially signed Williams with the intent of bolstering their scoring, as they had not anticipated winning games at the season's outset. Acquiring a sixth man was a strategic decision to ensure their scoring did not appear dismal. This peculiar arrangement contributed to the Lakers' distorted roster dynamics. Now that Lin Tian had joined, the Lakers were no longer inclined to tank the season, complicating the situation they faced. Williams was not fond of moving without the ball. When he did not have possession, he often stood at the arc, the wings, or the corner, merely waiting. Consequently, his scoring inevitably declined. Conversely, other more proactive players, such as Clarkson and Little Nance, were not significantly affected in terms of scoring. Lin Tian, however, was preoccupied with the game and paid little heed to the minor frustrations of his teammates. As he brought the ball up court and faced off against Giannis, he opted once again for a strong drive. Giannis exerted all his strength, but still trailed Lin Tian by half a body length. Upon penetrating the paint, Lin Tian found himself challenged by the Bucks center and, surprisingly, missed a shot. Undeterred, he quickly picked up his pace to return on defense. In the ensuing possessions, the Lakers and Bucks exchanged leads, engaging in a fiercely contested match. Lin Tian consistently played as the point forward, controlling the ball whenever it was in the Lakers' possession. He faced Giannis with ease and recorded 2 assists. However, he refrained from passing to Williams, not out of spite, but rather because Williams had not presented any opportunities for receiving the ball. He seldom moved to create space, merely extending his hands in demand. A hasty pass would likely be intercepted by Middleton or Michael Williams. After Lin Tian passed to Clarkson, who subsequently missed a 3-pointer, Williams finally lost his temper. He approached Lin Tian with a stern expression and said, "Rookie, pass me the ball. Understand?" Lin Tian had not heard his teammates call him a rookie for quite some time. He turned around, his expression devoid of emotion, and looked at Lou Williams, stating simply, "I don't understand." Given the circumstances, Lin Tian was not surprised. If Lou Williams dared to confront both Leonard and Paul George, it was only natural he would not shy away from challenging Lin Tian. Taken aback by Lin Tian's response, Lou Williams was infuriated but clenched his teeth and chose silence. As the game was still in progress, their exchange took place near the center circle, with Scott standing close by. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly noisy, preventing Scott from hearing their words, yet he could discern the expressions on their faces. Scott already sensed trouble. Players like Lou Williams, who thrived with the ball in hand, should ideally have their playing time staggered away from Lin Tian. However, the Lakers' predicament did not allow Lin Tian to rest for long. The broadcast camera also captured the slight displeasure on Lou Williams' face. Chapter 86. If you do not wish to play well, then depart at once. Lou Williams' defensive prowess has always been lacking, and after his quarrel with Lin Tian, his focus on defense waned even further, leading to him being effortlessly bypassed by Michael Williams. Observing this, Lin Tian hurriedly rushed over to provide assistance, successfully obstructing Michael Williams' advance. When Michael Williams found himself unable to penetrate the defense, he decisively passed the ball to Giannis Antetokounmpo, who stood beyond the 3-point line. However, upon receiving the pass, Giannis hesitated, caught in a brief moment of uncertainty. It is noteworthy that last season, he averaged less than 1 3-point attempt per game, with a shooting percentage below 20. This season, while his attempts have markedly increased, his success rate still lingers below 30, significantly below the league's average. Most of Giannis' 3-point shots have come from open looks, thus his hesitation in this moment was palpable. Just as Giannis faltered, Lin Tian arrived at the scene, fully aware of Giannis' dismal shooting percentage. Nevertheless, this did not justify leaving him unguarded. Missing the optimal shooting opportunity, Giannis attempted a shooting feint, not realizing that Lin Tian was unfazed by the ruse. Instead, he swiftly halted, raising his hands to shield Giannis. Giannis chose not to force his way past Lin Tian and opted to pass the ball back to Michael Williams. Lou Williams merely feigned an effort to follow, allowing Michael Williams to drive into the lane for an easy layup. Lin Tian shook his head, even with extraordinary capabilities. He could not rectify the shortcomings of a defensive liability. Besides, he had already exerted all his efforts in that moment. Kobe, seated on the bench, witnessed the unfolding scene and shrugged towards Lou Williams, expressing his bewilderment. Lou Williams' defensive attitude exhibited significant flaws. Lin Tian had not anticipated that Clarkson, recently embroiled in trade rumors, would maintain a commendable attitude while Lou Williams displayed discontent. Yet, upon reflection, this discord seemed somewhat logical. During the first half of the season, the Lakers played a brand of joyful basketball, with everyone contributing to scoring and personal growth. Even the distribution of shot attempts was relatively balanced, with 4 players averaging 10 attempts per game. However, Lin Tian's arrival disrupted this equilibrium, causing the less assertive players' shot attempts to dwindle drastically. Several players, including Nick Young and Lou Williams, experienced a notable decrease in playing time. Nick Young harbored no complaints, while Lou Williams, although previously silent, revealed his dissatisfaction through his body language on the court. He had signed a 3-year, $21 million contract with the Lakers the previous summer. As Larry Nance Jr. prepared to inbound the ball from the corner, Lin Tian and Lou Williams positioned themselves on either side of the basket, extending their hands towards Larry. The official broadcast captured this moment, but quickly shifted to another part of the court. Consequently, viewers of both television and online broadcasts were left in the dark regarding to whom Larry Nance ultimately passed the ball. However, the fans at the Bradley Center witnessed the scene with crystal clarity. After a brief moment of hesitation, young Nance, clutching the ball, ultimately passed it to Lin Tian, leaving Lou Williams with a disheartened expression as he crossed half-court. Nance is no fool. On the contrary, he is quite astute. Whether it be the attention from the management or the performances of the two both on and off the court, Lin Tian has decisively overshadowed Williams. As Lin Tian brought the ball across half-court, he faced Giannis's relentless defense and, without a moment's hesitation, launched a clean three-pointer. This time, the trajectory was impeccable, and the force was perfectly calibrated as the basketball swished through the net. Following the inbound from the Bucks, Giannis shifted his focus away from single-handedly confronting Lin Tian and began to exploit scoring opportunities through other positions on the Lakers lineup. Williams became the most vulnerable target. Whenever he defended someone, Middleton would seek him out for a pick-and-roll, executing flawlessly. Were it not for Lin Tian acting as a shield, the Lakers would likely have found themselves at a significant deficit. With just over 5 minutes left in the second quarter, Scott finally called a timeout. Gathering the Lakers players into a huddle, "We must be more active in our defense. Play with greater aggression." This admonition was directed primarily at Williams. However, following his remarks, Williams was firmly placed on the bench. Unsurprisingly, Williams would not see the court for the remainder of this half. This was a stark departure from his usual rotation. Although a reserve player, he previously averaged 28 minutes per game, often exceeding that of typical starters. Now, with the half nearly concluded, his playing time totaled less than 8 minutes. As the timeout ended, the Lakers brought forth their starting lineup, including Kobe, who, even at this juncture, elicited scattered applause from the audience, a testament to his enduring popularity. Once the game resumed, the players on the court for the Lakers displayed a renewed vigor. The palpable tension within the team was evident to all. Despite Williams's earlier outburst, it was clear to discerning eyes. When the Lakers initiated play, no one contested Lin Tian for the ball. However, Lin Tian's shooting touch had waned, and both teams entered a phase of misfires for several minutes. Fortunately, Lin Tian quickly recalibrated, orchestrating the team's offense and igniting a surge in the dying seconds of the second quarter. As the second quarter concluded, the Lakers led the Bucks by 8 points, 58-50. Lin Tian's scoring remained formidable, amassing 24 points by halftime. As they prepared to head to the locker room, the bench players rose to offer high fives to Lin Tian and his teammates, with the exception of Williams, who stood silently, turning his back on the group as he headed towards the locker room. This was a situation the Lakers had not encountered thus far this season. Upon their return to the locker room, Kobe strode purposefully to Williams's locker. "Listen, if you do not intend to play properly, then you should leave." Kobe's voice resonated powerfully, transforming the previously raucous locker room into an immediate hush. Even Nick Young, who was joking with Russell, instinctively turned to glance at Kobe and Lou Williams. Lou was taken aback. While Kobe typically exhibited a fiery temperament, he usually directed his frustration at the collective group. It was unexpected for him to target Lou so directly this time. Although Lou was not easily intimidated, he found himself facing the most celebrated basketball player in the world. Kobe's imposing presence was as formidable as his nickname, Black Mamba, evoking a sense of fear. Rising from the bench while changing his shoes, Lou spoke up, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. "Who said I wasn't playing well?" Kobe retorted with a cold smirk. Who else would say it? Are you brave enough to review the footage yourself? With the defensive plays you just exhibited, even a grandmother with a basketball could easily surpass you. The locker room was filled with gasps of disbelief. No one anticipated that Kobe would confront Lou so candidly. Chapter 87. A disastrous shot. Lou Williams opened his mouth, intending to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, his defensive attitude had been undeniably passive, essentially amounting to nothing more than a gaze of indifference. Lin Tian, seated nearby, was equally astonished by the tense atmosphere. He swiftly approached and pulled Kobe away. The locker room was populated not only by players but also by several team staff members. Coach Scott had just entered, witnessing the confrontation between Kobe and Lou. He rubbed his nose, choosing to remain silent. Fortunately, media access to the locker room during the game was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire, as this incident would undoubtedly make explosive headlines. This was also why Kobe erupted during halftime. He was the undisputed leader of the locker room, even if his prowess no longer warranted such a title. The 15-minute intermission seemed to stretch on, with an air of quiet settling over the locker room. Only as the third quarter was about to commence did Scott briefly outline the game strategy. Once the halftime concluded, the starting players returned to the court. Right from the outset, Middleton unleashed a barrage of shots, finding his rhythm, while Kobe struggled to contain him. However, the Lakers' offensive prowess remained undiminished. Lin Tian and Kobe began executing frequent pick-and-rolls. After setting a screen for Lin Tian, the defender shifted to Middleton. In terms of physique and speed, Middleton was no match for Lin Tian. As he defended Lin Tian, the latter enjoyed an array of offensive options, charging towards the basket, executing a mid-range jumper, or passing to the cutting Kobe. For Lin Tian, it was merely a matter of mismatches, albeit with varying degrees of physical exertion. Throughout the first half of the third quarter, the Lakers' offense was predominantly orchestrated by Lin Tian and Kobe. Meanwhile, the Bucks primarily relied on Middleton and Giannis for ball control. Lin Tian boasted the highest shooting percentage on the court, while Giannis led the Bucks in scoring efficiency. Kobe's shooting was commendable as well. At this juncture, he had made 5 out of 11 attempts and converted both free throws, accumulating 12 points. Perhaps fueled by earlier frustration, his desire to score surged. Gradually, Lin Tian began to shift the focus of the offense towards Kobe. Time appeared to fly during the third quarter, and with less than 3 minutes remaining, Lin Tian was substituted for Nick Young, Kobe for Lou Williams, and Larry Nance for Julius Randle, leaving Hibbert as the Lakers center. Upon returning to the bench, Kobe did not exchange a high five with Lou Williams. At this point, Lin Tian had amassed a game-high 34 points and enjoyed a few minutes of respite, while the Lakers maintained an 8-point lead. This advantage seemed formidable enough that it would be challenging for the Bucks to overcome in a short span. Yet, Lin Tian soon realized he had underestimated the situation. Upon entering, Lou Williams immediately launched a difficult 3-point attempt, which missed its mark. On the sidelines, Scott anxiously tugged at his hair, recognizing that the shot was decidedly unwise. In the ongoing game, Middleton continues to control the ball for the Bucks, while both he and Giannis remain on the court, seizing this opportunity to close the gap in scoring. Middleton, no longer seeking assistance from Lou Williams, finds it effortless to take on Nick Young one-on-one. Meanwhile, Giannis finally begins to dominate in the paint. The duo of Giannis and Middleton excels at executing pick-and-roll plays, a tactic that proves exceedingly difficult to defend against. Randle's defensive habits leave much to be desired, often resulting in fouls drawn by Giannis. It is not solely Randle's deficiencies that are evident. The aging and injury-plagued Hibbert also averages a high number of fouls this season. Both of the Lakers' interior players are averaging over 3 fouls per game, placing them among the top 10 in the league for foul frequency. It appears that Giannis has uncovered the secret to scoring, repeatedly attacking the paint and drawing 2 fouls from Hibbert and 1 from Randle. The flow of the game begins to falter. Even Charles Barkley in the studio expresses his astonishment, noting that Giannis seems to have found his scoring rhythm. Smith concurs, stating that the Lakers' interior players are indeed struggling defensively, committing fouls regardless of their efforts. Barkley humorously comments on the peculiar nature of Randle and Hibbert's foul statistics. Why is that? He muses. Their high foul count suggests they are being aggressively defensive, does it not? However, this notion is misleading. Players with even greater foul counts in the league are often renowned defensive specialists, including the likes of Draymond Green, Giannis, Beverly, and Covington. While Randle and Hibbert may also accumulate fouls, their defensive efficiency leaves much to be desired. You make a valid point, Barkley chuckles. I can understand Hibbert's struggles given his injury issues, but Randall's defensive habits are quite poor. I believe Kobe should take the time to instruct the younger players on proper defensive techniques. It is essential to remember that it is not entirely Randall's fault. As a shorter power forward, defending against that Greek prodigy is indeed a formidable challenge. As the third quarter nears its conclusion, the Bucks have successfully reclaimed the lead. Giannis races across the court, seemingly fueled by boundless energy. On the bench, Lin Tian and Kobe can only sigh in exasperation, while Scott stands with hands on his hips, having relinquished his fervent shouting. Perhaps feeling disgruntled after Kobe's reprimands, Lou Williams refrains from passing the ball. He chooses to attack solo, but his shot accuracy is lacking, forcing him to occasionally rely on drawing fouls for free throws. This lack of potency pales in comparison to the Bucks' formidable offensive prowess. After witnessing Lou's ill-fated three-point attempt, Kobe can no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "That shot was utterly disgraceful." As the third quarter concludes and the fourth begins, Lou Williams finds himself benched. Lin Tian takes to the court once more, leading Russell, Nick Young, Randall, and Young Nance for the initial stretch of the final quarter. Today, Bucks head coach Jason Kidd appeared resolute, seemingly impervious to the fatigue of his star players, Giannis Antetokounmpo and Chris Middleton, insisting they remain on the court. The weariness etched on Giannis's face was palpable. It is worth noting that the Bucks had just faced the Bulls the previous day, and today's extended playtime was taxing. During the latter half of the third quarter, Lin Tian enjoyed a considerable respite due to frequent fouls, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. As the Lakers had secured possession with the opening jump ball in the first quarter, they maintained the ball at the start of the fourth. For Lin Tian, the sensation of having the ball in his hands was undeniably gratifying. He advanced past the half-court line, greeted by the labored breaths of Giannis. Displaying his signature crossover, Lin Tian deftly maneuvered past Giannis, surged into the paint, and executed a reverse layup over Greg Monroe, heralding the Lakers' counterattack.